Chapter 1. The Three Punishments of the Tycoon's Daughter. In the penthouse of the Xiao Corporation building, a symphony of sultry whispers and breathy sighs filled the air, exuding an intoxicating allure that sent hearts racing. Jiang Hao, you have finally come to your senses. If you wish to repay your debts, it must be through the exchange of your body. Time passed unnoticed in the bedroom, where a man and a woman both sighed deeply. Jiang Hao dressed silently, rising from his place. His features were strikingly handsome, yet they bore an edge of sharpness. He could see that moment. His upper body bore the marks of lipstick stains and faint scratches. His lips, inexplicably split, oozed blood slowly. President Xiao, considering our long-standing relationship, I hope you will honor your word. Please lend a hand this week. I truly do not wish for my Howard Media to face bankruptcy. And my 3 million in debts. Jiang Hao spoke wearily, averting his gaze from the stunning woman on the bed. The woman languidly tossed aside the covers, indifferent to the abundant allure displayed before Jiang Hao. Her skin resembled snow, her disheveled hair cascaded to her waist, and her figure was so exquisite it bordered on the surreal, contrasting sharply with her ethereal, aloof beauty. Her phoenix eyes were both profound and frigid, and traces of Jiang Hao's blood lingered on her scarlet lips. The woman, referred to as President Xiao, uttered not a word but casually pressed a button beside the bed. Instantly, a series of voice messages began to play in succession. Voice message 1. President Xiao, Shokong Hospital has opened without our Xiao Group's permission, attempting to disrupt our monopoly over Tianhai City's medical resources. Please advise. Voice message 2. President Xiao, the mayor of Tianhai City has been replaced. Do you have a preferred candidate for the next mayor? Voice message 3. Xiao Yousheng, it seems my little friend Jiang Hao has escaped to you. He truly is a disobedient child. TSK, it appears my confinement was too lenient. As the voice messages concluded, Xiao Yousheng stretched languidly. Jiang Hao, however, turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had heard the third message all too clearly. Su Ruoyan had come to capture him. 3 years his senior, she was his childhood sweetheart from the prestigious Su family in the capital. In his youth, he was known as Lin Hao, from the illustrious Lin family of the capital. But fate took a dark turn when a blood feud erupted between the Lin and Su families, nearly leading to their annihilation at the age of 10. Under the protection of a distant relative, he went into hiding, adopting a new identity in Tianhai, living in solitude. Thus, Lin Hao perished, and Jiang Hao was born at it. Was only a year ago that Su Ruoyan inexplicably arrived in Tianhai, aiding him in establishing Howard Media. The reason was simple. He bore a striking resemblance to Lin Hao. Naturally, Jiang Hao could not reveal his true identity. That to do so would mean certain death at the hands of the Su family. For the past 6 months, Su Ruoyan had deliberately driven the company to the brink of collapse, isolating him from allies. And then, this deranged woman had imprisoned him. Left with no options, he had managed to escape from Su Ruoyan's basement today, seeking assistance from Xiao Yousheng. The terms of Xiao Yusheng's aid were straightforward. To accompany her, Xiao Yousheng regarded the numb expression on Jiang Hao's face, a hint of indifference curling her ruby lips into a slight smile. Subsequently, she crumpled several pieces of wrapping paper from a bedside and tossed them at Jiang Hao's feet. Who permitted you to use Durex? Xiao Yousheng stated indifferently. You were the one who mentioned you were in your dangerous period. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Yousheng. I said I was in a dangerous period, but when did I allow you to use that? A flicker of coldness passed through Xiao Yousheng's eyes. Jiang Hao fell silent, no longer engaging with her. Regardless, he had already done what needed to be done. Now, he awaited Xiao Yousheng to help him repay his debts. Afterward, he would escape to a small city and let his remaining days pass quietly. Xiao Yousheng curled her alluring crimson lips, picked up a pair of scissors, and cut a piece of fabric from the bedsheet. She placed the slightly crimson cloth into an exquisite little box at the bedside, then beckoned to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded, but as he approached, he was suddenly pressed onto the bed by Xiao Yousheng. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Hao's neck, gently kissing the lips she had previously bitten at in high school. They all bullied me, the illegitimate daughter cast out from the Xiao family, and only you protected me. If you had stayed with me when I returned to the Xiao family, would you have fallen into Su Ruoyan's trap? What about our promise? We agreed to be together always. You, Do you think I wanted to become this way? I would rather not have this broken company. As Xiao Yousheng spoke, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. I would give up anything, as long as I could marry you and be by your side every day. She clutched the quilt tightly. But you? You left back then. Xiao, we're not from the same world, and I'm not worthy of you. As for why I didn't keep my promise, Jiang Hao shook his head, gazing at the woman before him who held the fates of countless individuals in her hands, and let out a sigh. He had witnessed Xiao Yousheng's descent into madness step by step. Staying by her side, he would inevitably fall into peril. Xiao Yousheng slowly rose, producing a document and tossing it onto Jiang Hao. Sign it. The debt will be cleared, and you need not fear Su Ruoyan any longer. The Su family in the capital is formidable, but here in Tianhai City. At this point, a cruel smile curved at the corners of Xiao Yousheng's scarlet lips. The higher you soar, the more distant the emperor. Those from the capital who dare to reach out will lose their hands, and those who dare to stick their necks out will lose their heads. She casually poured herself a glass of red wine, parting her crimson lips to take a delicate sip of the blood-red liquid. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's expression darkened as he stared at the contract. Marry you? After marriage, I cannot leave your side for even a moment? He inhaled deeply and smiled at Xiao Yousheng, saying, Xiao, did you not say that if I spent a night with you, you would help me? Why must we marry? I've changed my mind. If we don't marry, I won't help you. You broke your promise back then, and now I can break mine. Xiao Yousheng's expression remained impassive as she languidly gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling window at the resplendent Tianhai City skyline. Jiang Hao clenched his fists tightly upon hearing this. What use was it for him to plead with this woman? This was clearly no different from Su Ruoyan's conduct. It was merely a different phrasing of imprisonment. Having escaped from one Yandere, one finds themselves in the clutches of another. Like a tea that moment, Xiao Yousheng glanced back and gently caressed his face. So what if I'm taking advantage of you? She whispered coldly into Jiang Hao's ear. You may interpret this as a form of retribution. Don't love me? Dislike me? Reluctant to stay by my side? Very well. I shall make you experience all that you despise. However, if you can make me pregnant within a year, forget 3 million whatever you desire, I can provide. Xiao Yousheng pressed a delicate kiss upon Jiang Hao's lips, her deep gaze momentarily softened by a rare tenderness. At that instant, Jiang Hao's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Escape. He must flee. Thus, he forced a smile and said, Xiao, I'd like to step outside for a moment to buy a pack of cigarettes to calm down. Is that all right? The excuse was flimsy and juvenile, yet he had exhausted all options. To his surprise, Xiao Yousheng merely narrowed her eyes, as if she had seen through his intentions to escape, yet chose to remain silent. Go ahead, she replied, a chilling smile gracing her lips. All right. Jiang Hao nodded vigorously, hastily dressing and leaving the bedroom. Xiao Yousheng approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the opulent nightscape of Tianhai City. The secretary entered, bowing respectfully. Xiao, have you listened to the previous voice messages? How should we resolve those matters? Handle it as you see fit with Shokong Hospital. They ask for the new mayor. Choose someone who can yield benefits but holds no sway in the capital's political arena. The outgoing mayor can be discarded. Do not concern yourself with Su Ruoyan. Xiao Yousheng's beautiful eyes were profound as she stood alone by the window, the distant neon lights casting shadows upon her exquisite profile. Xiao, it seems Jiang Hao intends to escape. Should we have security stop him? The secretary inquired cautiously, his head bowed deeply. I am aware. Let him flee, allowing my beloved prey to escape a little longer. Without proper conditioning, how could he ever remain at ease by my side? I shall personally capture him. Xiao Yousheng pursed her lips, a strange smile curling at the corners. Are you not afraid he might truly escape? The secretary was drenched in sweat, sensing an unusual aura from the president today. Escape? Tianhai is entirely mine. Where could he possibly go? Xiao Yousheng raised her chin, gazing out at the heart of Tianhai City, her once exquisite smile now twisted by an unsettling madness. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the CBD buildings of various sectors, be it food, pharmaceuticals, or entertainment technology, were all unmistakably marked with two characters. Xiao Shi, Jiang Hao, this time when I capture you, there will be 3 punishments. Haha. Slow-paced, with a mild Yandere theme, the progression of the pursuit and the ensuing trials is gradual, rather than abruptly vulgar. As for the currently aloof President Xiao, she will gradually transform into a soft, adorable little wife, highlighting a stark contrast. As readers engage with the comments on Xiao Yousheng, they will understand that the sweetness will only deepen as the plot unfolds, distinct from the typical Yandere who enjoys oppressing the protagonist. Moreover, the worldview of this book is one governed by conglomerates and aristocratic families in a parallel universe that I shall refrain from elaborating further. Chapter 2. The Obsessive Childhood Friend. Su Run Jiang Hao's complexion was ashen as he desperately fled from the Xiao Corporation building. He sensed that Xiao Yousheng's gaze had been unsettling, as if she could see through his thoughts. Yet, he found himself utterly bereft of options. Today, he had to fight for his freedom. He intended to take a taxi and escape. But with not a single cent to his name and his phone left at the company by Su Ruoyan's confinement, he had no choice but to walk. Not far off, a female janitor watched Jiang Hao and chuckled softly before making a call. "Miss Su Ruoyan, I have spotted Jiang Hao. He has escaped." "Ah, I had anticipated this. However, Miss Su, I noticed that Jiang Hao's face is smeared with lipstick, and there is a woman's intimate garment hanging from his belt. Is he involved with Xiao Yousheng? That scoundrel Xiao Yousheng. How dare she sleep with my puppet? Miss, please remain calm. Jiang Hao is merely a puppet you have used as a psychological crutch. There is no need for such drastic measures. You could easily find another. Calm. There is only one puppet in this world that resembles my deceased brother Lin Hao. I am going to capture him now." Jiang Hao, alternating between walking and running, finally reached the company after a 3-kilometer trek. He had to retrieve his phone. Otherwise, escaping from Tianhai City would be impossible. Inside Howren Media, the atmosphere was desolate. Not a single night shift employee remained to monitor the short video streamers. Most of his staff had fled. With no time to mourn the loss of colleagues, Jiang Hao hurried to his office to reclaim his phone. Just as he was about to push open the door, he overheard voices from within. The voices belonged to Jiang Qingyao, the most popular influencer created by Howren Media, and his once most trusted financial director, Wang Tianming. Jiang Qingyao was a newcomer he had high hopes for. He had invested countless resources into promoting her success. Squinting through the glass door to spy on them, he saw Jiang Qingyao clad in a white dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist, exuding an enchanting innocence. Wang Tianming, on the other hand, was sharply dressed in a suit, occasionally adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a smug smile. "Qingyao, the employees and paid wages are still on the books. I'll discreetly siphon them off. And later, we can pin the blame on Jiang Hao. Do as you like. Tianlei Media has already contacted me. I will unilaterally terminate my contract with Howren in a couple of days. The penalty is merely a few thousand." "Haha, Qingyao. I wish you a successful contract termination in advance." The two exchanged knowing smiles, while Jiang Hao's expression darkened, his eyes sparkling with terrifying rage. His anger was directed not only at these two brutes, but also at his past naivety. He was furious at himself for being blind to the true nature of his once brotherly friend, Wang Tianming. He was enraged, of course, for having placed such high expectations on Jiang Qingyao, a girl who had been cast out by the Jiang family in Tianhai and had struggled to find work after graduating from university. It was he who nurtured her into the internet sensation she is today, with millions of followers. This ingrate. How could she betray his trust and maliciously seek to jump ship? The resentment simmered within Jiang Hao, as he had intended to record their deceitful expressions and illicit activities. Yet his phone was nowhere to be found. He would have to deal with these two beasts another day. With that thought, he suppressed his fury and opened the door, announcing his return. "I'll just grab my phone and be on my way," he said nonchalantly. Wang Tianming and Jiang Qingyao exchanged a glance filled with meaning. "Jiang, weren't you supposed to have fled? How can you still find the time to come back for your phone?" Jiang Qingyao smiled, her gaze appraising Jiang Hao's disheveled hair and pale, disheartened visage. "By the way, I placed my resignation letter on your desk 3 days ago." "Oh, I forgot. The company is about to go under, so my resignation is of little consequence now." "Hey, Qingyao, you're mistaken. Our CEO is burdened with immense debts and can barely afford a meal, yet you still demand compensation? That's quite excessive." Wang Tianming laughed heartily. Jiang Hao maintained a stoic expression, as if he regarded them as mere stones. He unlocked the drawer and retrieved his phone and charger. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Tianming blocked his path. "Jiang Hao, you must have embezzled the employees' unpaid wages. Hand over the money now, or you won't be leaving today," Wang Tianming sneered. Jiang Hao's eyes were already bloodshot with fury. "You beast, you have devoured the hard-earned money of the employees, and now you dare demand it from me?" Jiang Qingyao also stepped in front of him, saying, "Jiang Hao, This average man is finally facing his retribution. I never asked you to make me an internet celebrity. It was merely your own misguided affection. Do you really think I cannot make money as a celebrity without you? She said coldly, fixing her gaze on him. Jiang Hao remained silent, his eyes fixed on the fruit knife on the table, a flicker of madness stirring within him. His life was already on the brink of ruin. Before his annihilation, he could take down these two swine, ensuring he lost nothing. Just as he prepared to take some extreme measures, the office door swung open once more. A woman clad in a wine-red bodycon dress entered, her long, shapely legs accentuated by black stockings. Her wine-red, wavy hair cascaded down her shoulders, and when her narrow, beautiful eyes landed on Jiang Hao, a glint of greedy possession flickered across her gaze, her crimson lips curling into a wicked smile. Her exaggerated figure resembled that of a siren, alluring and mature. Upon seeing the woman before him, despair enveloped Jiang Hao. Su Ruoyan. His face turned ashen, nearly devoid of hope for escape. In recent days, he had been imprisoned in a basement by Su Ruoyan, witnessing the madness that his childhood companion had concealed. Bondage, intimidation, and the forced necessity of being pressed beneath her every night like a mere plaything. He had contemplated revealing his true identity as Lin Hao countless times. Yet he understood that once his identity was exposed, the Su family would ensure his demise. My dear little Jiang Hao, how could you even think of escaping? Sister. But I truly detest disobedient and wicked children. Su Ruoyan's smile was sickly as she gently caressed Jiang Hao's face, then firmly pinched his chin. Jiang Qingyao and Wang Tianming felt a jolt in their hearts. They could only witness Su Ruoyan's tenderness as if she were addressing a lover. Oblivious to the madness and sickness lurking in her eyes, they assumed that Su Ruoyan was there to defend Jiang Hao. Of course, they were unaware of her true identity and background. All they knew was that Su Ruoyan was a wealthy businesswoman, the one orchestrating events from the shadows. At that moment, Su Ruoyan cast a venomous glance at Jiang Qingyao and Wang Tianming. You two flies dare to bully my little friend? How utterly tiresome. Chapter 3. Everything about you belongs to me, Mr. Su. Please allow me to explain. Wang Tianming spoke first, his expression troubled. Jiang Qingyao's face was grave. She was acutely aware of who truly owned Howren Media. Heaven knows how many companies like Howren were under Su Ruoyan's command. If she were to offend her, it would be nearly impossible to survive in this industry. At that moment, Jiang Hao merely lowered his head, deeming these two insignificant. He was preoccupied with devising an escape plan. Su Ruoyan, disinterested in the two of them, merely smiled and beckoned Jiang Hao to lean against her. She whispered softly into his ear, "Well, dear brother Jiang Hao, how shall we deal with these two pesky flies?" Not speaking? Are you planning to take your revenge personally later? You're quite the mischievous one, brother Jiang Hao. But do try not to be angry, otherwise, how will I settle accounts with you later? You, despicable puppet, dare to sleep with Xiao Yousheng. Su Ruoyan's lips curled into a manic smile as she extended her finger. Shortly thereafter, several men clad in black stormed in, evidently prepared to prevent Jiang Hao from escaping again. Wang Tianming and Jiang Qingyao, however, misinterpreted the situation. Wang Tianming, suddenly flustered, forced a smile and said, "Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang, we may have spoken too much just now. Please forgive any offense. We shall take our leave." He glanced nervously at the surrounding black-clad men, clenching his fists anxiously. "Mr. Jiang, I was just joking earlier," he added, grinning at Jiang Hao. "I detest flies that chatter," Su Ruoyan remarked coolly, too apathetic to regard such insignificant figures. A black-clad man stepped forward and silenced Wang Tianming. "Brother Jiang Hao, I will take care of these two for you in due time. For now, do accompany me. I am truly curious about how you dared to engage with another woman." Su Ruoyan murmured, forcing a pill into Jiang Hao's mouth. Then, with an ominous expression, led him away from the office building. At the hem of Jiang Hao's clothing, a tracking device flickered periodically, one that Xiao Yousheng had previously affixed to him. In a secluded area by the river, far from human presence, a Maybach slowly came to a halt. Inside the vehicle, a bewitchingly alluring woman's eyes sparkled with madness. "Let me go?" Jiang Hao's face darkened as he attempted to resist, but the effects of the drug Su Ruoyan had administered rendered his limbs weak and powerless. "Little firebrand, what pretense of virtue are you putting on? You spoke so sweetly in the basement yesterday, claiming you would become Lin Hao entirely, a lifetime of my spiritual amusement. And today? Today, you dare to go sleep with Xiao Yousheng?" Su Ruoyan's voice dripped with coldness. "Don't tell me you wish to sleep with me now?" Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. "Ha, sleep with you? Do you think you're worthy?" You are merely a puppet chosen to satisfy my spiritual needs. Even with Lin Hao gone, my innocence remains preserved for him. Were it not for your resemblance to my deceased brother Lin Hao in both appearance and mannerisms, I would have long since eliminated you, puppet. Your only purpose in this world is to mimic my late brother Lin Hao. Do you understand? How dare you seek the company of other women when I have lavished such affection upon you, my puppet? Su Ruoyan laughed maniacally. Do you truly believe I am oblivious? Throughout this year, you have treated me not merely as a puppet but as a pawn, used to subdue Xiao Yousheng. Your feelings for me, your love for Lin Hao is not love at all. It merely satisfies your grotesque desires. That Lin Hao is long gone. Come to your senses. Jiang Hao exclaimed in anger, attempting to push Su Ruoyan away, yet found himself utterly powerless. Su Ruoyan's beautiful eyes were bloodshot as she tenderly caressed Jiang Hao's face. A pawn? Huh. You are my puppet. I shall use you as I please. Besides, my confinement of you is for your own good. With so many alluring temptresses outside, your innocence makes me fear you may be entranced by them. Only my basement is truly safe. Be obedient, and you shall remain my captive for life. A doll imitating Lin Hao, never to wander elsewhere. Whatever you desire, dear sister will grant you. Lin Hao, dear brother. Sister loves you dearly, longs for you. Gazing at the youth beneath her, Su Ruoyan's eyes revealed a glimmer of sorrowful loneliness, reminiscent of the boy from her childhood who had followed her, calling her sister. I desire freedom. Please, let me go. Jiang Hao trembled as he spoke. Being by sister's side is the truest freedom, the utmost happiness. Fear not. Once we return, I shall render you crippled, ensuring you become entirely Lin Hao's brother. Su Ruoyan smiled wickedly. Just as the two were entangled, the car door slowly opened from the outside. Xiao Yousheng, clad in a black trench coat, her long hair dancing in the cool breeze, appeared, exquisite and ethereal. She regarded Su Ruoyan with a detached gaze, as if staring at a lifeless corpse. Is that not Ms. Xiao? Does she dare to come alone? Su Ruoyan scoffed. Jiang Hao, momentarily released, felt a surge of anxiety as he beheld the imposing figure of Xiao Yousheng. Confronting a deranged individual like Su Ruoyan was already a formidable challenge. How could he manage another? One person, what of it? This is my city, Xiao Yousheng replied coolly, merely glancing back, causing the throng of black-clad figures to scatter in terror like a receding tide. They were all locals of Tianhai, their fear of Xiao Yousheng ingrained in their very bones. No one wished for their loved ones to mysteriously vanish in Tianhai or to find themselves unwittingly struck down by a dump truck. You are so audacious. Do you not fear the authorities? Su Ruoyan sneered, but before she could finish, Xiao Yousheng shoved her aside and helped Jiang Hao to his feet. Authorities? In Tianhai. I am the authority. If you wish to report me, come find me. Xiao Yousheng's gaze was indifferent as her slender fingers lifted slightly. In an instant, the wailing of sirens erupted around them, several police cars surrounding Su Ruoyan's Maybach. Jiang Hao was taken aback, realizing he had gravely underestimated Xiao Yousheng's influence in Tianhai. Xiao Yousheng lowered her head, and the murderous intent and intimidation in her eyes transformed into affection the moment she gazed upon Jiang Hao. Although that affection bore a hint of madness and peculiarity, Jiang Hao, I am not her. I will grant you a choice. Choose me, or choose her. Xiao Yousheng whispered softly in Jiang Hao's ear, her brows and eyes unusually tender. Su Ruoyan regained her composure and smiled sweetly. Jiang Hao, dear brother, do choose wisely. Who knows when the people from the imperial capital will descend, and who knows if Tianhai City will one day bear the surname Su. Jiang Hao's expression darkened as he retreated repeatedly. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have yet to settle the score for your earlier flight, Xiao Yousheng said coolly. However, no sooner had her words fallen than a splash echoed from the river. Indeed, while Jiang Hao had been retreating, he failed to notice his surroundings. Compounded by the effects of the drug rendering him weak, he accidentally fell into the water, struggling in the depths. His tragic experiences replayed like a lantern show in his mind. In the next life, I hope. Just as he despaired, he saw a woman descending from above the water's surface. Without hesitation, Xiao Yousheng swam down and grasped Jiang Hao's hand. Moments later, Jiang Hao lay unconscious on the ground, feeling intermittent pressure on his chest, and occasionally, soft lips pressed against his mouth, performing artificial respiration. Jiang Hao, remember, your life, your body, your soul, your everything belongs to me. The marriage is not yet sealed, and you dare to contemplate suicide? After you fled, I devised 3 punishments for you now. I shall add a 4th. Should you dare to die, I will follow suit, descending into hell to find you. Awaken, I command you to awaken. Jiang Hao slightly opened his eyes and beheld Xiao Yousheng, tears streaming down her face, her gaze trembling with sorrow. The once unyielding arrogance and indifference were utterly shattered, replaced by helplessness and humility. Upon seeing him awaken, Xiao Yousheng wept with joy, embracing his neck and sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Hao, you said I have changed. Indeed, I have lost count of how many lives I have taken over the years. But one thing has remained unchanged. I have always loved you. Chapter 40 hurried to bed. Did he not seek to receive something for nothing? The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Hao opened his eyes in a haze. Outside the window, a lush garden thrived, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the sweet fragrance of flowers. He vaguely recalled being escorted back to the Xiao family's estate by Xiao Yousheng the previous night. Surely he had not been imprisoned. A sense of unease washed over him as he glanced at his hands and feet, only to be astonished to find himself unbound. These past few days, he had been so terrified of being held captive by Su Ruoyan. Surveying the opulent bedroom, he felt a twinge of confusion. Where had Xiao Yousheng gone? The mere thought of her warmed his heart. Last night, when he had accidentally fallen into the river, Xiao Yousheng had recklessly leaped in to save him. It was worth noting that she could have easily sent someone else to rescue him, sparing herself the peril. Yet, he found it increasingly difficult to reconcile the present Xiao Yousheng with the fragile little sister he had once protected during their high school days. Back then, she had been kind and gentle, whereas now, countless lives had perished at her hands in Tianhai City. Reflecting on this, Jiang Hao shook his head with a bitter smile. At that moment, a maid entered the room. Young master, you are awake. The young lady mentioned that you may stroll through the estate's garden to clear your mind. As long as you are happy, anything is acceptable. The maid chirped with a smile. Jiang Hao was taken aback. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Xiao Yousheng had not confined him. He exhaled in relief, donned clean clothing, and exited the bedroom. In the expansive corridor, exquisite oil paintings adorned the walls, each vividly lifelike. He turned to the maids trailing behind him and hesitated. How is your young lady faring now? She has a fever and received in last night. She still has a low fever, one maid replied. Her constitution is inherently weak, and last night something seemed amiss. She was drenched. The doctor advised that she should not take too much medication and should rest for a day. The maid gestured towards the Roman-style door at the end of the corridor. That is the young lady's bedroom. Jiang Hao nodded, wishing to enter and express his gratitude. Only those who have brushed with death truly understand the preciousness of life. He felt an immense gratitude towards Xiao Yousheng. Young master, you cannot enter the young lady's bedroom. Even for cleaning, it must be done by the young lady's trusted housekeeper. Zhao Shui, the maid exclaimed. Aside from the young lady herself, Zhao Shui is the only one permitted entry. Before the maid could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in horror. Jiang Hao, caught off guard, had already pulled open the bedroom door. Why did you not say so earlier? He murmured, instinctively taking a step back. But at that moment, a faint voice floated from within the room. Shui, come in and pour me a glass of water. Xiao Yousheng murmured, her voice slightly hoarse. Oh no, has she mistaken me for Zhao Shui? Jiang Hao's expression darkened, and just as he was about to slip away, the maid pushed him inside. Young master, there's no other way. You must temporarily impersonate Miss Shui. After all, it's just pouring a glass of water. The maid whispered, shutting the bedroom door behind him. Upon entering the bedroom, Jiang Hao was immediately enveloped by a peculiar yet enchanting fragrance. This scent, somewhat cool in nature, revealed a subtle sweetness upon closer inspection. The curtains were drawn tightly, rendering the room nearly pitch black, yet faint outlines of the decor and hues within the space were discernible. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Was this truly Xiao Yousheng's bedroom? Everything, be it the curtains, the sheets, or the furnishings, was painted in a delightful shade of pastel pink, reminiscent of youthful innocence. This felt incongruous. How could the renowned, cold-hearted, and ruthless CEO of the Xiao Corporation inhabit such a whimsical chamber? On the bedside table lay an array of photographs. Jiang Hao focused intently and was struck with a sense of bewilderment. Each image featured him alongside her during their high school days. On the bed, Xiao Yousheng lay curled up under the covers, shivering slightly and occasionally emitting delicate, pitiful whimpers. So cold, she coughed softly, her voice unexpectedly tender, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. Jiang Hao's lips twitched as he poured her a glass of warm water and placed it on the bedside. At that moment, Xiao Yousheng struggled to peek out from her cocoon. Her cheeks were flushed, her phoenix eyes dreamy, with tears glistening at the corners. Jiang Hao felt a wave of awkwardness as their gazes locked. Upon seeing him, Her eyes widened momentarily, a flash of sharpness crossing her features. Then, she sat up abruptly. The softness and fragility she had just exhibited dissolving into an air of indifference and chill. "Who allowed you to enter?" she demanded, her gaze fierce, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. "Xiao, you invited me in," Jiang Hao replied, perplexed. "Come here," she said coolly, casting him a dismissive glance. Left with no choice, he approached her. Under her roof, he had no option but to acquiesce. Just as he drew near, Xiao Yousheng seized his arm and pulled him down beside her. Instantly, the warmth and fragrant comfort of the covers enveloped them both. Jiang Hao was startled, for Xiao Yousheng was clad only in a delicate silk nightgown. He could distinctly perceive. Before he could utter a sound, her sweet and tender lips pressed against his. After a prolonged moment, "How dare you speak back? You are in need of correction." Xiao Yousheng's crimson lips curled into a distant smile, her hands firmly grasping Jiang Hao's wrists, her gaze exquisitely profound. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, ready to resist, but quickly abandoned the thought. The days spent imprisoned by Su Ruoyan had taught him the consequences of defying such a capricious spirit. If he were to comply, Jiang Hao swallowed hard, tentatively brushing his fingers against Xiao Yousheng's cheek. She paused, her fever-flushed face seemingly deepening in color. No resistance? This reaction held promise. What if he pushed further? Gathering his courage, he playfully pinched her cheek, reminiscent of their high school antics. Xiao Yousheng's phoenix eyes reflected a moment of confusion. As if lost in a memory, the corners of her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Startled, Jiang Hao coughed lightly, suppressing his trepidation as he trembled and called out, "Shenger." In the next instant, a single tear fell upon his face. Xiao Yousheng wrapped her arms around Jiang Hao's neck, as if enduring a tumultuous surge of emotions, her entire being trembling. "It has been so long since you last called me Shenger. I have waited for you for an eternity," she murmured hoarsely, gently kissing the nape of Jiang Hao's neck. Jiang Hao sighed deeply, overwhelmed with sentiment, as he seemed to glimpse the timid yet kind-hearted Xiao Yousheng of their high school days. Yet, he understood that the girl he once knew had long since perished in the recesses of his memory. The chasm that separated him from Xiao Yousheng had become as vast as the heavens. "Thank you, Xiao, for saving my life yesterday. If there is any way I can be of service to you, I would not hesitate to venture through fire and water," Jiang Hao hesitated to express. However, in the next moment, a chilling aura emanated from Xiao Yousheng, penetrating to his very bones. She fixed her icy gaze upon him, her left hand gripping his chin with a fierce intensity. "The power and wealth of Tianhai City are virtually within my grasp. Do I truly need your willingness to brave fire and water? Do you genuinely comprehend what I desire?" She spoke with indifference, her right hand beginning to unbutton Jiang Hao's shirt. "What do you desire?" Jiang Hao instinctively inquired. A mesmerizing smile slowly curled upon Xiao Yousheng's lips. "I desire you. I long for your love. I yearn for your entire existence. Now, do you prefer to act on your own? Or shall I take the lead?" Chapter 5. Regardless, he calls me his wife. Jiang Hao was taken aback by the aggressive possessiveness reflected in Xiao Yousheng's gaze. "Xiao." Before he could finish his sentence, his shirt was mercilessly torn apart by Xiao Yousheng. "Call me Shenger," she said indifferently, her alluring lips slightly pursed. "Shenger, you cannot do this," Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. "Cannot do what? Do you wish to resist? You were the one who opened the door, barged into my bedroom, and climbed into my bed. Didn't you desire it for free?" Xiao Yousheng whispered tantalizingly into Jiang Hao's ear, gently nibbling on it. "Shenger, get up. I have something serious to discuss." Jiang Hao inhaled sharply. "I still need to settle the account for your escape yesterday. Therefore, the first punishment." A flicker of indescribable greed sparkled in Xiao Yousheng's phoenix-like eyes, as though she regarded Jiang Hao beneath her as a delectable dessert, wishing to leave no crumbs behind. "Shenger, please calm down. I truly have something important to say. Besides, you have a fever. You seem quite weak," Jiang Hao quickly reasoned, sensing a legitimate excuse. Xiao Yousheng paused for a moment, then nodded. "You are right." Subsequently, she rolled off Jiang Hao's body. Jiang Hao was elated. He had finally managed to evade her this time. In the dim light, they lay side by side under the covers, their eyes locked. Just as he felt relieved, Xiao Yousheng grasped his chin. "You were correct. I am quite weak. So now, you shall take the initiative." With a slight smile, she nestled her face into Jiang Hao's embrace, and as he gazed at her in shock, she gently traced circles on his chest. "Do you not wish to know what it feels like to be at 38 degrees? Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned, then indignantly retorted, "That is not what I meant." He took a deep breath, forcibly changing the subject. Sheng what about Su Ruoyan? Upon hearing Su Ruoyan's name, Xiao Yousheng's beautiful eyes instantly turned icy. You dare to concern yourself with another woman? Her enchanting lips curled into a manic and morbid arc. Jiang Hao felt utterly desolate. He merely wanted to ascertain whether Su Ruoyan would leave him alone in the future, not to express concern. He noticed the increasingly murderous intent in Xiao Yousheng's gaze and hurriedly explained, I just wanted to confirm if she would not disturb me anymore because I wish to remain by your side forever. Xiao Yousheng was momentarily taken aback, the murderous intent in her eyes dissipating significantly. Really? For some reason. A hint of bashfulness curled at the corners of her lips. Indeed, truly. I swear it is sincere. Jiang Hao assured fervently. Xiao Yousheng pressed her lips together and gently kissed him, whispering in his ear, My dear husband is so obedient. Rest assured, last night, I reached an agreement with that woman. Within a week, even if you are not by my side, she cannot disturb you. As for after a week, it will be fine. As long as you stay by my side, she will not dare to act recklessly. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xiao Yousheng's eyes as she scrutinized Jiang Hao's expression. He appeared stunned, then joy erupted within him. At last, he could finally liberate himself from that woman, Su Ruoyan. Although he would be under Xiao Yousheng's control, at least his fundamental freedom would be preserved. It was an entirely different concept. Su Ruoyan had treated him as a mere substitute for Lin Hao, viewing him as nothing more than a puppet from his childhood, regarding him as an object to be discarded, even aiming to render him incapacitated. He could not confess that he was indeed Lin Hao if the truth were to surface. His life would undoubtedly be forfeit within 3 days. Jiang Hao felt genuine gratitude. Yet, the coldness in Xiao Yousheng's eyes remained, and she grasped Jiang Hao's hand, casually inquiring. I looked into your company yesterday. I am aware of everything, including that internet celebrity named Jiang Qingyao. I wish to eliminate her. No, it would not do to kill her. A chilling light flickered in Jiang Hao's eyes. To end Jiang Qingyao's life would be far too merciful. He was determined that this woman must pay a price far more excruciating than death. After having supported her and even elevated her to internet fame, all he received in return was disdain and betrayal. Allowing her to die would be far too lenient. However, Xiao Yousheng's brows furrowed, her eyes igniting with a sinister intent. I knew it. I knew you were deceiving me. You have another woman in your heart. It's always like this. Last time, you abandoned me. This time, she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes inexplicably reddening, the coldness in her gaze dissipating, leaving only a shadow of despair. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Hao hastily explained, Sheng, you misunderstand. Misunderstand? Xiao Yousheng, in a fit of pathological distress, bit her finger and murmured, I should have made my decision long ago. I will imprison you. The only woman you will see from now on will be me. Her eyes were tinged with bloodshot rage, her lips curling into a sinister smile. Just as she was about to confine Jiang Hao, he, in a moment of desperation, shouted, Wife, I love you. Please let me explain. Xiao Yousheng was momentarily taken aback. Then, in a daze, she lowered the shackles. You call me what? Her phoenix eyes shimmered with a strange light, tears cascading down her cheeks as she gently pressed her lips together. Wife, Jiang Hao cried out, his voice strained with fear. He truly did not wish to be imprisoned any longer. Subsequently, he elucidated his hatred for Jiang Qingyao in the simplest terms, adding, Rest assured. I do not wish for you to kill Jiang Qingyao. Rather, I want her to suffer a fate worse than death. At that moment, his eyes burned with fury as he gritted his teeth, declaring, Jiang Qingyao and Wang Tianming deserve a fate 100 times more brutal than death. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yousheng unexpectedly nestled into his embrace, softly murmuring, Husband, is what you said true? You have always held me in your heart. Haven't you? Jiang Hao was taken aback. For the past few days, his impression of Xiao Yousheng had been that of a domineering female tyrant. Now, she suddenly exuded a sense of humble yearning. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, revealing a woman clad in an OL uniform. Her beauty accentuated by a playful smile as she gazed at the two individuals nestled beneath the covers. Schwer, why didn't you knock? Xiao Yousheng remarked coldly, yet a subtle blush crept across her cheeks. She hastily released Jiang Hao, threw back the covers, and descended from the bed. Clearly, the only person permitted in Xiao Yusheng's bedroom was the housekeeper, Zhao Schwerer. Miss Xiao, the doctor has advised that you refrain from such activities for the next few days. Now, shall we proceed to have a medical examination? Zhao Schwerer chortled, casting a disdainful glare at Jiang Hao. Confused, Jiang Hao wondered why the stranger harbored such animosity towards him. Xiao Yousheng nodded, then turned to grasp Jiang Hao's hand, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips. Do as you wish. This afternoon, your debts will be settled, and the company will be steered back on course. I must caution you. Should you dare to engage in any flirtation with other women outside. Xiao Yousheng's gaze turned icy as she gently lifted the shackles resting on the bed. Jiang Hao nodded vigorously and hastily exited the bedroom. Once he departed, Zhao Shuai closed the door and sat beside Xiao Yousheng, perplexed. Yousheng, I overheard your conversation outside. You haven't been swayed by his sweet words, have you? Men like him are notorious for their infidelities. Zhao Shuai exclaimed indignantly. If you continue to speak ill of him, you shall be punished with tending to my stepmother's garden, Xiao Yousheng replied coolly. Please, not that. Aunt Hang is utterly dull. Her days consist solely of tea drinking and flower gazing. And Yousheng, have you lost your mind with that fever? I could tell that Jiang Hao's declarations of love were insincere. Well, he did call me wife, Xiao Yousheng stated matter-of-factly. Yousheng, he is deceiving you. Regardless, he called me wife. Yousheng, remain calm. I am calm, yet he called me wife. Ignoring Zhao Shuai's protests, Xiao Yousheng nestled into the blankets, clutching the pillow Jiang Hao had used, blissfully closing her eyes. In the darkness, the chill dissipated from Xiao Yousheng's demeanor, though her expression remained largely impassive. The corners of her mouth curved into a rigid smile, a hint of shyness re-emerging after a long absence. If Jiang Hao were present, he would undoubtedly notice this smile, a reflection reminiscent of her high school days when, in fleeting moments, she would lock eyes with the humble girl trailing behind him. A shy smile blooming on the girl's lips. How delightful. Just moments ago, was he confessing his feelings? He must surely have feelings for me, right? Shuai. He doesn't dislike me, does he? Xiao Yousheng's faint voice startled Zhao Shuai. Like you? Perhaps. But it might just be an insignificant grain of sand in the vast wilderness. Zhao Shuai sighed. Even if it is but a grain of sand. What of it? As long as he harbors even the slightest affection for me. Even if it is smaller than a grain of sand or lighter than a speck of dust, I would still feel immensely happy. Shuai, please leave. I wish to rest a little longer. I am engulfed in fear. It feels as though I am trapped in a dream. Xiao Yousheng clutched the pillow that Jiang Hao had rested upon, murmuring softly, Yet, even if this were merely a dream, I would find myself utterly content. Chapter 6. The enigmatic mature woman along the garden path. Jiang Hao kicked at the pebbles in a state of gloom. He had distanced himself from Xiao Yousheng's villa and walked for quite some time before stumbling upon the most tranquil garden within the Xiao family estate. Initially, he had only to concern himself with the whims of Su Ruoyan, a delicate soul, but now, another equally fragile personality had emerged. Fortunately, it seemed that Xiao Yousheng's eccentricities were far less intense than Su Ruoyan's. With a sigh, Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. At the very least, Xiao Yousheng would not bind him up and confine him as a mere plaything, nor would she ever declare her desire to reduce him to a vegetative state, ensuring his eternal companionship. While Jiang Hao was lost in thought, he caught sight of a woman not far away, and he paused in astonishment. There she sat beside a stone table, clad in a simple white cheongsam, devoid of any jewelry, yet every movement exuded an air of regal elegance. Her long hair was styled in a simple bun, and her alabaster skin was strikingly deep, while her curvaceous legs subtly peeked from beneath the cheongsam, gleaming under the sunlight with a milky sheen. The woman occasionally parted her full crimson lips, delicately sipping from her cup of fragrant tea. Whether it was her snow-like complexion or her fox-like, elongated eyes, she possessed an allure that was utterly captivating. This was a beauty that had matured to its fullest extent. Jiang Hao found himself puzzled. She appeared to be under 30, yet her aura of maturity unmistakably marked her as a strikingly beautiful married woman. At that moment, the woman's slender fingers paused at her cup, propping her alabaster chin lazily as she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Hao. How curious, she mused. When had Xiao Yousheng employed a male servant? A newcomer, perhaps, unaware of the rules. This section of the garden was strictly off-limits to anyone. As she drained her cup of tea, she regarded Jiang Hao with keen interest, as if she had encountered a rare creature. Me? A servant? Jiang Hao pointed at himself, feeling at a loss for words. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Moreover, who knew if this woman was of high standing within the Xiao family? He refrained from saying much, sensing that her demeanor suggested she was an important figure and that provoking her might lead to unintended consequences. So, this garden was forbidden to trespassers? Realizing his oversight, he felt it was too late to retreat, Leaving abruptly could very well lead to unforeseen troubles. Thus, he approached the woman, carefully assisting her in tidying up the tea set. "A perceptive one, are we? Not afraid of punishment?" she remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips as she beckoned him closer with a delicate finger. Jiang Hao, bewildered, complied and found himself before her. "Quite handsome, and so youthful. Your presence makes me, a withered flower, reminisce about my own youth," she mused, her beautiful eyes twinkling with self-deprecation. Jiang Hao responded innocently, "A withered flower? Not at all. You are clearly my contemporary. Is being in one's early 20s considered old?" At his words, the woman paused momentarily, then burst into a delightful, albeit slightly trembling, laugh. Though her laughter was entirely natural, the mature and insightful tone of her voice was enough to make one's cheeks flush and heart race. "You have a way with words," she remarked sweetly. The woman surveyed Jiang Hao with great interest, and after a brief moment, she suddenly squinted her eyes and sprang to her feet. Before Jiang Hao could react, she tugged at his collar and inhaled deeply. The proximity allowed Jiang Hao to glimpse the woman's fair décolletage and catch a whiff of her subtle rose fragrance. His face flushed, and a wave of indignation surged within him. He had endured the teasing from Su Ruoyan and accepted the flirtations of Xiao Yousheng. But how could a random stranger now dare to toy with him? Just as he was about to protest, the woman released his collar, her lips pursed in confusion. Oh, the scent indeed belonged to Xiao Yousheng. It turned out she was the personal attendant who cared for Xiao Yousheng. The woman, pondering, stroked her chin. What has happened to that girl? Why would she suddenly require a man to attend to her closely? Jiang Hao sighed, aware that revealing his relationship with Xiao Yousheng might not be well received, so he deftly shifted the conversation to inform the woman of Xiao Yousheng's current condition of wind cold. "Wind cold, you say?" The woman contemplated for a moment before handing Jiang Hao a bottle of unknown liquid from beneath the stone table. "This is medicinal wine. Whenever Xiao Yousheng had a cold as a child, this would remedy her ailments. Take it to her now." With a dismissive wave of her hand, she turned to leave. "Excuse me, may I ask your name?" Jiang Hao quickly called after her. "Hang Zhenshuang. Just call me Sister Hang." This name was only to be spoken within this estate. It must not be divulged elsewhere. Hang Zhenshuang glanced back with a smile, placing a finger to her lips. "Little one, if it gets out, it could be fatal." Jiang Hao nodded, his expression turning serious. He sensed she was not jesting. After he departed, Hang Zhenshuang stood beside the flourishing crepe myrtle, gazing vacantly at his retreating figure. "How strange. This child bears an uncanny resemblance to my dear friend from the Lin family back in the day. A relative? A son? No, the entire Lin family should be deceased." Hang Zhenshuang sighed in melancholy. Jiang Hao, clutching the medicinal wine, once again entered Xiao Yousheng's bedroom. At that moment, she was curled up, soundly asleep on the bed. Her hair lay disheveled, her ruby lips slightly parted as she nibbled on her thumb in her slumber, occasionally emitting soft whimpers. Jiang Hao sat at the edge of the bed, admiring her adorably flushed and exquisite face, and an impish thought crossed his mind. "Ah, the most terrifying Tycoon of Tianhai, yet she sleeps just like any ordinary person, even kicking off the covers. Back in high school, she would often seek me out to confess her feelings, but now she acts so brazenly. If you have the courage, come and bite me, dear sister. Have you developed a fascination for me?" Jiang Hao playfully poked Xiao Yousheng's cheek, and then dismissively placed his finger near her lips, feeling quite pleased. He was thoroughly embodying the spirit of AQ. How soft. Is a girl's face genuinely this tender? Jiang Hao was somewhat astonished, for he would never dare to so freely caress her cheeks while she was awake. In the depths of slumber, Xiao Yousheng emitted a soft murmur. Subsequently shifting her sleeping position, a delicate stream of saliva trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her drooling made her resemble an adorable little feline. "Shall I draw closer to observe?" Jiang Hao pondered, summoning his courage to lean in beside Xiao Yousheng's lovely visage, scrutinizing her with intent. He could not deny the undeniable charm she exuded in this moment. Her lashes fluttered gently, and a sweet, melodic hum escaped her lips, laid bare in the proximity. The sight of her nibbling on her finger while drooling evoked memories of the carefree stray kittens he used to delight in feeding during his university years. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jiang Hao's spine. He beheld Xiao Yousheng slowly opening her eyes, and thus their gazes locked. Chapter 7. Rewards and Punishments. Observing the transformation of Xiao Yousheng's gaze from bewilderment to a chilling coldness, Jiang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly offered her the medicinal wine he held. "I am here to deliver this medicinal wine," Jiang Hao asserted with unwavering confidence. Xiao Yousheng glanced at Jiang Hao, who had yet to withdraw his hand from her face, and remarked coolly, "Soft, isn't it?" "Ahem, indeed quite soft." Jiang Hao chuckled awkwardly, retracting his hand. Xiao Yousheng slightly curled her lips, and with a fluid motion, gently grasped Jiang Hao's hand. "If it is soft, you may squeeze it whenever you wish, as long as you are fond of it," she stated indifferently. Placing Jiang Hao's hand back against her delicate face, Jiang Hao gazed at Xiao Yousheng's ice-like visage, feeling utterly despondent. How could he dare? "Come closer, now lie down," she commanded as she sat up from the bed, lifting the covers and patting her fair, jade-like legs, which were barely concealed by her sheer nightgown. With no other options, Jiang Hao obediently rested his head upon her soft, smooth legs. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, and the warmth and silkiness made him swallow hard. Very obedient. "Today, you are quite proactive. I hope you maintain this initiative in the future, do you understand? Proactivity brings rewards. Inaction incurs punishment." Xiao Yousheng teased as she toyed with Jiang Hao's Adam's apple, her ruby lips forming a rigid curve. So what constitutes a reward, and what constitutes a punishment? Before the foremost magnate of Tianhai City, Jiang Hao felt no anger, but instead continued the conversation in a casual manner. "A reward is my gentleness. A punishment is my roughness. Fear not, I shan't lead you astray. I shall strive to remain your proactive, obedient husband moving forward." Xiao Yousheng's phoenix-like eyes sparkled, and the rare smile gracing her lips was both tender and somewhat morbid. Jiang Hao's lips twitched, and he turned his head away in frustration. "In any case, it seems I will be punished regardless, correct?" Just as Xiao Yousheng was about to respond, she noticed the medicinal wine in Jiang Hao's other hand. That medicinal wine seemed so familiar. She squinted her exquisite eyes in mild confusion. "What is it?" Jiang Hao instinctively inquired. Xiao Yousheng shook her head, responding evasively. "This medicinal wine is quite spicy. I had it in my childhood and never wish to taste it again." "Do not say that. Drinking it will hasten your recovery. For your condition, this medicinal wine is precisely what you need to dispel the cold," Jiang Hao urged, uncorking the bottle and bringing it to her lips. "I refuse. Please. It seems quite rare. I will not drink it. It is too spicy. Medicinal wine is meant to be spicy. Do you wish for me to remove the spiciness?" "That could be arranged. Miss Xiao, how could the spiciness of the wine be eliminated?" As Jiang Hao finished speaking, Xiao Yousheng contemplatively stroked her chin. "There is a way." Without further ado, she forcefully poured a generous amount of the medicinal wine into his mouth. Before Jiang Hao could fully process the spicy flavor, Xiao Yousheng leaned in and firmly captured his lips, swallowing the medicinal wine he held. "This way it won't be so spicy. The drink is surprisingly delightful. Your lips are so sweet. Did you just have some candy?" Xiao Yousheng savored the last drop of medicinal liquor lingering on Jiang Hao's lips, tenderly grasping his chin. Jiang Hao felt an unspoken bitterness, only able to nod in agreement. "I adore you, my darling. How do you manage to ignite the flames within my heart so effortlessly?" Xiao Yousheng's fair complexion was tinged with a rosy hue from the alcohol. Her alluring voice, mingled with warm breaths, sent shivers down Jiang Hao's spine, raising goosebumps on his arms. He gritted his teeth, realizing this situation could not persist. Just as he prepared to offer a vague response to Xiao Yousheng, he noticed her expression shift suddenly. "Wait, this medicinal liquor. Have you encountered that woman? Is she the one who asked you to bring this liquor?" For some reason, Xiao Yousheng's typically indifferent voice now carried a hint of embarrassment and indignation. "That's Sister Hang. She instructed me to deliver it." "Yousheng, what is her relation to you? A relative?" Jiang Hao inquired curiously. "She is my step." Before Xiao Yousheng could finish, she abruptly halted. Jiang Hao, unable to catch her words, asked in confusion, "You're what?" "She was my nanny when I was young. And do not inquire further about matters that do not concern you." Xiao Yousheng's face grew cold. As if striving to conceal something, she waved her hand dismissively. "Since it was she who insisted I drink this liquor, I shall continue to do so. A nanny from your childhood, and you are now 21. "Goodness, how old is that Sister Hang?" Jiang Hao exclaimed in surprise. "Over 30. Now, do not reveal our relationship before her, do you understand? If she inquires, just say, 'You are my servant.'" Xiao Yousheng, seemingly harboring suppressed emotions, raised her snow-white chin and boldly poured the liquor down her throat. "My friend, do you think this is milk tea? Medicinal liquor is still alcohol. You cannot possibly consume it all at once. Stop drinking." Jiang Hao, in a panic, snatched the bottle away, only to find it empty. Xiao Yousheng's cheeks were as red as an apple as she softly murmured, "Jiang Hao, go find her, that woman, and tell her I have finished the liquor." Also, if possible, spend some time with her. She is quite lonely. But I cannot see her. Absolutely not. With that, she lay down on the bed, drifting off to sleep once more. Clearly, President Xiao had a low tolerance for alcohol. Chapter 8. House arrest. Get lost. If you don't want to die, just leave. The chilling and indistinct words echoed in Xiao Yousheng's bedroom, accompanied by the sound of shattering objects, sending the maids fleeing in panic. Jiang Hao stood outside the room, exchanging a wry smile with the housekeeper, Zhao Ling. What on earth did you do, Jiang Hao? The young lady was perfectly fine. How did she end up drunk and throwing a fit? Zhao Shuer exclaimed angrily. She consumed that medicinal wine. Theoretically, it shouldn't have caused any issues. But who knew she would treat it like milk tea and down it all in one go? Jiang Hao sighed. You must think of a solution. The young lady cannot continue behaving so petulantly while intoxicated. Zhao Shuer stamped her foot anxiously, eager to enter and soothe Xiao Yousheng, but the door remained firmly locked. I have an idea. I'll go find Hang Junxuang. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao turned and dashed away. You keep an eye on her. I'll be back shortly. Upon hearing Hang Junxuang's name, Zhao Shuer was momentarily stunned, just as she was about to call out to Jiang Hao. He had already vanished from her sight. Panic seized her, more intense than before. The young lady expressly forbade anyone from visiting her. 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao arrived at the garden he had previously visited, calling out, Sister Hang, are you there? When met with silence, he resigned himself to sitting at the stone table where Hang Junxuang had once enjoyed tea, frustratedly slapping his forehead. He should have known better than to give that medicinal wine to Xiao Yousheng. After a prolonged wait, parched and restless, Jiang Hao instinctively picked up a cup from the table and drained the remaining tea. Instantly, the fragrant notes of tea filled his mouth, intertwined with an indescribable sweetness that was utterly delightful. Jiang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him and was about to pour another cup when two slender fingers, as delicate as white jade, pinched his ear. Young one, is the tea to your liking? Hang Junxuang smiled from behind him. Sister Hang, you have finally appeared. The tea is delightful, but Jiang Hao turned, puzzled. Nothing much, as long as you enjoy it, Hang Junxuang replied with a gentle smile, before tightening her grip, turning Jiang Hao's ear a shade of crimson. Sister Hang, I apologize. I didn't mean to drink your tea. It won't happen again. Jiang Hao winced in pain, awkwardly rising to his feet. You truly are audacious, returning here for a second time. Do you know what happens to the servants who venture here without Xiao Sheng's permission? Hang Junxuang said with a slight smile, making a gesture across her throat. Jiang Hao was speechless. Was this a forbidden area of the Xiao family estate? Sister Hang, I have a serious matter to discuss with you. The young lady has overindulged in medicinal wine and is now causing a ruckus. Is there any way you could help her regain her composure? After all, she mentioned that you were her nurse when she was little. Nurse? Hang Junxuang paused, then offered a bittersweet smile. In a certain sense, I was indeed that girl's caretaker. A nurse without blood ties causing a ruckus, you say? When Xiaoxing was around 12 or 13, she accidentally consumed alcohol and became thoroughly intoxicated, causing quite a ruckus. Based on my experiences, Hang Junxuang pondered for a moment. Let her calm down on her own. Wait for the effects of the alcohol to dissipate, to scold her, to bully her. All right, let her be for a while and then. Wait, what did you say, Sister Hang? Bully her? Jiang Hao coughed awkwardly, gesturing to himself. Sister Hang, do you want me to scold the young lady? Even if you lent me 10 times my courage, I wouldn't dare. Trust me, it will work, Hang Junxuang replied. When she was drunk as a child, I scolded her and commanded her to quiet down, and she obediently complied. Having said this, Hang Junxuang sat beside Jiang Hao. She picked up the cup Jiang Hao had just used and poured herself some tea, slowly bringing it to her lips. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation, feeling that the relationship between Hang Junxuang and Xiao Yousheng was quite profound. She seemed less like a caretaker and more like a guardian. Indeed, I must cultivate a good rapport with her. Perhaps one day, if Xiao Yousheng were to act out of anger, she could intercede for me. Jiang Hao nodded to himself and hesitantly said, Sister Hang, I just used that cup. It would be quite unfair for you to drink from it. Where is your cup? I shall fetch it for you. Hang Junxuang shot him a sidelong glance, gently sipping her fragrant tea, a playful smile gracing her lips. I am all alone. With only this one cup, there are no others. Just this one, which implies I just drank from Sister Hang's cup. Sister Hang, I am truly sorry. Jiang Hao was taken aback, his thoughts solely focused on Xiao Yousheng, and he hadn't considered this earlier. He had thought that Hang Junxuang had tugged at his ear simply because he had drunk her tea. Gazing at Hang Junshuang's alluring lips, his face flushed crimson. Hang Junshuang, observing Jiang Hao's blushing and racing heart, chuckled. Little one, your blush is quite adorable. You look just like a well-behaved child. Surely, you aren't shy because of an old woman like me? She teased, her gentle smile imbued with charm. Old woman, don't be absurd. Sister Hang, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. You are far from old, radiating an enchanting allure. Jiang Hao, having long adopted the habit of flattering others, showered her with compliments, making her beautiful eyes sparkle. What a sweet-talking little one you are. Speaking with you makes me feel rejuvenated. Today's garden is quite lively, having someone to converse with. Hang Junshuang casually plucked a rose, inhaling its fragrance. A fleeting shadow of unspoken loneliness crossed her deep-set eyes. Sister Hang, do you not often engage in conversation? Jiang Hao tentatively inquired. Conversation? With whom could I speak? Even the maids who deliver meals and attend to my needs do not dare to converse with me. Little one, do you know what house arrest is? Hang Junshuang gently raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to her dismal situation. House arrest? Jiang Hao was taken aback. He never anticipated that in this day and age, Xiao Yousheng could still pull off such a trick. It appeared that Hang Junshuang was far from being a mere nanny from Xiao Yusheng's childhood. Old stories are often shrouded in ambiguity, and if this young servant were to uncover certain truths, the consequences could be dire. Very well, you may leave. But do not return here again. It is for your own safety. Hang Junshuang set down the rose with a sigh. Jiang Hao's gaze flickered as he slowly rose to his feet. Before departing, he turned back to Hang Junshuang with a smile. Sister Hang, I shall take my leave now. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. He had not forgotten Xiao Yusheng's instruction to keep Hang Junshuang company. Upon hearing this, Hang Junshuang immediately furrowed her brows and admonished. You little rascal, did I not tell you not to come? Are you courting danger? It is already a stroke of luck that no one discovered your visit today. Rest assured, Sister Hang, I will ensure that no one finds out. Jiang Hao replied with a grin. You impetuous child, what is there that draws you to me? Have you truly lost your sense of self-preservation? Hang Junshuang retorted in exasperation. What is there to enjoy? Let me ponder. Jiang Hao mused, then raised his head after a moment. Sister Hang's tea is exquisite, and the roses bloom beautifully. I intend to bring a few roses tomorrow to complement the garden. Hang Junshuang was momentarily taken aback, watching Jiang Hao stride away. Wait, the roses should be paired with the chrysanthemums for a more pleasing arrangement. Why bring roses? She called out to Jiang Hao, who had reached the exit. He turned around, laughing heartily, because Sister Hang is far more beautiful than the roses. Without such stunning flowers to embellish the garden, it would pale in comparison to your radiance. With that, he departed the garden. Hang Junshuang, typically serene and composed, felt a flush of warmth rise to her cheeks. She sat in a daze for quite some time, astonished that at her age, she could still be playfully teased by such a young lad. However, he truly is an amusing little fellow, she thought with a faint smile. Plucking a petal from the rose and placing it in her now lukewarm tea. Chapter 9. Transforming Jiang Hao into Lin Hao. As Jiang Hao departed from the garden. At the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Su Ruoyan held a glass of champagne, her expression impassive as she gazed down at the somewhat diminutive Oriental Pearl Tower through the floor-to-ceiling windows. She was clad in an oversized bathrobe, her crimson locks cascading down to her waist, while her elegantly manicured feet, adorned with red nail polish, rested carelessly upon the carpet. A female assistant approached her cautiously, whispering softly. After a considerable pause, Su Ruoyan stretched languidly, her alluring silhouette subtly accentuated beneath the voluminous robe. The assistant leaned closer, respectfully conveying some information. With a yawn, Su Ruoyan turned to her assistant. Ensure you attend to the matters I have entrusted to you. Such trivialities should no longer be brought to my attention. The assistant, trembling slightly, replied in a hushed tone. Yes, but miss, the tasks you assigned. Do they not conflict with the week-long agreement between you and Xiao Yousheng? If Jiang Hao were to be drugged and taken away, would Xiao Yousheng? What is there to fear? I shall administer the drug myself, not you. I have little regard for Xiao Yousheng's ridiculous agreement. Su Ruoyan licked her crimson lips, her gaze dark and malevolent. I can hardly wait. The thought of the one I intend to use being compelled to associate with Xiao Yousheng daily. She let out a cold laugh, violently shattering her champagne glass upon the floor. The assistant hurriedly crouched to collect the shards, timidly adding, Miss, I have recently heard some rumors from the capital. It is said that Lin Hao never truly died, but simply lives under an assumed identity. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoyon's eyes dimmed slightly. You know it is merely a rumor. Dead is dead. The ruthless old guard of the Su family would not spare even a newborn from the Lin family back then, let alone a young boy. My poor brother Lin Hao. This grievance shall not go unavenged. However, rest assured, I regard Jiang Hao solely as a puppet. I would rather maintain my own purity for a lifetime than allow such a puppet to benefit. He merely serves to satisfy my emotional desires. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and her eyes were tinged with red. After a moment, she took a deep breath, her lips curling into a manic, neurotic smile. This time, I shall ensure that Jiang Hao is completely transformed into Lin Hao, a puppet whose every action and demeanor mirrors that of my brother. This opportunity shall not be squandered. Jiang Hao once again entered Xiao Yousheng's bedroom. Observing her, now wielding a fruit knife and exhibiting a somewhat deranged demeanor, which made him break into a sweat. Could he truly follow Hang Junchuang's suggestion and harm Xiao Yousheng? Surely, that would not be his intention. Jiang Hao swallowed hard as he cautiously approached her. Under the influence of alcohol, a flush had spread across her face, extending to the nape of her alabaster neck. She waved the knife recklessly, occasionally shattering nearby vases. Mumbling incoherent words, her eyes bloodshot. Yousheng. Jiang Hao called softly, tentatively drawing closer to her. Upon seeing him, a glimmer of hatred flickered in Xiao Yousheng's eyes as she lunged forward, pinning Jiang Hao to the ground. Jiang Hao muttered a curse under his breath. Just as he attempted to rise, he noticed the sharp blade glinting perilously close to his eye. Why did you leave me back then? Why? It is all because of you. It is because of you that I have become this way. I want to kill you. Tears streamed down Xiao Yousheng's face, her once exquisitely beautiful lips now bitten until they bled, the crimson mingling with her tears and falling onto Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao was greatly startled. Left with no other option, he inhaled deeply and bellowed, Xiao Yousheng, put down the knife. Do you hear me? His voice was thunderous, almost a roar. However, immediately after delivering his fierce ultimatum, regret washed over him. Whether Hang Junchuang's method would work remained uncertain. If anything went awry, he might truly meet his demise here today. Jiang Hao had even prepared his last words, but to his astonishment, an unexpected event unfolded. He watched as Xiao Yousheng stared at him blankly, then cautiously placed the knife down, timidly saying, Brother Jiang Hao, Shenger has let it go. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Could it really be effective? Hang Junchuang was indeed a genius. Yet, he was perplexed, even if it worked. Xiao Yousheng wouldn't undergo such a dramatic change in temperament. She called me Brother Jiang Hao, just like back in high school. A wave of nostalgia washed over Jiang Hao, and he let out a long sigh. He then pointed sternly at Xiao Yousheng. No more drunken antics. If you continue this way, I will no longer be with you. Xiao Yusheng's expression darkened as she slowly rose to her feet. Jiang Hao's heart sank. Could that method have failed? In his moment of distraction, Xiao Yousheng clung tightly to him, her usually indifferent eyes glistening with tears. Her small face filled with desperation. Brother Jiang Hao, I was wrong. Please don't leave Sheng, okay? She sobbed, her small hands continuously wiping away her tears. Instantly, Jiang Hao felt a surge of confidence. He sensed he could now manage the drunken Xiao Yousheng. Fine. I want to leave you, but you must return to bed and sleep immediately. Do you understand? Jiang Hao commanded in a cold tone. I understand. I will go to sleep now. Xiao Yousheng nodded repeatedly, struggling to rise as she stumbled toward the bed, but fell to the ground once more. She was completely inebriated. With no other recourse, Jiang Hao lifted her gently and laid her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he grinned mischievously. He opened his phone to record and said to Xiao Yousheng with a serious demeanor, Yousheng, rest assured, I will continue to stay by your side. However, we must establish 3 rules. What rules are you talking about? Xiao Yousheng mumbled incoherently, her eyes already closed, succumbing to drowsiness. Listen carefully. First, you are not to threaten me anymore. All right. Second, you must not restrict my freedom. MHM. Third, before we marry next month, we shall sleep in separate rooms. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Xiao Yousheng opened her eyes and clung to his arm, crying, that is unacceptable, absolutely not. Why not? Because sleeping in separate rooms means I cannot snuggle with my husband at night. I long to be held tenderly by him as we drift off to slumber. Oh, my dear husband, my baby, I implore you, I beg of you. Xiao Yousheng's voice gradually weakened, and soon, the room was filled with the soft, sweet sounds of her gentle breathing. Jiang Hao cast a cold smile as he observed her. Thus, the 3 rules have been established. Silence is tantamount to agreement. Satisfied, he ceased the recording and exited the bedroom. At the doorway, Xiao Yousheng gazed at Jiang Hao in astonishment. Do you possess some sort of magic? You can lull a tipsy lady to sleep? Jiang Hao confidently waved his hand. There is nothing extraordinary about it. Merely a matter of practice. Chapter 10. I am jealous. The following morning, Jiang Hao approached the door of Xiao Yousheng's bedroom, his heart filled with trepidation. He hoped that she had forgotten how harshly he had spoken to her the previous day. Today, he still needed to return to the office to address matters concerning Wang Tianming and Jiang Qingyao. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Jiang Hao knocked 3 times and entered the room. The bedroom, infused with a delicate fragrance, was adorned with white gauzy curtains that danced gently in the refreshing breeze. The soft wind, accompanied by the rustling leaves from the backyard, swept in warm sunlight, illuminating the ethereal profile of the woman at the vanity. Xiao Yousheng, clad in a black haute couture gown, revealed her porcelain legs glistening under the sun, while half of her exquisite face remained shrouded in shadow. Noticing Jiang Hao's anxious expression reflected in the mirror, a rigid smile curled at the corners of her lips. With a subtle gesture, she signaled to her stylist, who was diligently working beside her, and he promptly retreated with respect. Come here, Xiao Yousheng said expressionlessly. Jiang Hao nodded, inhaling deeply, and walked towards her slowly. As he stood before the vanity, he gazed at Xiao Yousheng's coldly beautiful countenance, pondering how to strike up a conversation with this simultaneously familiar yet strange woman. The medicinal wine worked wonders. My cold has subsided, she stated flatly. That's good to hear, Jiang Hao replied in a subdued tone. Why are you so frightened? Xiao Yousheng glanced at Jiang Hao's trembling hands. No, not at all. I'm not scared, Jiang Hao chuckled nervously. Only for Xiao Yousheng to unceremoniously thrust a golden silkwood comb into his hands. Brush my hair, she commanded, her eyes gently closing. I'm not particularly skilled at styling hair for girls. If it doesn't turn out well, please don't blame me, Jiang Hao said, offering a polite yet awkward smile as he delicately intertwined her silky strands through his fingers. Yet, a sigh of relief washed over him. Xiao Yousheng had most likely forgotten the events of the previous night when she was intoxicated. However, Xiao Yousheng suddenly opened her phoenix-like eyes, a chilling glint flickering within them. Not skilled. Haven't you brushed a girl's hair before? She inquired coolly. Jiang Hao, his nerves taut, answered nonchalantly yes. I styled my ex-girlfriend's hair back in university. No sooner had the words left his lips than the bottle of Parisian perfume in Xiao Yousheng's left hand fell to the ground with a shattering crash. The bubbles on the LV carpet gradually dissipated, while Jiang Hao stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat and rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yousheng said softly, So, you've had a first love? Jiang Hao nodded, suddenly realizing the source of her ire. Continue brushing, she instructed, her eyes closing once more. Her nails digging into her palms, drawing forth crimson droplets. Jiang Hao hurriedly complied, his movements becoming increasingly cautious, fearful of provoking another outburst from her. He found himself exasperated. Was it truly necessary for her to feel jealous over just one ex-girlfriend? After a while, Xiao Yousheng rose, motioning for Jiang Hao to stop. You sit, she commanded. Jiang Hao forced a faint smile. President Xiao, no. Yousheng, why should I sit? I'm not putting on makeup. In the mirror, one could observe the murderous gaze of Xiao Yousheng. Taking a deep breath, he settled into his seat. As he sat down, Xiao Yousheng gracefully nestled into his lap, gently toying with the strands of hair at his forehead. The icy yet tender form in his embrace left Jiang Hao in a tumult of emotions, rendering him incapable of relaxation. Even the naturally serene fragrance that emanated from Xiao Yousheng sent shivers down his spine. What was that woman's name? Xiao Yousheng, looking down with an air of authority, grasped Jiang Hao's chin and inquired softly, You mean my ex-girlfriend? Jiang Hao's voice trembled, an ominous premonition creeping in. Speak. Xiao Yousheng's phoenix-like eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, the corners of her lips curling into a frosty arc. Well, her name is Zhou Jihan. She was in the same department as me. Jiang Hao cautiously ventured. Yousheng, why are you asking about her name? That was all in our freshman year. Ancient history. It's nothing. Xiao Yousheng averted her gaze, as if toying with a delectable dessert, and leaned in to gently nibble on Jiang Hao's earlobe. That is good. That is good. Jiang Hao sighed in relief, just about to inquire about Xiao Yousheng's current condition, when he was struck by lightning upon hearing her next words. Zhou Jihan. Is it? Tomorrow, I shall kill her. A profound malice flickered in Xiao Yousheng's eyes, her exquisite features twisted with a hint of madness. No, I've told you. That's all old news. Yousheng, calm down. Why would you kill her? Jiang Hao exclaimed in a rush, fervently defending. I'm jealous. Is that not permissible? Xiao Yousheng articulated each word at his ear, her arm instinctively wrapping around his neck. Jiang Hao shook his head, both exasperated and amused. Is this really jealousy? You're acting like you're on gunpowder. If you want to prevent me from killing her, then offer something in exchange. Xiao Yousheng rose, her enchanting eyes blinking playfully. Her lip caught between her teeth in a seductive manner. What do you want? Jiang Hao stammered, feeling as though the woman before him possessed an ethereal, dreamlike beauty. The lovely and soft woman in his arms, her subtle fragrance wafting, could drive any male creature mad. A glimmer of unspoken possessiveness flashed in Xiao Yousheng's eyes as she deftly unbuttoned Jiang Hao's collar. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Hao was acutely aware of the deeper he sank into this predicament, saying hastily, Yousheng, aren't we supposed to get married? How can you? Does marriage have anything to do with my desire for you right now? Xiao Yousheng interrupted him coolly, then forcefully pushed him back into the chair, dominating his arms and greedily kissing him. Wait, I have something to say. Jiang Hao panicked. His plan was to stabilize Xiao Yousheng first, and then gradually dilute the nature of their relationship. If they were to, then what would there be to dilute? What? Speak quickly, I am currently. Xiao Yousheng snorted coldly, her cheeks flushed, embodying an image of fiery desire. Yousheng. I believe we should first practice restraint, reserving the best for our marriage, for after all, marriage is sacred. And before Jiang Hao could finish his sentence, Xiao Yousheng silenced him with her soft, delicate lips. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when Jiang Hao felt himself on the brink of asphyxiation, desperately patting Xiao Yousheng's back, she reluctantly released him. So, does this mean you agree to marry next month? Xiao Yousheng whispered softly in his ear, her warm breath sending tingles through him. I agree, 1,000 times over. Jiang Hao declared earnestly. After all, this will be our first marriage, right? Xiao Yousheng's gaze turned fierce as her fingers languidly traced Jiang Hao's lips. It will undoubtedly be the first, rest assured. If you doubt it, you may verify. Jiang Hao lamented, nearly in tears. Xiao Yousheng nodded and gently leaned against his chest. I can overlook your ex-girlfriend, but listen closely. From this moment onward, all your firsts belong to me. Though you may not be a novice in combing my hair, the woman who will comb your hair for the last time in this lifetime can only be me. In other words, Xiao Yousheng's crimson lips curled into a manic smile. Her once clear phoenix eyes now tinged with bloodshot hues, reflecting Jiang Hao's anxious expression, suffused with an unsettling possessiveness. Jiang Hao, from now on, I desire all your firsts and lasts. Chapter 11. I only assist my husband in the rear seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Jiang Hao fidgeted restlessly, haunted by the ghastly image of Xiao Yousheng from earlier. As things stood, how could he possibly diminish the ties between them or gradually distance himself? It felt as though she had him ensnared entirely. Hence, it appeared that the only feasible plan was to placate her for now, and then comfortably rely on her support. Jiang Hao mused, sighing despondently. Yousheng, I can manage to get to the company on my own. There is truly no need for you to accompany me, he murmured to Xiao Yousheng beside him. It's on the way to the Xiao Corporation, she replied. I shall escort you. Do you find it displeasing? Xiao Yousheng cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Hao, prompting him to quickly amend his words. No, not at all. I am delighted. With a cold huff, Xiao Yousheng regarded his slightly trembling fingertips, raising her eyebrows in curiosity. What? Are you frightened of me? She grasped Jiang Hao's hand and leaned closer, planting a gentle kiss on his neck. No, absolutely not. I merely feel a bit cold. Yousheng. How could I ever be afraid of you? I cherish you too much for that. Jiang Hao forced a smile, even though he knew he was merely placating her. Xiao Yousheng couldn't help but smile stiffly at his words. Forget about the company. I shall earn a living for you from now on, you know. Xiao Yousheng leaned in closer to Jiang Hao's ear, whispering each word softly, my little husband.
Though Jiang Hao was acutely aware that the woman beside him was capable of unspeakable acts, his face flushed at her words, a shiver running down his spine. Yousheng.
One must still pursue their career. He chuckled awkwardly, adhering to his principle of getting by as best as he could. Noticing his insincere demeanor, a fleeting chill crossed Xiao Yousheng's gaze, her usual indifference returning. Feeling cold, are you? Put this on. She retrieved a trench coat from the storage compartment and draped it over Jiang Hao. He did not refuse, nor did he dare to, and awkwardly donned the coat. After approximately 15 minutes, the Rolls-Royce halted at the entrance of the Xiao Corporation. The driver alighted and respectfully opened the door for Xiao Yousheng. Just as she exited the vehicle, Jiang Hao suddenly recalled something, not even taking the time to remove the coat, and hurriedly pursued her. Not far from the Xiao Corporation, Jiang Qingyao's eyes brimmed with tears as she anxiously clutched her phone. Zhang Lu. Why must I compensate Jiang Hao 8 million for breach of contract just because I voluntarily resigned? Her face was pale, filled with disbelief. Miss Jiang, I truly have no recourse. Primarily, you did indeed submit your resignation voluntarily. I reviewed the contract between you and Howren, and it is entirely compliant with the law. It explicitly states that unless resignation is due to a major illness or an unforeseen accident, voluntary resignation incurs a penalty. Thus, Miss Jiang, my current advice is to immediately seek your employer's forgiveness and retract your resignation. Otherwise, you are liable for the 8 million. Before acknowledging her mistakes, it is prudent for her to return to her duties at the company and strive to restore the normalcy of her daily routine. After the call was abruptly ended, Jiang Qingyao let out a despondent laugh and helplessly sank onto the steps. Throughout her 2 years as an internet celebrity, although her fame had indeed grown, she had only amassed a mere 4 million. How could she possibly compensate the full 8 million? Regardless, heeding the advice of that lawyer Zhang, she decided to first re-establish her work routine before extending an apology to Jiang Hao. As Jiang Qingyao lightly bit her silver teeth and stood up, she suddenly froze, her face registering disbelief. Before her stood an extraordinary figure. At the entrance of the Xiao Corporation building, a stunningly beautiful woman with cascading hair, clad in a black haute couture gown, gracefully descended from a Rolls-Royce. Though she was a distance away, Jiang Qingyao could discern the woman's exquisite profile, even from afar. She instantly recognized her. This woman was far too famous, capable of stirring countless ripples with a mere stamp of her foot in Tianai City. This was none other than Miss Xiao Yousheng, the heiress of the Xiao Group and its president. Jiang Qingyao inhaled sharply, her gaze involuntarily dropping. A wave of profound inferiority washed over her. Regardless of her own beauty, her lineage, background, and status paled in comparison to Xiao Yousheng's. The sight of Xiao Yousheng filled her with a sense of shame that was difficult to bear. At that moment, something even more astonishing transpired. A man clad in a trench coat hurriedly approached Xiao Yousheng, grasping her hand and speaking to her. All she could see was his back. Oh my, the most prominent figure in Tianai City has a boyfriend? Jiang Qingyao gasped, then couldn't he help but smile wryly. To be the boyfriend of a top-tier heiress. This man must be exceptionally remarkable. Surely, whether in looks, family background, or personal capability, he was of the highest caliber. How she wished to encounter such an outstanding man. But no, why would such a man ever take notice of her? Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such dire straits over a mere breach of contract. With a long sigh, Jiang Qingyao retrieved her phone and took a reflective photo of the two. As she mindlessly enlarged the image, she suddenly froze, her brows furrowing tightly. This man, why did he seem so familiar? It was as if she had seen him before. He bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Hao? She murmured in disbelief, rendered speechless by her astonishment, standing foolishly in place. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What a joke. A mediocre man like Jiang Hao could never attract the attention of the foremost figure in Tianhai. Surely, he must simply resemble him. As Jiang Hao had never donned such a trench coat, Jiang Qingyao shook her head with a cold smile, resolved to apologize to Jiang Hao later, and took a deep breath. It seemed she would have to endure her plight for the time being. As Jiang Qingyao awaited, at the entrance of the Xiao Corporation building, Jiang Hao awkwardly released the delicate hand of Xiao Yousheng. Why let go? If you wish to hold hands, then do so. Xiao Yousheng pursed her crimson lips. Though her frigid demeanor could not be entirely altered at that moment, the subtle curve of warmth at the corners of her mouth seemed capable of melting an iceberg. Strikingly beautiful. It was evident that Jiang Hao's initiative to grasp her hand uplifted her spirits, even diminishing the habitual chill in her gaze significantly. Yousheng, I have a favor to ask of you. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. Not doing it, Xiao Yousheng retorted with a huff, turning to walk away. Her long, fair legs adorned in high heels producing a melodious sound. Jiang Hao, suddenly anxious, was about to persist when he heard Xiao Yousheng, not too far off, casually remark, You haven't even called me wife, so why should I assist you? I only help my husband. It was then that Jiang Hao grasped the crux of the matter and hurried to catch up with Xiao Yousheng, once more taking her hand with a grin. Wife. I'm rather inept with words. I misspoke earlier, please. I need to tell you something quickly, as I have a meeting to attend. Indeed. There are still some financial issues at my company. Could you possibly invest 10 million for me? Consider it a loan? I'll repay you once I start making profits 10 million. Xiao Yousheng's eyes turned icy as she tightened her embrace around Jiang Hao's waist. Wife. I realize this request is unreasonable. I acknowledge my fault. Jiang Hao gulped nervously, gazing intently at Xiao Yousheng. It's good that you understand. Is 10 million something you need to mention to me? Just transfer it from my account. The password is your birthday, Xiao Yousheng said calmly. Chapter 12. Han Xiao Xiao. Oh, really? What on earth? Did you not hear correctly? It's 10 million, not just 1,000. How could 10 million be treated as if it were mere cabbage? Jiang Hao stood there, utterly bewildered, his mind a blank. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yousheng grasped Jiang Hao's chin firmly, her voice icy as she spoke. Jiang Hao. You refer to me as your wife, but do you truly regard me as such? Huh? Jiang Hao replied, utterly lost. While others would typically refuse demands for money or feign poverty, he had prepared heartfelt words to plead with Xiao Yousheng. Yet, she seemed to assume that his modest request was an affront to her dignity. You are my husband. My very being belongs to you. And what is money between us? There has never been a notion of separation. However, I must say, your timid demeanor in seeking my assistance. Xiao Yousheng's gaze was indifferent, her lips curling into an intriguing smile as she continued. It suddenly ignites a thrill within me. Thrill? Jiang Hao inquired, suspicion evident in his tone. Before he could press further, she placed a bank card in his hand. This card holds 100 million. Since you appear to be in need of my assistance, then according to your reasoning, you must offer something in exchange. A glimmer of possessiveness flickered in Xiao Yousheng's eyes as she tenderly caressed his face, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, as for your first kiss, I shall claim it tonight. Let us trade it for that 100 million. Prepare yourself this evening, come to my bed willingly, and do not make me come to fetch you, lest you face unimaginable consequences. With that, she turned and walked away. Jiang Hao stood there in a daze, shaking his head with a wry smile after a long moment. What on earth is happening? Jiang Hao placed his trench coat in the car, waved goodbye to the driver, and made his way to the entrance of Howren Media Company. He was headed for the afternoon staff meeting. The company's situation had stabilized for the time being, and it was crucial to restore morale and quell the unease that had settled among the employees in recent days. As soon as he entered, Jiang Hao noticed a group of employees gathered together, whispering among themselves. Do you think our wages have been pocketed by President Jiang? That cannot be. President Jiang has always treated us well. I've been with Howren Media for years, and they have never delayed our salaries. All employee benefits have been provided without fail. Indeed, President Jiang is quite approachable. Last time, when I was slacking off and playing billiards in the company's game room, he not only refrained from reprimanding me, but even joined in with a smile. But what does it matter if he is amiable? As the saying goes, one knows the face but not the heart. Who can tell how dark a boss's heart may be? The employees continued their hushed exchanges until Jiang Hao cleared his throat, at which point they suddenly recognized his presence and greeted him with utmost respect. President Jiang. Jiang Hao nodded with a smile and strode toward his office. Today he was determined to address the matter of Wang Tianming's embezzlement of employee wages. Upon returning to the office, he took a deep breath and settled back into his executive chair. With half an hour remaining until the meeting, Jiang Hao, feeling rather bored, retrieved his phone and was met with a flurry of messages from the company's senior management group, prompting him to furrow his brow. Jiang Qingao. Image Jiang Qingao. Can you believe it? The top figure of Tianhai, the young lady of the Xiao family, has a boyfriend. I'm truly curious about what kind of man could possibly be worthy of such a distinguished president. Financial Director Wang Tianming. TSK, I envy him. He must be some unimaginable big shot. Human Resources Director Li Mingdao. Why does this guy look so familiar? Wait a minute. Doesn't he resemble President Jiang? Financial Director Wang Tianming. Sweating emoji. Operations Director Han Xiao. Li Mingtao. Stop joking around. Our President Jiang is impressive and handsome, but he can't possibly be at that level. Right? Jiang Qingyao. Mingyao, it's fine to joke, but please refrain from spreading rumors. After all, any man who could stand beside the young lady of the Xiao family, in terms of background or status, is beyond our speculation. Financial Director Wang Tianming. Indeed, such individuals are to be admired from afar. Let us not indulge in fantasies about someone resembling President Jiang. Jiang Qingyao actually captured a photo of me and Yousheng? What is her intention in being so active in the work group? Surely, she doesn't aim to feign nonchalance. Nonetheless, I should first deal with Wang Tianming before addressing her. Wait, Han Xiaoxiao's profile picture. Jiang Hao squinted at Han Xiaoxiao's wrist adorned with an LV bracelet. I recall that Wang Tianming has been pursuing her. Given that Han Xiaoxiao's family situation is not affluent, with monthly loans totaling around 10,000, this luxury item, it must have been purchased by Wang Tianming. After a considerable pause, he let out a cold chuckle and rang the desk bell. Shortly thereafter, Operations Director Han Xiaoxiao entered. 2 months prior, Jiang Hao's secretary had resigned for personal reasons, and Han Xiaoxiao volunteered to take on the dual role in order to gain more exposure to him. Han Xiaoxiao was the embodiment of a pure and charming girl. Yet, despite her seemingly harmless appearance, Jiang Hao was well aware that she was a quintessential schemer. President Jiang, I've heard about the company's soaring stock prices. It's truly thanks to your fortunate auspices. How about we have dinner together tonight? My treat. Just the two of us. Consider it a celebration for you. Han Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes playfully. Jiang Hao did not engage with her invitation but replied coolly, Xiaoxiao, you seem to be doing quite well. Not only do you flaunt that LV bracelet, but even your shoes are limited editions from the collaboration between Stone Island and Dior. Have you settled your mortgage and car loans? The smile on Han Xiaoxiao's face faltered momentarily before she cheerfully responded, oh, my family has struck it rich recently. So I thought I'd indulge a little. Xiaoxiao, you're putting me in a difficult position. Jiang Hao shook his head, inhaling deeply as he silently reminded himself, to fulfill the plan, I must endure a bit of discomfort. Subsequently, he rose and approached Han Xiaoxiao, gripping her chin, a tumultuous storm raging within his stomach, feeling quite nauseated. Han Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with a gentle hue of embarrassment as she softly inquired, Mr. Jiang, you know I pursued you for quite some time. Why are you now acting so assertively? Pursue me? You come to meet me adorned in the luxuries purchased by Wang Tianming. What is your intention? Jiang Hao feigned indifference, swiftly releasing her chin and wiping his hands on the hem of his garment. Though he could not be entirely certain, he could certainly provoke Han Xiaoxiao. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she confidently lifted her chin, believing she understood the reason for Jiang Hao's ire. Mr. Jiang, you are well aware of that foolish sycophant Wang Tianming. For some inexplicable reason, he came into sudden wealth and insisted on taking me shopping to buy gifts. Mr. Jiang, I acknowledge my mistake. I will return the gifts. Please do not hold a grudge against him, if you would be so kind. To make amends, you may place any request upon me today. I shall comply with whatever you desire. Han Xiaoxiao lamented, her demeanor one of poignant distress. Chapter 13. The bewildered Wang Tianming. Jiang Hao observed Han Xiaoxiao, who had unwittingly revealed everything after being tricked, and a faint smile graced his lips. Wang Tianming hailed from an ordinary family and hardly had a few coins to spare. How could he possibly afford to buy luxury goods for Han Xiaoxiao? The only plausible explanation was that the funds he used were the wages of employees he had misappropriated. Jiang Hao released Han Xiaoxiao's hand, feigning indignation. I'm not in the mood to flirt with you right now. Have you always harbored feelings for me? Yet, what about your attitude? You are using another man's money to pursue me? Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoxiao raised her lips in a triumphant smirk. Indeed, men were such simple creatures. The moment they sensed another woman approaching, they immediately became irate. What was all that pretense of seriousness from Jiang Hao before? Did he not still have feelings for her? Jiang, please do not be upset. I promise I won't fool around with Wang Tianming anymore. I will only be with you from now on. Before Han Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, Jiang Hao interrupted her. Very well, I will grant you this. As long as you sever ties with Wang Tianming, I shall accompany you for dinner tonight. Go now, in front of all the employees, and mock Wang Tianming for spending money on you that you have no interest in. Also, question him about the sudden fortune he seems to have acquired. You know I take pleasure in striking at those who are already down. If I do not see him utterly humiliated, I shall find it difficult to proceed. Jiang Hao spoke with a gentle smile that concealed the disdain flickering in his eyes. Understood. Hee, don't worry, Jiang. I shall go at once. Han Xiaoxiao replied with a cunning smile, planting a kiss on Jiang Hao's cheek before departing. Once she left, Jiang Hao hastily retrieved a tissue to wipe away the imprint of her kiss, feeling a tumultuous nausea roiling in his stomach. He then took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to the HR director, Li Mingtao, requesting him to come to the office. Li Mingtao was the person he trusted most in the company, a dear friend from his university days, and his bond with Li far surpassed that with Wang Tianming. Before long, Li Mingtao entered the office with an eager demeanor. His eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Brother Hao, it's all thanks to you. Truly impressive. I thought the company was doomed this time. Let us set that aside for now. I need to brief you on a few matters. Jiang Hao whispered to Li Mingtao. The salaries for this month have yet to be dispersed. The accounting department claims that the funds originally allocated for payroll have vanished. My goodness. Surely this must have been embezzled. I suspect it was none other than the general manager himself who pocketed it. I cannot imagine anyone else having the audacity to misappropriate company funds. A few employees had gathered, their voices growing louder. Among them, a female employee wearing a mask and oversized sweatshirt banged her fist on the table, exclaiming, "Damn that unscrupulous boss. Is there anyone brave enough to join me in demanding our wages? If necessary, we can abandon this job. We must confront Jiang Hao for an explanation." The other employees exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their unease. Indeed, individuals like this are exceedingly rare. Most people are ordinary and dare not offend their superiors. A female employee scoffed, "A bunch of useless individuals. Are you too timid to fight for your own rights?" With determination, she strode purposefully to Jiang Hao's office door. Knocking assertively, "Jiang Hao, I demand my money. I quit." However, Jiang Hao was not present in the office, leaving her with no response. Meanwhile, Wang Tianming sat comfortably in his own office, relishing the murmurs of the employees outside. "Ah, splendid. Jiang Hao, you shall bear the brunt of the blame." He set down his coffee leisurely, yet a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. Why had Jiang Hao remained amicable towards him until now? Could it be that Jiang Hao had truly forgiven him? Impossible. Any rational person would be infuriated by my actions. How could he allow me to remain in the company? Perhaps. Wang Tianming relaxed, his eyes widening in realization. Perhaps Jiang Hao is indeed a fool, utterly oblivious to my previous animosity, mistaking me for a dear friend. Why should I fear? He likely remains unaware that I have embezzled the employees' wages. After all, my previous financial manipulations were flawless. The diverted funds laundered beyond detection. Jiang Hao, you truly are simple-minded. With a cold chuckle, Wang Tianming exhaled deeply, achieving a state of calm. At that moment, the door to his office burst open. "Wang Tianming, do not pursue me any longer," Han Xiao exclaimed loudly, tears welling at the corners of her eyes, appearing as though she had been wronged. "What's wrong, Xiao?" Wang Tianming was taken aback as Han Xiao hurled a heap of bags and skirts onto his desk. "Everyone, come and judge. This mediocre man, Wang Tianming, suddenly rich with a few paltry coins, thinks he can buy me things to seduce me. What do you take me for, a mere plaything?" Han Xiao sobbed, leaving Wang Tianming in a state of bewilderment. Soon, the office doorway was crowded with curious employees. Han Xiao brandished the bill, loudly recounting the lengths to which Wang Tianming had gone to pursue her. "Goodness, Director Wang is quite the catch. To win over Director Han, he spent over 300,000 on luxury goods," exclaimed one employee, shaking his head in disbelief. "Wait, how does Director Wang have such wealth? His monthly salary is only around 20,000, and he comes from a particularly impoverished background, being the only university graduate from his village." Another employee pondered, eyes darting as suspicions began to form. "Hold on, employees' wages were misappropriated, and suddenly Director Wang is affluent. How did I not see it? After all, Wang Tianming is the financial director. All accounting falls under his purview." Several employees in the crowd experienced a moment of clarity. At that juncture, Li Minghai closed the door to Wang Tianming's office and bellowed, "Stop gawking. What baseless rumors are these? How could Director Wang possibly embezzle employee wages?" Instantly, silence enveloped the room. After a brief silence, someone chuckled and said, "Who claims that Director Wang has embezzled salaries? Isn't this a case of there's no silver here? Indeed. Who has made such an assertion? It is clearly an attempt to cover up the truth." Another employee, wearing black-framed glasses, indignantly interjected, "Director Li, please clarify your statement. I understand now. This is the upper management shielding Wang Tianming. He must have pocketed the funds." Another voice echoed, "Exactly. How else could it be that the employees' salaries have vanished while Wang Tianming has suddenly become wealthy?" In no time, the employees encircled Li Mingtao, exuding an air of rebellion, their expressions fierce and menacing. At that moment, Li Mingtao's face reflected anxiety, and with a deep sigh, he rapped on Wang Tianming's office door, apologetically stating, "Tianming, I can no longer assist you. You must fend for yourself." With that, he hurried away in a state of dismay. Inside the office, Wang Tianming listened to the commotion outside, his mouth agape in astonishment. Clenching his fist in a tremor, you see that internally, what on earth is Li Minghao doing? Is he attempting to lead me to my demise with such baseless defense? Chapter 14. The utter misery of Wang Tianming's family. Jiang Hao gazed at the crowd gathered outside Wang Tianming's office, narrowing his eyes with intrigue. He understood that Wang Tianming's fate was sealed. He leisurely approached the throng, and the previously restless employees fell into an immediate hush. After a moment, one employee, with a hint of remorse, spoke up, "President Jiang, we regret our earlier discussions about you, claiming that you had absconded with our salaries this month. We sincerely apologize. Indeed, it should have been anticipated. When such a substantial sum goes missing, It must be the handiwork of someone in finance. Another employee clenched his fists, exclaiming angrily. The female employee who had previously confronted Jiang Hao with harsh words also awkwardly added, "President Jiang, I was overly impulsive before. I apologize. It's quite all right. We are all part of the same family. I understand your difficulties," Jiang Hao replied with a smile, though a subtle chill flickered in his eyes. He then surveyed the room and spoke with authority. "Rest assured, the salaries misappropriated by a certain individual will be deposited into your accounts by tomorrow. As for the identity of this individual, I shall uncover the truth today. Moreover, I express my gratitude to all of you for choosing to remain with the company amidst this crisis and the unauthorized diversion of funds. This Friday, I will personally sponsor a dinner for everyone, and we will enjoy an extra half-day off in the afternoon, which will not affect your weekend break," Jiang Hao declared. And as his words resounded, the employees gaped in astonishment, erupting into cheers. "I knew it. It had to be President Jiang. President Jiang is amazing. A free half-day off. Hooray." As the employees dispersed, Jiang Hao beckoned Li Mingyao, who had been watching the scene unfold. "What is it, Brother Hao?" Li Mingyao approached him, all ears. "That masked woman, the one who just insulted me, is far too audacious. I suspect she harbors some ulterior motives, waiting for the storm to pass next week." "After all, you oversee personnel matters," Jiang Hao said, placing a hand on Li Mingtao's shoulder and giving it a firm squeeze. I understand. Li Mingtao chuckled. Jiang Hao cleared his throat and knocked firmly on Wang Tianming's office door. Soon, the door swung open to reveal Wang Tianming, who glanced at Jiang Hao and then at the disdainful employees surrounding him, seething with indignation. How could his meticulously crafted plan have been exposed so inexplicably? Could it be that everything was orchestrated by Jiang Hao? Wang Tianming gasped sharply. Jiang Hao stepped into the office, gestured for Han Xiao to leave, and locked the door behind him. He patted Wang Tianming on the shoulder, wearing a carefree smile as he said, "Tianming, fear not. My brother, I believe in you. Rest assured, I will report this matter to the authorities and clear your name." Upon hearing the words "report to the authorities," Wang Tianming's face drained of color. His original plan had been for Howren Media to go bankrupt, with Jiang Hao imprisoned, allowing him to secretly pocket the salaries without anyone noticing. But now, Howren had returned to normalcy, and Jiang Hao was as lively as ever. Once he reported to the authorities, the only outcome awaiting him would be imprisonment. His methods would certainly not hold up against the scrutiny of the law. However, upon observing Jiang Hao's relaxed and gentle demeanor, Wang Tianming could not help but entertain a flicker of hope. Could it be that Jiang Hao still regarded him as a brother? If he were to take the initiative to confess, "Brother Hao, do you recall our university days when we would drink and play games together? Back then, you declared that we would be lifelong friends. If a brother is in trouble now..." Wang Tianming hesitated for a moment and began reminiscing about the past. Shifting the conversation, "I remember. Tianming, I will never forget the time you stood by me in my darkest hour. Rest assured, no matter when or where, whatever trouble you find yourself in, I will always be there to assist you," Jiang Hao asserted passionately, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing genuinely heartfelt. Upon witnessing Jiang Hao's almost tearful and fervent expression, Wang Tianming's heart soared with joy. Indeed, he still considered me a dear brother. He secretly reveled in his good fortune and, feigning vulnerability, tremulously addressed Jiang Hao. "Brother Hao, the employees' salaries. I accidentally misplaced them, and I truly regret it. However, I have no cash on hand. Could you possibly lend me some funds to cover this? I promise to repay you." Immediately after speaking, Wang Tianming felt a wave of regret wash over him. The excuse was foolish. Even a 3-year-old would struggle to believe it. How could a salary that was properly in the account simply vanish? Nonetheless, this explanation was certainly preferable to admitting he had pocketed the wages. "What? Is that really the case? Tianming, do not worry. I believe you completely. We are brothers, after all. If I cannot trust you, who can I trust? But the issue at hand is, I also do not have cash on me. The employee salaries this month amount to around 1.5 million. It seems we may need to involve the authorities. Rest assured, the officials have many methods at their disposal, and they will surely recover the funds you've lost. I will call them right away." Jiang Hao sighed. "No, please don't. This minor issue, perhaps it would be best not to involve the authorities. Brother Hao, could you perhaps devise a way to lend me some money?" Upon hearing the mention of involving the authorities, Wang Tianming's eyes reddened, nearly losing his composure as he grasped Jiang Hao's arm tightly. "Are you joking? Being thrown in prison for over a decade? What difference would that make to death?" At his words, a barely perceptible, cruel smile crept onto Jiang Hao's lips. He had finally hooked his prey. Now, everything could proceed according to plan, the plan that would bring unimaginable suffering to Wang Tianming's entire family. Tianming, I have connections that can secure high-interest loans without scrutiny for qualifications. But I cannot borrow them myself, as these loans require the borrower to have family or relatives. As you know, I have been an orphan since childhood. With no family to speak of, perhaps we should just involve the authorities. Jiang Hao took out his phone, feigning the act of making a call. 1 minute for funds to arrive? Brother Hao, I will borrow. I am more than willing to seek your guidance. I have family. It will be no problem. Wang Tianming, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Jiang Hao's hand. Yet, moments later, his gaze softened with clarity as he hesitated, saying, however, the interest on such usury is exorbitantly high. It is positively deadly. Fear not, Jiang Hao replied with a hearty laugh. Such usury is indeed illegal. We can simply file a lawsuit and repay only the principal, can't we? Ah, Brother Hao, how could I have overlooked this? Wang Tianming exclaimed, elated. Indeed, this is nothing short of a delightful freebie. His heart finally lifted, the weight of anxiety dissipated. He believed he was free from the looming threat of imprisonment. Little did he know that the loan Jiang Hao was about to impose upon him was from the Xiao Group, a dominant financial conglomerate in Xia country, beyond the reach of governmental oversight. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the fact that should he report the matter, the first scrutiny would undoubtedly fall upon his misappropriation of employee wages. Indeed, it was a flawlessly crafted trap. Yet, the most perilous aspect lay in the Xiao Group's infamous high-interest loans, aptly named hourly loans. As the name suggests, the interest accrued on an hourly basis. Note, aware that some readers may not favor this narrative direction, the plot involving such elements is sparse until around chapter 170, as Jiang Hao seeks his revenge. The other chapters predominantly feature lighthearted comedic moments. The current seriousness stems from the author's restrained approach in these few chapters. However, after chapter 50, readers will surely understand. Chapter 15. The dinner appointment between Xiao Yousheng and Su Roy on the funds have arrived. Wang Tianming gazed at the additional 1,500,000 in his account, overwhelmed with joy. His spirits were soaring, while Jiang Hao, on the other hand, made a swift exit from the office. He yawned nonchalantly, casting a disinterested glance at Wang Tianming, who was reveling in his triumph. Jiang Hao knew that Wang Tianming's downfall was inevitable, and there was no need for further attention. The Xiao Group's microloans could easily ensnare his entire family within a mere 2 days. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Jiang Hao retrieved it, and upon seeing the caller ID, a bitter smile crept across his face. It was Xiao Yousheng. Less than an hour had passed since their parting, and she was already calling? However, he had no choice but to answer obediently. Hello, Yousheng, what is it? 3. What do you mean by 3? Yousheng, what are you talking about? Since you arrived at the company, you've spoken with 3 different women. Yousheng, this is for work. Jiang Hao replied, his tone serious as he glanced around nervously. Could it be that Xiao Yousheng had planted spies within his company? On the other end, Xiao Yousheng offered no response, merely stating, you will have a rough night. With that, she hung up. Sighing heavily, Jiang Hao found himself at a loss for words. He began to scan his surroundings warily, realizing that he could no longer speak freely, even within the confines of his own company. Just then, Han Shishao appeared, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she approached him. President Jiang, why is there cold sweat on your forehead? Allow me to wipe it away. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Han Xiaoxiao reached out her finger toward Jiang Hao's forehead. He swatted her hand away, his expression turning grave. This is work time. Please behave appropriately. Oh, President Jiang, there is no one else around. Don't be so serious. Could it be that you wish to have an in-depth conversation with someone after work? Han Xiaoxiao teased, biting her lip playfully. Jiang Hao remained silent, utterly flabbergasted. What a joke. Xiao Yousheng was, in some manner, observing his every move, and here was this little vixen carelessly exposing herself. Moments later, his eyes widened in fury as he pushed Han Xiaoxiao away. Don't you know? I am married. My wife is sweet, adorable, beautiful, and kind. If I speak with another woman, wouldn't that be an act of betrayal? Han Xiaoxiao stood dumbfounded. Wife? President Jiang, you aren't even married. I merely wish to honor our agreement to dine with you tonight. Enough. How could I possibly dine with another woman? The very first thing I will do after work is find my wife for a hug and a kiss. I'm going mad with loneliness just thinking about her. With that, Jiang Hao strode out of the office area, leaving a bewildered Han Xiaoxiao standing in place. Meanwhile, at the top of the Xiao Group building, Xiao Yousheng removed her headphones, her cheeks flushed. Just like in high school, he was as charmingly glib as ever. She snorted softly, yet her lips betrayed her with a hint of an involuntary smile. She was, of course, aware that Jiang Hao had sensed her scrutiny and was deliberately uttering such sweet nothings to feign affection. Yet, even if it was mere pretense, even if it was exaggerated, and even if she could not ascertain the veracity of Jiang Hao's words, she felt a surge of joy. Xiao Yousheng lifted her gaze and cast a glance around the eerily silent office, a profound sense of loneliness washing over her. She had waited for Jiang Hao for far too many years. Now that she had finally drawn him close, he was intent on pursuing his venture with Howren Media. This situation could not persist any longer. However, a lingering obstacle remained in her heart, an enduring resentment from years past. How could she transform him into a compliant, docile partner? As she pondered, her eyes narrowed at the phone screen. Su Ruoyan. A flicker of malice flashed in Xiao Yousheng's indifferent gaze as she answered the call. Her tone flat. What is it? Ah, Xiao. You must be quite pleased now that you've taken Jiang Hao from me, came the voice on the other end. Speak plainly. Nothing much. I have been compliant, and as per our agreement, I won't disturb Jiang Hao for at least a week. However, I would like to have dinner with him tonight. I refuse. Don't be so hasty in your rejection. Rest assured, you may join us. I wouldn't dare to play tricks with you around. Do you not wish to see who holds a higher place in Jiang Hao's heart, me or you? Moreover, I can offer you an irresistible proposition. What proposition? I can sell you Howren Media. Do not forget, I am the chairwoman. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yousheng fell silent. She understood that acquiring Howren would enable her to keep Jiang Hao by her side. After a long pause, she inhaled deeply and replied slowly, What time? 9 o'clock tonight. At the Ultraviolet restaurant. Let us not miss each other. Jiang Hao gazed at the cheerful young woman before him, feeling a slight headache. The girl, clad in a black office uniform, her slender legs and sheer stockings crossed lazily, sported a neat high ponytail. With bright eyes and a radiant smile. Her skin was as fair as snow, her appearance exuding a youthful innocence that belied her essence. The girl, named Jiang Yoshua, was a shareholder in his company. However, her lineage was formidable, as the Jiang family she hailed from was the esteemed Jiang clan of Tianhai. Wait, you traveled all the way from Suwei to Pudong just to inform me that you cannot address the matter of Jiang Qingyao for the time being? Why? He placed a cup of tea before Jiang Yoshua in exasperation. She took a delicate sip of the tea, grinning, President Jiang, since I invested in Howren 2 years ago. You've often sought to ingratiate yourself with me, hoping to collaborate with the Jiang family, haven't you? Jiang Hao nodded. At that time, I was too naive, unaware of the Jiang family's stature or the principles of reciprocal benefit. In hindsight, why would the Jiang family consider partnering with a small company like mine? It's good that you understand, but now, we can indeed collaborate. Do not ask why. I have my reasons. Jiang Yoshua gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and presented a photograph to Jiang Hao. The image depicted a strikingly beautiful young woman. As you may know, Jiang Qingyao, from your company, possesses a rather unique identity. This woman in the photograph was my father's mistress during his youth, and she is the mother of Jiang Qingyao. She once created quite a stir in our household with little Jiang Qingyao in tow. As you are aware, Jiang Qingyao was later expelled from the Jiang family, and her mother succumbed to illness. Recently, I received news that my father, out of guilt, wishes to bring this illegitimate daughter back home. Jiang Yoshua let out a cold laugh and tore the photograph into shreds. Jiang Hao silently collected the fragments and disposed of them in the trash. This situation, indeed, presents him with an extraordinary opportunity. Mr. Jiang, it is a foregone conclusion that Jiang Qingyao will return to the Jiang family. So we cannot act against her for the time being. My intention is for Jiang Qingyao to face disgrace during her time back in the family, to the extent that all members of the Jiang family vehemently oppose her return. The reason I sought you out is twofold. Firstly, I trust in your capabilities. Secondly, you are, at present, the individual who knows Jiang Qingyao best. Jiang Yoshua produced a contract and placed it before Jiang Hao. Upon examining the document, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. This truly exceeds my expectations in terms of lucrative benefits. I am somewhat concerned whether we will be able to handle it all. However, Miss Jiang, are you suggesting we proceed with a direct contract? Are you not concerned that I might take your money and not deliver? Jiang Hao chuckled as he reached for the office phone to call the legal department regarding the contract. Mr. Jiang, I am well aware of the influence wielded by your superior, Mr. Su, and I understand that while one may escape the monk, one cannot evade the temple. Nevertheless, That is of little consequence now for. Jiang Yoshua languidly rested her chin on her alabaster hand, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she beamed. What I trust most is your personal ability and charismatic integrity, Mr. Jiang. She gently grasped Jiang Hao's hand and added, Mr. Jiang, you truly have no idea how potent your appearance is to women. Chapter 16 Jiang Qingyao Jiang Hao Yu nonchalantly shook off Jiang Yoshu's hand. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Miss Jiang, we are partners now. Must you still play these games with me? Jiang Yushu smiled sweetly. Yet internally she was taken aback. She believed her subtle intentions were well concealed, hoping to discreetly influence Jiang Hao through her beauty. To her surprise, Jiang Hao discerned her motives immediately. It seemed that he was not particularly fond of my outfit today. Jiang Yushu innocently shrugged, feigning disappointment as she caressed her silky black stockings. Isn't it said that men adore black stockings? Jiang Hao merely offered a perfunctory smile before rising to his feet. As soon as the legal team finishes reviewing the contract, I will sign it directly. As for Jiang Qingyao, I won't take any action against her for now. However, I shall discreetly plant several landmines, and when she returns to the Jiang family, they will detonate. By the way, does Jiang Qingyao know that she can return to the Jiang family? Jiang Hao inquired. Rest assured, she is unaware. My father intends to stabilize the discussions at home first, and will inform Jiang Qingyao the day before her return. Jiang Yushu replied with a tilted smile. That is good to hear, Miss Jiang. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. With that, Jiang Hao turned and departed. Jiang Yushu gazed at his retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. What an intriguing man. What? Dinner with Su Ruoyan at 9 o'clock? You're serious, Yousheng? Jiang Hao faltered, his fingers trembling as he held his phone. Rest assured, I will accompany you. Well, since it is your decision, and you'll be with me, then it is of no concern. Jiang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, with Xiao Yousheng present. Su Ruoyan would not dare to act recklessly. Additionally, I have arranged for a Ferrari to be delivered to your garage. You may use it as a means of transportation. The keys are placed on the roof. A Ferrari? How impressive. Wait, about that, my dear. I may be in close contact with Jiang Qingyao over the next few days. Just wanted to keep you informed. I am already aware of what Jiang Yushu has told you regarding the Jiang family. Please, let us not turn this into a surveillance affair, dear. However, since you already know then, that is acceptable, but with conditions. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill your every condition. Tonight, you must take the initiative. Furthermore, before that, you need to tell me a bedtime story and accompany me in the bath. Wait, what is that? Jiang Hao feigned ignorance with a mischievous grin. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yousheng fell silent, her voice suddenly subdued. It's that matter. What matter? My dear, I truly do not understand. You will understand tonight, she replied, her cold tone cutting off the call. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, a smile creeping onto his face. Such an equal exchange is indeed rare. It reminds me of my high school days. He left the office, making his way to the underground garage. The Ferrari should have been repaired and delivered to the company's parking area by now. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyao crouched on the ground, vexed as she gazed at her Porsche Panamera, occasionally striking the tire with force. Clearly, a tire had burst. What to do? Jiang Qingyao pondered, inadvertently noticing a Ferrari SF90 parked nearby, her eyes suddenly alight with excitement. A Ferrari? Does the company have someone driving that? No, it must belong to a significant client. Such a Ferrari costs at least 4 to 5 million. When will I ever get to drive a car like that? Jiang Qingyao sighed, casting a resigned glance at her own Panamera. She had saved for a long time to buy this second-hand vehicle with a down payment of 400,000, taking out a loan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be prone to malfunctions. Those who drive such Ferraris are likely affluent second-generation heirs or big bosses. Perhaps a photo together? Jiang Qingyao smiled, eagerly pulling out her phone, moving beside the Ferrari to take a delightful selfie. She decided to use this video as part of her daily short video update. No need for words. The Ferrari would speak for itself. Thank you to my hardworking self. Satisfied, she accompanied the video with a caption and posted it. How could she build her persona without making an effort? At that moment, Jiang Qingyao spotted Jiang Hao slowly approaching her. She pinched the hem of her dress, internally wrestling with herself. She knew it would be best to take the initiative and bridge the distance with Jiang Hao to secure her position at Haran Media. Otherwise, that hefty breach of contract fee would take her 5 more years to save up for. Yet, she found it difficult to lower her pride, considering Jiang Hao had always been the one to pursue her, showering her with gifts. After a mental struggle, she took a deep breath and approached Jiang Hao, saying, Mr. Jiang, could you help me check my tire? My car has been having issues. Jiang Qingyao tilted her head, adopting a demure and innocent demeanor. This had been her surefire tactic with Jiang Hao before, always effective. However, this time, her intentions seemed to have fallen flat. Jiang Hao shot her a blank stare and replied coolly, "What does that have to do with me?" Although he had promised Xiao Yousheng to delay dealing with Jiang Qingyao for a while, it did not mean he intended to revert to being her devoted admirer. Jiang Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Yet, she dared not confront Jiang Hao now. Instead, she took a deep breath and continued pleading, "Jiang Hao, could you help me fix the car? I can treat you to dinner tonight." Jiang Hao, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. "You want me to fix your car and then treat me to dinner? Not interested, and I want tea." Jiang Hao clasped his hands behind his back, standing there coldly, clearly indicating he wanted Jiang Qingyao to leave his car's vicinity. However, Jiang Qingyao had no idea that this Ferrari belonged to Jiang Hao. Thus, she huffed lightly, lifting her fair chin defiantly. "Jiang Hao, aren't you just hoping I would take the initiative? Otherwise, why are you staring at me like this?" Feeling emboldened, Jiang Qingyao thought to herself that if he could assist her in repairing her car, not only could they share a meal together that evening, but they might also embark on a date. Hadn't he previously implored her to join him for a movie? A sense of self-satisfaction washed over her. Surely this would entice Jiang Hao, this infatuated admirer, to willingly assist her with her vehicle. Furthermore, it would serve to strengthen their relationship, ensuring her continued presence at the company. However, Jiang Hao merely scoffed, expressing disinterest in the prospect of a date with her. Shocked, Jiang Qingyao clenched her fists in frustration. Glaring at him, "I have graciously offered you the opportunity to go out with me, and you respond with such indifference? Fine, I shall assume you are incapable of repairs. So, if you remain here, do you intend to drive me in your car? Apologies, but I am not interested. I can take a taxi if necessary. Your decrepit Magotan is unworthy even for a dog. With such pettiness, how can you call yourself a company owner? Have you seen this Ferrari? That is the difference. Others drive Ferraris while you are relegated to a Magotan." Jiang Qingyao seethed, her anger boiling within her. Initially, she had planned to charm Jiang Hao to secure her position at Howren, but now her frustration was unbearable. Others? Ferrari? Jiang Hao's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. "What, is it not someone else's? Is it yours then? Jiang Hao, do not delude yourself into thinking that acting aloof will win my favor," Jiang Qingyao retorted with a cold huff, turning on her heel to leave. Jiang Hao shook his head and simply opened the door to his Ferrari, settling inside. Moments later, the thunderous roar of the V8 engine reverberated through the parking garage. Jiang Qingyao, momentarily stunned, turned back to see Jiang Hao seated calmly in the luxurious car, her complexion paling instantly. How is this possible?" she gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Chapter 17. Fuel costs covered. Jiang Hao, wait a moment. Jiang Qingyao rushed to the side of the Ferrari, tapping on the window in disbelief. "Is this your car?" Jiang Hao glanced at her nonchalantly. "And if it is? How could this be possible?" Jiang Qingyao lowered her head bitterly, an unspoken regret surging within her. As she reflected on her earlier self, she wished she could slap herself and find a crevice to hide in. "Don't misunderstand. I'm driving someone else's car. How could a petty little company owner like me afford a Ferrari?" Jiang Hao shrugged innocently, believing he was merely stating the truth. He indeed was somewhat petty and merely a small-time boss. The Ferrari belonged to Xiao Yousheng. Yet, to Jiang Qingyao, his words resonated differently. Her face flushed, and for once, she refrained from picking at Jiang Hao's faults. His calm demeanor pierced through her feelings of shame like an arrow. With a bitter smile, she questioned what had possessed her moments ago. A clown, perhaps? At last, she understood why Jiang Hao had remained in front of her, seemingly refusing to leave. She had foolishly thought he was playing hard to get or sulking, believing his presence was meant to assist her. In reality, she had merely obstructed his path. Standing in front of the Ferrari, instantly, a myriad of emotions flooded Jiang Qingyao's heart, leaving her unsettled. An indescribable regret washed over her. If only she had been more agreeable earlier, perhaps she could now be seated in the passenger seat of the Ferrari. "Jiang Hao, my car broke down. I was a bit upset earlier. Please don't take what I said to heart." A sincere look of apology crossed Jiang Qingyao's face, leaving Jiang Hao momentarily stunned. In all the years, he had never heard her apologize to him before. It had always been him accommodating her whims, making this situation a first. However, he was merely astonished. No other thoughts crossed his mind, as he observed her tearful and innocent countenance through the window. He couldn't help but scoff. At that moment, he had lost all feelings for her. I have no other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Jiang Hao stated coolly, preparing to press the accelerator. Wait, I need to talk to you, Jiang Qingyao exclaimed, anxiously tapping the window again. Jiang Hao, my car isn't working, and could you give me a ride? Irritated, Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively, ready to leave, but then narrowed his eyes. Jiang Yousheng had ruined Jiang Qingyao during her return to the Jiang family, and such a situation certainly required prior planning. When Jiang Qingyao returned to the Jiang family, a metaphorical mind would explode, shattering her. Jiang Hao glanced at her hopeful expression outside the window and, after a moment's contemplation, smiled slightly. Dealing with a woman like Jiang Qingyao, who craved vanity, was indeed the perfect trigger for his insidious scheme. A dark, shameless plan began to take shape in his mind. A ride, you say? Very well. A peculiar smile curled at the corners of Jiang Hao's lips. Thank you. Jiang Qingyao joyfully accepted and took her place in the passenger seat. Her curious gaze wandered over the exquisite and luxurious interior of the car, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This is a Ferrari, she murmured to herself, glancing at Jiang Hao beside her, feeling an inexplicable sense of admiration. Simultaneously, she secretly rejoiced, convinced that her gentle demeanor towards Jiang Hao had indeed been the right approach. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao pulled out his phone to display the WeChat payment code. Placing it before her. You pay for the fuel, he stated expressionlessly. Jiang Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously pointed at herself. You want me to pay for the fuel? Of course. What do you think I'll let you in the car for? To assist you? Do you believe you merit my help? Jiang Hao replied coolly. If you don't pay for the fuel, then get out of the car. Jiang Qingyao gazed at Jiang Hao's profile, struck by an unfamiliar sensation. Was this truly the same Jiang Hao who had once been so submissive to her? Are you serious? What a joke. I'm a girl, a fresh graduate, still quite youthful. How can you expect someone my age to pay for fuel? She retorted angrily. A fresh graduate? You're barely out of the cradle. Pay if you want, or get lost, Jiang Hao sneered, preparing to eject her from the vehicle. In a fit of frustration, Jiang Qingyao slammed her bag and stormed out of the Ferrari, coldly proclaiming, Jiang Hao, don't regret this. I finally had the chance to ride in your passenger seat. Her ploy of feigned vulnerability was cut short as the Ferrari roared to life and sped away from the parking space. Panic seized Jiang Qingyao. She had intended to capture video footage inside the car to further enhance her image as a wealthy heiress online. Wait, I'll pay for the fuel, she cried, stamping her foot in frustration, tears streaming down her face, this time genuinely feeling wronged. Only then did Jiang Hao stop the car, rolling down the window to present the payment code once more, saying, pay for the fuel first, then you can get back in. This time, I'll give you a discount, 500 will suffice. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qingyao reluctantly transferred the 500 yuan to Jiang Hao. For the sake of her video content, she endured. Ultimately, it was a matter of cost. Renting a Ferrari for a day would cost several thousand yuan, possibly even more than she could find. With monthly payments on her second-hand Panamera and a new mortgage, her savings had been drained by these two hefty expenses, leaving her with little cash on hand. Once back in the car, she quietly sobbed, wiping away her tears. Jiang Hao ignored her, silently retrieving a tissue. Jiang Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. Then a mysterious smile graced her lips. Indeed, Jiang Hao still cared for her. He was preparing to hand her a tissue. Achoo. Jiang Hao sneezed into the tissue, then impatiently remarked, how much perfume did you spray on? It smells terrible. Jiang Qingyao was stunned, recovering after a moment, and with clenched, pale fists, she indignantly asked Jiang Hao, why don't you ever take the time to care about me? Tears streaming down her face. She lamented the absence of even a single token of affection from him. Her heart was engulfed in sorrow and indignation. What had transpired? The attentive and caring Jiang Hao had transformed into this frigid and unfeeling figure. Yet, Jiang Hao continued, oblivious to her distress, I need to buy a gift before taking you home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyao hastily wiped her tears and let out a soft huff. Ultimately, was this not merely an elaborate gesture to procure a gift for herself as an apology? Tragically, she remained unaware that the gift Jiang Hao intended to purchase was destined for another Xiao Yousheng. Feigning ignorance, she inquired with curiosity, Jiang Hao, what kind of gifts are you planning to buy? He glanced at her with a nonchalant expression. Whatever is good, whatever is expensive, Chanel, Hermes, that sort of thing. A warmth enveloped Jiang Qinyao's heart, and she instinctively turned her gaze toward Jiang Hao. The young man beside her casually gripped the gleaming steering wheel of a Ferrari. his gaze sharp and proud, his profile strikingly handsome. How had she never noticed Jiang Hao's allure before, especially when paired with the aura of the Ferrari? He seemed utterly transformative. Little did she know, the Jiang Hao who had once gone to great lengths to please her in a modest vehicle was the same individual now indifferent while driving this luxurious car. His essence had remained unchanged. The only alteration was the once fervent heart that had cherished her, now severed and left cold and shattered by her own hands. Chapter 18. Not a gift for me? As Jiang Hao and Jiang Qingyao alighted from the car, they entered a glimmering Chanel boutique. Jiang Qingyao cast her gaze downward at the resplendent store, feeling an undeniable pang of inadequacy. Despite having earned money over the past 2 years, she had never indulged in such luxury items. The subtle, lingering sense of inferiority had proven difficult to overcome. Moreover, one must spend exorbitantly, typically in the range of 1 or 2 million, to acquire genuinely exquisite pieces. With her car and mortgage loans weighing heavily on her shoulders, the prospect of affording luxury goods seemed utterly unattainable. Jiang Hao is truly kind to me, she mused internally, still oblivious to the fact that today's gift was not intended for her. She had completely forgotten how well Jiang Hao had treated her in the past and the substantial amounts he had spent on her. "Good day," greeted the Chanel saleswoman with a rather indifferent tone. The young woman, possessing an alluring blend of beauty and grace, regarded Jiang Hao with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Given Jiang Hao's unfamiliarity and modest attire, her coolness was not born from arrogance, but rather from the standard practice within their profession. They often reserved their attentiveness for regular customers who were established and discerning. Luxury goods are a typical manifestation of vanity, a tax on intelligence, and they primarily cater to the affluent, Jiang Hao mused. "I am not well acquainted with Chanel. I simply wish to purchase a gift. Please bring forth your finest bag," Jiang Hao stated. The saleswoman, however, merely pressed her eyes shut and replied curtly, "I apologize, sir, but you do not yet qualify to purchase our finest products. Please consider some of our basic styles first." Jiang Hao smirked slightly, bemused by the store's peculiar policies. How could one wish to buy the best yet be denied the opportunity? Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyao stood frozen, her fingers trembling with excitement. Was Jiang Hao truly so caring as to select the very best for her? In that fleeting moment, his figure seemed to grow taller in her eyes, igniting a fluttering sensation within her heart. A fine Chanel bag could easily cost upwards of 100,000. Jiang Hao was indeed being exceedingly generous. Jiang Hao instinctively turned to the visibly thrilled Jiang Qingyao and impatiently urged, "Could you please find somewhere to sit? Must you murmur behind me?" "Of course, Jiang Hao. You go ahead and buy," she replied eagerly, nodding and quickly taking a seat on a distant sofa. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao scrutinized the basic bags and haute couture jewelry presented by the saleswoman. Yet after a prolonged examination, he remained perplexed. Finally, he resignedly stated, "Wrap all of these up." He then placed the bank card given to him by Xiao Yousheng on the counter. Although it felt somewhat shameless to use Xiao Yusheng's money to purchase a gift for her, Jiang Hao found himself with no other choice. The recent debt crisis had left his pockets as empty as his expression. "It's fine. Once the company starts turning a profit, I shall repay her. I am destined to become a successful individual," Jiang Hao vowed silently to himself. The saleswoman nodded and took the bank card to process the transaction. Before long, the items were neatly packaged and handed to Jiang Hao. As he turned away from the counter, Jiang Qingyao approached him, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Jiang Hao, really? Why did you buy so many gifts? Did you manage to get the finest handbag from that store?" Jiang Hao shot her a sidelong glance, irritation flickering in his eyes. "Are you deaf or blind? Did you not hear the sales assistant say that the best ones are not for sale? We could only purchase the most basic models." Upon hearing the term basic model, Jiang Qingyao's eyes dimmed momentarily. Nonetheless, she remained exhilarated. After all, Jiang Hao had still acquired quite a number of items, even if they were the standard versions. "Here, let me help you carry those. You've bought me so much, I feel rather embarrassed." She eagerly prepared to take the Chanel from Jiang Hao's hands. He abruptly pushed her away, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Who said this is for you?" The smile on Jiang Qingyao's face froze instantly, and after a long pause, she finally realized, "Not for me. This is for my girlfriend." "What does it have to do with you?" Jiang Hao scoffed and made to leave the store. At his words, Jiang Qingyao's lips pressed together in anger, her composure fracturing in an instant. A wave of indescribable disappointment surged within her. How could this be? Had he not always pursued her, claiming to have eyes only for her? Why suddenly a girlfriend? Damn it, damn it. Jiang Qingyao bit her lip in frustration. drawing a deep breath as she reassured herself internally. It's all right. The one who can win Jiang Hao's heart must be some hideous creature or a bloated pig. Just then, a loud roar startled her. A sleek, deep black Ferrari LaFerrari came to a halt at the entrance. Jiang Hao also noticed the car and curiously leaned closer to the window. Just one glance made him break into a cold sweat. The car door swung open, and a woman clad in a white dress, her face concealed by a mask, gracefully descended from the vehicle. Xiao Yousheng regarded Jiang Hao, who stood transfixed, with a cool, indifferent smile. Chapter 19. Know if Xiao Yousheng tugged at the lower edge of her mask, feeling quite uncomfortable. Unfortunately, her fame in Tianhai was too great. Apart from the secure Xiao Corporation building, she wore a mask to conceal her identity in all other public spaces. Otherwise, her mere presence would attract numerous businessmen and dignitaries eager to curry favor. With an impassive expression, Xiao Yousheng entered the store. While Jiang Qingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the Ferrari LaFerrari parked outside. She recognized many cars and was well aware that this LaFerrari was far superior to Jiang Hao's SF90. Jiang Qingyao shifted her gaze to Xiao Yousheng, then reluctantly lowered her head. Even though the woman was masked and wore sunglasses, obscuring her features, the unique aura she exuded, coupled with the luxury of the LaFerrari outside, made it clear that they existed in entirely different realms, utterly incomparable. Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief nearby. Fortunately, he had informed Xiao Yousheng that he would be in contact with Jiang Qingyao over the next couple of days due to a plan. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble today. Jiang Qingyao's eyes flickered as she coldly scoffed at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, don't think your SF90 is anything remarkable. Just look at her driving a LaFerrari, and she isn't even as arrogant as you. Jiang Hao remained expressionless, too indifferent to respond to her taunts. Seeing Jiang Hao's lack of reaction only fueled Jiang Qingyao's ire. So what if he owned an SF90 and had a few luxury items? What was there to boast about? Yet, in the next moment, she was utterly astonished by what unfolded before her. Xiao Yousheng slowly walked up to Jiang Hao, adjusting his collar. What brings you to Chanel? She inquired casually. I thought I'd buy you a little gift. Although I know such things are as common as cabbage, rest assured. Once I start earning, I will get you something far better, Jiang Hao replied, scratching his head. Jiang Qingyao was momentarily stunned, glancing outside at the LaFerrari. Then back at Xiao Yousheng and Jiang Hao, overwhelmed with shock. Jiang Hao, is your girlfriend really her? She exclaimed, clenching her fists tightly. What about it? Jiang Hao asked calmly, not even glancing in her direction. How can this be? Jiang Qingyao managed a bitter smile, lowering her head in despair. Her heart heavy with bitterness. Just moments ago, she had confidently believed that someone like Jiang Hao could only be with an unattractive, ordinary woman. And now, even with the mask and sunglasses, it was evident from the woman's perfect figure and aura that she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. Jiang Qingyao felt a wave of inferiority wash over her, forcing her to bite her lip. What had transpired over these past few days? Why had her once devoted admirer transformed into the boyfriend of a stunning heiress driving a LaFerrari? She felt an insatiable resentment, truly unwilling to accept it. Why was this happening? Whether driven by jealousy or an overwhelming sense of anger and resentment, Jiang Qingyao, in a moment of impulsive courage, approached Xiao Yousheng directly. My dear lady, have you been deceived? Jiang Hao is merely putting on a facade. The Chanel he just purchased for you is far from the finest, only the basic models. Even that salesgirl looked down on him, Jiang Qingyao coldly remarked, casting a triumphant glance at Jiang Hao. As a woman, she understood that nothing irks a woman more than gifts imbued with a sense of ritual that are merely bought out of obligation. Alas, she was gravely mistaken. Xiao Yousheng neither lacked such gifts nor did she belong to the same category as Jiang Qingyao. Upon hearing Jiang Qingyao's words, a glint of menace flashed in Xiao Yousheng's phoenix eyes, and she instinctively reached for the dagger concealed in her pocket. In a place like this, eliminating a gold-digging woman who dared to insult her husband would go unnoticed by the authorities. However, Jiang Hao, with a serene smile, grasped Xiao Yousheng's hand and whispered softly in her ear, Wife, do not act impulsively. Staining your hands with her blood would be beneath you. Allow me to extract all her utility over the next few days, and then it shall be your decision whether to kill or to maim. Xiao Yousheng nodded with an impassive expression and strode purposefully toward the Chanel salesgirl. Jiang Qingyao, secretly elated, presumed that the masked woman must be furious and would inquire about Jiang Hao's recent expenditures. Given the salesgirl's earlier disdainful demeanor towards Jiang Hao, She could easily surmise his impending fate. Jiang Hao, I wish you joy in your breakup, she scoffed at him. Jiang Hao, however, was indifferent. Reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, he possessed a discerning mind. The more loathsome Jiang Qingyao became, the more dire her eventual downfall would be. Jiang Qingyao eagerly watched the enigmatic masked woman at the counter, inadvertently displaying a smug smile. Yet, a sudden scream shattered her reverie. The once aloof salesgirl stood aghast upon seeing the masked woman, her mouth agape in shock and her voice rendered mute by fear. This card. You are the esteemed Xiao, the salesgirl stammered, holding up Xiao Yousheng's exclusive credit card. Before she could finish, Xiao Yousheng gently tapped the counter. Less talk. More action, she stated coolly. The salesgirl instantly understood, her demeanor brightening as she eagerly exclaimed, Esteemed miss, you are our top VC. How may we assist you? If you feel weary, we can escort you to the VC room for a detailed discussion. I am not weary. I desire the finest items in the store, specifically for men, as a gift for my boyfriend. Xiao Yousheng replied leisurely, sipping the tea offered by the salesgirl. Jiang Hao had anticipated such a turn of events, while Jiang Qingyao was left in a state of bewilderment. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. Wasn't the salesgirl supposed to maintain her lofty demeanor and mock the masked woman into settling for the basic models? How had the attitude shifted so dramatically? Why is she not angry, but instead chooses to bestow the finest items in the store as gifts to Jiang Hao? No. How could this be possible? Jiang Hao was merely a sycophant from my past. Jiang Qingyao screamed internally, her eyes reddening. She gazed at the serene Jiang Hao, feeling an immense sense of frustration. In a short while, a server approached, carrying a substantial array of goods, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yousheng. Miss, would you prefer that I assist you in taking these to your car now, or shall we deliver them to your home tonight? To my home, please. And Xiao Yousheng's gaze turned frigid as she emotionlessly addressed the saleswoman. I heard that detestable woman with the surname Jiang say that your attitude towards my husband was quite poor. The saleswoman shuddered and hurriedly made her way to Jiang Hao, kneeling before him with a thud. Indeed, she knelt. It was surreal. Yet this was the stark reality. Every Chanel store provided such service to VC. For Chanel, VC was regarded as a client of significant importance, akin to company executives or shareholders. Especially someone like Xiao Yousheng, a top-tier magnate. A slight displeasure could even send ripples to the Chanel headquarters abroad, prompting an investigation. Kneeling represented the most sincere and straightforward form of apology, a fundamental lesson for every luxury store employee. Mr. Jiang, I am truly sorry. I sincerely apologize. Before the saleswoman could finish her apology, Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively, taking Xiao Yousheng's hand and turning to leave. Jiang Qingyao stared despondently at Jiang Hao's retreating figure, a bitter sorrow swelling in her heart. If only Jiang Hao had been a little better, if only she had been able to accept him when he pursued her. Alas, there are no ifs. Chapter 20, Always With You. Until eternity, Jiang Hao sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari LaFerrari, marveling at the luxurious yet sporty interior. It was certainly a step above the SF90 he had driven earlier that day. Xiao Yousheng opened the car door and tossed the keys to him. You drive. This car was meant for you, but the servants mistakenly delivered the SF90 instead. With that, she gestured for Jiang Hao to take the driver's seat. Isn't that a bit much? I feel my status doesn't quite warrant such a vehicle. Even driving the SF90 made me feel incredibly cool, Jiang Hao chuckled. But what does that matter? As long as you deserve me, that's enough. Xiao Yousheng's lips curved into an enchanting smile as she settled into the passenger seat. Jiang Hao was taken aback and shook his head in resignation. Before long, the LaFerrari sped out of the commercial district, heading toward their destination. Jiang Hao's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he tentatively asked, Are we really going to dine with Su Ruoyan? His furrowed brow betrayed his evident anxiety. It was no wonder he felt this way. Su Ruoyan was indeed a formidable presence. That crazy woman seemed intent on reducing him to a mere shadow of himself, wishing to confine him indefinitely. Jiang Hao fell silent, burdened by the deep-seated enmity he held toward the Su family. In his youth, the Lin family had been obliterated by them. Later, as he assumed the identity of Jiang Hao, he was imprisoned by Su Ruoyan once more. Are you afraid? Xiao Yousheng gently placed her hand over his right hand, her voice soft. Yes, I suppose so. My ties to Su Ruoyan run too deep, Jiang Hao sighed. Xiao Yousheng remained silent for a long while, her phoenix eyes shimmering with an uncommon softness. Everyone experiences fear. From the struggle for power within the Xiao family to the constant dread I feel even after achieving success. Every night, I endure nightmares of inexplicable demise while sitting upon the throne, of everything I've gained turning to dust. Yet, I have overcome all of it. But can you guess what my one insurmountable fear is? Xiao Yousheng spoke softly. Jiang Hao paused, shaking his head in confusion. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yousheng would lay bare her vulnerabilities before him. Just as he was lost in thought, a large truck swerved abruptly in front of them. Jiang Hao gasped, entirely unprepared for the danger that loomed, as the truck appeared poised to collide with them. Xiao Yousheng wrapped her arms around his neck and yanked the steering wheel. "Drive carefully," she murmured, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Jiang Hao, shaken but relieved, quickly regained his composure and asked with a smile, "I can't guess what your insurmountable fear is." Xiao Yousheng's lips formed a stiff smile as she whispered in his ear, "Silly husband, my greatest fear is losing you. So, there's no need to fear, Su Ruoyan. I will stay by your side, forever." She observed Jiang Hao's somewhat surprised expression, her gaze drifting into memories. Her husband truly was a forgetful soul. The remnants of the setting sun bathed the interior of the car in a warm, golden hue. On that same balmy day, she sat on a large stone at the back entrance of her high school, weeping timidly. Her once pristine school uniform was marred by the cruel scribbles of others, bearing the marks of several shoe prints. Nearly the second day of the new term, and under the instigation of certain individuals, she found herself subjected to such brutal torment. Helplessly, she rubbed her eyes, her voice trembling as she whispered, "I am a love child, but I never intended to lay claim to any inheritance. Why? Why was I cast out from my home? Why does everyone choose to bully me?" Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance halted her tears, and she gazed up in bewilderment. Before her lay a humble lunchbox filled with glistening fried rice. The girl instinctively touched her growling stomach, entranced by the green onions that stealthily nestled within the fried rice. They must have added a generous amount. It should be quite fragrant. It had been 2 days since she last ate, and the meager allowance she had was snatched away from her. "Eat," she thought. "Even though it has cooled, I have confidence in my culinary skills." A soothing voice echoed in her ears. Without the time to express her gratitude or consider the identity of her benefactor, she clumsily seized a spoon and devoured the meal ravenously. She was truly famished. The fried rice was delightful, the flavors exquisite. The eggs and green onions were perfectly stir-fried, fragrant yet not burnt. She mused that anyone capable of crafting such a patient dish must be a remarkably gentle soul. "Eat, eat," the voice urged. "I set this aside for you, upon seeing you. I can't explain it, but I was reminded of myself from a few years ago." The gentle yet slightly melancholic tone caused her to pause, her gaze falling upon the now empty lunchbox, every grain of rice polished clean. Embarrassed, she raised her eyes, only to be met with the tender smile of a boy, illuminated by the golden light of the sunset. It was a radiant smile, far brighter than the blurred halo reflected in her tear-filled eyes. The boy, slight of build and clad in worn trousers and shoes, bore a handsome face, his soft lips beautifully formed. He too bore the marks of bullying, evident in the large shoe prints on his shoes. "I am a new transfer student," he stated. "I noticed your meal and egg were taken from you at lunch today, and thinking you might go hungry, I saved my fried rice for you." His words left her momentarily stunned, tears welling in her eyes. It turned out he had not eaten either. She lifted her chin, her gaze darting uncertainly as she murmured, Thank you, classmate. Your fried rice is very delicious, but the portion is a bit small." Immediately regretting her words, she lowered her head in embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. "Not full? No worries. Here, let me return your egg." The boy pulled a round object from his pocket and handed it to her. The girl widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at the slightly cracked egg in her palm. "At noon, you were bullied, and unable to contain my anger, I approached them to seek justice, resulting in a scuffle. Haha, they were overwhelming in number, and I was ultimately overpowered. However, I managed to reclaim your egg. Rest assured, even though I was besieged, those few did not escape unscathed, their faces adorned with bruises." The youth awkwardly presented the almost flattened egg to the girl, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Why?" The girl was at a loss for words. Gently caressing the egg that still bore the warmth of the boy's fingertips, tears streamed down to her lips, tasting briny. Yet, whether it was the lingering aroma of fried rice or something else, those salty tears now imparted an oddly comforting sweetness. "Do not be afraid. They will not dare to bully you again. I will be by your side," the boy softly assured, his thoughts drifting to his own past. He had lost his family, leaving him utterly alone, enduring countless humiliations. The boy gazed helplessly at the weeping girl, uncertain of how to console her. As the final rays of the setting sun faded, What remained in the girl's eyes was the boy's enduring gentle smile. Will you always stay with me? I am so afraid. I am truly frightened. The girl sobbed, her recent tragic experiences pushing her to the brink of despair. The boy, at a loss for words, after a long pause, could only gently pat the girl's head, as one would a stray kitten. After a moment, he took a deep breath. Do not worry. I will always be by your side forever. The girl blinked in surprise, a shy smile gracing her lips, her heart racing as she nodded. The boy's hand was warm. Truly warm. She thought to herself, how wonderful it would be if he could stay with her for a lifetime, gently stroking her head every day. Chapter 21. Unbelievable, really. Jiang Hao took Xiao Yousheng's hand and entered the restaurant reserved by Su Ruoyan. The establishment was sparsely populated, lending an air of profound tranquility. Guided by a waiter, they made their way to Su Ruoyan's private booth. Amidst the soft strains of blues music, Su Ruoyan, holding a glass of champagne, languidly turned her gaze towards Jiang Hao, her red lips curling into a cruel and wicked smile. Adorned in a black bodycon dress, her elegant legs encased in sheer black stockings, she playfully swung her petite feet in red-soled high heels. With a casual flick of her crimson hair, Su Ruoyan gently bit her index finger and cooed, "Tsk tsk. Jiang Hao, brother, you become even more handsome in just 2 days. I truly wish to pin you beneath me and bully you relentlessly." Her sinister laughter sent shivers down Jiang Hao's spine. It was only when Xiao Yousheng shot a frosty glare at her that Su Ruoyan ceased her mirth. "President Xiao, please. Take a seat. No need for formality." A fleeting glimmer of menace passed through Su Ruoyan's eyes, yet she maintained her cordial demeanor. Xiao Yousheng remained silent, her expression impassive as she sat down beside Jiang Hao. "Speak your mind." Xiao Yousheng gently sipped her tea. "Tsk, President Xiao, you are remarkably bold. Aren't you afraid I might slip something into your tea?" Su Ruoyan chuckled. "This is Tianhai. While I may not have brought security, countless eyes are watching this restaurant. Should I make even the slightest misstep, you would meet a gruesome fate," Xiao Yousheng stated flatly. Su Ruoyan ground her teeth, and after a moment, smiled slightly as she directly sat beside the taciturn Jiang Hao, seizing his hand. "Jiang Hao, brother, I'm in my safe period these days, so you can continue to be with your sister as you did before." Jiang Hao nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped, staring at Su Ruoyan in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Xiao Yousheng's brows furrowed, an undeniable chill of murderous intent flashing in her eyes as she glared at Su Ruoyan. "What are you spouting? We have never had that kind of relationship. Stop fabricating lies." Jiang Hao retorted coldly. "Jiang Hao, how can you turn your back on our past? You were the one who insisted on engaging in such entertaining activities, and now you blame me?" Su Ruoyan feigned innocence. "You." Jiang Hao was exasperated. Just as he was about to continue his protest, he felt the icy gaze of President Xiao upon him. "Yousheng, you believe me, don't you? I have never had that kind of relationship with her." Jiang Hao insisted fervently, raising his finger. Xiao Yousheng cast him a dismissive glance. "What you two have done? How could I possibly know?" Jiang Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him, akin to an inescapable predicament. However, he quickly regained his composure, for it appeared Xiao Yousheng did not believe him at all. Indeed, Xiao Yousheng took hold of Jiang Hao's hand and softly remarked, "My dear husband is so well behaved. How could he possibly engage in indiscretions with a woman like this? Furthermore, when we return home tonight, I shall personally verify, and then we shall see." Jiang Hao felt his legs weaken, an involuntary shiver coursing through him, as Su Ruoyan witnessed her attempts to stir the pot failing. She cheerfully remarked, "Oh, Mr. Xiao is looking exceptionally beautiful today. Brother Jiang, who do you think is more attractive, me or Mr. Xiao?" What a nonsensical question. "I." Jiang Hao scoffed, only to soon catch a peculiar glance from Xiao Yousheng. "Yousheng, you can't possibly be interested in such trivial matters. Can you?" He swallowed hard. Xiao Yousheng set down her cup and nonchalantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. "So, who is more beautiful?" Jiang Hao, feeling vexed, lowered his head. Wasn't this still a question? Just as he was about to declare Xiao Yousheng the more beautiful one, Su Ruoyan kicked his leg beneath the table, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "Brother Jiang, some matters should be considered carefully before speaking. How can you be so certain that I don't hold some of your little secrets?" Jiang Hao snorted coldly, resolutely declaring to Xiao Yousheng, "Yousheng, this woman is utterly unworthy of comparison to you." Xiao Yousheng nodded with satisfaction, while a chilling glint flickered in Su Ruoyan's eyes. Very well, she thought. It seemed time to employ some special tactics. Not long after, Xiao Yousheng furrowed her brow. She felt a tug on her skirt. Looking down, she saw a little girl with horn braids, about 3 years old, grasping her dress and chirping in a sweet voice, "What a beautiful big sister. I like you so much." Xiao Yousheng was momentarily taken aback, her sharp demeanor softening slightly. "Whose child is this? And how did she come here?" Jiang Hao, upon seeing the child, immediately brightened. "Isn't this Yandere? What a surprise to see you here. Come to big brother." This child was the daughter of a maid who treated him well, and thus he held a fondness for her. "Do you know her?" Xiao Yousheng asked indifferently. "Yes, she is." Jiang Hao began, but before he could finish, Yandere dashed to him, clutching his pant leg, and squeaked, "Daddy, Yandere misses you so much." Jiang Hao's smile froze instantly. Xiao Yousheng wore a bewildered expression, and before she could process the situation, Su Ruoyan sighed lightly. "Mr. Xiao, yes, we have a child." "Jiang Hao, Xiao Yousheng." After a prolonged silence, a cold voice laced with anger reverberated through the private room. "Jiang Hao, give me an explanation." Xiao Yusheng's phoenix eyes surged with an indescribable chill as she gripped Jiang Hao's hand tightly. "Explanation? What explanation?" Jiang Hao was still in a daze, glancing between her and the child calling him daddy, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. "Yusheng, let me explain. This child isn't mine." "Explain what? Does a 3-year-old lie?" He protested. "This is unjust. I have never had that kind of relationship with Su Ruoyan. How could there possibly be a child?" Jiang Hao was on the verge of tears, while Xiao Yousheng was nearing madness, frantically questioning him. Su Ruoyan wore an evil grin before feigning concern. "Please, stop arguing. Let me explain." Jiang Hao and Xiao Yousheng immediately turned their gazes towards her. Jiang Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if he had finally been rescued. Had Su Ruoyan failed to clarify today, he would have truly faced disaster. With this thought, he cast a grateful glance at Su Ruoyan, realizing she was not entirely a fool or a lunatic. "Allow me to explain to President Xiao. This is our eldest daughter with Jiang Hao, and we also have a younger son. Additionally, I am expecting another little sibling for Jiang Hao." She continued with a sense of pride. "What can I say? Jiang Hao insists on being affectionate with me every day." As Su Ruoyan spoke with increasing confidence, she seized the hand of the now pale-faced Xiao Yousheng, chuckling playfully. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Jiang Hao doesn't he have any feelings for you? He only adores me, his elder sister. That is why he begs me for affection every day, hoping I will bear him a little one. Surely, there can't be anyone who has captured Jiang Hao's heart and yet has not borne him a child?" Chapter 22. Long time no see. Jiang Hao gazed at Su Ruoyan, who wore a provocative smile directed at Xiao Yousheng, and felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint. It was over. He was doomed, and there was no way to cleanse himself of this predicament. In a fit of despair, he pointed at the 4-year-old Yandere, exclaiming, "After all the affection I've shown you, is this how you choose to slander your elder brother?" Yandere innocently stuck out her tongue and replied, "Daddy, what are you talking about? Let's go home. Mommy misses you so much." Jiang Hao felt as though he might faint from frustration, while Xiao Yousheng let out a cold snort, releasing Su Ruoyan's hand as she said, "Don't worry. I've come to my senses. I know they're just spouting nonsense." Relieved, Jiang Hao felt a sense of ease, but Xiao Yousheng quietly leaned closer to his ear, her voice sultry and intoxicating. "However, after hearing her, I truly desire a little baby. Obedient husband, will you fulfill my wish?" A shiver ran down Jiang Hao's spine, and he awkwardly waved his hand. All right, fine. Such a good husband. Then tonight, I shall grant you a chance, the very opportunity you have longed for." Xiao Yousheng's indifferent smile made Jiang Hao instinctively cover his waist, hastily sipping his tea. Meanwhile, Su Ruoyan's eyes glinted with malice. She understood that without employing special tactics, she could not sow discord between Jiang Hao and Xiao Yousheng. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon her lips. "Mr. Xiao, I have some intriguing photos. Would you care to take a look? They feature your brother Jiang Hao in all his handsome glory." Su Ruoyan grinned as she presented her phone to Xiao Yousheng. A sense of foreboding enveloped Jiang Hao, and his heart sank. Surely, it couldn't be those types of photos? "Yousheng, don't look. There's nothing worth seeing," he urged anxiously. Xiao Yousheng cast him a puzzled glance before taking Su Ruoyan's phone, her gaze scanning the images. In the next moment, the fury in her eyes seemed almost palpable, unmistakably indicating that the content had unsettled her. Su Ruoyan, meanwhile, chuckled softly, sipping her green tea. "Oh dear, are you upset?" "Surely not. I must tell you. You seem to enjoy bullying Jiang Hao, don't you? But what remains of him is all my doing." As Su Ruoyan laughed gaily, Xiao Yousheng's expression darkened, her grip on Jiang Hao's hand tightening with intensity. "Yousheng, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, but before he could finish, Xiao Yousheng pressed a gentle kiss upon him. I care deeply and feel an urge to eliminate the woman beside you. Yet, I understand that you were caught in this situation. Do you recall what I said before? Your past does not concern me. Therefore, I do not hold you accountable. The murderous intent in Xiao Yusheng's eyes had reached its zenith, yet her tone remained tender. Jiang Hao stood frozen, warmth flooding his heart. Meanwhile, Su Ruoyan clenched her teeth in frustration. Why was she unable to provoke Xiao Yousheng? Her intention had been to make Xiao Yousheng disdain Jiang Hao, thereby discarding him. Yet now, it seemed she had only drawn them closer. On the other side, Jiang Hao watched in shock as Xiao Yousheng retrieved her phone, preparing to contact assassins, and he inhaled sharply. Jokingly, how could Su Ruoyan be killed? She belongs to the Su family. The elder of the Su family is an exceedingly formidable bureaucrat in the capital's political arena. You, Yousheng, listen to me. Do not act impulsively. Should you do so, the entire Xiao group may very well be put at risk. Jiang Hao whispered in her ear. Then I shall have the entire Su family accompany the Xiao family to the grave. Anyone who dares to bully my man deserves to die. Xiao Yousheng's eyes flashed with intensity, her crimson lips curling into a chilling smile. With just a snap of her fingers, security would rush into the private room. Indeed. She typically did not carry security, yet each time she ventured out, guards and assassins discreetly protected her in plain clothes nearby. Su Ruoyan remained unfazed, casually crossing her legs, seemingly indifferent to the imminent threat to her life. Xiao Yousheng was prepared. How could she not be? As the dinner threatened to devolve into a bloody affair, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and snatched Xiao Yousheng's phone away. How could he stand by and watch her embark on a path of destruction because of him? Jiang Hao. You. Xiao Yousheng furrowed her brow, just reaching for her phone when Jiang Hao captured her lips in a kiss. Su Ruoyan's relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant, her eyes revealing an uncontainable, sinister madness. You wretched marionette, dare to touch another woman before my eyes? She bit her lip fiercely, nearly drawing blood, glaring menacingly at Jiang Hao. Yet, Jiang Hao continued to kiss Xiao Yousheng, only releasing her after a long moment. Xiao Yousheng appeared dazed by the sudden kiss. Her eyes clouded, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Dear wife, be good and listen. Right now, you cannot kill her. Do not let my actions lead you into peril, Jiang Hao whispered softly in her ear. Xiao Yousheng paused, nodding slightly. Is he concerned for me? My husband looks so handsome today. A rare blush graced her lips, banishing the murderous intent from her gaze. Beside them, Su Ruoyan's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, a sinister smile curling her lips as she muttered to herself. Good, my precious marionette. Just wait. Taking a deep breath, she stood abruptly and coldly addressed Xiao Yousheng. Xiao Yousheng, return Jiang Hao to me. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes. Su Ruoyan had completely torn off her facade. The last person who spoke to him in such a manner had already met their demise. Xiao Yousheng cast a disinterested glance in her direction. Do you truly believe I am akin to those insignificant creatures you previously interacted with? Su Ruoyan sneered, placing a small black cube on the table. I know you have security ready to rush in at any moment, and I understand that Tian'ai is your territory. However, let me tell you, if you do not return Jiang Hao to me today, I would rather perish alongside you than allow you to go unscathed. After all, without a marionette to play the role of my brother Lin Hao, my existence holds no meaning. Ha. Su Ruoyan's manic and pathological laughter sent a chill down Jiang Hao's spine. This woman is truly a complete lunatic. Xiao Yousheng furrowed her brows, yet did not find the situation particularly difficult. She doubted that Su Ruoyan would be willing to sacrifice her life in a mutual destruction. Based on her years of experience, she sensed something amiss. To perish together in Tian'ai? What a farce. The only plausible explanation was that Su Ruoyan had colluded with certain forces in Tian'ai, which gave her the audacity to consider mutual destruction. Su Ruoyan let out a menacing laugh, seizing Jiang Hao's arm with a sickly tone. Jiang Hao, come with me. Sister realizes her mistakes. I promise I will never entertain the thought of turning you into a cripple again. At most, I will ensure you are forever confined. Obedient to me. Jiang Hao felt the chill run down his spine and pushed her away, impatiently retorting. I have grown weary of playing the role of Lin Hao. Lin Hao is dead. Why do you cling to his memory? With that, he moved behind Xiao Yousheng, casting a cold glance at Su Ruoyan. Xiao Yousheng, return him to me. He is my plaything. Mine? Return him. If you refuse today, I shall ensure that every member of the Xiao family meets their demise. Su Ruoyan cried out, a cacophony of laughter and tears, driven to the brink of madness. Xiao Yousheng let out a cold snort, preparing to take Jiang Hao and leave, when a woman entered the private room. She was clad in an oversized black hoodie, the hood obscuring most of her face, leaving only her delicate, fair chin and moist cherry lips visible. Tall and statuesque, even in flat shoes. She appeared to stand around 177 centimeters, her long, graceful legs reminiscent of a supermodel, creating a striking visual impact. She gazed at Xiao Yousheng, her voice devoid of emotion. Long time no see. Chapter 23. Is Lin Hao not dead? The frenzied Su Ruoyan was momentarily stunned, as was Jiang Hao, who was contemplating how to swiftly resolve the situation with her. Who was this woman? Meanwhile, Xiao Yousheng furrowed her brow, her expression shifting dramatically. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Why was Xiao Yousheng, the foremost magnate of Tianhai City, suddenly on guard upon encountering this woman? The enigmatic woman scanned the room before her gaze settled upon Jiang Hao. Are you the one? She inquired, her hands tucked into her pockets. Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority, a pressure that emanated naturally from one accustomed to power. Her tone suggested she regarded Jiang Hao as lifeless, akin to an inconsequential stone or weed. Who are you? Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, preparing to step forward and confront the woman, only to be halted by Xiao Yousheng. Jiang Hao, it is difficult for me to explain certain matters right now. Just know that this woman has long desired to end your life. Moreover, her identity is far more terrifying than mine, Xiao Yousheng said, biting her cherry-red lips. Jiang Hao was utterly astonished. The woman's identity was suffocatingly frightening. Could you please tell me who she is? He whispered. Your rival, Xiao Yousheng replied coolly, intertwining her fingers with his. Rival? But she isn't a man. Jiang Hao's thoughts raced. Wait a minute. Oh my, she is a lesbian? Jiang Hao's hair stood on end as he recoiled. Xiao Yousheng nodded, regaining her composure, and turned to the woman. What brings you here? I just arrived in Tianhai today. I heard you were here, so I came. Additionally, I wish to eliminate the thing beside you, the woman stated, tucking her platinum locks back beneath her cap. Also, I have never held your hand. She lifted her gaze, observing the tightly clasped hands of Jiang Hao and Xiao Yousheng. Her emerald eyes beneath the hood betraying no emotional fluctuations. We should leave, Xiao Yousheng huffed coldly, pulling Jiang Hao's hand as they exited the private room. She won't do anything dreadful, will she? Rest assured, not for the time being. That's a relief. Yousheng, does she truly have feelings for you? Indeed. She pursued me relentlessly for quite some time. It was with her assistance that I seized control of the Xiao family's power. Xiao Yousheng and Jiang Hao conversed softly as they approached the door. As Jiang Hao pushed open the door, he instinctively glanced back at the mysterious woman still standing nearby. He was taken aback by her slender, delicate hands, his eyes widening in surprise. Upon closer inspection, the woman was even fairer than he had imagined. Perhaps even more so than Xiao Yousheng. She possessed a striking alabaster complexion, characteristic of the Slavic race, a whiteness that was unparalleled. The chilling fragrance that emanated from her was bone-deep, reminiscent of the scent of pristine snow in the northern wilderness during winter. As Jiang Hao indulged in his private musings, the woman's cold voice sent a shiver down his spine. You are unworthy of her. I shall swiftly eliminate you and take her for myself. Her tone was eerily calm, devoid of any emotion, as if she were merely recounting an inevitable truth. Jiang Hao's lips twitched, and just as he was about to pull Xiao Yousheng away, she let out a disdainful snort. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. I shall reiterate, I have no interest in you. He is the one I have always loved. Xiao Yousheng spoke with a detached air, then wrapped her arm around Jiang Hao's, offering a faint smile. Darling, let us return home now. Jiang Hao nodded with a smile, employing the renowned spirit of AQ to mentally belittle the mysterious woman and curse her ancestors in his thoughts. Xiao Sheng, my indulgence towards you has its limits. I have the power to elevate the Xiao family, but I can just as easily bring it to ruin, the woman stated calmly. I apologize, but in my eyes, my husband is far more important than the Xiao family, Xiao Yousheng replied, her expression unwavering. At that moment, however, Jiang Hao was suddenly seized by the mysterious woman. Yousheng, allow him to converse with me privately for a while. I am quite curious about the man you have chosen. Rest assured, I will not kill him. For now, she declared. Xiao Yousheng took a deep breath, aware of the woman's resolute nature. She understood that once the woman had made her intentions clear, even her dissent would not deter the woman from retaining Jiang Hao. The security personnel outside were utterly insignificant in the presence of such a formidable figure. Having witnessed the woman's terrifying capabilities firsthand, Xiao Yousheng felt a sense of dread. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before smiling at Xiao Yousheng. You should head home. Since your friend wishes to speak with me, I shall indulge her. Xiao Yousheng inhaled deeply and nodded. Once she departed, the woman did not address Jiang Hao, but instead approached Su Ruoyan, who had been watching the situation unfold. What do you want? Su Ruoyan retreated a step, wary. Though she did not know who this woman was, she recognized that anyone who could instill such fear in Xiao Yousheng must be formidable indeed. I have heard that you have been pining for Lin Hao from the Lin family. Now, I must inform you that Lin Hao is alive, the woman said, producing an old, yellow document and handing it to Su Ruoyan. Jiang Hao, eavesdropping at the doorway, was struck with shock, his fists clenched tightly. How could this be possible? After narrowly escaping death, he had assumed a new identity, a secret known only to the elder who had helped him settle into a new life. That elder had passed away shortly thereafter, and this secret should have been buried along with him. A wave of indescribable terror washed over him. If his identity were to be exposed, he would face the relentless pursuit of the Su family. Inside the private room, Su Ruoyan scoffed, "What a joke." However, when she laid eyes on the document, she froze in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, a solitary tear cascaded down her cheek as her voice emerged hoarse. "How can I trust you, and why would you tell me? This document was procured at the behest of your patriarch, who implored me to retrieve it. As for the whereabouts and identity of Lin Hao, I remain uninformed." She replied with an air of indifference. Suddenly, Su Ruoyan collapsed to her knees, clutching the document tightly, her crimson lips curving into a ghastly and frenzied smile. "Lin Hao, my brother, is alive. How splendid, how splendid. Sister will certainly find you. We shall be together forever." She laughed maniacally, her eyes wide and bloodshot. Then, casting a chilling glance at Jiang Hao, who was anxiously observing from outside the door, her demeanor shifted. Jiang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a flicker of joy. For even that enigmatic woman was oblivious to the fact that he was Lin Hao himself. Despite Su Ruoyan's intent to uncover Lin Hao's current existence and identity, it would be an insurmountable challenge to trace it back to him. Furthermore, if Su Ruoyan were to learn of Lin Hao's survival, she would undoubtedly spare him from her wrath. While he pondered this, Su Ruoyan pointed at him, letting out a cold laugh. "Since my brother Lin Hao still lives, your role as the imposter in his stead has lost all significance. I shall utterly annihilate you, this worthless trash devoid of utility." At her words, Jiang Hao snorted derisively. Annihilate him? With Xiao Yousheng protecting him, what could she possibly do? At that moment, the mysterious woman approached Jiang Hao and said calmly, "Come with me." Chapter 24. Departing from her side, Jiang Hao followed the enigmatic woman to a nearby rooftop. Throughout their journey, she never removed her hood, revealing only a few strands of platinum hair that gently escaped its confines. Leaning against the railing, she gazed calmly at the scenery below. Jiang Hao stood silently at the stairway, poised to flee at the first sign of trouble. After a prolonged silence, the woman finally spoke. "How much?" Without turning, she addressed him with an indifferent tone. "What do you mean, how much?" Jiang Hao inquired, puzzled. "How much would it take for you to leave her?" She replied flatly. Jiang Hao scoffed, not interested. The woman turned, slowly approaching him. In her hand, she revealed a check. 100 million. "Is that sufficient?" She tossed the check at Jiang Hao's face. "Miss, you are quite rude," he replied coldly, lifting his gaze. "Not enough?" Then 200 million. 300 million. One check after another was hurled at him, yet he remained unfazed, simply observing her. With her hood lowered, her voice finally conveyed a hint of emotion, a chilling coldness that seemed to solidify the air around them. "In addition to this, I can offer you another billion to leave her side." Jiang Hao continued to stare at her, a faint smile emerging after a moment. "You must be quite envious of me, aren't you? You envy me and wish to kill me, yet for some reason, you cannot act. I can hold Xing'er's hand whenever I please, but you cannot. I can kiss Xing'er freely, and you cannot. We share a mutual love, one she has professed to me multiple times since high school, while she wouldn't even spare you a glance. Your current behavior, so laughably shameless, is merely an attempt to mask your jealousy." Jiang Hao smiled gently, his pent-up rage reaching its zenith. "What the hell? I haven't wronged you in any way, yet you throw money at me. What does that mean? Regardless, since the mask has nearly been torn off, why not provoke this woman further and vent my own frustrations?" Moreover, Jiang Hao was certain she would not kill him. If she intended to do so, she would have acted already instead of negotiating. Thus, he resolved to confront her boldly, for the enmity had already been established. The woman listened to his words, revealing no reaction, her expression as inscrutable as ever. "So, you will not leave her willingly," she stated, seemingly unfazed by his words. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, recognizing her resilience. Even in such a situation, she displayed no hint of anger. It appeared he needed to employ a more drastic approach. He smiled slightly. Miss, since you are so fond of Xinger, you must know her well. Can you guess what she was doing last night? The woman replied calmly. She was likely reading. Wrong. Utterly mistaken. Last night, Xinger nestled in my arms, playfully requesting that we engage in intimate activities. My dear, do you know what such activities entail? It is the dance of love between man and woman, the genesis of romance. Xinger was truly remarkable. We lost ourselves in joy. And you cannot possibly fathom the wildness she exhibited in my embrace. Jiang Hao chuckled heartily, but before he could finish his thought, he suddenly groaned and collapsed to the ground. As he lay there, clutching his injured elbow in agony, he opened his eyes to find himself utterly transfixed. A woman loomed over him, one hand wielding a steel blade pressed against his throat, while the other supported her weight against the ground. Yet, that was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the woman's appearance. Jiang Hao gazed at her face in bewilderment, struggling to find the right words to describe her unparalleled beauty. Her emerald eyes were serene and dreamlike, reminiscent of the ethereal gaze of a sprite one might encounter only in a fantastical realm. Her features were pronounced and deep-set, unmistakably of Slavic descent, yet imbued with the grace and softness characteristic of Eastern women. The porcelain-like smoothness of her complexion, with its subtly parted cherry lips, evoked memories of the strawberry mousse he had savored in an upscale restaurant. He suspected she must be of mixed heritage. Such a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western beauty could not possibly exist in reality. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Jiang Hao brushed aside the platinum strands of hair that floated across his face. He remained silent, overwhelmed by the woman's stunning visage. The chilling fragrance emanating from her made it difficult for him to breathe, prompting him to utter softly, "What is this? Have you finally grown angry?" Although her expression remained impassive and her eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, he could sense the murderous intent emanating from the blade pressed against his neck. "I wouldn't even dare touch her hand." "You dare." The woman's voice remained calm, yet her fingers tightened gradually. A sharp pain pierced Jiang Hao's neck, indicating that the blade had grazed his skin. He felt a surge of fear in the face of death, yet he chuckled coldly, taunting, "Everything you can imagine. I have experienced. All of Shenger's firsts were bestowed upon me. What is the matter? Have you finally succumbed to indignation?" Jiang Hao remained convinced that the woman would not take his life. If she had intended to do so, the blade would have already pierced his throat. The woman's emerald eyes remained tranquil, yet without warning, she raised the knife and thrust it towards his face. "What the hell did I bet wrong?" Jiang Hao internally lamented, instinctively closing his eyes, already contemplating his last words. But after a long moment, he felt no pain of impending death. Opening his eyes with confusion, he found the blade halted just a centimeter from his nose. The woman, her gaze indifferent, sheathed the knife and stood up to leave the rooftop. Jiang Hao exhaled with relief, feeling utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground in a state of resignation. Why are all the women I know so unhinged? He sighed bitterly, shaking his head. Once he confirmed that the woman had departed the rooftop, he made his way toward the stairwell. In the shadows where he could not see, Su Ruoyan quietly emerged, wearing a strange smile. "Since Lin Hao's younger brother was alive, it was time to dispose of you. A worthless piece of trash devoid of any utility. I pondered whether to locate Lin Hao's brother first or to destroy you, this useless puppet." A cruel smile curled upon Su Ruoyan's lips. Chapter 25. Do you enjoy arguing? Within the confines of the Xiao family's estate, Jiang Hao and Xiao Yousheng sat opposite each other on the terrace. Jiang Hao set down his cup of red tea and inquired, "Yousheng, what exactly is the background of that woman?" Xiao Yousheng shook her head, replying, "You only need to know that her origins are quite formidable. Knowing more would not bode well for you." "What about her name?" "Surely you can share that with me," Jiang Hao said with a hint of exasperation. "Her surname is Ji, and she hails from one of the oldest families. Her mother is the daughter of a foreign tycoon, making her a mixed blood." Xiao Yousheng finally divulged after a prolonged hesitation, revealing only the woman's surname and her background. The specifics, including her name, remained undisclosed to Jiang Hao. It was a precaution. She genuinely feared that the more he knew, the greater the peril he might face. Seeing Xiao Yousheng's reluctance to reveal more, Jiang Hao resigned himself to silence, distractedly nibbling on the desserts before him. He felt trapped in Xiao Yousheng's world. Even though she could set him free, he lacked the courage to leave. Both Su Ruoyan and the enigmatic woman surnamed Ji could endanger his life in an instant. "Did you meet my childhood nanny yesterday? What did you think of her? I mean, how was her demeanor towards me?" Xiao Yousheng asked, nervously fiddling with the hem of her dress, her gaze evasive. Regarding Sister Hang's attitude towards you, quite amiable. I must say, I heard that after your cold, you drank medicinal wine and acted a bit tipsy, laughing affectionately as a mother would with her daughter. Jiang Hao responded with a smile. Upon hearing the word mother, Xiao Yousheng immediately lowered her head, biting her lip tightly. After I treated her that way, she must resent me, she murmured to herself. What's wrong? Jiang Hao, noticing her despondent demeanor, asked with curiosity. Xiao Yousheng took a deep breath. Her voice trembling slightly, Jiang Hao took her small hand, sitting beside her to offer gentle comfort, why the sorrowful expression for no apparent reason. Xiao Yousheng shook her head, and after a lengthy pause, she inhaled deeply. From now on, you should visit Hang Junchuang daily. Don't mention that I sent you. Just say you snuck over to see her. For now, keep our relationship concealed, but you might cautiously inform her that I have a boyfriend and observe her reaction. Xiao Yousheng instructed softly, and Jiang Hao nodded, preparing to depart. Don't linger too long. It will soon be dark. Remember to return quickly, she urged, grasping the corner of Jiang Hao's shirt, her demeanor reverting to its usual aloofness. It's only 6 o'clock. There's no rush, Jiang Hao countered dismissively. Regardless, be swift. Ideally, wrap it up in half an hour, Xiao Yousheng replied coolly. Jiang Hao's temper flared momentarily. And he sighed with a furrowed brow. You want me to spend more time with her, but also wrap it up in half an hour? Aren't you being contradictory? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yousheng shot him a frosty glance. Jiang Hao coughed lightly. I understand. I'll be quick about it. No problem. In the next moment, Xiao Yousheng tightly wrapped her arms around his. Darling, have I been too gentle with you today? Why do you seem so fond of arguing today? Xiao Yousheng whispered softly in his ear. Well, it's all right, I suppose, Jiang Hao replied with a sheepish smile. My dear, do you know what adjective comes to mind when I see you like this? Xiao Yousheng gently pinched his chin, asking sweetly. How would I know? Jiang Hao grumbled in annoyance. If you don't know, allow me to enlighten you. You are currently like a... Xiao Yousheng murmured mischievously. Wife, I admit my fault. I will go see Sister Hang right now. I promise to be quick. Jiang Hao hastily prepared to leave, but suddenly had a thought, his eyes lighting up. He then took out his phone and presented a video to Xiao Yousheng. This was, of course, the video from yesterday when she was drunk and acting foolishly. Now, pay attention. We have 3 rules to abide by. The esteemed President Xiao wouldn't go back on her word, would she? Jiang Hao scoffed, instantly feeling more confident. Meanwhile, Xiao Yousheng stared at the video, her expression growing increasingly grim. Haha, how about that? You can't threaten me, you can't restrict my freedom, and most importantly, you can't. Jiang Hao laughed triumphantly, but moments later, upon seeing Xiao Yousheng's murderous gaze, he wilted. I didn't mean to record you while you were drunk. He gazed into her stunning yet frosty eyes, his confidence waning. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Yousheng smiled faintly. Darling, how adorable you are. You look just like a little child who has done something wrong. However, the more endearing you become, the more I want. Xiao Yousheng's tone shifted. Her laughter tinged with malice. Those 3 rules sound good. I can agree to them, but shouldn't you also fulfill what you promised me today? What did I promise you? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Have you forgotten? Do you intend to weasel out of it? Xiao Yousheng's lips curled into a cruel smile as she began to tear Jiang Hao's shirt. All right. I won't mention the rules anymore. Jiang Hao lamented. Almost in tears. Little did he know what Xiao Yousheng truly meant. Yet, even if she were rambling, he dared not take the risk. Such a compliant husband you are. From now on, you must continue to be this obedient. Do you understand? Xiao Yousheng's youthful finger traced across Jiang Hao's chest, a hint of coldness gleaming in her eyes. Now, go see Hang Junchuang. Jiang Hao nodded repeatedly, almost fleeing from the terrace. Once Jiang Hao had left, Xiao Yousheng reflected on the video of her drunken self. Biting her lip in frustration. How could she have let him see her like that so easily? No, she could not allow her weakness to be exposed to him again. From now on, she must absolutely refrain from alcohol. She needed to be a bit more ferocious, instilling fear within him. Otherwise, what if he escaped? Xiao Yousheng anxiously clutched the hem of her skirt, and after a long pause, resembling a child who had erred, she lowered her head and murmured to herself, I will not allow you to slip away from my side again. Never. I truly do not wish to endure solitude any longer. A stream of clear tears gently cascaded down her cheeks, and a sickly smile blossomed at the corners of her lips. Chapter 26. What reward should I bestow upon you? Jiang Hao entered the secluded garden of Hang Junchuang, carrying a basket of blooming roses at their peak. The twilight had not yet fully descended. A few stars twinkled forlornly in the vast sky, hanging solitary beside a crescent moon that had yet to reveal itself completely. The garden was shrouded in darkness, devoid of streetlights, and the silence was almost eerie. Faintly, one could hear the restless insects in the grass, their melancholy chirps resonating through the stillness. Why is there not a single light here? It's pitch black. Can Sister Hang see anything at night? Jiang Hao muttered. Switching on his phone's flashlight, he navigated through the darkness, relying almost entirely on memory, until he found the cluster of rustling roses swayed by the gentle breeze in the solitary stone table. Upon closer inspection, he saw Hang Junchuang sitting quietly beside the stone table, occasionally placing black and white pieces on the chessboard before her. Clearing his throat, Jiang Hao approached her. Hang Junchuang looked up, resting her chin on her hands, and smiled warmly at him. Ah, you finally arrived, young one. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Sitting across from her as he tentatively inquired, Sister Hang, you haven't been waiting for too long, have you? Not long at all. Just a day, she replied gently, offering him a cup of tea that had long since cooled. A day? The entire day? Jiang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, but please do not feel guilty. Even if I weren't waiting for you, I would have spent most of the day sitting here. Hang Junchuang nodded, then lit the candle on the stone table. Jiang Hao, feeling restless, expressed his apologies. Sister Hang, I truly apologize. As you know, I am but a servant, and my daily tasks are overwhelming. I only just found the opportunity to come here. It's quite all right, she replied, shaking her head. Upon noticing the roses in Jiang Hao's basket, a look of delight spread across her face. You really brought roses? She eagerly picked one up, inhaling its fragrance with rapture. Under the flickering candlelight, Hang Junchuang's fair profile was bathed in a dreamlike orange glow. As she savored the scent of the rose, Jiang Hao found himself momentarily distracted by the delicate contours of her face, feeling a wave of bashfulness wash over him. What are you thinking about, little one? Hang Junchuang opened her eyes, observing Jiang Hao's flushed cheeks, and a lazy smile crept upon her lips. Cough, it's nothing. Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Just as he was about to engage in some light conversation with her before taking his leave, Hang Junchuang suddenly stood up and gently caressed his face. The soft, cool touch of her delicate fingers sent a rush of warmth to Jiang Hao's cheeks. Sister Hang, I'm a respectable person, he protested, rising to his feet in indignation, only to feel a wave of remorse moments later as he hastily apologized. Hang Junchuang was momentarily taken aback but then shook her head, laughing softly as she playfully extended her hand toward him. What are you thinking about, you little rascal? Just now, a tiny bug flew onto your face. She shot him a playful glance before releasing the insect she had captured. Jiang Hao sighed in relief, managing a shy smile as he said, Well, Sister Hang, I have a thin skin, so please bear with me. Why do you blush so easily, young one? Unbeknownst to many, one might mistake my playful banter for teasing. However, witnessing the blush upon your cheeks, Hang Junchuang rested her chin on one hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips. How endearing. Jiang Hao felt the warmth rise to his face once more, his heart seething with indignation. Daily, you wield that formidable charm against me. It is no wonder I blush. Young lad, are you still in school? I imagine many young girls are vying for your attention, Hang Junchuang teased with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I have already graduated. Besides, do I truly appear so youthful? Jiang Hao retorted with a hint of frustration. Indeed, you do possess an air of youthful innocence, akin to a juvenile brother. Hang Junchuang chuckled softly as she refilled his empty teacup. Hang Jia, you truly are. Jiang Hao sighed with a wry smile. But before he could finish, a cool, tea-scented fingertip gently pressed against his lips. Enough with the formalities. Calling me Jia sounds rather unappealing. Let us see. How about Hang Jia? It sounds much more endearing, she suggested with a radiant smile, delicately wiping the remnants of tea from the corner of his mouth. All right. Hang Jia. Might I request that you refrain from teasing me in the future? Jiang Hao lamented, his expression one of despair, instinctively attempting to shield his lips from her touch. Yet, the moment he reached out, Hang Junchuang furrowed her brow and grasped his hand firmly. My dear brother, what has happened to you? She inquired, pointing at the scratches adorning his hand. It's nothing. I merely took a spill, Jiang Hao replied evasively, unwilling to divulge the incident involving the mysterious woman he had encountered that day. After all, it was indeed her who had inadvertently caused his injuries when she had pushed him to the ground. My dear brother, one should not lie so easily in the presence of an elder sister. I have experienced more than you can imagine. Were you perhaps involved in a scuffle? I can see the dust upon your trousers and the frayed sleeves of your shirt. Hang Junchuang raised an eyebrow, feigning reproach as she tapped his forehead lightly. Without a moment's thought, Jiang Hao dismissed her concern with a flippant remark. Today, while gathering roses for Hang Jijia, I was caught by some other servants and received a thrashing. His words were laced with sarcasm. Yet before he could elaborate on the absurdity of a lone boy besting 10 servants, Hang Junchuang tenderly ruffled his hair. Jiang Hao froze momentarily, his heart swelling with a mix of astonishment and fury. How humiliating it was. He had been the one accustomed to bestowing such affections, yet here was Hang Junchuang, a woman of stature who had dared to touch his head. Just yesterday, he had been stroking the head of the illustrious CEO, Xiao, of the Tianhai conglomerate. Do not engage in foolishness for the sake of your sister again. Your presence alone brings me joy. Hang Junchuang spoke softly, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable emotion. To think that in her solitude, confined within these walls, the only sole concern for her well-being was a mere young servant. In the wake of her family's ruin and her own enduring loneliness, how long had it been since she had known the warmth of genuine care? No ulterior motives. No desires for gain, merely risking herself to bring flowers, only to be met with violence in return. He was merely a lad in his early 20s. Yet the hardships endured as a servant were no less than his own. Contemplating this, she unconsciously pursed her crimson lips, grasping Jiang Hao's hand and bringing it to her mouth. Sister Hang, what are you about to do? Jiang Hao inquired, perplexed. Without uttering a word, Hang Junchuang gently blew on the wound. The cool and moist breath sent a tingling sensation across Jiang Hao's scalp, akin to ants scuttling about. Does it still hurt? Let me fetch some aloe for you, she said with a tender gaze directed at him. It's nothing, just a minor scrape, Jiang Hao mumbled, having previously overlooked the injury on his hand. Let me think. Today you have been quite the brave little friend. The roses you gave to me were delightful. How shall I reward you? Hang Junchuang mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Sister, you are my real sister. A reward, you say? Please, do not call me little friend anymore. I am 22 now, and it feels rather embarrassing, Jiang Hao replied with a resigned shake of his head. That simply won't do. A little friend shall remain a little friend. What could I possibly reward you with? After a long moment of contemplation, Hang Junchuang lifted her head, her red lips curling into a warm smile. Subsequently, she stood up and leaned towards Jiang Hao's face. A delicate kiss, like the gentle touch of a dragonfly, softly landed on his forehead. Is a kiss from an elder sister an acceptable reward? Chapter 27. Am I anticipating? Gratitude to the wonderful boss for the generous gift of 500 yuan for this new book. It has been a while since I last saw the boss, and I miss her dearly. To repay her kindness, I will provide an explosive update today. Beneath the moonlight, the mature woman before Jiang Hao left him momentarily speechless. Whether it was the exquisite figure beneath the moon-white qipao, perfectly voluptuous yet elegant, or her enticing crimson lips, or the naturally alluring aura emanating from her fox-like, elongated eyes. The impact on a young man like Jiang Hao was undeniably profound. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Hao managed a wry smile and said, Sister Hang, please refrain from kissing my forehead like that. I cannot withstand it. With her extensive life experience, Hang Junchuang instantly recognized the flustered expression on Jiang Hao's face. After a brief moment of surprise, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh dear, this is too amusing. A little boy with such unwholesome thoughts. Her laughter was infectious, and she felt as if she had encountered a rare moment of delight in the past 2 years. All right, Sister Hang, you may continue laughing. I must take my leave, Jiang Hao said, somewhat annoyed as he stood to depart. Are you upset? Was it wrong of me? Who would have thought that a mere kiss would? Ha ha ha, Hang Junchuang teased, playfully grasping Jiang Hao's arm. Suddenly, an untimely rumble emanated from her stomach. Hang Junchuang exchanged an awkward glance with Jiang Hao and smiled softly. I have been sitting at this stone table all day without a meal. I am rather hungry. Feeling a tinge of guilt, Jiang Hao nodded, realizing that Hang Junchuang had waited all day for him. Thus, he offered a gentle smile. Sister Hang, you should go eat. I will take my leave now. Wait, come with me. Let us have a late-night snack together, Hang Junchuang urged, gesturing for Jiang Hao to follow her. Initially, Jiang Hao intended to decline, but recalling Xiao Yousheng's request, he felt compelled to agree. He had yet to gauge Hang Junchuang's reaction to Xiao Yousheng's affections. Under the moonlight, on the garden path, a man and a woman walked in tandem, side by side amidst the gentle night breeze and blooming flowers. Hang Junchuang tugged at the vertical hem of her qipao, her lips trembling slightly from the cool sea breeze. It's quite chilly here by the sea, little brother. Let us hasten our pace. Jiang Hao nodded and instinctively removed his jacket, draping it over her shoulders. Hang Junshuang paused momentarily, gently caressing the fabric of his coat, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. The warmth enveloped her, offering a comforting sensation, and the lingering scent of youth was refreshingly pleasant. To her surprise, the young man proved to be quite thoughtful. Moreover, the fragrance was delightful. She turned her head, casting a glance back with a smile. "Little brother, your jacket is very warm. Thank you. I'm glad you like it," Jiang Hao replied absently, his mind preoccupied with how to subtly test Hang Junshuang's sentiments. Before long, Jiang Hao followed her into a villa. While the exterior radiated opulence, the interior was surprisingly spacious and sparsely furnished, adorned with a minimalist black and white decor. The only semblance of vitality was found by the various green plants beside the floor-to-ceiling windows. "What would you like to eat?" the elder sister inquired, beckoning a servant to come forth. The wait might be a tad prolonged, as the chef would prepare everything fresh. Hang Junshuang patted the sofa, indicating for Jiang Hao to take a seat beside her. Once seated, Jiang Hao quickly waved his hand. "Sister Hang, there's no need to summon the servant. I shall prepare a late-night snack instead." He jested, realizing that if it took too long, Xiao Yousheng would undoubtedly become agitated. The very purpose of dining together was to foster a closer relationship with Hang Junshuang while testing the waters. It wasn't worth wasting time over a lavish meal. "You can cook, little brother?" she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "Come, let me take you to the kitchen." With that, Hang Junshuang led Jiang Hao to the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, Jiang Hao was met with the sight of an almost empty freezer, eliciting a rueful smile. This sister truly did not cook often. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I rarely prepare my own meals, so there are hardly any ingredients available," he admitted. Hang Junshuang, slightly embarrassed, pointed to a few eggs of indeterminate age and some leftover rice from the previous day, saying, "This is all that remains." "I see," Jiang Hao pondered, stroking his chin, before breaking into a grin. "This is more than sufficient." With that, he swiftly commenced his preparations. He cracked the eggs, whisking the yolks and whites together. Once the green onions were sizzling in the pan, he added the eggs to the half-cooked rice. Next came the seasoning. Hang Junshuang watched Jiang Hao, who was earnestly wielding the frying pan with impressive dexterity, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable emotion. Accustomed to simplicity, she was not particularly fond of the hustle and bustle of the kitchen. The cool sea breeze wafted in from the window, brushing against her. Yet, whether it was due to Jiang Hao's cooking or some other reason, she found herself enveloped in a warmth that transcended both body and spirit. The once desolate villa was no longer lonely. Her attention was solely captured by the young man diligently flipping the ingredients. Despite considering herself a lover of tranquility, typically disturbed by the slightest noise, she found the clamor of the cooking to be unexpectedly comforting. She had never imagined that there existed such a delightful and youthful little brother who would simply prepare a meal for her out of sheer hunger. As Hang Junshuang lost herself in her thoughts, Jiang Hao had already placed 2 plates of fried rice on the dining table. "Sister Hang, it's ready. Come and eat," he called out warmly. She accepted a spoon and took a tentative bite of the golden fried rice, her eyes widening in astonishment, rendering her momentarily speechless. "How is it?" Jiang Hao asked, brimming with confidence in his culinary skills, having once captivated a girl's heart with his fried rice during high school. Of course, he did not expect Hang Junshuang to be particularly impressed. It was merely a polite inquiry. "It's delicious," she nodded vigorously, eagerly scooping up more of the fried rice. Jiang Hao gazed in astonishment at the woman before him. Though Hang Junshuang was diligently eating her meal, her demeanor and grace exuded an elegance that was unmistakable. Surely, Hang Junshuang must be the daughter of a wealthy family, cultivated in poise from a young age. Before long, the fried rice on their plates was devoured as if by a tempest. "Little brother, I truly thank you," she said. "Sister has never tasted such exquisite food before. You not only cook well, but are also so gentle and considerate. And you're quite adorable." Hang Junshuang cradled her chin in her hand, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "I imagine many girls must be fond of you?" Jiang Hao smirked. "Many girls like me? More likely. Many girls wish to see me dead." Hang Junshuang chuckled softly, feeling an inexplicable delight at his self-deprecating remark. "By the way, will you be staying a little longer? Sister could play the guqin for you." Before she could finish, Jiang Hao sighed with a wry smile. "Sister Hang, I cannot stay tonight. I must report for duty soon because Mrs. in love. She's currently on a date with her boyfriend, and we, the servants, must be ready to attend to her needs at any moment." Hang Junshuang was taken aback, and after a long pause, she asked in disbelief, "Xiao Sheng is in a relationship? Are you certain?" Absolutely certain. They are to be married next month, Jiang Hao replied, touching his nose. Hang Zhenshuang stood in a daze for a long while, shaking her head with a light laugh. That's wonderful. I thought that girl would remain lonely forever. Jiang Hao observed her reaction closely before rising to his feet. Sister Hang, I will wash the dishes and be on my way. I'm unsure if anyone has noticed my stealthy exit. Are you leaving already? If only you could stay a little longer. Hang Zhenshuang's expression dimmed slightly as she lowered her head, then waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, little brother, you may go. 10 minutes later. Hang Zhenshuang stood alone on the terrace of her second-floor bedroom, lost in thought as she watched Jiang Hao's figure fade into the distance. Once again, she found herself alone. Uncertain of her own feelings, she clutched the hem of her garment and called after him, Little brother, will you come again tomorrow? By the way, sister still doesn't know your name. Jiang Hao turned with a smile. My name is Jiao Ming. Rest assured, Sister Hang. I will skip class and work just to sneak out and visit you again. He could not reveal his true identity to Hang Zhenshuang. Otherwise, should she discover that the boyfriend of Xiao Yousheng is none other than himself, all the lies he had told would unravel. At his words, Hang Zhenshuang felt ripples of emotion disturb the still waters of her heart. Back in her room, she opened her wardrobe and filled the long-neglected vanity with cosmetics. She gazed at the beautiful garments she hadn't worn in years and the makeup that had gathered dust, a smile gracing her lips. I never anticipated that I would be contemplating how to adorn myself for a little brother tomorrow. Am I truly looking forward to his visit? Chapter 28. The sinister husband. Not long after Jiang Hao departed from Hang Zhenshuang's residence, Xiao Yousheng received a phone call from her mother. Mother, have you finally decided to speak with me? She trembled. You know, it was never my intention to confine you. It was merely. Xiao Sheng. I am currently focused on self-cultivation and find joy in it. You need not feel guilty, considering the deeds I committed in my past. I am quite content with the fate of confinement. Furthermore, congratulations are in order. You have finally found someone you truly cherish, Hang Zhenshuang replied gently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yousheng's tears streamed down her cheeks. Mother, thank you for your blessings. Although we are not bound by blood, in my heart, you will always be my true mother. Xiao Sheng, I have come to realize that one must look forward in life. Dwelling in the past serves no purpose. Moreover, I have developed a slight affection for that servant named Jiao Ming. A peculiar sort of fondness, Hang Zhenshuang continued. Confused, Xiao Yousheng glanced toward a maid who was tidying up in the distance. The maid, Jiao Ming, was responsible for delivering meals to Hang Zhenshuang daily. Wait, a peculiar fondness? Does that not imply affection? My stepmother is attracted to a female servant? Shocked, Xiao Yousheng pondered. Hang Zhenshuang chuckled lightly. Perhaps I am merely becoming senile. In a few years, I shall be 40, and to feel such affection for a mere servant. Perhaps it is simply a consequence of my loneliness, or maybe. Yes, perhaps it is merely a figment of my imagination. Xiao Yousheng quickly assured. Mother, do not worry. If you like her, I shall facilitate it. You know, due to the lingering remnants of the Xiao family's past, I cannot yet allow you to venture out, nor can I visit you. That is of no concern. Xiao Sheng, the fact that you still call me mother brings me immense joy. Now, get some rest. I shall hang up, Hang Zhenshuang concluded. As the call ended, Xiao Yousheng approached the maid named Jiao Ming. You have been performing admirably lately, delivering meals to my stepmother punctually. A raise is in order. Jiao Ming was taken aback, then bowed joyfully. Thank you, miss. Additionally, spend more time with my stepmother each day. She enjoys desserts. Please bring her some tomorrow, Xiao Yousheng instructed before turning to leave. Jiao Ming muttered softly to herself, Sigh, I have no desire to accompany that confined old woman. Perhaps I shall find someone else to deliver her meals tomorrow. After taking a shower, Jiang Hao returned to his bedroom and curiously inquired of a maid, Has the young lady retired for the night? Indeed. She has always been an early riser, the maid respectfully replied. Very well, you may leave now. I shall retire as well. Jiang Hao yawned, and the maid wisely withdrew. He donned his nightclothes and approached the door to lock it. It was an old habit, having experienced the devastation of losing his family in childhood. He had always felt a lack of security. However, at that moment, he was astonished to discover that the door lock seemed to have been tampered with, rendering it impossible to secure. How peculiar. Never mind, if it won't lock, he might as well sleep. Jiang Hao lay down on the bed, turned off the light, and closed his eyes. The bed felt solid beneath him, and he was utterly relaxed, free from nightmares concerning Su Ruoyan. After an indeterminate amount of time, in a state between dream and wakefulness, Jiang Hao vaguely perceived the sound of his bedroom door creaking open. He thought to himself, perhaps it was merely an illusion. Moments later, he sensed that his blanket had been stirred. Still, he paid it no mind, attributing it to his own movements. Yet, after a brief interval, he was suddenly aware of something exceedingly smooth and soft nestled in his arms. How strange, was he dreaming? Then, a tender little thing pressed against his lips. "Darling, kiss me," the haunting whisper jolted Jiang Hao awake in an instant, and he turned to behold the entity beside him. Bathed in moonlight, Xiao Yousheng had wrapped her arms around his neck, greedily kissing him. Alas, he had been ambushed by President Xiao. Jiang Hao felt a wave of regret wash over him. He finally understood why his door would not lock. "Darling, you're finally awake. Do you remember what you promised me before?" Xiao Yusheng's crimson lips curved into a sickly sweet smile as she pressed Jiang Hao beneath her. "Whatever it is, can we discuss it tomorrow? May I please get some sleep?" Jiang Hao, his eyes still heavy with slumber, managed a wry smile. "Thinking of reneging, are we? Such a thoughtless and unreliable husband you are. Since you have forgotten, allow me to remind you." Xiao Yousheng leaned closer to Jiang Hao's ear and, enunciating each word with a chilling tone, said, "Darling, I want a little treasure." Chapter 29. Good night. Jiang Hao's expression stiffened as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Yousheng, of course I wish to have children with you, but could we perhaps wait until after we are married?" Before he could finish, Xiao Yousheng let out a cold snort, pressing his arms down onto the pillow. A compliant husband is a well-behaved husband, and well-behaved husbands are rewarded. Those who do not adhere to the agreement naturally become the detestable husbands. And the detestable husbands. Xiao Yousheng raised her icy lips in a sickly smile, whispering into Jiang Hao's ear, "Shall face unimaginable and dreadful punishments." Jiang Hao, at a loss for words and on the verge of tears, nodded helplessly. What a situation to be in with a peculiar wife. Should he even consider sending goji berries? Do you wish to be a compliant husband or a detestable one? Xiao Yusheng's gaze turned frigid as she raised her voice ominously. "Tell me." At that moment, Jiang Hao wanted to curse at Xiao Yousheng, exclaiming that he wanted nothing more than to be her father. However, he was acutely aware of the consequences that such words would bring. What to do? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao devised a plan and smiled slightly. He took the initiative, grasping Xiao Yusheng's arm and asserting dominance over her. In the darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight, Xiao Yusheng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Normally, if her husband dared to take control like this, she would have inflicted upon him a punishment more torturous than death. But today, for the prospect of having her husband's little baby, she would allow him to indulge. Xiao Yusheng's eyes glimmered with allure as her fingers traced the buttons of her nightgown. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao remarked, "Dear wife, it's not that I refuse you, but consider this. We are not yet married, and if a child were to come, others would gossip." Xiao Yousheng paused, then coldly retorted, "I do not care about the opinions of others, in my eyes." She wrapped her arms around Jiang Hao's neck and softly declared, "There is only you." Seeing that Xiao Yousheng remained unyielding, Jiang Hao was genuinely anxious. After pondering for a moment, he sighed, "Wife, you may not care, but I do. And it's not the opinions of others that concern me. Can you guess what I am worried about?" Xiao Yousheng shook her head, becoming increasingly impatient as she pressed kisses to Jiang Hao's cheek. "What I care about is you, my dear wife. How could I bear to see you subjected to gossip? Even if you remain indifferent, my beloved wife." Jiang Hao chuckled, mimicking Xiao Yusheng's mannerisms and whispering into her ear, "Even the slightest harm to you would break my heart." Wife, why are you silent?" By the moonlight, he noticed that Xiao Yousheng appeared like a bashful young girl, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Husband, are you confessing your feelings to me?" After all these years, it was the first time she had heard such tender words from him. She felt an overwhelming joy, truly elated. In their high school days, she had always been the one to express her affections first. However, at that time, my husband insisted that he treated me like a little sister, and I always responded with a smile. Now, hearing him express his love for me fills me with immense happiness. In the darkness, tears streamed down Xiao Yusheng's face, reflecting the melancholy yet faint moonlight. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback before tenderly wiping away the tears from her cheeks. He never anticipated that the affectionate words he uttered merely to placate her would cause Xiao Yousheng to weep so profusely. Jiang Hao felt a sense of melancholy. Compared to the love Xiao Yousheng bestowed upon him, did his own love seem somewhat lacking? Yet, this was an inherently contradictory issue. His intention was to downplay the relationship with Xiao Yousheng. But now, well then, after we marry, we shall have a little baby together. However, if we take precautions now, we can still share some intimate moments, can't we? Xiao Yousheng said softly. Ahem, didn't we agree on 3 rules? Before marriage, we cannot engage in intimate activities, and besides, we must sleep separately, Jiang Hao stated seriously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yousheng's expression immediately turned cold. This is unacceptable, and that is forbidden. It seems my husband is not the obedient type, but rather a mischievous one. For such a husband, punishment is necessary. A manic smile danced upon her crimson lips. Then, she bit Jiang Hao's ear, increasing the pressure. Jiang Hao winced in pain, exclaiming, "Sheng, look, it's actually my fault. You keep transforming into this obsessive state, and while I do wish to be intimate with you, it frightens me. If only you would just act a little coy." Act coy? Xiao Yousheng was momentarily stunned. Yes, indeed. A normal wife should be playful with her husband, but before Jiang Hao could finish, he found himself speechless. He saw Xiao Yousheng nestled in his embrace, rubbing her head against his arm while softly murmuring, "Husband, I want to be intimate." "I want to be intimate." Jiang Hao's gaze softened as he instinctively patted Xiao Yusheng's head. She really is being playful, how utterly endearing. My dear, let me explain. I'm not trying to evade anything. I merely devised these rules to preserve our love after marriage. If we indulge every day, we will inevitably grow tired of each other. Rest assured, as long as you adhere to my rules and refrain from intimacy before marriage, on our wedding night, whatever you wish to do, I shall grant it, Jiang Hao said with a smile. This logic indeed holds true. Very well, I shall comply. We can forego intimacy, but we cannot sleep separately, Xiao Yousheng replied coldly. Not this time. No amount of coaxing will work. I am a person of principles, Jiang Hao declared firmly. As his words faded, Xiao Yousheng wrapped her arms around his waist and softly murmured, "I want to sleep with my husband. If I don't sleep with you, I will feel scared and have nightmares. Dear husband, please, don't make me sleep alone." With a resigned sigh after a moment's contemplation, Jiang Hao relented. Very well, we shall sleep together, but remember, no intimacy. With that, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. In the darkness, Xiao Yousheng gazed at Jiang Hao's profile, a smile gracing her lips as she gently bit her finger. Once she confirmed he was sound asleep, she took his hand and carefully nestled herself into his embrace. The sweet nothings you spoke earlier felt insincere, yet I am still quite happy. For even the slightest hint of your love, that minuscule affection fills me with boundless joy. To hold your hand and sleep peacefully like this. Leaning closer to Jiang Hao's ear, she whispered, "Good night, my love. I adore you." Meanwhile, across the city of Tianhai, in a villa, Su Ruoyan held a cigarette between her lips, sketching something on a piece of white paper. Opposite her sat a woman with lustrous platinum hair. Her beauty concealed beneath a hooded sweatshirt. "Miss Ji, why not remove your hood? Isn't it stifling?" "There's no one else here," Su Ruoyan said. Her excitement palpable as she continued to outline a certain route on the paper without looking up. "Are you instructing me?" Miss Ji replied coolly, her voice devoid of emotion, yet tinged with an undercurrent of menace. Su Ruoyan clenched her fists in silence. Tomorrow, she would have the opportunity to act against Jiang Hao. "What will you do?" Miss Ji inquired casually. "For now, he is under the protection of that wretched Xiao Yousheng." As Su Ruoyan uttered the derogatory term, she suddenly coughed up blood. In that instant, Miss Ji delivered a sharp kick to her abdomen. "Speak another ill word about Yousheng, and I shall annihilate your Su family." With that, Miss Ji tucked her platinum hair back into her hood, as if nothing had transpired. Su Ruoyan nodded through gritted teeth. Realizing the gravity of the situation and the identity of the woman before her left no room for defiance. Miss Ji, with Jiang Hao under President Zhao's protection. The only option left is to seek an opportunity for assassination. I happen to know a notorious assassin from the Tianhai underworld. Before she could finish, Miss Ji turned to leave. "Do as you wish. If you succeed, I shall provide you with Lin Hao's whereabouts. Fail, and I will personally deal with him. Any man who touches my woman is as good as dead." Miss Ji's voice faded into the distance, while Su Ruoyan tied her crimson hair into a ponytail, her eyes gleaming with madness. "Lin Hao, just wait a little longer. Your sister will meet you soon." Chapter 30. The adorable maiden. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao rose from his slumber, his eyes still heavy with sleep, stifling a yawn. He had indeed spent a restless night. Each time he drifted into slumber, Xiao Yousheng would snuggle into his embrace like a mischievous kitten, insisting on using his arm as a pillow. Yet, it was only 8 a.m. Why was Yousheng awake so early? Jiang Hao gazed at the empty bed in astonishment. As he stepped out of his room, a maid greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, young master." The young lady received a notification at 4 a.m. that she must attend a national seminar this morning. She is likely already in the capital. Ah, I see. Jiang Hao nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The long-lost feeling of freedom filled him with joy, causing him to chuckle gleefully. Well then, I shall meander at the office this morning and then indulge in the pleasures of my single life this afternoon. He stretched luxuriously, preparing to wash up and enjoy breakfast. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao was speeding down a country road in his AMG GT50, humming a cheerful tune. Each trip to the office necessitated passing through this suburban area, where the traffic was sparse, allowing him to drive swiftly. Let me ponder, this afternoon. Should I go for drinks, or perhaps to a spa for a foot massage? No, perhaps the spa is best avoided. Though my intent is merely to wash my feet and soak, what if Yousheng finds out? Jiang Hao's mind wandered until suddenly. He widened his eyes and slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, the GT50 nearly colliding with a young girl ahead. She appeared to have just come of age, dressed in a youthful black JK uniform, her knee-high socks hugging her delicate legs. The girl as clear. Peach blossom eyes held a naive charm, akin to a fawn lost in the woods, her youthful cheeks blooming like cherry blossoms in early March, truly a breathtaking sight. Strangely, she carried a wooden box on her back that resembled a guitar. She seemed to be a girl with a penchant for rock music. Little miss, are you all right? Jiang Hao anxiously pushed open the car door and rushed to her side, drawing in a sharp breath. The front of his car was almost touching her skirt. Had he delayed even a moment longer in braking, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, Jiang Hao was puzzled. The girl's endearing demeanor resembled that of a fawn, but her intellect seemed akin to that of a foolish deer from the northeast. He had pressed the horn repeatedly while braking, yet she appeared oblivious, standing foolishly in place, waiting for impact. The girl did not respond to Jiang Hao. Instead, she gazed at him blankly, timidly lowering her head and murmuring, "Big brother, may I ask you for something?" Huh, what? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Goodness, a truck nearly flattened you, and now you're asking me for something? Wait, could it be the legendary act of extortion? Jiang Hao nearly laughed in disbelief, but refrained from expressing his thoughts, as he was the one who nearly became the perpetrator. You want something, do you? Very well, I'll tell you. I have no money. He spoke coldly, then swiftly returned to the car, picking up a can of fruit hard candies. Here, this can of sweets is your compensation for emotional distress. But do refrain from any rash actions. I must inform you, there is a dash cam in my vehicle. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl snatched the candies from his hand. Her previous timidity vanished, and with a gleeful smile, she said to Jiang Hao, "Thank you, big brother. Now I have some candy to enjoy." As she spoke, she eagerly unwrapped a piece of fruit candy and delicately placed it in her mouth, closing her eyes in delight. Jiang Hao's lips twitched. Little sister, are you sure you're all right? If you are, I'll take my leave." The girl remained silent, squatting by the roadside, obediently savoring her candy. Could she be simple-minded? Jiang Hao cast a sympathetic glance at the girl before driving away. The girl stared vacantly at the swiftly departing GT50, saying nothing, continuing to slowly enjoy her candy. At that moment, her phone buzzed. Despite the irate and chilling voice on the other end, she continued to eat her candy at a leisurely pace. "Oh no, this time there are candies to enjoy. You'll have to wait for next time." She mumbled vaguely into the phone. Upon arriving at the company parking garage, Jiang Hao leisurely strolled to the nearest Wang Ba tea house, a daily ritual of his to energize himself with a cup of coffee or milk tea before work. Although Hao Ran Media Company was situated in a somewhat remote area of Lujiazui, there was no shortage of shops, bustling like a swarm of bees. As Jiang Hao sat at the Wang Ba tea house, placing his order through a WeChat mini program, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. It was a sensation of imminent danger, akin to an approaching catastrophe. He felt an instinctive shiver and glanced around. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and he shuddered. It wasn't he due to encountering anything terrifying. Rather, he encountered the girl once more. Indeed, it was the very girl he had nearly run over earlier. At that moment, she blinked her doe-like eyes, tilting her head in confusion as she regarded him. Instead of mere observation, her gaze felt reminiscent of something he had seen in the animal kingdom during his childhood. What kind of creature could it be? Just then, the girl unexpectedly spoke to him. "Big brother, may I ask for something from you? I'm not greedy, you know, but this time, I can't accept candy." Her youthful and tender voice sent a shiver down Jiang Hao's spine. Another request? This could be troublesome. He realized he was truly encountering a potential scam. Jiang Hao let out a wry smile. How was it that he attracted such bizarre situations? If he had genuinely hit this girl, he would have accepted the consequences, compensating for any damages or medical expenses. But the truth was, his car hadn't touched her at all. Did she really have to chase him from Xinzhuang to People's Square for something? All right, let me reiterate, there is not a single cent. Jiang Hao sneered menacingly at the girl, but upon seeing her innocent and naive face, he felt a twinge of reluctance. With a sigh, he conceded. I don't have any money, but I can offer you a cup of milk tea. With that, he handed her the milk tea he had yet to insert a straw into. Consider this your compensation for emotional distress. Don't even think about approaching me again. With a cold grunt, Jiang Hao exited the shop. The girl, slightly delighted, smiled as she cradled the freshly made milk tea. She took a gentle sip of the icy beverage when her phone rang once more. What are you doing? Why haven't you taken action? The voice on the other end was menacing and sinister. I have milk tea to drink. It's really delicious, she whispered, preparing to hang up. I warn you. If you don't. The woman on the line hadn't finished her sentence before the girl ended the call, savoring her drink. At that moment, a lecherous uncle, who had been observing her from within the shop, rubbed his hands together and approached her with a grin. Uncle, what do you want? The girl innocently greeted, quickly finishing her milk tea. Little sister, would you like to get to know me? My home is quite spacious. I could take you out to play. The man leered, his eyes fixated on the stunning girl before him, nearly drooling. Oh, I see. You want to invite me to play, right? But my mother said I shouldn't go with people like you. The girl replied, shaking her head in naivety. Come on. Don't bring that up. You like milk tea, don't you? Come with me, and I'll buy you milk tea every day. The man licked his lips. Must you take me away? But I've already rejected you. It's so troublesome. Perhaps it's better to reason with you more directly. The girl smiled shyly, then took down a wooden box she had been carrying on her back. The lecherous man looked curiously at the box placed on the table and asked, What's that? Little sister? Uncle, this is my favorite thing. I can use it to reason with you. You'll understand soon enough. I think you'll like it too, she said, her clear eyes sparkling as she slowly opened the box. Inside lay a resplendent tang knife, gleaming ominously. Wow, what a magnificent knife. The man's eyes widened. He felt this blade was even more exquisite than those he had seen in anime or games. Do you like it, uncle? I'm glad, she replied with a pure smile, gently gripping the hilt. Half a minute later, the once tranquil Wang Ba tea house erupted into chaos, punctuated by terrified screams. The young girl, cradling a cup of milk tea, leisurely exited the tea shop, pouting as she murmured, The ice is melted, it's no longer sweet. She then glanced at her black JK uniform, exclaiming with childlike delight, Black is the best. It hides the stains beautifully. In her moment of joy, she shyly addressed the wooden box containing her tang dao, whispering, Blade, today's whetstone isn't very effective. I'll find you a better one next time. The blade offered no reply. Meanwhile, within the confines of the shop, a lascivious man, now separated from his head, gazed in horror at the innocent and youthful girl outside the floor-to-ceiling window, his mouth agape as if to respond. Chapter 31. A desperate Jiang Qingyao. Good morning, President Jiang. Are you treating us to lunch today? Thank you, President Jiang, haha. President Jiang, surrounded by his incessantly chattering employees, waved his hand in exasperation. After all, he had merely rescued the company and disbursed the overdue salaries along with bonuses. Was such excessive formality truly necessary? Enough with the flattery, everyone. Return to your posts and get back to work. I've reserved the Nyo Nyo Shabu Shabu on Huai Middle Road for lunch. Let us enjoy ourselves, he declared, clapping his hands as he stepped into his office amidst the employees' cheers. He estimated that he would confront Wang Tianming tonight. Although only 2 days had passed since Wang borrowed the hour loan, Jiang figured the total, principal and interest combined, would amount to approximately 2.5 million. Not long after Jiang entered his office, before he had even settled into his chair, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Qingyao timidly entered, her head bowed, silent. Today, unlike her usual demure appearance, she wore daring hot pants and a cropped top, her long legs delicate and fair, rendering her almost irresistible to behold. Jiang cast a glance her way but remained silent, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he busied himself with his work. Meanwhile, he discreetly activated the recording on the office camera. After some time, Jiang Qingyao's initial tears evolved into full-blown sobs, her face concealed in her hands. President Jiang, I truly realize my mistakes. I admit I have always been a materialistic woman. I previously spurned your goodwill and pushed you away. Now, you have found a better woman. one I can only look up to. I have no further words and do not expect your forgiveness, nor do I dare to hope for another chance. I only wish to plead for one thing. Please allow me to stay at the company. I cannot possibly pay the 8 million breach of contract fee. Jiang Qingyao knelt before Jiang Hao, tears streaming down her face. Jiang sipped his tea nonchalantly, taking a considerable amount of time before finally addressing her. Did I ever say I intended to dismiss you? Jiang Qingyao paused in surprise, her expression brightening. Are you planning to keep me, President Jiang? Thank you. Before she could finish her gratitude, Jiang leisurely replied, I never intended to dismiss you. It was you who submitted your resignation. In other words, Jiang let out a cold laugh, leaning closer to her ear. Jiang Qingyao, everything you are enduring now is a consequence of your own actions. At his words, Jiang Qingyao's face drained of color, nearly collapsing to the ground. Indeed, it was all her own doing. Jiang had painstakingly nurtured her into a social media sensation, yet her insatiable greed had led her to resign. Jiang's previous pursuit of her, his unwavering devotion, had been met with her rejection, causing him to encounter a woman who now stood beyond her reach. No, I cannot succumb yet. My life cannot simply end here. It appears that I must resort to that particular tactic. Jiang Qingyao gently bit her lip before slowly rising to her feet, suddenly throwing herself into Jiang Hao's embrace. Jiang Hao, I know that you have always harbored feelings for me. I refuse to believe that you now possess no affection for me whatsoever. As long as you allow me to remain, waiving the breach of contract penalty, tonight, and even in the future, whatever you desire, I shall grant it to you. She smiled alluringly, gesturing towards herself. Jiang Hao was not taken aback. Upon entering, he had already surmised Jiang Qingyao's intentions from her sudden change in attire. She was a woman of utmost shamelessness, devoid of any moral compass. Her body was merely a bargaining chip for her transactions. Naturally, he had no intention of engaging with such a repulsive and sordid commodity. With the necessary recordings already in place, once Jiang Qingyao returned to the Jiang family, he could. No, wait, there was still one type of video missing. A video aimed at women, one that could lead to their social ruin and disgrace. Jiang Hao smiled faintly and said to Jiang Qingyao, very well. I shall come to find you later. He did not genuinely wish to engage in such a relationship with this loathsome woman. Rather, he had conceived a clever idea. Is that true? Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I love you. Jiang Qingyao exclaimed joyfully, leaving the office in a state of exhilaration. Jiang Hao shook his head, lazily gazing at the computer screen, when a news article sent a chill down his spine. Is this the Wang Ba tea house I just visited? A murder occurred within mere minutes of my departure? And it was a beheading? Chapter 32. The investment of the Xiao Group. Jiang Hao was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. Who was the unfortunate soul that could be eliminated while merely enjoying a cup of milk tea, and by such a brutal method? It seemed the perpetrator had yet to be apprehended. But wait, he recalled that there was an official office right next to the tea shop. How could they not find the assailant? Then again, the tea shop claimed that their surveillance cameras had conveniently malfunctioned. Jiang Hao inhaled sharply, a sense of conspiracy creeping upon him. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Jiang Hao sighed, knowing without a doubt that it was Xiao Yousheng on the other end. He reluctantly answered the call. On the line, Xiao Yousheng's voice was as cold as ever, devoid of the sweet, playful tone she had exhibited the previous night. There are 3 matters to discuss. First, I will be unavailable today. Someone may stir up trouble, but rest assured, my people will assist you. Second, I have transferred 100 million to your personal account as pocket money while I am away. Third, I have instructed the group to invest 100 million in your company as preparation for my acquisition. Before Xiao Yousheng could finish, Jiang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Acquisition? Yes, she affirmed. Su Ruoyan has already consented. From now on, you may stay by my side every day. Did you hear that? Xiao Yousheng's voice prompted a resigned sigh from Jiang Hao, leaving him feeling powerless. What's the matter? Are you not happy? The tone of Xiao Yousheng suddenly turned icy. Of course I am happy. I'm so happy I could cry, Jiang Hao replied, tongue-tied, sensing that his good fortune was nearing its end. Yousheng, why haven't you hung up yet? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Hao ventured, we haven't shared a kiss today. Huh? A kiss? How can I kiss you when you're not here? Regardless, just kiss the phone screen right now. Hurry up and kiss. All right, a kiss it is. Jiang Hao awkwardly pressed his lips against the phone screen. Did you kiss? Yousheng, rest assured, I did. Well, can you guess where I placed the phone? Huh. Where did you put it? Goodness. You little rogue. You tease. You pervert. Jiang Hao hung up the phone on the verge of tears, letting out a sigh. He stepped out of the office, only to be met by Li Mingtao and Han Xiaoxiao, who approached him with beaming expressions. President Jiang, our company has just received an investment of 100 million from the Xiao Group. Han Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled, nearly bouncing with excitement. Wow, Brother Hao, we've struck gold. With a top-tier consortium like the Xiao Group investing in us, our company is destined for greatness. Li Mingtao laughed heartily, his smile broader than ever. In response, Jiang Hao merely waved his hand dismissively. No need for such theatrics. With that, he headed towards the restroom. It was clear that the investment was courtesy of Xiao Yousheng. Li Mingtao, puzzled, whispered to Han Xiaoxiao, "This is a 100 million investment. Why does President Jiang seem so unfazed?" After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiaoxiao suddenly looked up, gazing at Jiang Hao's retreating figure with admiration. She chuckled softly, "I see. General Jiang must have connections within the Xiao Group." Connections? Li Mingtao suddenly understood, joyfully clapping his hands. "That's impressive. Does this mean our Haoran is destined for greatness?" "Indeed. Yet, I am genuinely curious about the nature of General Jiang's relationship with the Xiao Group. It's a staggering 100 million. The Xiao Group is known for its prudent investments. I wonder what sort of formidable ties General Jiang possesses within that organization," Han Xiaoxiao remarked thoughtfully. "Do you think, at the very least, he must be connected to a mid-level executive? Nonsense. A 100 million investment surely can't be the prerogative of a mid-level manager. I suspect it's likely a high-ranking director, or even a vice president." Han Xiaoxiao and Li Mingtao chattered animatedly. At that moment, a young woman in office attire approached them. "Are you discussing the Xiao Group's investment?" Jiang Yousheng said with a cheerful smile. "Miss Jiang, your sources are truly impressive. And why do you appear so nonchalant? Do you perchance know some insider information?" Han Xiaoxiao teased. "I know General Jiang exceedingly well, given his relationship with your director Su. Securing 100 million would be a walk in the park. Your director Su is from the Su family, but never mind, forget I said anything." Jiang Yousheng thought to herself, feeling a surge of delight. Her gamble on Jiang Hao proved to be an unexpected windfall. Judging by Jiang Hao's connection with Su Ruoyan, his future was surely destined for greatness. "Director Su? What does that have to do with it?" Li Mingtao asked, puzzled. At that moment, Jiang Qingyao approached with a smile. "What's the matter? Why is everyone so cheerful?" Jiang Yousheng shot her a disdainful glance, while Li Mingtao scoffed. Han Xiaoxiao, with a playful tone, remarked, "What is going on? General Jiang has secured a 100 million investment for the company. Soon, General Jiang will be the big boss." "Oh dear, I forgot. This probably doesn't concern you, does it? TSK, the way General Jiang used to pursue you, and now he's left you behind to soar to success. Qingyao, could it be that you're the infamous Jinx? Jiang Hao's previous struggles with finances seem to stem from your influence." Han Xiaoxiao laughed heartily. Jiang Qingyao's expression darkened. Her lips pressed tightly together. She wanted to retort, yet internally, she sorrowfully acknowledged Han Xiaoxiao's perspective. Indeed, she had been the one to push Jiang Hao away. But now, it was too late to voice any protests. Nonetheless, Jiang Hao was remarkably talented, managing to secure such a substantial investment. Yet, this extraordinary potential, she had unwittingly cast aside. Jiang Qingyao lowered her head in disappointment, feeling an unbearable ache in her heart, as if she had lost something precious. Just as she was lost in thought, a piercing scream echoed throughout the company. 250,000? Are you all insane? What if I refuse to pay? Go ahead and sue me. Wait, what are you saying? You are from the Xiao Group. How is this possible? Wan Xiaoming screamed as he dashed out of the office. In an instant, nearly everyone in the company turned their gaze toward Wang Tianming. Even Jiang Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief moment, a heavy sense of foreboding engulfed her heart. Jiang Hao must have devised a way to settle scores with Wang Tianming. Given that I allied with Wang Tianming, could I be the next target? No, that cannot be, for Jiang Hao just mentioned that he still holds interest in me and would seek me out tonight. I am surely safe. Jiang Qingyao silently encouraged herself, even harboring a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps Jiang Hao might rekindle his affection for me due to my physical condition. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, having just exited the restroom, wore a smile as he regarded the nearly deranged Wang Tianming. What is the fuss about? Jiang Hao chuckled. Wang Tianming, eyes reddened, shouted at Jiang Hao, "President Jiang, this loan shark is from the Xiao Group. If I don't repay them, they will kill me. What? What can I do? The high-interest loan you took out is your own doing. It has nothing to do with me. Have you forgotten? Let me refresh your memory." Jiang Hao approached the computer and played the recording of their previous discussion regarding the embezzlement of employee wages and the loan sharking. Wang Tianming's face turned ashen, terror flooding his expression as he glanced at the company employees who were listening to the recording and casting him glances filled with animosity. "Why, you must let me explain. It's not what it seems," he shrieked, and after a prolonged moment, he fell to his knees before Jiang Hao. "Jiang, brother Hao, we are still brothers, right? I beg you, please retract the loan. They just called my family, saying that if I don't pay up, they will." Wang Tianming wept profusely, while Jiang Hao simply smiled warmly. "Of course, I will assist you. Rest assured, I have already contacted the nearest establishment. You have a younger sister, don't you? We shall have the Xiao Group sell your sister to the establishment to pay off your debts." Chapter 33. Bankruptcy Liquidation. Wang Tianming stared blankly at Jiang Hao, and after a long while, he finally reacted. "You deceived me? The so-called assistance, leading me to borrow high-interest loans, was all your trap?" His face turned pale, and terror filled his eyes. Jiang Hao chose to ignore him and turned to leave. Wang Tianming let out a bitter laugh and lowered his head in despair. It turned out that all along, Jiang Hao was aware of his actions, yet he had been complacently believing Jiang Hao to be a foolish simpleton, oblivious to his own misdeeds. Regret had come too late. His life was already in ruins. "Brother Jiang, I was wrong. I admit my fault to you," he pleaded hoarsely, grasping Jiang Hao's pant leg. "But as the saying goes, misfortune should not befall one's family. Could you spare a path for my family? I have already reported you. You will face imprisonment for embezzling company funds. As for your family, rest assured, by the time you are released, they will likely be gone. Even your mother has been sold off by the Xiao family. Perhaps she and your sister will end up being kept by someone together. I can only imagine what your father will do. Oh, I forgot. He has no value and will probably be sold off for his organs in northern Myanmar," Jiang Hao said lazily, waving a hand at Wang Tianming. "Jiang Hao." Wang Tianming howled in despair like a wild beast, and moments later, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The company employees whispered among themselves. Some cast gloating glances at Wang Tianming, while others looked at Jiang Hao with awe. Jiang Qingyao's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead. This was Jiang Hao's prowess? Han Shishao and Li Mingao exchanged knowing glances, both intrigued as they regarded Jiang Qingyao. They hadn't anticipated that President Jiang possessed such formidable capabilities. How ruthless. This completely exceeds my expectations. I am somewhat looking forward to what Jiang Qingyao will experience. Jiang Yoshua shot a sharp glance at Jiang Qingyao, smiling silently. She was genuinely curious about the surprises Jiang Hao would bring to Jiang Qingyao now that she had returned to the Jiang family. All right. Everyone disperse and get back to work," Jiang Hao called out, but the crowd remained unmoved. Han Xiaoxiao, Li Mingdao, and several senior executives, along with the rest of the staff, were astonished as they gazed behind Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao turned around in confusion, shivering at what he saw. A woman clad in a tight black skirt, with cascading red hair, was grinning menacingly at him. It was Su Ruoyan. "Why is Director Su here at the company? What does she want?" Han Xiaoxiao questioned. Jiang Yoshua remained silent, aware that Jiang Hao's relationship with Su Ruoyan was far from ordinary. Her visit was likely to seek a rendezvous with him. Her investment in Jiang Hao was also due to this connection. But in the next moment, Jiang Yoshua was rendered speechless, followed by an indescribable sense of dread. Su Ruoyan approached Jiang Hao, a sinister smile curling her lips. "You worthless waste. I think before I end your life, it would be best for you to experience the taste of destruction first." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with Han Xiaoxiao, Li Mingtao, and Jiang Qingyao rendered speechless by shock. The company's CEO had fallen out with the chairman? Meanwhile, Jiang Yoshua was drenched in cold sweat, her gaze fixed in terror upon the two men. She had miscalculated. The relationship between Su Ruoyan and Jiang Hao was far from what she had envisioned as mere romantic involvement. Even more troubling was the implication from Su Ruoyan that she intended to ruin Jiang Hao. What would become of the leverage she held over him? Han Xiaoxiao clenched her fists anxiously, casting a disheartened glance at Jiang Hao's retreating figure. Had she been mistaken in her judgment from the very beginning? Was Jiang Hao not as formidable as she had imagined? In the distance, Jiang Hao, with an impassive expression, addressed Su Ruoyan. "Ruin me? We are in Tianhai. Do you possess that kind of power?" This was a warning. Even in the absence of Xiao Yousheng, he remained within her protective sphere. Su Ruoyan scoffed, then produced a document, slamming it onto the table. She surveyed the onlookers with an icy demeanor and proclaimed, "I am the chairperson of this company, as you all know. I hereby announce that Howren has filed for bankruptcy liquidation, and the company will be dissolved tomorrow." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Their eyes filled with disappointment as they turned to Jiang Hao. How could this happen? Hadn't the crisis been averted? Mr. Jiang, please say something. What on earth transpired? Several employees urged him anxiously. Brother Hao, how could we inexplicably go bankrupt? Li Mingtao exclaimed in shock. Indeed, everything seemed fine just a couple of days ago. Han Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears. After all their efforts to secure lucrative gains, how could someone else threaten their livelihood? Xiao Yousheng, drenched in perspiration, nearly stumbled to the ground. She realized that it was all over. Her investment in Jiang Hao had been a grievous miscalculation. With a bitter gaze fixed on Jiang Hao, she gritted her teeth and murmured, "How could this happen? Did I truly misjudge?" If this continued, the agreement she had made with Jiang Hao to ruin Jiang Qingyao would be rendered null and void. Jiang Hao surveyed the expressions of disappointment and regret among the crowd, merely smiling faintly. Would they attempt to force a bankruptcy through connections? Regardless, it mattered little. A forced bankruptcy could, in fact, be advantageous, considering the timing. The representative sent by Xiao Yousheng to negotiate the acquisition of Haoren should be arriving soon. If they could leverage their connections to impose bankruptcy, surely the Xiao Group, a colossal entity in Tianhai, could not be impeded from executing an acquisition through similar means. Chapter 34. Acquired. Suddenly realizing that I had neglected to provide the promised updates to my esteemed boss, I shall make amends by delivering a substantial 4 chapters today. Jiang Hao sat expressionless in the executive chair, surrounded by murmurs from the employees, punctuated by occasional cries of despair. Is it true? I just became a team leader last month, and now the company is on the verge of collapse, lamented one employee. President Jiang, please say something. What is happening? Another questioned anxiously. Jiang Hao remained silent, his gaze fixed on a few impeccably dressed men who were meticulously liquidating the company's assets. Su Ruoyan regarded Jiang Hao with a cold stare, sneering. Jiang Hao, do not be surprised by the current predicament. Let me inform you. My brother Lin Hao is very much alive, and Miss Ji will continue to provide me with leads. As for you, you are merely a puppet who has lost its utility. A sinister smile crept across her lips, hinting at darker intentions that she could not yet voice. For instance, after shattering Jiang Hao's spirit, she planned to execute him that very night. The eldest daughter of the Bai family, the foremost underworld clan in Tianhai City, had never failed in her murderous endeavors. Even the hidden security from the Xiao family surrounding Jiang Hao would be insignificant against a girl who valued life as inconsequential. Death is final. The deceased cannot be revived. Moreover, I believe that even if Lin Hao were here now, he would be utterly disillusioned by you, Jiang Hao replied, stifling a yawn as he listened to Su Ruoyan's words. Disappointed in me? My love for brother Lin Hao has reached its zenith. When he sees me, he will only rush into my embrace and call me sister. We shall be together forever, Su Ruoyan mused, lost in the fantasy of reuniting with Lin Hao, her lips sensually licking. She then rose, humming a tune as she made her way to the restroom. Jiang Hao felt a wave of revulsion wash over him as he disdainfully watched her retreating figure. A morbid curiosity stirred within him. He wondered how Su Ruoyan would react if she were to discover that he was, in fact, Lin Hao. At that moment, Jiang Yaoshua, Li Mingtao, Han Xiaoxiao, and several executives approached Jiang Hao. Jiang Qingyao did not join them, but instead cast a scornful glance in his direction. For her, this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. With the company facing bankruptcy, she no longer had to concern herself with penalties for breach of contract. Jiang Hao glanced at the group and offered a slight smile. This was an opportune moment to test loyalty. Li Mingtao was the first to place a hand on Jiang Hao's shoulder, sighing, Brother Hao, do not be too disheartened. It is merely a company. If it goes under, so be it. We can always start anew. I refuse to believe that we will not find our place among the top 10 on the Tianhai rich list in the future. Jiang Hao's lips twitched. Do I appear particularly sorrowful? Is that not the case? Jiang Hao, pull yourself together. Please do not tell me that I have been mistaken. The man I admire is merely a coward. As Ming Tao said, if all else fails, one can always venture into entrepreneurship again. This time, you may have faced a disastrous defeat, akin to a drowned rat, but rest assured, victory awaits in the future. I cannot speak for others, but at the very least, Ming Tao and I will continue to stand by you. You shall still be our leader. Han Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, squatting down before Jiang Hao, her grip on his arm tinged with frustration. Am I truly so pitiful, akin to a drowned rat? Jiang Hao chuckled, surprised by Han Xiaoxiao's fervent display. Li Mingtao had been his close friend since university. He had anticipated the outcome. However, Han Xiaoxiao's reaction exceeded his expectations. He had always perceived her as someone willing to do anything for personal gain. Truly astonishing. Jiang Yousheng wore a sullen expression and plopped down onto the ground. What are you so upset about? You are the daughter of the Jiang family. Even with the company's collapse, you will still possess wealth, Jiang Hao teased. How dare you say that? I may not care for money, but this time you have misjudged your fortune, and my family will surely question my capabilities. Jiang Yousheng lamented, cradling her head, feeling overwhelmed. Remarkably, you possess quite the contrast. I always thought you were a refined lady, Jiang Hao remarked, astonished. The extent of Jiang Yousheng's vulgar vocabulary far surpassed his expectations. Refined lady? Spare me. Jiang Hao, how could you assume I was in a relationship with Su Ruoyan? Turns out, it was Su Ruoyan who was managing you. Enough is enough. This time I have lost like a drowned rat. But, Jiang Yousheng chuckled softly, audaciously perching upon the armrest of Jiang Hao's chair. But what? Jiang Hao glanced at her. I can offer you another opportunity. If you wish to embark on another entrepreneurial journey, I am willing to invest once more. After all, despite your apparent foolishness, your abilities are commendable. However, this time it was indeed a catastrophic loss, Jiang Yousheng said, her smile fading into disappointment. Jiang Hao smiled gently, surveying the varied expressions of the employees and executives around him. What say you? Shall we continue to work together or part ways? No sooner had he spoken than some exited with evident impatience, while others hesitated, remaining in place. Jiang Hao, weren't you quite bold in the office? Where is your bravado now? Jiang Qingyao mocked as she made her way toward the exit. I genuinely appreciate this. Now I want to have to pay my 800,000 in breach of contract. Furthermore, do not seek me out tonight. I wish to avoid the misfortune of associating with a bankrupt loser. Jiang Hao was not surprised by her reaction. He had long understood the nature of Jiang Qingyao. He made his way to the restroom, comfortably lighting a cigarette. Just as Jiang Qingyao was about to leave, a middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses intercepted her. Miss Jiang. Is it? Should you choose to resign, please prepare to pay your 800,000 in breach of contract, he remarked, leering at her. What are you talking about? The company has collapsed, yet I still have to pay for nothing. Jiang Qingyao scoffed. Collapsed? Who said it has collapsed? The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and then entered the office, calling out to the burly men counting assets. Enough of that for now. From this moment on, Howard will be a part of our Xiao group, and we have plenty of time to settle the accounts. Huh? A part of the Xiao group? What does that mean? Han Xiaoxiao inquired, puzzled. Indeed, weren't we declared bankrupt? Li Mingtai echoed, equally bewildered. Meanwhile, Jiang Yousheng narrowed her eyes, seemingly recognizing the man. Moments later, her eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing her jaw to drop. This was none other than Wang Wan, a high-ranking official from the Xiao group. How could Wang Wan possibly be at a small company like Howard? Wait, Mr. Wang, wasn't Howard declared bankrupt? How can we become part of the Xiao group? Jiang Yousheng asked anxiously. Bankrupt? Who told you that? Wang Wan waved his hand dismissively, then clapped his hands to address the crowd. Listen carefully, Howard Media Company, Limited, has been acquired by our Xiao group, and from now on, it will enjoy the resources of the Xiao group while maintaining its independence. Chapter 35, Have we placed the right bet? What? An acquisition? Han Xiaoxiao and Li Mingtai exchanged bewildered glances, both left speechless. Surely not. Hadn't T Chairman Su mentioned bankruptcy earlier? One employee timidly reminded. Su Ruoyan, why bother with her? If she could force a bankruptcy, surely the Xiao group could employ its own means to prevent the bankruptcy and orchestrate an acquisition, Wang Wan scoffed. Wait, are you implying that the company not only avoided bankruptcy, but has instead become part of the Xiao group? Li Mingtai exclaimed excitedly. Is it an acquisition that maintains operational independence? Han Xiaoxiao gasped, unable to contain her joy. Incredible! Is this truly our fortune? Indeed, what on earth has transpired? The employees were equally exhilarated. Had they transformed into someone of significance? The benefits of the Xiao group were beyond their wildest dreams. After a brief uproar, Jiang Yousheng suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable delight. I understand now. It's Jiang Hao. I never misjudged him. I merely underestimated his true backing. Jiang Hao's ace in the hole was never Su Ruoyan, but rather a prominent figure within the Xiao group. I have indeed placed my bet wisely, and it has yielded golden results. Jiang Yousheng's cheeks flushed as she triumphantly raised her fist into the air. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoxiao and Li Mingtai finally grasped the situation, particularly Han Xiaoxiao, who was rendered speechless by shock, and after a brief silence, stammered, Of course. If Mr. Jiang can secure an investment of 100 million for the company, he can certainly facilitate our inclusion within the Xiao Group. Li Mingtai shook his head with a wry smile. No wonder Brother Hao appeared so nonchalant earlier. He must have already been in contact with someone from the Xiao Group regarding the acquisition. Han Xiao sighed. In retrospect, we were like clowns. Thinking we needed to encourage Mr. Jiang, he must have been on the verge of laughter. At these words, the employees gasped in astonishment. Just how much influence does their boss possess? To forge a connection with a financial giant like the Xiao Group? Jiang Qingyao, however, found her smile frozen on her face, soon morphing into an unmistakable expression of panic. The company did not go bankrupt at all. Instead, under Jiang Hao's stewardship, it has taken a significant step forward. So, when I was exclaiming about the company's bankruptcy in front of Jiang Hao, suggesting I might leave voluntarily, it means. Jiang Qingyao's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat dripping down her brow. Han Xiaoxiao mockingly chuckled. Oh dear. It seems someone has once again missed the opportunity to be with Mr. Jiang. Indeed, as long as the jinx is absent, Mr. Jiang can soar to great heights. Jiang Qingyao chose not to argue, instead collapsing onto the sofa in despair, burying her face in her hands. Once again, she had let slip the chance to connect with that enigmatic and formidable man. Enough. Stop your clamor. A bunch of worthless rabble, intimidated by a mere storm. The presence of such scoundrels as you is truly unfortunate, Wang Wen remarked with a mocking glance at the crowd. The others dared not retort, bowing their heads in trepidation. After all, they were in the presence of the upper echelons of the Xiao Group. A single ill-chosen word could jeopardize their futures. Han Xiaoxiao offered a bitter smile, realizing that the cost of being acquired was indeed steep, rendering one the subject of disdain. Yet, it mattered little. Prosperity awaited in the days to come. Even Jiang Yousheng remained silent, for she understood that her Jiang family was but an ant in the shadow of the Xiao Group. Should she ever inherit the family legacy, she would still have to tread lightly in front of the group's higher-ups, fearful of overstepping her bounds. Simultaneously, her beautiful eyes shimmered, conjuring the image of Jiang Hao's silhouette. What manner of man could emerge unscathed from Su Ruoyan's hostility, even drawing the Xiao Group's favor? Han Xiaoxiao and Li Mingtai dared not speak, carefully observing Wang Wen's expression. They were acutely aware that this individual was likely the one pulling the strings behind Jiang Hao. It was certain that Jiang Hao was under his influence, and the trials he would face were yet to be determined. Han Xiaoxiao bit her lip in sympathy, pondering the sacrifices Jiang had made for them. Knowing he would be forever ensnared by Wang Wen, Li Mingtai whispered, "Let us be as courteous as possible. We must not give them any ammunition, for if we err, it is Jiang who will bear the brunt." Han Xiaoxiao nodded, and even Jiang Yousheng turned to give them a thumbs up in agreement. At that moment, Jiang Hao emerged from the restroom, swaggering confidently. Wang Wen seemed momentarily taken aback before striding toward him. Indeed, a display of power was in store. Jiang Yousheng noted with a heavy heart. After all, one must be cautious. Jiang, having benefited from them, would inevitably face their wrath. Han Xiaoxiao clenched her fists in anxiety, while the employees averted their gazes, fearing the imminent confrontation with the once commanding Jiang. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, Wang Wen hurried toward Jiang Hao, excitement radiating from him as he clasped Jiang's hands, his previous disdain transforming into a beaming smile. "Brother Hao, I apologize for my tardiness. Please do not take it to heart." Jiang Hao waved dismissively. "It matters not. Handle Su Ruoyan swiftly." "Brother Hao, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You are far more handsome than in pictures, truly a hero in youth. Shall we share a drink later? I have several boxes of premium mitai in my car. Brought especially for you," Wang Wen said, bowing and scraping in flattery. Jiang Hao's lips twitched, realizing that Wang Wen was indeed a perceptive individual, capable of navigating high-stakes environments. "No need for that. Today, I shall abstain from drinking. When time allows, I will treat you," he responded, patting Wang Wen's shoulder and laughing heartily. "Alas, dear friend, it seems I am rather flustered by this situation, overwhelmed with trepidation indeed. Ah, by the way, if you find yourself with a moment to spare, could you perhaps speak a few kind words on my behalf before that esteemed individual?" Wang Wen raised his eyebrows mischievously and handed a bank card to Jiang Hao. "Very well, my friend, it's merely a trifling matter." Jiang Hao and Wang Wen exchanged glances, laughing heartily with their arms draped around each other's shoulders. Meanwhile, Jiang Yousheng, Han Xiaoxiao, and Li Mingao stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their thoughts. Were they not high-ranking officials of the Xiao Group? Did they not just moments ago hold everyone in contempt? Yet, Before Jiang Hao, they appeared as submissive as dogs. Chapter 36. Only 3 requests a day. Who exactly is our General Jiang? He holds a high position in the Xiao group, Li Mingtao remarked with a bitter smile. I don't know, but in my eyes, General Jiang is the most exceptional man I have ever encountered, Han Xiaoxiao mused, her lips curling into a delightful arc as she gazed at Jiang Hao's silhouette. Her admiration for this esteemed boss grew with each passing day. Whenever faced with a crisis she could scarcely imagine resolving, Jiang Hao always managed to navigate it with ease. If only. No, such thoughts were too unrealistic. How could Jiang Hao possibly regard her? Xiao Yousheng chuckled softly. How do you manage to surprise me every time? Jiang Hao, I truly cannot fathom you. She pondered whether she should introduce Jiang Hao to her father in a few days, harboring an inexplicable premonition that Jiang Hao's true capabilities far surpassed those of her father. At the very least, her father would have to treat him with utmost respect in front of the upper echelons of the Xiao group. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyao had completely given up, sitting silently on the sofa, lost in thought. She realized that she would never gain Jiang Hao's forgiveness in this lifetime. She had stepped on every mine she ought to have avoided. In the distance, Jiang Hao inquired of Wang Wen, how did you handle Su Ruoyan? Alas, we were too late. She fled on her own. The moment she saw us, she understood the situation and turned to leave. Wang Wen replied with a chuckle. She's a wise woman, aware that even the strongest dragon cannot overpower the local snake. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. It's strange. She must have guessed that the Xiao group is protecting me. Why did she insist on causing such a scene? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Hao waved his hand and said, all right, let's call it a day. Brother Wang, please take care of the follow-up. Any documents needing signatures can be placed on my desk. I will sign them tomorrow. Han Xiaoxiao and the others wished to invite Jiang Hao for a meal. But he declined, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Hao sat on the curb opposite Wang Bati house, holding a strawberry sundae, gazing in silence at the cordoned-off area. Why was today so peculiar? As soon as he left, someone was eliminated in the milk tea shop. Su Ruoyan, fully aware that her tactics of leveraging connections to force a bankruptcy were ineffective in Tianhai, still went to great lengths to irritate him. It felt as though these events were interconnected. At that moment, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Big brother, I found you again. A stunning yet innocent girl in a black JK uniform had somehow taken a seat beside him, gazing at him with a silly smile that was utterly adorable, embodying the essence of youthful charm. However, despite her cute demeanor, she startled Jiang Hao, causing him to jump. Not you again. Little sister, if you're looking to cause trouble, perhaps you should find someone else to bother. Is it necessary to seek me out 3 times in a single day? Jiang Hao's expression turned stern as he abruptly rose to his feet. The young lady, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, blinked adorably and earnestly pleaded with Jiang Hao. Big brother, I've been searching for you because I desire one thing so much. I didn't mean to, so please don't be angry with me. Jiang Hao responded coldly. Don't tell me you want money. I assure you, I did not bump into you and thus owe you nothing. But all I want is something from you, big brother. I'm not greedy. If you just give it to me, I promise I won't bother you anymore. The girl raised her hand, making a solemn vow. I've already stated, I have no money. Jiang Hao growled, taking a fierce bite of his strawberry sundae and swallowing it with irritation. But I just want. Oh, is that a strawberry sundae in your hand, big brother? The girl exclaimed with delight as she leaned in closer. Well, if that's what you desire, I can offer you this. Here. Enjoy it. It's a special deal for Crazy Thursday. Buy one get one free. Jiang Hao nonchalantly handed her another cup of strawberry sundae. Wow, thank you, big brother. She smiled sweetly, eagerly diving into the sundae. Jiang Hao observed her in silence, pondering to himself. Why does this girl seem like she might be suffering from some rare genetic disorder? Beautiful in appearance, but lacking in intellect. Yet, with such a low IQ. How could she think to extort me? Jiang Hao began to doubt whether the girl was capable of taking care of herself. Little sister, where is your home? Have you run away and lost your way? Tell me your address, and I shall escort you back. I don't want to go back. The outside world is so much fun. And look, there's delicious strawberry sundae. It makes me so happy. She gleefully relished her sundae, her cute little feet and loafers swinging playfully. Jiang Hao looked at her with sympathy, now firmly believing that the girl was either mentally impaired or simply foolish. Surely, you can tell me your name? Jiang Hao coughed and inquired again. Oh, my name. Bai Qingji, Bai for white, Qing for blue, and Ji for gardenia. Big brother. Have you ever seen a gardenia? They are so beautiful. Bai Qingji finished her sundae in a whirlwind, contentedly closing her eyes and patting her little belly. Gardenia? What is so special about that? Now, please tell me your home address so I can take you back. Jiang Hao urged. No way. I haven't gone hunting yet. Now, let us get down to business. Big brother, could I have your... Before Bai Qingji could finish, she froze. Let me guess, you want something of mine. Right? Jiang Hao smirked. That is not fair. I can only ask for something 3 times a day, it's the rule. Looks like I'll have to wait until tomorrow to ask Big Brother again. Bai Qingji giggled sweetly. Wait, are you going to ask me for money tomorrow too? Jiang Hao chuckled wryly. At that moment, a police officer approached Jiang Hao and Bai Qingji. Upon encountering Bai Qingji, the officer's expression abruptly shifted, and his legs trembled slightly. Nevertheless, he adeptly concealed the turmoil in his eyes and stammered to Jiang Hao, Sir, the murderer has yet to be apprehended. Perhaps you could consider leaving? This area is rather perilous at the moment. Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. You make a valid point. Thank you for the warning, Uncle Hat. He then turned to depart. However, a thought crossed his mind. Leaving the somewhat naive Bai Qingji alone here could also pose a danger. With that concern, Jiang Hao extended his hand towards Bai Qingji. Little sister, come with me. I shall escort you home, and if you are unwilling to return, I will find you a safe place. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingji exclaimed with delight. Thank you, big brother. This way, I won't have to spend time searching for you tomorrow. With that, she took hold of Jiang Hao's hand, and they walked off into the distance. Once they had left, the officer collapsed in sheer terror onto the ground. Could he truly ignore that demon? Damn it. Gritting his teeth, he found himself devoid of the strength to even rise. Chapter 37. So warm, just as Jiang Hao was preparing to escort Bai Qingji to a safe location, in the back garden of the Xiao family estate. Hang Junchuang was anxiously gazing down the garden path. Honestly, where is my younger brother Jiaming? If he doesn't arrive soon, my makeup will surely fade, she sighed. Quickly retrieving her compact mirror to inspect her reflection, her crimson lips were striking yet elegant, and her alluring gaze hinted at her charm. This was indeed the makeup she had meticulously crafted for Jiaming. How silly of me to adorn myself so seductively for a mere child. Could it be that I truly harbor feelings for him? Hang Junchuang mused with a smile as she set down the mirror. At that moment, a phone call from Xiao Yousheng interrupted her thoughts. Mother, should I purchase black stockings or white ones? My fiancé is rather reserved, yet I am uncertain of his preferences. Although Xiao Yousheng's voice was cool, a hint of shyness lingered beneath. Oh my. Who would have thought that my little Yousheng would one day fret over what to wear for the man she cherishes? Mother, please do not tease me. Well, I suggest you buy both. One leg in white stockings and the other in black. That might just do the trick with that shy fish, she chuckled. By the way, how are things between you and Jiaming? Jiaming? I'm currently waiting for him. Oh. I wonder what the aesthetic preferences of young people are these days. Do you think I can attract him with this attire? Please send me a picture for reference. All right. Yousheng, hold on a moment. Hang Junchuang took a photograph and sent it to Xiao Yousheng. In the image, she donned a sultry black lace dress, exuding sensuality and charm. Her shapely legs and enticing curves subtly revealed. Mother, it looks stunning. I feel a bit shy now. Haha, Yousheng, these intimate thoughts can only be shared with your mother. Otherwise, they would surely astonish others. Mother, I will return tomorrow. Should I continue to be aloof with my fiancé, or should I take a more proactive approach? He seems rather intimidated by me. Can you impart some wisdom? Impart wisdom? Let me think. Yousheng, heed your mother's advice. Maintain an outwardly cold demeanor while concealing an inner warmth. This contrast will undoubtedly captivate him. Very well. I shall give it a try upon my return. Yousheng, let us support each other. You share how young people navigate romance these days. I fear I might struggle to win over the charming Jiaming. Mother, deepening your relationship with Jiaming is quite simple. With your figure and poise, you can be more proactive. What I mean is to be bold in your allure. Do you understand? Understood. I concur. The youth are filled with vigor. A slight nudge on my part. Yes, indeed. Let us mutually assist one another. We shall frequently call to exchange experiences. I shall help you win over Jiaming, and you will assist me in captivating my fiancé. Very well. All right, mother, I shall hang up now. Trust me. I will overcome all obstacles to see you soon. As the call ended, Hang Junchuang couldn't help but smile. It seemed that in this vast world, only when confronted with herself could Xiao Yousheng fully reveal the most fragile and tender aspects of her innermost being. However, where could her younger brother, Jiaming, be? That little rascal, truly. The reward I have for you today, dear sister, will surely be even greater. Hang Junchuang gently pursed her lips. Jiang Hao gazed at Bai Qingji. who was blissfully indulging in her dessert, feeling overwhelmed. He had interrogated her for nearly 15 minutes, yet he had gleaned not even a hint of her home address. Bai Qingji, satisfied, set down her spoon, closed her eyes slightly, and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the treat. Ahem. Now, Qingji, having eaten your fill, could you perhaps share with your brother where you reside? Jiang Hao inquired for what felt like the umpteenth time. Big brother, I've already told you. I don't have a home, Bai Qingji replied innocently. After the hunting is over, I can return to the place where I stay. But that place doesn't count as a home. She blinked vacantly. What do you mean it doesn't count as a home? This makes no sense. Also, what does hunting mean? Jiang Hao asked curiously. Qingji could not disclose that information. In any case, big brother, you will understand what hunting means in due time. With a radiant smile, Bai Qingji yawned, her eyelids gradually drooping. I'm sleepy. I want to take a nap. Her gaze grew hazy. Her little head bobbing as drool began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Before long, it appeared that little Qingji had drifted into slumber. But it was only 5 in the afternoon. How could she be tired? We were just conversing. She shouldn't have fallen asleep so abruptly. Do I resemble a calculus teacher? Jiang Hao, exasperated, poked her cheek, saying, Wake up, come on, wake up. Bai Qingji nodded drowsily, then, as if in a trance, she waddled over to Jiang Hao's side. To his astonishment, she wrapped herself around him like an octopus, leaving him helpless to pry her away. You can sleep. But why must you cling to me in broad daylight? Jiang Hao nearly reached his breaking point. But I can't let the prey escape. Bai Qingji mumbled incoherently, her words difficult for Jiang Hao to comprehend. What are you saying? He sighed in resignation. Ah. It's my first time cuddling with my prey while sleeping. The scent of the prey is so delightful. So warm. Chapter 38. Jealousy of Hang Zhenchuang in the hotel lobby. Jiang Hao wore a scowl, his gaze fixed intently on the female front desk clerk. So, you simply cannot provide me with a room? It is not that we refuse, sir, but we have serious doubts regarding your age, she replied. Who the hell looks like a child? I'm practically older than your father. If he were here, he'd have to address me as uncle. Sir. What I mean is that the young lady accompanying you appears quite youthful. As soon as the front desk clerk finished speaking, Jiang Hao drew a deep breath and gripped the chin of the girl, Bai Qingji, who was clinging to him like a koala. He commanded sternly, Wake up. If you don't present your ID to prove your age immediately, Uncle Hao will come over here. Bai Qingji merely fluttered her eyelashes, biting her finger and murmuring sleepily. Strawberry sundae, so delicious. Jiang Hao inhaled sharply, making a valiant effort to dislodge Bai Qingji, but she clung to him like a sloth, refusing to let go of her perch. The front desk clerk cleared her throat and picked up the phone, addressing Jiang Hao, Sir. You seem to be a rather dubious character. I seriously suspect you have drugged this young lady. You have the right to insist on a room, but I also have the right to call the authorities. Who the hell are you to call the police? If you want to give me a room, then so be it. Jiang Hao snapped, feeling utterly defeated as he trudged out of the hotel lobby. It appeared he would have to return to the Xiao family estate. Thankfully, Xiao Yousheng was not present today. Otherwise, he would be in quite a predicament with this girl draped over him. Settling into the driver's seat of his GT50, he gazed at the slumbering Bai Qingji sprawled across him and could no longer contain his frustration. He delivered a firm tap to her head and shouted, Wake up. But Bai Qingji remained unresponsive, continuing her deep slumber, occasionally mumbling, Oh no, I've been beaten by the prey. Grinding his teeth, Jiang Hao decided to risk a run-in with the traffic police and drove towards the Xiao family estate. Half an hour later, in the back garden of the Xiao estate, Hang Zhenchuang sat at a stone table, eagerly awaiting the arrival of someone along the path to the garden. However, the figure she had been anticipating never materialized. Why hasn't he arrived yet? It's already 10 o'clock. Hang Zhenchuang propped her chin in her hand, a profound sense of solitude washing over her. It dawned on her just how much she had come to rely on their daily banter. At that moment, she spotted a familiar silhouette emerging from the dark garden path. It was him. A flicker of surprise illuminated Hang Zhenchuang's previously downcast eyes. Yet, her expression soon turned to confusion. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, Jiang Hao approached. His demeanor somber, seemingly burdened by something. It was only when he drew closer that she realized with astonishment what he was carrying. A sleeping young lady. Jiang Hao lifted his head and managed a wry smile, addressing Hang Zhenchuang, Sister Hang, I've arrived. What on earth is happening here? How could there be another woman? As Hang Zhenchuang gazed upon the exquisitely youthful maiden, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within her. Ah, the tale is indeed lengthy. Jiang Hao, dragging his weary form, settled across from Hang Zhenchuang. Just as he reached for a cup of tea, she coldly scoffed and swatted his hand away. Jiang Hao, taken aback, inquired, "Sister Hang, what is the matter? You already have a girlfriend. Why not let her treat you to tea instead of drinking mine?" Hang Junshuang replied nonchalantly, her gaze turning hostile as it fell upon the delicate girl by Qingji, who clung to Jiang Hao. "Girlfriend? Are you implying?" Jiang Hao squinted, pondering whether Hang Junshuang had uncovered his connection with Xiao Yousheng. That little girl must have quite the affection for you, else why would she be so clingy? Hang Junshuang's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Ah, you mean her? Well, it's a long story. I intended to take her to a hotel to settle her in, but..." Jiang Hao's words were interrupted as Hang Junshuang's expression shifted to one of indignation, biting her lip as she retorted, "Oh, a hotel? Little brother, how refined you are. Is this how young people interact nowadays? Just recently in a relationship and already discussing hotels?" Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned, quickly recovering to defend himself. "That's not what I meant. I've only known her for a day." "A day? And you're already contemplating a hotel stay? Huh. It seems our dear brother Jia Ming does not favor the slow, tender pace of romance." Hang Junshuang gritted her teeth, extending a finger to firmly pinch Jiang Hao's ear. "You, with your mind full of impure thoughts. She has just come of age, and what is the point of courting such a young girl? Do you not know that women are like fine wine, becoming more fragrant with age? What significance lies in a hotel stay with someone so young? You'd be better off seeking a more experienced elder sister." Hang Junshuang's reprimands came in rapid succession, leaving Jiang Hao bewildered. After a prolonged moment, he finally responded, "Sister Hang, you've misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend, and my intention for the hotel was not as you think." "Not as I think? Then what do you mean? If she is not your girlfriend, why does she sleep in your embrace? If she is not your girlfriend, is the hotel merely for a casual rendezvous?" "Sister Hang, please let me explain." "Explain what? That you are not a little rascal with impure intentions? That going to a hotel is merely for fun? Ah, I truly am at a loss." "You're at a loss. I'm at a loss too," Hang Junshuang exclaimed. Stepping directly in front of Jiang Hao, gripping his chin as she asserted, "Look closely, sister possesses ample curves and admirable legs. How does she compare to that little bean sprout in your arms?" Jiang Hao coughed, attempting to align with Hang Junshuang's implication. In an instant, he nearly succumbed to a nosebleed as he finally noticed her attire. It was subject to review restrictions, thus not to be elaborated upon. It was entirely reminiscent of a succubus, a physique that seemed to belong solely to the realm of anime. Huang Junshuang gazed at the entranced Jiang Hao, a satisfied nod gracing her features. "Now, dear younger brother, it would be wise to part ways with this young lady. How could a girl just entering adulthood possess the allure of an older sister? If you heed my counsel, I assure you, I can offer you unexpected rewards today." Huang Junshuang whispered softly in Jiang Hao's ear, "Dear Sister Huang, please allow me to explain. She is truly not my girlfriend." Jiang Hao sighed, proceeding to narrate the events that transpired in detail to Huang Junshuang. Roughly 10 minutes elapsed, and as Huang Junshuang absorbed the entirety of the story, a flicker of terror crossed her eyes. Even her fingers trembled slightly. "Sister Huang, what troubles you?" Jiang Hao inquired, puzzled. "It's the machine. The Bai family's machine," Huang Junshuang exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon the peacefully slumbering Bai Qingji, her fists clenched in anxiety. Chapter 39. The killing machine. Has the Bai family's killing machine not yet slain Jiang Hao? In the coastal suburbs of Tianhai City, Miss Ji, cloaked in a hood, gazed indifferently at the sullen-faced Su Ruoyan. "Miss Ji, are you aware of the existence of the killing machine?" Su Ruoyan inquired, astonished. Miss Ji nodded, her eyes drifting to the luminous moon above as she murmured, "The Bai family's killing machine severs all emotional ties, nurturing a new generation every 50 years, born solely for the purpose of murder. Throughout history, countless souls have perished at the hands of the Bai family's killing machine." After a brief pause, Miss Ji turned to Su Ruoyan, her expression impassive, and remarked, "Surely, you do not believe the Bai family is merely a simple underworld clan? Their killing machine is feared even by Yousheng, which is why they have never been subjugated. Do you truly think the Bai family would conspire with you under Yusheng's watchful eye?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruoyan nodded, "Indeed. Among the underworld forces in Tianhai City, only the Bai family is willing to collaborate with me." Miss Ji fell silent, her gaze fixed upon the radiant moonlight. "Miss Ji, do you not blame me for failing to kill Jiang Hao today?" Su Ruoyan asked cautiously. "The killing machine operates 3 times a day. If it does not strike within 3 opportunities, it may never wield its blade again. Do you understand the odds of survival should I confront the killing machine in those 3 chances? Miss Ji inquired coolly. Surely you would survive, after all. You are from the Ji family. Su Ruoyan hesitated, awaiting Miss Ji's response. The survival rate is less than 1. Throughout history, none targeted by the killing machine have lived to see a second opportunity. Do you comprehend why I do not hold you accountable? Jiang Hao possesses remarkable skills. A rare glimmer of admiration flickered in Miss Ji's usually serene jade-green eyes. Su Ruoyan was taken aback. She merely recognized the prowess of the killing machine and had inadvertently faltered today. She had not anticipated that the success rate of the killing machine was, in fact, 100%, and that this flawless success rate had been shattered by Jiang Hao. I no longer wish to kill Jiang Hao. Miss Ji delicately curled her pale fingers, gently plucking a green leaf near the pavilion. Pardon? Miss Ji, why is that? Su Ruoyan, in a state of urgency, approached Miss Ji to question her. Eliminating Jiang Hao would serve a dual purpose for her. It would obliterate the lifeless puppet that Jiang Hao had become and demonstrate her love to her still-living brother, Lin Hao. Furthermore, it would fulfill Miss Ji's intention of acquiring clues regarding Lin Hao's whereabouts after Jiang Hao's demise. Yet now, Miss Ji unexpectedly expressed a disinclination to kill Jiang Hao. Xiao Yousheng is a woman. The killing machine dispatched to eliminate him is also a woman. I have often wondered how an ordinary man like Jiang Hao could capture Yusheng's heart. Now, I understand. Turning to Su Ruoyan, Miss Ji spoke calmly. Jiang Hao's ability to endear himself to Yusheng is no mere coincidence. He possesses a unique approach to dealing with women. If I could utilize such an approach for my own ends. With that, she suddenly crushed the green leaf in her hand and scattered its remnants into the air. Su Ruoyan gritted her teeth, her anxiety palpable. However, we cannot let that deter us from killing him. The decision of whether to take a life rests solely with me. Tomorrow, the directive for the killing machine remains unchanged. Eliminate Jiang Hao. Should I fail once again, it will substantiate my suspicions. At that juncture, he will prove valuable to me. If you still wish to eliminate him, then I shall turn my blade upon you. Miss Ji's figure gradually faded into the night. Su Ruoyan's expression twisted, a sinister smile curling upon her lips. Spare Jiang Hao. What a ridiculous notion. If I refrain from taking his life, once I locate Lin Hao's brother, he is bound to assume that my affections lie with him rather than that insufferable puppet. Jiang Hao must perish. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao listened with trepidation to Hang Junshuang's account of the killing machine, his hair standing on end. This seemingly daft girl in his eyes was, in fact, a merciless assassin. Moreover, her success rate was an astonishing 100%. It was said that decades prior, the president of the Am country, known as the Melody Emperor, was eliminated by the previous generation of the Bai family's killing machine, hired by an unknown entity. In the eyes of the killing machine, there existed only the act of murder, devoid of emotion. Yet, Bai Qingji appeared anything but emotionless. She did not embody the cold-blooded demeanor he had come to expect. She was undeniably a lively and charming young girl. Jiaming, please tell me, what kind of trouble have you gotten into? Hang Junshuang inquired gravely. Jiang Hao managed a bitter smile, yet before he could utter Su Ruoyan's name, Bai Qingji's eyes fluttered open. Oh, this aroma. It's strawberry cake, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at the dessert on the stone table, unabashedly seizing it and devouring it in one bite. So delicious. Did you prepare this? Big brother? Bai Qingji wrapped her arms around Jiang Hao's neck, her excitement palpable. I never anticipated that you, as my prey, would provide me with food. Thank you. Big brother. Upon hearing the term prey, Jiang Hao's head spun. He finally comprehended what Bai Qingji had meant by that. Ahem, well Qingji, considering how well Big Brother treats you, providing you with delightful sweets, why don't you just return home tomorrow and spare Big Brother's life? What do you say? Jiang Hao forced a stiff smile. That simply won't do. Qingji has received orders. Big Brother must die. However, she continued, but Big Brother has indeed been very kind to me. Before each of my 3 attempts today, he offered me delicious treats. Let me think. All right, as a token of gratitude, when I do kill Big Brother tomorrow, I will ensure that I swiftly sever his head without causing him any pain. Bai Qingji beamed at Jiang Hao, her smile radiant. She resembled a carefree high school girl celebrating a stellar exam score, utterly oblivious to the weight of her words. Indeed. It seemed she possessed no human emotions. All her behavior was merely a manifestation of the persona cultivated since childhood. In her eyes, murder may merely be a necessary routine, akin to eating and sleeping. Hang Junshuang scrutinized Bai Qingji with a grave expression. Jiang Hao, upon hearing this, gasped in shock. After a prolonged silence, he quietly said to Hang Junxuang, "Sister Hang, do you think there's any way?" Before he could finish his thought, Hang Junxuang suddenly embraced him, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. "My dear child, who have you offended? Just as I began to feel something for you, you are to perish. Why must it be this way?" The normally composed and mature Hang Junxuang appeared utterly helpless, weeping softly like a child. Jiang Hao was rendered speechless. He had intended to inquire about a means of resolution, yet Hang Junxuang had already resigned herself to his fate. Such a young boy. How could he face death so soon? There are so many beautiful experiences in life you have yet to encounter. This simply cannot be. Hang Junxuang clenched her teeth, and after a moment, her face flushed slightly. "Now, little brother, have you yet to experience the pleasures of a woman? Given your dire circumstances, I truly cannot bear it. You must have a fondness for me, correct? This evening, feel free to make any request of me, and I shall not refuse you." Chapter 40. The Malevolent Big Brother. Sister Hang, please be serious. Why do I feel as though my demise is inevitable? I refuse to believe that everyone targeted by that killing machine has met their end. Jiang Hao was on the brink of tears, but Hang Junxuang solemnly nodded. They are all dead. There is no way to counter it. The methods employed by the killing machine are utterly unrestricted. Sister Hang, I must take my leave. I refuse to accept that being marked by this little creature guarantees my demise. At worst, I shall confine her and escape to another place. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, rising slowly while being cradled by Bai Qingji. "Jia Ming, you must accept your fate. Do you truly believe that imprisoning her will resolve anything? Moreover, you have undoubtedly been equipped with a locator. No matter how far you flee, she will find you." Hang Junxuang grasped Jiang Hao's hand anxiously. At that moment, Bai Qingji suddenly opened her eyes, smiling vacantly at Hang Junxuang. "Auntie, do you wish to stop me from hunting the big brother tomorrow? How delightful. Tomorrow, Qingji shall certainly reduce you to fragments. Those who impede Qingji's hunt are the most detestable. Auntie's eyes are so beautiful. They would make a splendid keepsake from this hunt." The innocent and adorable voice of Bai Qingji sent chills down Jiang Hao and Hang Junxuang's spines. After a long pause, Jiang Hao shook off Hang Junxuang's hand. "Sister Hang, I cannot involve you in this. It is my own affair. Rest assured, I shall survive." With that, he dragged Bai Qingji away, not daring to look back. Hang Junxuang's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She understood that the situation was beyond redemption. All that remained was to hope for a miracle. But would a miracle truly occur? Oh dear, why has the big brother locked Qingji up? How amusing, how entertaining. In a beast cage located in the outskirts, Bai Qingji, with her hands cuffed, blinked curiously with her peach blossom eyes. Jiang Hao, with a cold expression, sat outside the cage, inhaling his cigarette deeply. It was almost midnight, which meant the next day would herald Bai Qingji's so-called thrice-daily hunting opportunities. He refused to believe that confining Bai Qingji in a cage would allow her to kill him. Surely, she could not possess the strength to bend the bars of a cage designed to contain even tigers. His presence here stemmed from the belief that facing danger head-on was preferable to fleeing in terror. After all, Bai Qingji's assassination attempts were utterly absurd. Who could predict whether he might be eliminated by her during a moment of flight? Assassination is something one can never guard against. At that moment, a call from Xiao Yousheng came through. Jiang Hao inhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he spoke into the phone. "Yousheng, why are you calling so late? I will be back tomorrow night. Have you missed me?" Though Xiao Yousheng's voice was cold, it brimmed with anticipation. "Yousheng, are you not returning the day after tomorrow? Have you altered your itinerary?" "No, I merely left that meeting early to see you." "Ahem, it's just one day apart. It's hardly significant. Are you afraid of something?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yousheng glanced at Bai Qingji and chuckled, saying, "I am indeed afraid that tomorrow you will pin me down on the bed again." "Humph, you silly husband. Yousheng, I must hang up now. I'm exceedingly tired. Let us meet tomorrow evening. You haven't given me a good-night kiss yet." Good night. I'll kiss you." As Xiao Yousheng ended the call, Jiang Hao's expression dimmed instantly. To be honest, he wished to seek Xiao Yousheng's help. However, involving her would undoubtedly place her in peril. Heaven knows what this ruthless machine, Bai Qingji, might do. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, glancing at the array of sweets laid out behind him, and gripped the gun he had brought from the Xiao family estate. He had just concluded a pattern. If he offered Bai Qingji sweets as he did earlier, perhaps she would spare him. Do not panic, do not panic. Though I grasp no profound truths, the truth is presently in my hands. What is there to fear? Jiang Hao disengaged the safety on his handgun, quietly awaiting the arrival of midnight. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Su Ruoyan stood on a nearby hill, and several figures clad in black had already encircled Jiang Hao. Clearly, some tracking device had been affixed to him. This inept killing machine had been confined by Jiang Hao. What was there left to discuss about killing? Thankfully, I have arrived. I shall personally end Jiang Hao's life. Once he is eliminated, Miss Ji will surely reveal the whereabouts of Lin Hao's brother. At that moment, Su Ruoyan bit her finger in a sickly manner, her face adorned with an entranced smile, as if she could already envision the moment of reunion with Lin Hao. Her subordinates stood ready, brandishing gleaming blades and daggers. With a mere command, Jiang Hao would be reduced to mere pulp. On Jiang Hao's side, though he remained oblivious to the presence of the black-clad figures, anxiety tightened around him. He stared intently at his phone screen, watching as the time shifted from 23:59 to 00:00. The next day had arrived. Simultaneously, a device on by Qingji emitted a series of beeps. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Big brother, the day has arrived." With that, she summoned an unfathomable strength, breaking free from her handcuffs. Jiang Hao was taken aback. What kind of monstrous girl was she? Without a second thought, he gritted his teeth and aimed his gun at her. Murder is an exceedingly dark act, especially against such a beautiful and innocent young girl. Yet, with his life at stake, he could scarcely afford to ponder the morality of it all. Jiang Hao sensed an ominous premonition that the girl before him might truly escape this cage. "Hey, big brother, why are you pointing a gun at me? Do you wish to kill Qingji? The elder brother is quite unruly, isn't he? Such a disobedient elder brother." Qingji does not appreciate this at all. A sweet smile graced the corners of Bai Qingji's lips as she effortlessly bent the bars of her cage and sprang forth. With a resounding bang, without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao's gaze turned icy as he pulled the trigger. In an instant, Bai Qingji's little head tilted, eliciting a surge of joy from Jiang Hao. "Ah, I hit it. I actually hit it." Jiang Hao exclaimed in delight. That shot undoubtedly struck true. Fortunately, he had previously practiced at the shooting range, but moments later, he was left in stunned silence. Before him, Bai Qingji opened her eyes and slightly parted her lips. An orange-yellow bullet was held delicately between her silver teeth. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Hao's brow. Wasn't this akin to a scene from a film where one catches bullets with their mouth? Is Bai Qingji even human? "Elder brother, the smell of gunpowder is rather unpleasant," she pouted. "Do you not wish to play with Qingji? How disheartening. If you do not wish to play, then Qingji must take other measures against the elder brother." With a radiant smile, Bai Qingji vanished before Jiang Hao in a flash. In the next moment, she had him pinned to the ground. Bathed in moonlight and enveloped by the night, Bai Qingji leisurely drew the tang knife from the wooden box, savoring the tip of the blade with a hint of obsession. The elder brother is such a gentle soul. Yesterday, they had such a delightful time together. Thus, when the moment comes for me to sever the elder brother's head, I assure you, it shall not bring him pain, for Qingji is a grateful and considerate child. Bai Qingji gently bit her cherry lips, cautiously positioning the knife against Jiang Hao's neck. "Elder brother, may I ask you for something?" Chapter 41. "You are quite noisy." Jiang Hao cast a hopeful glance at the desserts beside him and forced a smile, saying, "Would you like some dessert? You can have everything over there. Please go ahead and enjoy." No. Eating sweets every day is quite unhealthy," she replied. "Moreover, what I asked from the big brother has never been dessert." "Big brother." Bai Qingji, with her innocent little head nuzzling against Jiang Hao's chest, whispered softly, "Big brother, can I have your life?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao resignedly closed his eyes. The girl resting on him was soft and fragrant. Yet he felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. So it was like this. Yesterday, Bai Qingji had always wanted his life. He had merely stumbled upon a dead mouse, providing her with sweets that piqued her interest, thereby wasting her 3 chances to kill. Today, however, Bai Qingji had lost interest in sweets. The big brother's silence must surely be an agreement. Bai Qingji's cherry lips curled into a shy smile as she slowly raised the knife. At that moment, several men in black suddenly charged at Jiang Hao, brandishing their blades. It was evident that Su Ruoyan had grown impatient. Yet, the knife Bai Qingji had raised froze midair, and her once clear peach blossom eyes filled with ferocity. She glared at the men in black, biting her finger expressionlessly. "Hey, big brother's life is mine. How dare you come to seize it? Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable." A sickly smile crept upon Bai Qingji's lips as she sprang into action, lunging at the group of men in black. Within mere seconds, not a single scream escaped their lips before all their heads tumbled to the ground. Su Ruoyan, who had been observing from the shadows, stomped her foot in anger. What was this killing machine? Could she not discern friend from foe? Moreover, all this was aimed at Jiang Hao. What did she mean by claiming Jiang Hao's life was hers? But now, she found herself at a loss and could only retreat swiftly. Though she was the employer who could predict weather by Qingji, with her single-mindedness, would eliminate her simply because those men in black were her subordinates? On the grass, Jiang Hao opened his eyes in confusion. What greeted him was by Qingji's delicate face smeared with crimson blood. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and pouted in grievance. Honestly, I've gotten blood all over me again. Instinctively, Jiang Hao struggled to rise, wishing to flee. However, Bai Qingji sheathed her tang sword, laughing carefreely. Big brother, don't run away. You've already used your first chance today by killing someone else. You'll have to wait for the second one at noon. Is that permissible? Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Although the crisis was only temporarily averted, it was a significant improvement for him. After all, the longer he could survive, the greater his chances of enduring. Big brother, you can play with me for a little longer. Are you happy? Bai Qingji smiled sweetly, tenderly wiping the cold sweat from Jiang Hao's forehead. Jiang Hao remained silent. He had witnessed the girl's ruthless nature firsthand. He needed to devise a plan. Direct confrontation was simply not feasible. Wait, what if I use a sedative to incapacitate her? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and then he smiled at Bai Qingji, saying, Qingji, I'll return to rest for now. By noon, you may do as you please. Really? That would be splendid. However, Qingji wishes to sleep alongside Big Brother. If Big Brother escapes, it would take me time to search for him again. How troublesome. Bai Qingji whined, wrapping her arms around Jiang Hao's. Why would you want to sleep with me? Do you not understand the boundaries between men and women? Would you, when hunting, insist on sharing a bed with your prey to prevent it from fleeing? Jiang Hao's expression darkened. Well, that's not it. The previous prey was easily dispatched. I could eliminate it effortlessly on the first attempt without the need for close surveillance. Moreover, Bai Qingji suddenly embraced Jiang Hao, tilting her fair chin and smiling brightly. I don't know why, but I just want to be close to Big Brother. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. All right, so we shall sleep together? As you wish. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. Sleeping together, then? This is an opportunity. Isn't it? Curse it. Do you think you are formidable? What good is your strength? I don't believe it. We are all mere mortals. I could easily use the same type of soporific that Sun Ernyang used to incapacitate Wusong. I could simply drug you while you sleep, rendering you unconscious for 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, I refuse to believe you can keep one eye open while sleeping, remaining vigilant. To put it another way, can you sleep while holding a knife? Half an hour later, Jiang Hao lay on the bed, despairingly gazing at the girl peacefully slumbering in his arms. He noticed Bai Qingji sleeping with one eye open and the other closed, one hand clutching a knife while the other rested against Jiang Hao's neck, suggesting she could strangle him at any moment. Is this for real? Are you like Zhang Fei, sleeping with your eyes open? Jiang Hao could not help but curse aloud. Yet, the next moment, Bai Qingji's closed eye slowly opened. Big brother, you're quite noisy. You've woken me up. But, let me help close your mouth. Bai Qingji yawned, suddenly extending her small hand to retrieve an unknown object, which she promptly stuffed into Jiang Hao's mouth. Jiang Hao was left dazed, feeling the lingering warmth and the faint, unique fragrance of the object. It was utterly maddening. Jiang Hao cried out in despair. Chapter 42. The Sedative Plus. Although Bai Qingji's narrative may be somewhat extensive, rest assured, it is nearing completion, and soon we shall witness an array of ultimate confrontations. Those in the know will understand. Once Bai Qingji had succumbed to slumber, Jiang Hao cautiously rose from the bed. How infuriating. Did she truly lack comprehension of the boundaries between men and women, or of shame itself? Jiang Hao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. There was no time to dwell on such matters. It was now imperative to administer the sedative to Bai Qingji. Such concoctions were undoubtedly available at the Xiao family estate. A maid had informed him that Xiao Yousheng had initially intended to use a drug to incapacitate him. Fortunately, the hotel where he resided was not far from the estate, and he should be able to avoid waking Bai Qingji. Thus, Jiang Hao stealthily opened the door. In merely 20 minutes, he found himself within the confines of the Xiao family estate, in the storeroom where the sedatives were kept. As he surveyed the myriad vials and jars, adorned with an assortment of labels, his incredulity deepened. The obedient water could transform a hapless husband into a compliant creature, effective for 1 hour. The herbal potion could temporarily render a hapless husband a conscious vegetable, also effective for 1 hour. The strength-enhancing pill, as the name implied, could turn a hapless husband into a veritable sailor, brimming with vigor. Jiang Hao read the labels, a shiver of fear coursing through him. It was fortunate that since being abducted to the Xiao estate, he had never resisted Xiao Yousheng. Otherwise, with these chaotic drugs at her disposal, he dared not contemplate further and hastened to seek the sedative he desired. Where is it? Let me see. Ah, found it. The sedative. The sedative, when administered, could plunge a hapless husband into a deep sleep, though vigorous actions during the stupor might awaken him. Its slightly bitter taste made it easily detectable. Classified as a subpar product, yet it could be mixed with iced tea to create a sleeping tea. Jiang Hao felt urgency as he finished reading the label. Easily awakened? How could he manage that? Wait, there is another vial. Jiang Hao squinted at the glass container beside the sedative filled with a white powder. Oh my, this is the most potent drug in the storeroom, and due to its unique properties, the effects are well documented, though little more can be said. Jiang Hao's spirits lifted as he seized the vial of white powder. A drug with effects surpassing those of the sedative? Was this not the enhanced version of the sedative? Perfectly aligned with his intentions, Jiang Hao tucked the vial of white powder away and swiftly exited the storeroom. Upon returning to the hotel where Bai Qingji was staying, he pondered briefly before retrieving a bottle of iced tea from the vending machine. It would be absurd to allow Bai Qingji to consume the sedative directly. Instead, he would adopt Xiao Yousheng's method, mixing it into the iced tea, transforming it into sleeping tea. In doing so, he would have direct control over Bai Qingji. Jiang Hao unscrewed the cap and poured the contents of the small vial into the tea. Having made his preparations, he approached the suite's door. It was time to awaken her. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open, only to be taken aback. Before him stood Bai Qingji, her hair tousled and cascading over her shoulders, fixating her gaze intently on Jiang Hao. A somewhat sickly smile graced her lips. I thought you had run away, big brother. I didn't expect you to bring something delicious for me. Thank you. With a sweet smile, Bai Qingji seized the red tea and drank it eagerly. Jiang Hao closed the door, watching her with a sense of satisfaction. Drink up, have more, he encouraged. Before long, you might just feel like the legendary Wu song at the crossroads. However, after finishing the tea, Bai Qingji looked at Jiang Hao with a giggle and remarked, Big brother, did you poison it? Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly forced a smile. How could that be? Oh, big brother, it's fine. I've been trained to be immune to poison since childhood. This little toxin is nothing. Bai Qingji fell silent, suddenly lost in thought. Jiang Hao inwardly rejoiced. Could it be that the sleeping powder was taking effect? Oh, what a strange sensation. Under the moonlight, Bai Qingji's delicate face flushed a rosy hue at an observable pace. She blinked her enchanting eyes, gazing vacantly at Jiang Hao. What's wrong? Are you sleepy? You should rest. This way, please. Jiang Hao gestured invitingly, his heart bubbling with laughter. It's not sleepiness. It's an indescribable feeling. I've never encountered such a poison before. It feels as if I'm being engulfed by flames. So hot. How peculiar. Why is this happening? Bai Qingji murmured softly, clutching the hem of her dress tightly. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Why did it seem that Bai Qingji was now more spirited than ever, as if invigorated? While he pondered this, Bai Qingji had silently wrapped her arms around him. Big brother, it's so strange, truly strange. What is this feeling? At this moment, all she desired was to be near him. With dazed eyes, she tugged at Jiang Hao's hand, leading him toward the bed. Wait, what is wrong with you? Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask, attempting to break free. But the strength of the girl was astonishing, her grip like a vice. Before he could react, Bai Qingji had pushed him onto the bed. What is this feeling? I just want to stay with big brother. It's so uncomfortable. Why is this poison so different from what I've encountered before? To his surprise, Bai Qingji began to cry, her small hands pitifully rubbing her eyes. She resembled a child suffering from a cold, utterly miserable. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a terrifying realization. Could it be that the so-called enhanced sleeping powder he had procured was not actually a sleeping aid at all? Rather, it was something far more sinister. It seemed Jiang Hao had underestimated the outrageousness and moral depravity of President Xiao. What kind of decent person would keep such substances in their storeroom, ready to use at a moment's notice for their partner? Big brother, please don't go. Let's stay together under the covers and sleep. But it truly feels unbearable. Why? Big brother, I don't want to play anymore. Your poison is too potent for me to endure, sob. Please give me the antidote. Grant me the antidote. Today marks the second opportunity for murder. And I promise not to harm you, big brother. Bai Qingji implored pitifully, her delicate face nuzzling against Jiang Hao's chest. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Hao was instantly stirred, yet soon felt deflated. The only antidote to such a thing was. But how could he ever do that to Bai Qingji? Oh, but he had indeed brought the true sleeping powder with him. If it could lull her into slumber, it would serve as an antidote, and he could even attempt to render her unconscious. Jiang Hao promptly retrieved the genuine sleeping powder from his pocket and held it to Bai Qingji's lips. "Thank you, big brother." Bai Qingji, in a daze, consumed the sleeping powder, her eyelids growing heavy as she began to drift into unconsciousness. Jiang Hao sighed with relief, thinking that it was finally over. Yet, just before succumbing to sleep, Bai Qingji leaned in and kissed him. In that instant, Jiang Hao was struck with terror, for in doing so, he had effectively ingested the sleeping powder as well. Consequently, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. He certainly did not possess Bai Qingji's terrifying resistance to the drug. Chapter 43. The Experience of Bai Qingji. Big brother? Big brother? Wake up, please. I want you to take me out to play and to eat candy. The melodious voice of the young girl roused Jiang Hao from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by Bai Qingji's sweet and innocent smile. Her slightly tousled bangs framed her delicate, fair face, while her peach blossom eyes blinked playfully. Her soft, pink lips added to her youthful charm, evoking the freshness of a sunlit day, reminiscent of a freshly bathed kitten. Yet, the emptiness in her gaze was striking, resembling a black hole devoid of any emotional resonance. Jiang Hao sighed at the sight of her. All his efforts from the previous night seemed futile. However, it was not entirely in vain, for Bai Qingji had promised to forego her second opportunity to kill. Now, his concern shifted to the looming threat of a third chance later that night. Without further contemplation, Jiang Hao hastily dressed and regarded her with vigilance. Big brother, I've already freshened up. It's noon now, and in 10 hours, Qingji will have to kill you. I promised you last night. So I've given up my second opportunity to kill. Therefore, big brother, you need not flee just yet. Her words invigorated Jiang Hao, prompting him to leap from the bed and attend to his morning routine. Soon after, the two emerged from the hotel. Where would you like to go for fun? Please tell me, Jiang Hao asked nonchalantly. I don't know. I've never played outside before, Bai Qingji replied. Then why do you always talk about wanting to play? What do you usually do for fun? Let me think. I usually play by dissecting bodies. It's quite interesting. All right then. I'll take you to an amusement park. An amusement park? Is that the place with the Ferris wheel? Thank you, big brother. In the distance, Miss Ji watched Jiang Hao converse amiably with the seemingly lethal girl, her expression impassive. Both attempts to kill him today had failed, quite a miracle. A rare glimmer of astonishment flickered in Miss Ji's jade green eyes. What power does Jiang Hao possess that allows this killing machine to spare him and engage in such pleasant interaction? Is it truly the ability to charm women as he had imagined? Very well. If you survive tonight, you shall join my ranks and assist me in courting Yousheng. Miss Ji nodded with satisfaction, entirely unconcerned with whether Jiang Hao would comply. Behind her, Su Ruoyan glowered, fixated on Jiang Hao's retreating figure. Has the killing machine malfunctioned? Sparing Jiang Hao? However, even if it does not kill you today, I will ensure your demise. For my brother Lin Hao, I am willing to do anything, even defy Miss Ji. Su Ruoyan's mind raced with dark thoughts, but at that moment, Miss Ji turned to glance at her with a cool demeanor. I promised you a lead on Lin Hao by noon. Listen closely. Clue: Jiang Hao knows the whereabouts of Lin Hao. After Miss Ji spoke, she departed with indifference. Su Ruoyan, however, remained frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why would Jiang Hao know where Lin Hao was? In the amusement park. Jiang Hao sat glumly on a bench, an ice cream in hand. Beside him, Bai Qingji joyfully basked her ice cream in the sunlight, giggling foolishly. It's so delicious. Sweet and cold. How can there be something so delightful in this world? Bai Qingji carefully licked her cone, occasionally closing her eyes in bliss. Have you never had ice cream before? Jiang Hao inquired casually. Never. When I'm not hunting, I have to obediently stay in a specially made dark cage. Not allowed to come out. Of course, sometimes I'm permitted to dissect corpses. Only when hunting can I venture outside, and even then, under strict surveillance. This time, however, there is no one watching us, just two women who have been keeping an eye on us. In the past, when I demanded lies from my prey, they never complied. So, disobedient prey must be punished through brutal slaughter. I have torn apart countless victims into pieces. But you, big brother, not only did you not refuse me, you even offered me delicious food. So, you are a gentle person, treating me so kindly and allowing me to experience many fascinating firsts. Tonight, when I kill you, big brother, I promise you will feel not a trace of pain. Absolutely none. Bai Qingji smiled at Jiang Hao, her expression sweet and radiant. The sunlight in the sky was equally intense and warm. Yet, upon hearing Bai Qingji's words, Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. What sent shivers through him was not the thought of being torn apart, but rather the grim reality of Bai Qingji's life. She had to remain locked in a dark cage all the time? What had this young girl endured? Chapter 44, Wedding Dress and Love. Jiang Hao observed Bai Qingji, blissfully indulging in her ice cream, feeling a mix of emotions, sympathy, yet it was merely that. He was on the brink of peril himself and had little time to comfort her. Nevertheless, gazing upon the innocent girl beside him, who radiated a silly smile, his heart softened slightly. Jiang Hao gently ruffled Bai Qingji's hair and sighed. How truly unfortunate for someone so young. Barely an adult, Bai Qingji tilted her chin, staring vacantly into Jiang Hao's inscrutable eyes. How peculiar, she murmured softly, lowering her gaze once more. What's the matter? Jiang Hao asked, puzzled. It's strange, isn't it natural for Qingji to be locked in a cage? But is the big brother comforting me? Yet, she still felt a sense of joy. Indeed, being with the big brother was a delight. A radiant smile graced Bai Qingji's face. Before long, after they finished their sundaes, they indulged in Bai Qingji's wishes, riding the roller coaster and the swinging pendulum, among others. Jiang Hao was thoroughly exhausted from the ordeal, while Bai Qingji was brimming with excitement, even eyeing the freefall ride nearby. Stop, stop. No more freefall. If it gets any more thrilling, I might have a heart attack. Jiang Hao exclaimed in exasperation, collapsing onto the grass. Big brother, look quickly. What are those people doing? Bai Qingji inquired, her gaze fixed on a couple taking outdoor wedding photos on the grass. They're newlyweds, capturing their wedding moments outdoors, Jiang Hao replied, his tone sullen. Newlyweds? Is that the kind of couple that lives together? The wedding dress is truly beautiful. Bai Qingji gazed dreamily at the immaculate attire. And, big brother, please tell me, what is marriage? It seems so troublesome. If I were that sister in the wedding dress, I could just eliminate the man, couldn't I? After all, isn't marrying just about wearing the wedding dress? Bai Qingji's eyes widened as she meticulously studied the exquisite lace on the gown. Jiang Hao could no longer contain himself and glared at Bai Qingji in indignation. Marriage is merely about wearing a wedding dress. And then killing your partner? He recognized that Bai Qingji had a skewed worldview, yet he was too weary to elaborate further. He was preoccupied with thoughts of how to escape his dire situation and survive. Ever since entering the amusement park, he had been burdened with the looming threat of impending doom, explaining things to Bai Qingji that she failed to comprehend. To add to his woes, he had just been thoroughly shaken by the roller coaster. Big brother, does getting married mean you can wear that dress? Can Qingji also get married one day and wear something just as beautiful? Bai Qingji inquired with innocent curiosity. Jiang Hao's patience were thin. How could Bai Qingji be so oblivious to everything except the notion of murder? His growing irritation, coupled with the anxiety and restlessness stemming from his imminent fate, rendered him particularly irritable. Marriage? A wedding dress? Are you joking? Do you even understand what is required for marriage? Or what it signifies for a couple? A future? Do you even have a future? You possess no understanding of love or affection. You are utterly ignorant, solely aware of the act of killing. In this lifetime, no one shall ever harbor feelings for you. Moreover, allow me to enlighten you. Marriage is a union born of love, a bond forged by mutual affection between two individuals. It is never merely an occasion to don a wedding gown, nor should it ever entail the demise of one's partner. Marriage signifies the intertwining of two lives for eternity. You shall never be worthy of such a union, nor deserving of that pure white gown. Jiang Hao clenched his fists, addressing Bai Qingji in a frigid tone, his emotions having reached a boiling point. All of this turmoil stemmed from Bai Qingji. Otherwise, how could he possibly be troubled about his own life? He should not be languishing in this absurd amusement park, but rather enjoying a delightful afternoon tea and watching films as he usually did. Bai Qingji listened to Jiang Hao's words, her head hanging low in disappointment after a prolonged silence. Unable to wear a wedding gown? How unfortunate. No one would ever like me. But what does it truly mean to like someone? She gripped her strawberry sundae tightly until it began to melt. Would that older brother like me? Would he love me? He is so gentle and has introduced me to countless firsts. I dream of the day he might help me wear a wedding gown. Before Bai Qingji could finish her thought, Jiang Hao let out a derisive laugh. Wear a wedding gown? I might be dead by tonight. What chance do I have to dress you in one? Furthermore, you lack comprehension of love or affection. Do you truly believe you are worthy of wearing a wedding gown? With a cold scoff, Jiang Hao turned and walked toward the restroom. Bai Qingji gazed at his retreating figure in confusion. Yet, I only understand killing. I have never been taught what it means to like someone or to love. It seems to be something beautiful. But why is it that when he says he does not like me, I feel like crying. It has been so long since I last cried. The last time was when the guards beat me to the point of vomiting blood. A tear traced down her cheek as she timidly twisted the hem of her dress. In the distance, beneath the shade of a tree, Miss Ji lowered her hood. To witness an emotionless killing machine shed tears, Jiang Hao certainly possesses some skill. As evening approached, at 5:30, Jiang Hao exited a taxi and hurriedly made his way to an abandoned temple in the outskirts. Prior to his departure, he changed his clothes multiple times and even discarded his phone, all to prevent Bai Qingji from planting a tracking device on him. During their time at the amusement park, he had attempted to administer a sedative to her, but Bai Qingji had long since become immune to such tricks. The moment she caught a whiff of the drug, she could detect its presence. In just half an hour, it would be his third opportunity to kill. I refuse to believe that after fleeing so far, you could still locate me. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and concealed himself beneath a long dilapidated and dust-covered incense altar. By this time, Xiao Yousheng was likely nearing her return to Tianhai. This time, Xiao Yousheng must not be implicated. As the sky gradually darkens, the surrounding grass rustles softly in the breeze. Occasionally, a few small insects flit onto Jiang Hao, causing an unbearable itch. Yet, Jiang Hao dares not breathe a word, despite having discarded his phone to avoid being tracked. Who knows if that girl is quietly observing him from the shadows at this very moment? Uncertain how much longer until 6 o'clock, Jiang Hao remains in silent anticipation. Fraught with tension, after what feels like an eternity, he can no longer contain himself. Cautiously, he lifts the incense tablecloth, allowing a faint glimmer of light to illuminate his wristwatch. It is already 6 o'clock. Bai Qingji's third opportunity to kill has been activated. If he can survive this time, he will surely seek out Su Ruoyan tomorrow to negotiate and compel her to rescind the order for assassination. Without a doubt, the only person capable of harboring such animosity towards him is Su Ruoyan. Jiang Hao takes a deep breath. Earlier in the afternoon, he searched for Su Ruoyan for quite some time, yet to no avail. Bai Qingji had closely followed him every step of the way, and he had only just managed to escape her clutches. Strangely, he had sensed a peculiar glint in Bai Qingji's eyes when she looked at him earlier. Could it be that his words at noon had provoked her? In the oppressive silence enveloped by the swirling dust of the darkness, a chilling stillness overtook him. The rustling winds had ceased, and even the small insects seemed to have vanished. As time dragged on in the dreadful quietness, it finally reached 6:30. The space beneath the temple's incense table felt especially cramped and stifling, causing Jiang Hao to break out in a cold sweat from the overwhelming discomfort. Remaining here any longer was untenable. Perhaps he could seek a more convenient hiding spot. Indeed, Bai Qingji was surely not nearby, so there was no need for concern. Jiang Hao had great confidence in his counter-surveillance abilities. After a moment of mental struggle, he slowly extended his head from beneath the incense table. At this moment, the sky had nearly succumbed to complete darkness. Jiang Hao inhaled the fresh air with relief, brushing off the dirt that clung to him. Casually, he glanced towards the incense table, where the temple's solemn and austere Buddha statue stood. Suddenly, a small foot clad in JK-style shoes dangled down from the table. Immediately following was a familiar yet spine-chilling laugh. "Big brother, you finally came out. I thought I would have to wait another half hour." In the darkness, Bai Qingji's exquisite peach blossom eyes were both breathtakingly youthful and hauntingly hollow. Chapter 45. How to prove Jiang Hao was engulfed in despair. In an effort to elude pursuit, he had not only donned a newly purchased outfit, but had also discarded his mobile phone. Yet, despite these precautions, Bai Qingji managed to track him down. At merely 6:30, he had hidden away for a mere half hour and Jiang Hao, contemplating the time, suddenly froze, glancing at the Rolex adorning his wrist with a sense of vexation. Indeed, in all his calculations, he had forgotten this watch, which had accompanied him for many years. It is worth noting that a watch can also be equipped with a locator. "Big brother, the third opportunity to kill has arrived today," Bai Qingji declared with a playful tone. "Today, Qingji must take your life." She withdrew a tang knife from a wooden box, playfully pressing it against Jiang Hao's throat. As he felt the icy blade, a curse escaped his lips inwardly. Finally, was he to meet his end? In that moment, a fierce will to survive compelled him to grasp the blade, rasping out, "You cannot kill me." "Why not?" she replied, her voice laced with mock innocence. "Does big brother not wish to give his life to me? But if you refuse, that is tantamount to resisting me. And to resist means..." As she spoke, her demeanor shifted abruptly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Trembling, she clutched the hilt of the knife. Despair etched across her small face. "Woo-woo. To resist means to be brutally slaughtered into pieces. Big brother is so gentle. I truly do not wish to slaughter you. Bai Qingji rose from her incense altar and leapt onto Jiang Hao, imploring him, please, big brother, surrender your life to Qingji. I truly do not want you to suffer. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she once again positioned the knife at his throat. Big brother, may I have your life? Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, rendered momentarily speechless. He found himself utterly bewildered by Qingji's erratic reasoning. Qingji, we are friends now, aren't we? Given the bond we've formed over the past 2 days, could you not spare me? I truly do not wish to, he murmured hoarsely, acutely aware of the preciousness of life in this moment. No, Qingji is a killing machine. She must kill, she insisted. However, big brother is the kindest person Qingji has encountered. Being with you has brought me immense joy. Therefore, I will preserve you in formaldehyde. So you can always remain with me. We shall be together forever. Bai Qingji's lips curled into a sickly sweet smile as her small hand tightened around the knife. A crimson line appeared on Jiang Hao's neck. Panic surged within him. A killing machine need not kill indiscriminately, right? After taking so many lives, can't you spare me just this once? No, killing big brother is an order, she replied firmly. To defy the order would lead to terrifying consequences for Qingji, although there might indeed be circumstances under which abandoning a target is permissible. Bai Qingji pondered, her expression momentarily clouded with confusion. After a brief pause, she beamed sweetly. That order seems to necessitate a valid reason for abandoning a target, but there is no reason to abandon you now. So I must kill big brother. In an instant, upon hearing the words, Jiang Hao exclaimed, there is a reason that forbids killing. Bai Qingji was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowed in confusion. What reason? What reason? Jiang Hao, engulfed in despair, racked his brain for an answer, yet the blade in the girl's hand showed no sign of hesitation, poised to strike at his throat. At that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly lifted his chin. I know what the reason is, he declared loudly, his eyes brimming with the fervor of survival. He felt utterly cornered, willing to do anything to stay alive. To be so inexplicably dispatched by Bai Qingji seemed utterly unjust. His life had only just begun. How could it be so recklessly concluded? At this point, the saber in the girl's grip halted a mere centimeter from his throat. Does big brother have a reason for me not to kill you? Oh, please, tell me quickly. I don't even know what that reason could be. Bai Qingji's eyes sparkled with excitement. The reason is, Jiang Hao swallowed hard, trembling as he gently touched Bai Qingji's delicate face. Qingji, I like you. Is that reason sufficient? He couldn't help but clench his fists. This was a gamble for his very life. This reason was not a mere fabrication. It was a recollection of the time spent at the amusement park when he had seen the pure, beautiful longing in Bai Qingji's eyes as she gazed at a wedding dress. He believed that even though she had been trained from a young age to be a killing machine, the most fundamental human emotions had not been eradicated. They were merely concealed. At that moment, Bai Qingji blinked her doe-like eyes in a daze. Like, big brother, do you like me? But what does liking someone truly mean? Yet, hearing big brother say this made her feel inexplicably joyful, a joy that was entirely new to her. It could serve as a reason not to kill big brother. However, could big brother be deceiving her? Bai Qingji's grip gradually tightened around his neck. Smiling at Jiang Hao, big brother, how can you prove your affection for Qingji? Chapter 46. What could it be? Bai Qingji cupped her delicate face with one hand while her other hand tightened around Jiang Hao's neck, gradually applying pressure, her enchanting eyes blinking eagerly. Jiang Hao sensed the looming danger of asphyxiation, a chill creeping into his heart. Indeed, how could he prove it? Big brother, hurry and prove it, she urged. Only 5 seconds left. If you don't, Qingji will have to eliminate you. 5, 4, 3. Before Bai Qingji could finish her countdown, Jiang Hao swiftly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Seizing the initiative, he pushed her gently down beneath him. He then tenderly grasped her chin. What do you intend to do, big brother? Bai Qingji gazed at Jiang Hao, her expression a blend of confusion and anticipation, although she could not fathom his intentions. An unfamiliar tension coursed through her, a sensation she rarely experienced. After all, she had been conditioned to be a killing machine, even in acts of brutal violence. Her heart remained untouched. Do you wish for me to demonstrate my affection for you? Very well. Jiang Hao closed his eyes, steeling himself. For the sake of survival, he would take the plunge today. He leaned in and captured the soft, youthful lips of the girl in his embrace. The indescribably sweet flavor of Bai Qingji's lips momentarily stunned him, reminding him of a creative dessert he once savored at the Black Pearl Three-Diamond restaurant. Aptly named the sorrow of the gardenia. It was sweet yet tinged with a hint of bitterness, a flavor that encapsulated the essence of youth, yet bore an unrecognized sorrow. At this moment, in his arms lay a living, breathing girl, not merely a killing machine. This was the beauty of a first kiss. Although Bai Qingji had unwittingly kissed him out of instinct before succumbing to the effects of President Zhao's special drug that had merely been a fleeting brush. This moment marked her true first kiss. Was Bai Qingji's initial kiss truly so easily taken from her? Jiang Hao found the situation surreal, considering that the girl in his arms might still be poised to strike him down at any moment. Bai Qingji let out a soft, unintelligible murmur, her words dissolving into muted whimpers. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she languidly melted into Jiang Hao's embrace. After a long pause, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and leaned closer to Bai Qingji's ear, smiling as he asked, "Does this prove my affection for you?" With a soft, dreamy sigh, Bai Qingji blinked her tear-brimmed, flower-like eyes and gently nodded. Though she was uncertain of what her big brother had just done, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Is this what it means to like someone? She mused softly to herself. Can we agree that this is a demonstration of my affection? Does this mean you will spare my life? Jiang Hao observed the subtle expressions of Bai Qingji with a tinge of anxiety. However, the little one's face was flushed, and she seemed utterly oblivious to his words. Moments later, she suddenly buried her small head in Jiang Hao's embrace, her gaze evasive as she avoided meeting his eyes. What is the matter? Jiang Hao inquired, perplexed. For some unknown reason, every time Qingji looked into her older brother's eyes, she felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Surely, he must be a great deceiver, perhaps even more dangerous than she could imagine. Otherwise, why would she feel so anxious in his presence? Naughty big brother. Bai Qingji murmured shyly, completely unaware of her own bashfulness. What she interpreted as nervousness was merely a shy reluctance. Jiang Hao could easily discern her feelings, yet it left a bitter taste in his heart. Bai Qingji lacked the emotional understanding that a typical person would possess at that moment. She didn't even comprehend the meaning of shyness, nor did she realize she was experiencing it. Well, you're not going to kill me, right? Jiang Hao tentatively probed once more. Bai Qingji turned her face away, her little tuft of hair standing alertly, still refusing to look at him. Jiang Hao felt a surge of urgency. He had laid everything on the line. If she still wished to harm him, then what did it mean to be human? Although he had indeed benefited from their circumstances, it was also a matter of survival. With that thought lingering, he gazed at the silent Bai Qingji and grit his teeth. Continuing, "You really want to wear a wedding dress, don't you? In the future, I can make that happen." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingji cautiously glanced at him. "Really? You must not lie, big brother." "Absolutely, I swear. More genuine than my rikvi, more authentic than my taro bubble tea." After making her promise, she extended her pinky finger, her gaze still curiously averted. Jiang Hao nodded, linking his pinky with hers and sealing their pact. Bai Qingji retracted her hand, breaking free from Jiang Hao's embrace, retrieving the dao placed on the ground and stowing it in a wooden box. "You're not going to kill me?" Jiang Hao exclaimed in delight. "No, I want tea. Big brother likes me." Although she couldn't fathom why she accepted this reasoning, she decided to forego her current task. She murmured softly as she secured the wooden box behind her. For the first time, a flicker of fear appeared in her eyes. Even her calves, encased in knee-high socks, trembled slightly. At that moment, Jiang Hao was too busy celebrating his narrow escape to notice her unease. "Big brother, we made a promise just now, right? That means we must abide by it. If there comes a day when big brother no longer likes me, or if you can't take me to wear a wedding dress in the future," Bai Qingji turned back with a smile, "I will tear you to pieces." "Big brother." Jiang Hao shuddered involuntarily, forcing a smile as he reassured her, "Rest assured, I will certainly keep my promise." He deliberately emphasized in the future. After all, the future could mean a year from now, or even 10 years. After leaving the abandoned temple, Bai Qingji hadn't ventured far when she suddenly sank to her knees with a thud. What should I do? What should I do? The task has failed. What punishment awaits this time? No, I cannot bring myself to harm my elder brother. Even in death, I cannot do so. He is the only one who smiles at me, the sole source of my joy. He cares for me and has promised to one day adorn me in a wedding gown. But what does it truly mean to be liked? Why would one harbor affection for a machine such as myself? Gripped by terror, she clutched her hair, her eyes reflecting a neurotic madness and despair. After a long while, Bai Qingji wiped away her tears and aimlessly wandered in a certain direction, akin to a mere shell of a human being. Chapter 47. Lin, how cursed be the day. My phone was discarded, and in this desolate wilderness, how am I to return? I fear Yousheng has likely arrived home by now. If she discovers my absence, Jiang Hao sighed in resignation, sensing that the journey home tonight would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. The night had fully descended, and eerie bird calls occasionally echoed, sending chills down his spine. However, Jiang Hao remained undaunted by these ominous sounds, humming a light tune as he made his way towards the main road. Fortunately, he had exchanged some cash before tossing away his phone. Otherwise, he would have been unable to hail a cab. As Jiang Hao walked towards the road, he was suddenly intercepted by a woman clad in black. Is she human or a ghost? If she is human, she may proceed. If she is a ghost, then kneel before me, and I shall offer you 2 respectful bows, lest I unearth your grave and consume your ashes as a mockery. Jiang Hao pointed an accusatory finger at the woman, unleashing a torrent of insults. He perceived her as a foul entity, and he believed that the best way to confront such filth was through harsh words, for after all, ghosts fear the wicked. The woman in black remained silent, calmly removing her hood. In that instant, her deep emerald eyes were revealed, tranquil beneath the moonlight. Her skin, as delicate as jade, shimmered like that of an ethereal sprite, and her chiseled features were reminiscent of a masterful sculpture, embodying a unique Eastern beauty. Anyone who beheld her would be compelled to sigh, lamenting the loss of a celestial being in this world. It is you, Miss G? Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, inwardly wishing that the apparition before him were merely a specter. Miss G regarded him with a detached gaze, occasionally twirling a strand of her platinum hair, caressed by the gentle breeze. Speak, what do you desire? Jiang Hao cautiously stepped back, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He instinctively felt that this Miss G harbored ulterior motives. You are remarkable. Not only did you survive the clutches of a killing machine, but you also managed to win its favor. Your abilities are quite valuable. Come with me, Miss G commanded expressionlessly, as if she had no intention of seeking Jiang Hao's consent. What abilities are valuable? Nonsense. Just because you ask me to accompany you, does that mean I will? Jiang Hao scoffed, dismissing her with indifference as he turned towards the road. She was merely Miss G. What could she possibly do? He had narrowly escaped death moments ago. How could she be more terrifying than that? Yet at that moment, her next words brought him to an abrupt halt. Lin Hao. A splendid name, Miss G remarked with calmness. Jiang Hao skillfully veiled his growing unease and continued walking without turning back. Inside, he felt a surge of dread. Damn it. I thought I had concealed my identity flawlessly all those years ago. How could this Miss G possibly know? Is she attempting to deceive me? Yes, that possibility cannot be dismissed. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao pressed onward without glancing back. One more step, and Su Ruoyan would learn of Lin Hao's presence here in half an hour. Did you believe your concealment was impeccable? Miss G produced a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and casually tossed it into Jiang Hao's arms. Upon unfolding the paper, Jiang Hao's expression dimmed significantly. Indeed, this document was a pivotal tool he employed for his deceitful schemes in the past. Miss G did not deceive him. She truly recognized him as Lin Hao. Jiang Hao sighed deeply, turning to Miss G and inquiring, "Pray tell, what do you wish me to do?" He sincerely wished to keep his identity concealed from that woman. Su Ruoyan. Once exposed, it was uncertain whether Su Ruoyan might resort to imprisoning him with her delusional antics, but given the influence of the Su family, it was enough to leave him in dire straits. There was no doubt that the Su family would pursue him, the orphan of the Lin clan. The thought of seeking vengeance against the Su family was beyond Jiang Hao's contemplation. He was merely an ordinary man now, yearning for a tranquil existence. He was acutely aware of the Su family's formidable nature and was determined not to involve Xiao Yousheng in any conflict. This was not only to shield her from potential harm, but also to avoid incurring too many debts to her. However, it appeared that Miss G had yet to divulge any secrets, albeit perhaps only temporarily. The task I require of you is quite simple. In the future, teach me the art of courting women. Assist me in winning over Xiao Yousheng. Before Miss G could finish her sentence, Jiang Hao erupted into laughter. Is that amusing? Miss G's voice was devoid of emotion, neither joyful nor sorrowful. It is indeed humorous, quite so. I almost forgot you were a woman of the same sex. One can only say it's difficult to restrain oneself. Very well. I shall agree to teach you the techniques of wooing women, even aiding you in courting Xiao Yousheng. However, do you know why I consent to this? Jiang Hao replied with a confident smile. Why? Miss G inquired calmly. Because, in this lifetime, Yousheng will only ever love me. No matter how adept I assist you in your pursuits, her affections are solely for me. Moreover, you do not genuinely believe that winning a woman's heart requires merely sweet words and practical skills, do you? The foremost consideration for women is the individual themselves. If you lack merit, no amount of technique will suffice. In Yousheng's eyes, you are that inadequate individual, Jiang Hao remarked with a grin. Then, it is settled. Excellent. Miss G disregarded Jiang Hao's musings, tossing a phone from her pocket to him. Your phone. Meet me tomorrow at 5. With that, she departed without a backward glance, exuding an unsettling confidence, as if she had no doubts about her impending success with Xiao Yousheng. Such confidence was indeed formidable. After all, in Miss G's perspective, nothing was impossible. To think you even retrieved the phone I discarded. Impressive. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before calling out to Miss G. First, let us exchange WeChat. How else shall we arrange the time and place? I do not use WeChat, Miss G replied, her pace unbroken. Jiang Hao was left speechless. What era was this? And how could one not use WeChat? Furthermore, how could they communicate without it? Surely, you have a phone number? He urged, exasperated, as he hastily pursued Miss G. Miss KG merely cast a fleeting glance. I possess no electronic devices. Such contrivances would disrupt my concentration. Jiang Hao felt a surge of despair. With no WeChat, no phone. Not even a name to cling to. He watched Miss G's receding figure with a heavy sigh. Subsequently, he hailed a cab, urging it to speed towards the city center. At this moment, Jiang Hao was in a state of utter urgency. He realized that during the time his phone was absent, Xiao Yousheng had already made a dozen calls and sent over 50 messages. Alas, what to do? Wait. Jiang Hao squinted. Lacking the luxury to ponder the matters concerning Xiao Yousheng, he noticed the vehicle gradually coming to a halt by the roadside. The driver, removing his mask, turned to Jiang Hao with a sinister smile. Jiang Hao, do tell me, where is my brother Lin Hao? Chapter 48. Self-harm. Jiang Hao gazed at Su Ruoyan's malevolent smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. In the most undesirable place, at the most inconvenient time, he encountered the one person he wished to avoid the most. Mr. Jiang was deeply saddened. Yet, what did she mean by asking where Lin Hao was? Surely, that Miss G must have divulged some confidential information to her. Could it be? No, it was impossible. If Su Ruoyan had been informed by Miss G that I am Lin Hao, she would not be reacting this way now. Su Ruoyan probably only gleaned some superficial hints, which would not hinder my pretense. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao addressed Su Ruoyan. Did you not say that Lin Hao was dead long ago? Are you asking me where his grave is? How could I possibly know? Still pretending, he thought. Su Ruoyan let out a cold laugh, suddenly arching her body and darting from the front seat to the back of the taxi. What are you doing? Jiang Hao shouted in anger. With a stern expression, Su Ruoyan forcefully pinned his arms down, her wicked grin widening. I will ask you one last time. In which city is my brother Lin Hao now? And under what alias and identity is he living? Jiang Hao scoffed, straining against Su Ruoyan's grip and pushing her aside. You lunatic! I have never had any connection with that Lin Hao. It was you who informed me of his existence. How could I possibly know where he is? Stop deluding yourself in search of a dead man. Even if Lin Hao were alive, he would avoid a woman like you at all costs. You are nothing but a pitiful, arrogant, narcissistic madwoman. If I were Lin Hao, I would rather rot in the ground than allow you to find his grave. Jiang Hao replied coldly. Tell me where he is now. Otherwise, I will kill you. This worthless puppet. Su Ruoyan's eyes were bloodshot, her lips twisted in a deranged snarl. Jiang Hao ignored her, opening the car door and stepping out. With Xiao Yousheng backing him, what did he have to fear? Moreover, that Miss G had clearly only shared superficial details with Su Ruoyan to threaten him. As long as he continued to engage in that childish game with Miss G, Su Ruoyan would never find Lin Hao. Nor would she ever know that he was Lin Hao. You worthless puppet, come back. Su Ruoyan screamed from inside the car, suddenly pulling out a dagger. Then, in a fit of hysteria, she charged at Jiang Hao. Yet, he remained composed, standing his ground, and pulled out a gun he had originally prepared for Bai Qingji. With a stoic expression, he aimed the firearm at Su Ruoyan. Times have changed. Do you think you are impressive? Just because you wield a knife? Come, let us see if your blade is faster than my gun. Su Ruoyan bit her lip in rage, standing silently in place. Jiang Hao stepped forward, snatching the knife from her grasp and throwing it to the ground. Su Ruoyan suddenly collapsed onto the ground, weeping in despair. Jiang Hao let out a cold snort and turned to leave. I merely wish to know the whereabouts of my younger brother Lin Hao. Why? Why will no one inform me? The very purpose of my existence now is to find Lin Hao. I am aware that he has not come to see me, undoubtedly due to the hatred stemming from the Su family's annihilation of the Lin family. Yet, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Su family. I wish nothing more than to eliminate those vile, high-ranking members of the Su clan. I do not dare to hope for a future where Lin Hao and I might marry and have children, but I simply desire to see him, just once. It has been far too long since I last laid eyes on him. Countless days and nights have passed, and he is ever present in my thoughts. Su Ruoyan clutched her head in anguish, her voice hoarse from cries, repeatedly pounding her fists against the ground in futility. Jiang Hao cast a glance back at her, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. But that was all there was to it. After all, during their childhood, Su Ruoyan had treated him exceptionally well. Whatever he desired, she would be the first to deliver it to him. As a frail and diminutive child, he had often been bullied by the third generation in the military compound. Yet, whenever he was tormented, Su Ruoyan would invariably be the first to stand up and shield him. Of course, he was entirely oblivious to her true feelings for him at that time, merely perceiving her as a sisterly figure with an unwavering sense of loyalty. Setting aside the past, even without the weight of their enmity, Jiang Hao could not expose his identity simply because Su Ruoyan was heartbroken. The girl he had once been closest to had transformed into a different person altogether. She had become unhinged, pathological, and neurotic. She was no longer the Su Ruoyan of yesteryears. Jiang Hao was convinced that if his true identity were ever to be inadvertently revealed, he would be swiftly bound and taken home by Su Ruoyan, never to escape her grasp. The mere thought of such a fate sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to depart hastily. However, just as he was about to leave, a piercing scream from Su Ruoyan compelled him to look back. Immediately, he was struck with horror. There she was, inflicting harm upon herself, driving a dagger into her own shoulder. Chapter 49. Who hurt you, grandmother? If you wish to end your life, do not do so now, Jiang Hao exclaimed in a flurry. Just moments ago, he had touched Su Ruoyan's dagger, which undoubtedly bore his fingerprints. Should anything untoward happen to her, while he might not be perceived as a suspect, he would certainly find himself embroiled in a lengthy investigation, wasting precious days in a police station. Tell me where Lin Hao is. Otherwise, I shall take my life before your very eyes. Su Ruoyan's laughter was tinged with a morbid sense of joy as she pressed the dagger deeper into her flesh, the vivid crimson of her blood slowly trickling down to the ground. Your death is of no concern to me, Jiang Hao retorted coldly. However, to his astonishment, moments later, Su Ruoyan withdrew the dagger and aimed it at her own throat. In a panic, Jiang Hao rushed back to her side, shouting urgently, Sister Yin, stop. Upon hearing his words, Su Ruoyan's hand, which clutched the knife, froze. The despair and resentment in her eyes morphed into confusion. Sister Yin, that address, she murmured, her mind lingering in the past. The last time she had been called that was in her childhood, when the Lin family had not yet faced its demise. And a charming little boy would follow her around, incessantly calling her Sister Yin. Had she instructed Jiang how to use that title when she made him impersonate Lin Hao? Her memory failed her, but she felt as if she had not. How then could Jiang Hao possibly? While she was lost in thought, Jiang Hao seized the dagger from her grasp and hurled it into the river. The blade left a deep cut on his hand, blood oozing from the wound. Madwoman, he muttered under his breath before departing without a backward glance. Su Ruoyan stared blankly at his retreating figure, a chilling notion creeping into her mind. Could it be? No, such a possibility was unfathomable. If he were truly Lin Hao's brother, he would have long since acknowledged his identity and been by her side. Yes, it could not be. Lin Hao's brother was far more endearing. Clenching her teeth, Su Ruoyan muttered to herself in a frenzied manner. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao returned to the Xiao family estate, his heart racing as he gazed at the villa belonging to Xiao Yousheng. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He had been too rattled earlier to respond to her WeChat message. It would be better to explain matters face to face. The wound on his palm continued to bleed. Throbbing painfully, frowning, he dabbed at it with a tissue and made his way into the villa. At that moment, on the terrace of the villa's 4th floor, Xiao Yousheng stood gazing indifferently at the clouds above. Her attire today was surprisingly bold, the alluring black lace dress, coupled with the sheer stockings enveloping her legs, stirred one's imagination. In a striking display, one leg was adorned in black stockings while the other was clad in white, a pure embodiment of black and white allure. Clearly, she had heeded Hang Junshuang's advice and dressed specifically to captivate someone. Yet her expression remained utterly frigid. The reason was quite simple. Her unfaithful husband not only indulged in debauchery, but also neglected to respond to her messages. It was time for him to face some consequences. Xiao Yousheng murmured softly, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Jiang Hao cautiously approached her from behind. Ahem. Dear, you finally returned. I missed you terribly, he stammered awkwardly. Xiao Yousheng remained silent, slowly stepping in front of Jiang Hao. Yousheng, what's wrong? Are you wondering why I didn't reply to your messages today? Please let me explain. Jiang Hao sighed, acutely aware that he might be in for a turbulent time. Xiao Yousheng continued to say nothing, and after a brief silence, she suddenly shoved Jiang Hao against the wall. One hand pressed against the wall, while the other possessively encircled his waist. The chilling, alluring fragrance enveloped Jiang Hao, leaving him momentarily stunned. Still in a daze, he watched as Xiao Yousheng tore open the buttons of his collar, closing her eyes to inhale deeply. 1, 2, 3 scents of women, she remarked coldly. Jiang Hao was rendered speechless, hastily waving his hands. Dear, please let me explain. But just as he was about to recount the events, Xiao Yousheng grasped his chin firmly, fiercely claiming his lips in a fervent kiss. The kiss was passionate and irresistible. It was only when Jiang Hao was on the verge of suffocation that she slowly released him. You even carry the sin of other women, she accused. Jiang Hao. Xiao Yousheng bit her silver teeth, nearly forcing the words out through clenched jaws. She pressed both of his hands against the wall, her phoenix eyes filled with a manic coldness. Yet at that very moment, Jiang Hao grimaced, stifling a groan as she inadvertently pressed against the wound on his palm. Xiao Yousheng glanced down at his injury, and in an instant, the coldness in her gaze dissipated, replaced by an urgent tenderness. How did you get hurt? I was so angry earlier that I didn't notice. As she spoke tremulously, she gently lifted Jiang Hao's injured hand, softly asking, Does it hurt? He nodded slightly. Dear, I didn't mean to frighten you. I merely. Xiao Yousheng's gaze trembled as she delicately brought his hand to her lips, her heart aching at the sight of the crimson blood. With her lips slightly parted, she carefully blew on the wound. The cool, slightly moist sensation alleviated some of Jiang Hao's pain, causing his brow to relax a bit. What were you going to say? He asked, almost unconsciously. I may hold a high position, but I am merely just an ordinary girl, flesh and blood. I can feel anger, jealousy, and possessiveness. The mere thought of you with another woman. Xiao Yousheng bit her lower lip, struggling to contain her anger. However, upon seeing the blood still seeping from Jiang Hao's wound, she managed to suppress her fury. She tenderly licked the blood from his palm, hoping to ease his suffering through this act of care. Jiang Hao shook his head with a gentle smile. Yousheng, I will explain everything to you in due time. Rest assured, all that I have experienced in the past few days has been forced upon me. In other words, he tenderly caressed Xiao Yusheng's face and smiled faintly. With such a delightful little wife at home, how could I bear to stray? Xiao Yousheng paused momentarily, her lips curling into a warm arc. However, as she scrutinized Jiang Hao's wound, her gaze suddenly turned icy. This is a knife wound. My dear, tell me, who has harmed you? Xiao Yusheng's voice grew increasingly cold, her eyes brimming with an uncontrollable murderous intent. Chapter 50. The hired killing machine. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before elucidating the events that transpired during Xiao Yusheng's absence over the past 2 days. Beyond the matter concerning Miss Ji's request for assistance with a strategy, as well as the revelation of his identity as Lin Hao, he laid everything bare. The identity of Lin Hao must be gradually buried within the sands of time, never to be revealed. Who knows if one day Su Ruoyan might uncover a thread of evidence and cast suspicion upon him. Of course, Jiang Hao was quite forthright about the killing machine. By Qingji, he candidly confessed the kiss he had offered, born out of desperation at the precipice of life and death. The girl, by Qingji, was far too bewitching. He still felt a tremor of fear at the thought. Had it not been for his cleverness, inadvertently confessing his feelings, who could say what dreadful events might have unfolded? Jiang Hao was still grateful to be alive. Observing the increasingly frosty gaze of Xiao Yousheng, he tentatively spoke. Wife, you truly do not blame me. You must trust me, right? A sense of trepidation washed over him as he perceived the danger in her piercing stare. Yet, Xiao Yousheng merely shook her head, gently embracing Jiang Hao and tenderly kissing his forehead. Silly husband, how could I ever blame you? You are the one who has suffered. As she spoke, her countenance remained stern, yet tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. It is all my fault. I have been too negligent these past few days, allowing you to be bullied by those women. This shall never happen again, I promise. Jiang Hao exhaled in relief. It appeared that Xiao Yousheng was indeed reasonable and not so extreme. Had it been Su Ruoyan, the mere mention of his interactions with 3 different women would likely have resulted in a grievous confrontation. At that moment, Xiao Yousheng cast a cold glare at the maid who stood nearby, awaiting orders. Are you blind? Do you not see that my husband is injured? The maid hurriedly lowered her head, exclaiming, Miss, I shall fetch the medical kit at once. Before long, once the maid returned with the medical kit, Xiao Yousheng wrapped her arm around Jiang Hao's, settling into a chair beside the terrace. Just as the maid was about to disinfect and bandage Jiang Hao's wound, she received a warning glare from Xiao Yousheng that carried a hint of menace. Subsequently, Xiao Yousheng took it upon herself, gently dipping a cotton swab into the antiseptic iodine before leaning close to Jiang Hao's ear, softly reassuring him, "Darling, I will clean your wound with iodine first. If it hurts, you must tell me." Jiang Hao nodded, feeling warmth spread within him as he gazed at Xiao Yusheng's anxious yet apologetic expression. The moment the cotton swab made contact with his wound, Jiang Hao winced. Truth be told, it was quite painful. In his reckless attempt to seize Su Ruoyan's knife, he had foolishly gripped the blade directly, resulting in a rather deep cut. "Does it hurt?" Xiao Yousheng inquired anxiously, dropping the cotton swab and pulling Jiang Hao into an embrace, soothingly murmuring, "Good husband, good baby, I won't clean it anymore. It won't hurt, it won't hurt." Jiang Hao chuckled softly, suppressing a smile, and with a hint of reproach said, "Yousheng, just go ahead and clean it. There's no need for such fuss. It's just a small wound. It doesn't require stitches and is nothing to worry about." Xiao Yousheng shook her head firmly. "No, darling, if you are in pain, I will feel distressed." Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with warmth. Who could have imagined that the heiress of the Tianhai's foremost financial empire would humbly tend to a man's wounds? If word of this were to spread, it would not only astonish many but also incite a throng of wealthy suitors enamored with Xiao Yousheng to wish him ill. "Darling, what pressure should I apply while cleaning your wound so that it won't hurt?" Xiao Yousheng smiled indulgently, planting a gentle kiss on Jiang Hao's cheek. "Fear not. It won't hurt. Just go ahead and clean it." Jiang Hao chuckled. As a grown man, being cared for like a baby by you feels rather peculiar. Xiao Yousheng's lips curled into an alluring arc as she softly remarked, "It seems my darling enjoys displaying his masculine charm." "So charming," Jiang Hao replied, making a face as if he were crying while gesturing an okay sign. "But I just want to care for my husband as if he were a little baby. What should I do? Unless my husband can think of an alternative." Xiao Yousheng playfully nibbled on Jiang Hao's earlobe, greedily inhaling his scent. "An alternative?" Jiang Hao smirked. "If you could cutely act spoiled, perhaps I wouldn't feel any pain." "Act spoiled?" Xiao Yousheng paused, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath. After a moment, she endeavored to dissipate the coldness she felt towards Su Ruoyan, wrapping her arms around Jiang Hao and nuzzling against him. Then, in a tender tone, she cooed, "Husband, no more pain, or else I'll be very sad. Please, dear husband, I beg you." Jiang Hao quickly gestured for her to stop. "This is too mushy. Didn't you ask me to act spoiled? I'm doing it now." "What? Do you not like it?" Xiao Yousheng replied, her cheeks flushed. It was embarrassing to be so vulnerable, yet Jiang Hao seemed unappreciative. "I like it. I like it." Jiang Hao, noticing her expression change, nodded vigorously in affirmation. "Then why don't you compliment me on being cute?" Xiao Yousheng huffed. "Cute, exceedingly cute, indeed very adorable," Jiang Hao said with a wry smile, feeling overwhelmed. It turned out Xiao Yousheng was trying to comfort him, yet now he found himself in the position of comforting her. "Am I really that cute?" Xiao Yousheng lowered her head, her eyes brimming with unspoken joy. To be praised as cute by her husband was a first for her. She fidgeted with the hem of her dress, feeling sweetly delighted. Indeed, her husband was always gentle, whether in high school or now. Jiang Hao could always make her smile. "Husband, I will soon be wrapping your bandage. You must endure a little. If you can hold back your cries of pain, there will be a reward for you." Upon finishing her sentence, Xiao Yousheng's gaze fell, a hint of disappointment clouding her eyes. She had attempted to infuse her tone with liveliness, shedding her habitual coldness, but she was disheartened to realize that the chill simply wouldn't dissipate. Over the past 2 years, she has occupied a high position, and her demeanor and tone have changed significantly compared to her high school days. This icy demeanor is undoubtedly effective against subordinates and adversaries. Yet, when faced with Jiang Hao, she genuinely wishes to be more gentle. She feels a lingering guilt for having scolded him so harshly without discernment earlier. "What are you thinking?" Jiang Hao inquired with curiosity. "I was reflecting on whether I have been too cold towards you lately. However, my coldness was never intended. Darling, I long to converse with you in that soft, gentle manner we had in high school, but now, it is truly difficult to revert to that way of speaking," Xiao Yousheng replied softly, striving to make her voice sound more endearing. Yet, the cold tone, now a deeply ingrained habit, proved stubbornly resistant to change. Jiang Hao shook his head with a gentle laugh, reaching out to pinch her cheek. "Yousheng, rest assured. In my heart, Perhaps you have changed, but you will always be you. And I will forever. He paused, startled by his own thoughts. He had intended to downplay his relationship with Xiao Yousheng. Why did such tender words come so naturally? It was clear that his earlier thoughts were anything but superficial. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for her? Jiang Hao managed a bittersweet smile. What do you mean by forever? Xiao Yousheng asked, puzzled. Nothing at all. Rest easy, my dear. I will always be by your side, Jiang Hao replied with a grin. Before long, after finishing her disinfection, Xiao Yousheng patiently wrapped Jiang Hao's hand in bandages. Once she confirmed that the bandages completely covered the wound on his palm, she gently kissed it, leaving a perfect imprint of her red lips. Darling, I need to use the restroom for a moment. I will be back to keep you company, Xiao Yousheng said, closing her eyes as she planted a kiss on his cheek. All right, go ahead, Jiang Hao replied, blissfully sipping on the Long Island iced tea on the small table. As Xiao Yousheng stood and briskly walked towards the restroom, she ensured Jiang Hao was not watching her before her gaze transformed into one of cold malice. An assassin had been hired to kill her husband. Su Ruoyan, you deserve to die. With a fierce lift of her brow, Xiao Yousheng dialed a number. If Su Ruoyan could hire a killer, why couldn't she do the same? Chapter 51. This time, the target is Su Ruoyan in a certain quaint manor on the outskirts of Tianhai City. The estate boasts eaves adorned with intricate carvings and wooden sculptures, suggesting a legacy that has endured for centuries. The expansive grounds are eerily quiet, with scarcely a servant in sight. However, from the heart of the manor, a peculiar sound emanates from a villa that draws attention. In the basement of the villa, several masked maids stand expressionless around a girl curled up on the floor, writhing in agony. Despite her evident suffering, not a single tear escapes her eyes as she accepts her fate with unsettling calmness. The strikingly beautiful girl is none other than Bai Qingji. Struggling to open her peach blossom-like eyes, she gazes blankly at the woman before her. This woman bears a striking resemblance to the girl, possessing a doll-like face despite being in her 30s. Yet her dark eyes are hollow and menacing. Dressed in coarse linen, her figure remains obscured. She simply stares at the girl, and after a long moment, she gestures for the maids to leave, then approaches with a cattle prod in hand. Times have indeed progressed. In the past, the punishment for the killing machine was far more gruesome than a mere cattle prod. I recall my childhood, when the Bai family dealt with their killing machines in a truly bloody fashion. Those machines rarely had a long life, often ending up as vegetables or missing limbs, seldom meeting a merciful end. But now, in this era, tools that inflict unbearable pain without leaving scars or disabilities are truly remarkable. With a sinister chuckle, the woman activates the cattle prod and jabs it into Bai Qingji. The girl remains silent, enduring the excruciating sensation as if her very heart is being pierced. Time drags on until she nears the brink of unconsciousness, at which point the woman scoffs and discards the cattle prod. The killing machine has 3 opportunities to kill each day, and after 3 failures, its fate is sealed. It is to be destroyed and replaced with a new machine. Yet, I find myself intrigued. The woman leans in close to Bai Qingji's ear, perplexed, and inquires, what compelling reason did that person provide to make you willing to squander one of your chances? At this moment, Bai Qingji's consciousness is fading. Her face is pale as a sheet. She weakly murmurs, he likes me. The woman pauses, momentarily taken aback, then bursts into laughter, tossing aside the cattle prod. Ha! Oh, how amusing. A mere machine, hardly human, dares to think someone could like you? Do you even understand what liking means? Her laughter grows louder, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. No, I don't, he said. He likes me. I simply feel so happy. Bai Qingji coughs up a mouthful of blood and then faints from weakness. The woman smirks, just as she prepares to splash cold water on her to revive her. The ringing of her phone interrupts the moment. She gazed absently at the screen, then squinted her eyes. Ah, Xiao Yousheng. What a rare visitor. A faint smile crossed her lips as she promptly answered the call. 2 matters at hand. First, take care of your machine. You, the Bai family, have quite the audacity to reach into my bed. In this era, do not assume that possessing machines grants you immunity. I could extinguish your existence. It may pose some difficulty, but it is nothing beyond that. The voice of Xiao Yousheng on the other end was cold and detached. The woman was taken aback and then clenched her teeth in frustration. Damn it, what is that Su Ruoyan up to? Was she supposed to have thoroughly investigated Jiang Hao's background? But mate? Does that not refer to a husband? Very well. So you mean to use me as a pawn? The woman mused inwardly, taking a deep breath. Had she known that the target, Jiang Hao, had such a connection with Xiao Yousheng, She would never have accepted this commission. She was unwittingly pushing herself into the fire. Miss Xiao, please calm your temper. Had I known Jiang Hao was yours, I wouldn't have dared to act even if I had 100 lives. Therefore, I shall personally visit your residence to apologize. And you may demand any compensation you desire. The woman smiled apologetically at Xiao Yousheng. The second matter, listen carefully, I wish to commission a killing machine. To eliminate Su Ruoyan from the Su family. Xiao Yousheng stated, her tone unyielding. Understood, understood. Rest assured, I will prepare immediately. This commission will be complimentary for you. Miss Xiao, our family of assassins has always been regarded as mere instruments for others. I almost harmed your bedmate, and I sincerely apologize. The woman chuckled awkwardly. Then, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. Su Ruoyan, is it? How willingly she pushes herself into the flames. She truly wishes to see her demise. Although she understood that the Su family and the Xiao family were of comparable strength, she felt no fear. As the saying goes, the higher the heavens, the farther the emperor. Even a fierce dragon cannot cross the river. The only entity the Bai family currently fears is the local power of the Xiao family. Situated in the same territory, Xiao Yousheng hung up the phone, while the woman approached Bai Qingji with a smile, dousing her with a bucket of cold water. Wake up. Life is calling. The target this time is the previous employer, Su Ruoyan. Chapter 52. Taking responsibility the following morning at the Xiao family estate. Jiang Hao drowsily opened his eyes and let out a yawn. He had not slept well the previous night, plagued by an unsettling sensation akin to being pressed down by a ghost. In the dead of night, he dreamt of being ensnared by the hair of a female specter, leaving him in a haze for the remainder of the night. It perplexed him, as he typically enjoyed restful slumber. Could it be that Xiao Yousheng's villa harbored some mysterious influence? Fortunately, after a heartfelt and earnest discussion the night before, Xiao Yousheng had finally consented to temporarily sleep in a separate room. Stretching his arms languidly, he emitted a series of contented sounds. However, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. What could it be? No matter, he would first indulge in a cigarette, followed by breakfast, and then at this thought, his smile abruptly faded. He sensed something extraordinarily soft against his left hand. Cautiously, he turned his gaze to the left and was jolted awake. There, beside him, lay Xiao Yousheng, her long hair tousled, peacefully nestled in the covers. Her previously cool and fair complexion appeared softened by the warm orange glow of morning light. With her lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of pearly white teeth, she exuded an inexplicable charm. Jiang Hao's expression turned to one of dismay. At last, he comprehended the source of the alluring and chilling fragrance that greeted him upon waking. It seemed that the door lock he had painstakingly repaired the night before had been breached once more. They had agreed to sleep apart. Yet here was this little rascal infiltrating his space once again. With gritted teeth, Jiang Hao finally understood the origin of his nightmarish dreams. It was clear that Xiao Yousheng had taken advantage of his exhaustion, using him as a mere pillow while he slept deeply. Otherwise, how could he have experienced such a sensation of being pressed down? However, he thought to himself, this was a perfect opportunity to tease her while she remained in her slumber. As he reached out his hand toward Xiao Yousheng's delicate face, he suddenly noticed the slightest movement of her eyelids. Her long, gently curled lashes fluttered. Jiang Hao paused, a smile creeping onto his lips. Ah, feigning sleep, are we? This would be quite entertaining. He cleared his throat and feigned irritation. Oh dear, I specifically mentioned sleeping separately. Yet my most adorable wife has once again crept into my bed. What a surprise. In that moment, he caught sight of the barely perceptible smirk tugging at the corners of Xiao Yousheng's lips. Clearly, she took pride in her stealthy nocturnal ventures to her husband's side. Jiang Hao grinned mischievously. She was indeed pretending to be asleep. Yet, this presented him with a splendid opportunity to express his feelings. Sigh, my dear wife. There are certain things I can only share with you while you slumber. Last night, I dreamed of you. You were utterly delightful, playfully cooing at me like a child. How fortunate I am to have such an enchanting wife. Jiang Hao deliberately lowered his voice to a volume just audible enough for Xiao Yousheng to hear. With her eyes tightly shut, Xiao Yusheng's small face flushed an instant crimson. The proud curve of her ruby lips transformed into one of bashfulness. Still pretending, are we? Very well. Jiang Hao, emboldened, took her delicate hand and raised it high into the air, musing aloud. I have heard that a person in deep slumber has a rigid body. If I were to lift a hand like this, it would remain suspended. He smirked mischievously and released her hand. Remarkably, Xiao Yusheng's petite hand remained frozen in place, akin to a kitten's paw. Jiang Hao could hardly contain his laughter. How amusing it was to see a supposed heiress reduced to a mere plaything. He leaned closer to her ear, whispering intimate and audacious words that one would share only between spouses, such as, "I wish to." And then, Xiao Yousheng's already rosy complexion deepened, resembling a ripe apple. Under the onslaught of Jiang Hao's fervent declarations, she could no longer withstand the pressure. She lowered her hand from its lofty perch and nestled into Jiang Hao's embrace. "Darling, you mustn't say such things. It's too embarrassing," she murmured softly, playfully nipping at his shoulder. Though her tone was cool, it was laced with undeniable tenderness. "What's this? No longer pretending to be asleep?" Jiang Hao laughed heartily. Xiao Yousheng, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation, and her expression turned frosty. "You insufferable husband." With a huff, she pushed Jiang Hao down, kissing him with unabashed fervor. "Please, my dear," Jiang Hao protested, his face expressing regret. Had he known better, he would have refrained from teasing her. "Is my husband showcasing his masculinity again?" "Those words you spoke earlier were quite daring," Xiao Yousheng remarked, pinching his chin lightly. "Ah, that was merely a fleeting impulse. Do not take it to heart." Jiang Hao quickly waved his hands in denial, sensing the shift in atmosphere. He braced himself for what might come next. Suddenly, a peculiar glint sparkled in Xiao Yousheng's phoenix-like eyes. "Darling, I feel a surge of excitement. What shall we do now? Shouldn't you take responsibility?" She leaned in, affectionately kissing his forehead and smiling sweetly. "For instance, transform those bold declarations into tangible actions?" Chapter 53, Miss G's Initiative in the Bedroom. Jiang Hao let out a piercing scream, hastily flipping off the bed and making a swift escape. He jested to himself. If he didn't flee now, he would surely deplete all his energy for the day. Xiao Yousheng gazed at his retreating figure, and after a prolonged moment, a tender smile graced her lips. This must be what it feels like to be in love, akin to the life of a married couple. How delightful. At the entrance of the Xiao family estate, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a gradual halt. The driver opened the door, and a woman clad in a gothic lace black dress, her legs adorned with knee-high boots, gracefully descended. Her platinum blonde hair cascaded nearly to her waist, gently swaying in the breeze, enveloped in an elegant fragrance. Her alabaster skin, akin to cold jade, appeared even more ethereal against the backdrop of her dark attire. As pure as freshly fallen snow. Her emerald eyes, deep and tranquil, possessed a beauty that rendered even the stars in the galaxy somewhat dim in comparison. "Miss, do you truly not require me to wait here any longer?" the driver inquired respectfully. "Not necessary," Miss G replied calmly, proceeding into the Xiao estate. The security personnel, initially poised to intercept any intruder, promptly bowed in acknowledgement upon recognizing her visage. Having visited numerous times, they were well aware of her identity. She strolled leisurely into the villa, where the housekeeper, Zhao Shuer, greeted her with a warm smile. "Ah, Miss G, may I inquire if you are here to see Miss Xiao today?" "No, I am looking for someone else," Miss G said with a stoic expression as she entered the elevator. She surmised that Jiang Hao and Xiao Yousheng were likely enjoying breakfast at that very moment, prompting her to head directly to the dining room on the third floor. Indeed, as she had presumed, Jiang Hao was in the dining room with Xiao Yousheng, preparing breakfast. He stood in the kitchen, deftly chopping vegetables with a knife, when he winced and raised his injured right hand. The pain from yesterday's injury still lingered with the slightest movement. Xiao Yousheng approached him from behind, gently taking hold of his injured hand. "Darling, I merely mentioned wanting to savor breakfast made by you, but there was no need for you to do so today. Your injury is not yet healed. Why not let the chef handle it?" Jiang Hao chuckled. "That's simply one tea deal. Since my wife expressed her desire, I must fulfill it and prepare a meal for her." At his words, Xiao Yousheng's eyes lowered bashfully. She softly blew on Jiang Hao's wound and whispered, "Husband, I am so happy." "What brings you such joy?" Jiang Hao asked, puzzled. "It feels as if I am dreaming. Back in high school, I often fantasized about us living together, about you waking up each day to embrace me and say good morning, and also about me making you breakfast and you praising me for it. Now, all of that has come true. Yet, I never imagined it would be you cooking breakfast." Xiao Yousheng gently wrapped her arms around Jiang Hao from behind, closing her eyes in bliss. "Foolish girl," Jiang Hao felt a stir in his heart, tenderly patting her head. "Husband, pinch me, just a little harder. I am truly terrified right now, as if I am ensnared in a dream. I fear that I am still that high school girl who sat behind you, passing you love letters every day. Everything happening now feels like a daydream I conjured while dozing off in class." Xiao Yousheng's voice trembled as she clutched Jiang Hao a bit tighter. How could that be? Jiang Hao found it somewhat amusing, yet a wave of conflicting emotions washed over him. Throughout high school, he had always been there for Xiao Yousheng. But it seemed he had shown her far too little concern. At the very least, he had never fathomed the depths of her feelings during those years. He gently pinched her delicate face. Xiao Yousheng furrowed her beautiful brows and coldly retorted, "Naughty husband, must you pinch so hard? You little rascal. You are nothing but a fool. Am I to understand that you are playfully teasing me now?" Jiang Hao chuckled with delight, reveling in the playful banter with Xiao Yousheng. To his surprise, she nodded earnestly. "Husband, I have long resided in a position of power, and the demeanor and habits I have acquired are indeed difficult to alter. Right now, I genuinely wish to act like those mindless female leads in dramas, sweetly teasing you in a childish voice. Yet, it is so challenging. That kind of teasing is truly hard for me. But fret not, I shall strive to change in one day. I will be able to genuinely act like a spoiled wife before you." Xiao Yousheng gazed intently into Jiang Hao's eyes. "Change? For my sake?" Jiang Hao felt a warmth bloom in his heart, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. What was he to do? It seemed he had truly fallen for Xiao Yousheng. After a long pause, he softly replied, "All right, just wait here. I will bring it to you shortly." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work, husband." Xiao Yousheng obediently responded. She left the kitchen and, as soon as she took her seat at the dining table, her expression shifted. Miss Ji strolled over leisurely, her face devoid of emotion as she sat across from her. "Ji Xuanwu, I have told you countless times that it is impossible for us. Why do you persistently cling to me?" Xiao Yousheng said coldly. "Setting aside my sexual orientation, even if I were to find myself attracted to women, I would only transform my husband into a woman and continue to love him. I would never choose you." Xiao Yousheng's voice was icy, her previous shyness and tenderness towards Jiang Hao evaporating in an instant. In their place was a chilling aura, radiating an imposing presence even before someone as formidable as Miss Ji. Just moments ago, she was Jiang Hao's devoted wife, deeply in love with him. Now, however, she stood as the formidable leader of the Xiao Corporation, the first financial magnate of Tianhai, wielding control over the fates of countless lives. Or rather, this was the true state of Xiao Yousheng. All her tenderness and beauty belonged solely to Jiang Hao. Miss Ji, or Ji Xuanwu, quietly observed her in silence. After a prolonged moment of stillness, Ji Xuanwu lightly covered her delicate nose and remarked, "There is a distinct odor." As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Hao returned to the dining room, bearing 2 plates of breakfast. "Ah, here comes breakfast," he exclaimed, only to be taken aback by the unexpected presence of Ji. Chapter 54. A gamble. Jiang Hao placed breakfast on the table, his gaze alertly fixed on Ji Xuanwu. "I am Ji Xuanwu. You should consider yourself fortunate to know my name," she stated with indifference. Her words were not without merit. Revealing her name to Jiang Hao was a recognition of his capabilities in certain aspects, particularly his skill in winning the affection of women. Jiang Hao's lips twitched as he silently berated Ji Xuanwu. "What arrogance, it's just a name. Fear not. My dear, I am here," Xiao Yousheng said, taking Jiang Hao's hand and attempting to soften her chilling voice. She then turned to Ji Xuanwu and asked coldly, "What business do you have here today?" "To eat," Ji Xuanwu replied, observing the hand-holding between the couple with a rare flicker of emotion in her deep azure eyes, a shadowy chill. She picked up a knife and fork, unapologetically slicing a piece of the poorly cooked egg Jiang Hao had made, and delicately placed it in her mouth. Due to Jiang Hao's injured hand, the egg had turned out quite disastrous, burnt and unappetizing. "I wish to eat breakfast, and I shall have the chef prepare something for you." "That was a breakfast prepared solely for me by my husband. Do not touch it," Xiao Yousheng retorted, reclaiming the plate with a glint of menace in her eyes. Jiang Hao looked on at the 2 women in silence, sighing inwardly. Is it really necessary over just a meal? At that moment, Ji Xuanwu frowned slightly, methodically taking a napkin to discreetly expel the charred egg morsel from her mouth. As she folded the napkin neatly and placed it in the trash, she remarked, "I have never encountered such a dreadful breakfast." Hearing this, Xiao Yousheng's anger intensified, ready to erupt, but Jiang Hao grasped her small hand. "Yousheng, there is no need to be upset. Be good," he said with a gentle smile. Instantly, Xiao Yousheng's fierce expression softened, and she nodded obediently. Ji Xuanwu regarded the couple's harmonious interaction with a stoic expression before rising calmly. "Yousheng, I shall prepare a truly delectable meal for you," she declared, turning away and heading towards the kitchen without a backward glance. Once Ji Xuanwu departed, Jiang Hao exhaled in relief. Having feared she would confront Xiao Yousheng about their so-called agreement, Yousheng, isn't she supposed to be a pampered young lady? How can she cook? Jiang Hao queried in confusion. She possesses every skill imaginable. Ji Xuanwu is the epitome of perfection, extremely disciplined and stringent with herself. Xiao Yousheng sighed, her demeanor tinged with disappointment as she spoke to Jiang Hao. If only I didn't know such a person. Our breakfast would not have been interrupted. Do not fret. Today is merely an exception. We have many days ahead of us. Jiang Hao chuckled lightly. Xiao Yousheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon a warm smile graced her lips as she gently nodded. Before long, Ji Xuanwu personally brought forth a lavish breakfast, placing it before Xiao Yousheng. The breakfast was exquisitely prepared. Not only were there a delightful array of meat and vegetable combinations, but the meticulous presentation was also noteworthy. The perfectly cooked bacon alone spoke volumes of Ji Xuanwu's culinary skills. Even the fried egg was fashioned into a neat heart shape. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao's offerings were less than commendable. Not only did his injured hand affect his ability to cook, resulting in a burnt fried egg, but the simplicity of his ingredients and presentation made it difficult to muster any appetite. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao was a man of rugged nature who seldom indulged in breakfast. And when he did, it was typically just steamed buns, soy milk, and deep-fried dough sticks. Today, however, he had ventured to prepare fried eggs and bacon for Xiao Yousheng. A rare occurrence indeed. Jiang Hao was taking a gamble, wagering on whose breakfast would be deemed more delicious. Ji Xuanwu raised his gaze with confidence. Chapter 55. Perhaps you should teach me how to win her over yesterday. The reviews surged, and I sense the ratings will soon be revealed. As promised, I am adding an update today. Furthermore, I welcome continued reviews. If we can gather 20 more by noon tomorrow, I shall add another chapter. I have noticed in the reviews that some readers express their dislike for same-sex relationships. Fear not, for in due time, you shall come to appreciate them. My intention in writing these characters is to craft an amusing narrative that ultimately straightens out the lesbian dynamics. Thus, this book is also titled, Will the Noble Young Lady of the Same Sex Fall for Me? Jiang Hao observed Ji Xuanwu, who had inexplicably gained confidence, and smirked. What is the benefit of this wager? There is no advantage, nor any stakes. I merely inquire whether you wish to gamble. Ji Xuanwu intertwined her fingers and regarded Jiang Hao with an impassive expression. Jiang Hao scoffed and turned to Xiao Yousheng. What do you think? Let us wager then. I am quite bored. Xiao Yousheng replied with a slight smile. Then please, enjoy your meal. First, try mine. Ji Xuanwu pushed her homemade breakfast towards Xiao Yousheng. Xiao Yousheng sliced a piece of bacon and took a small bite, while Jiang Hao watched Ji Xuanwu with a grin. From the very beginning, Ji Xuanwu had lost, undoubtedly. Her breakfast would surpass Jiang Hao's. Yet, despite this certainty, he felt he would ultimately prevail. The logic was simple. He was Jiang Hao. Just as he was about to burst with pride, his smile vanished in an instant. Xiao Yousheng set down her fork. Nodding in admiration, the flavor is indeed delightful. Don't turn your back on me. Jiang Hao lamented internally. Ji Xuanwu cast him a dispassionate glance, although her expression remained neutral. The subtle sarcasm in her gaze pierced deeply. Now, let us continue with Jiang Hao's creation. Ji Xuanwu delicately extended her finger, carefully pushing Jiang Hao's breakfast towards Xiao Yousheng. She then meticulously wiped her finger clean, the disdain palpable. Jiang Hao anxiously watched Xiao Yousheng, his heart racing with doubt. Could she truly be turning her back on me? Xiao Yousheng cut into the charred egg Jiang Hao had prepared, spearing a generous bite and gently placing it in her mouth. She closed her eyes, savoring the taste. And after a considerable moment, her eyes flew open, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. If it's unpalatable, you may spit it out, Ji Xuanwu offered, her delicate fingers presenting a napkin before Xiao Yousheng. Then, with an impassive gaze, she focused her attention back on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, thinking, is it merely that my breakfast is well made? What of it? He sighed, casting a sorrowful glance at the bewildered Xiao Yousheng. It appeared he was destined to lose after all. It was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, the breakfast prepared this time was rather subpar. Suddenly, Jiang Hao found himself in a stupor. He observed as Xiao Yousheng deftly disassembled the fried eggs and bacon, consuming them with great enthusiasm. A plate brimming with inferior breakfast items was swiftly devoured by her, as if swept away by a tempest. Xiao Yousheng remained silent, neither commenting on the taste nor expressing her thoughts, but continued to eat voraciously. Before long, under Jiang Hao's astonished gaze, she gently wiped the corners of her mouth, her eyes glistening with moisture as she gazed at him. At last, she had the pleasure of enjoying breakfast prepared by her husband. How blissful it was! This was, without a doubt, the most delectable breakfast she had ever tasted. Her eyes were reddened, nearly brimming with tears. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded and smiled. Ji Xuanwu, with a slight frown, remarked nonchalantly, bias. Jiang Hao scoffed, and was about to retort when Xiao Yousheng raised her chin defiantly and asserted coldly, "It is indeed a bias, so what? Regardless of how he prepares it, I find it delicious." In other words, it was not merely the flavor of the ingredients that she cherished, it was. Xiao Yousheng paused, hesitating to elaborate. A flush of crimson crept across her cheeks for reasons unknown. "What is it?" Jiang Hao inquired with curiosity. Xiao Yousheng leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Silly husband. What I cherish is your love." Evidently, President Xiao deemed it too embarrassing to express such sentiments in front of others. Jiang Hao chuckled appreciatively at her words. Ji Xuanwu gazed at the affectionate couple before her, her usually tranquil aquamarine eyes fleetingly shadowed by a hint of chill. Even with her serene disposition, she felt a twinge of discomfort at that moment. After a lengthy silence, Ji Xuanwu rose and coldly addressed Jiang Hao, "We need to talk privately." She then proceeded alone to the terrace on the third floor. Xiao Yousheng furrowed her brow, about to intervene, but Jiang Hao reassured her, "You can rest easy, Yousheng. While she is in our home, she wouldn't dare to cause me any trouble. If she wishes to converse, I shall oblige." Xiao Yousheng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thus, Jiang Hao followed Ji Xuanwu's footsteps to the terrace. On the terrace, the sun radiated warmth, and a gentle breeze wafted through. From this vantage point, one could see the artificial lake of the Xiao family estate and the organic vegetables cultivated by the maids in the fields. Jiang Hao sat opposite Ji Xuanwu, preparing to jest about the earlier incident when she coolly remarked, "It's time you teach me how to win her over." Chapter 56. The most important thing. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, feeling a twinge of hesitation within. Despite his confidence that Xiao Yousheng would harbor no affection for Ji Xuanwu's advances, the whole situation struck him as peculiar. However, should he refrain from assisting Ji Xuanwu as promised, it was likely that Ji Xuanwu would expose his true identity to Su Ruan. At that point, Jiang Hao was certain that once Su Ruan discovered he was Lin Hao, she would no longer fear Xiao Yousheng and would charge into the Xiao family estate to abduct him, although such an attempt would undoubtedly end in failure. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a visible arrow but difficult to guard against a hidden one. Sooner or later, through carelessness, he would be caught by Su Ruan. It was impossible for him to remain concealed within the Xiao family manor indefinitely. Thus, he pondered how to navigate this dilemma in a manner that would not leave him uncomfortable while still honoring his agreement with Ji Xuanwu. After considerable reflection, a faint smile graced Jiang Hao's lips. In truth, there was a way out. Ji Xuanwu had not stipulated that he must succeed. She merely requested his assistance in courting Xiao Yousheng and imparting strategies for wooing women. Could he not simply provide a superficial guide? Jiang Hao nodded to himself. Feeling a surge of confidence, he resolved to share his insights. Yet these would pertain to ordinary women, not specifically to Xiao Yousheng, who was far from typical. "Are you not planning to uphold the agreement?" Ji Xuanwu observed Jiang Hao with an impassive expression. Upholding the agreement was, of course, imperative. After all, she held the leverage over him. How could he afford to break his word? Jiang Hao cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. "Now, take out your notebook. Teacher Jiang is about to commence the lesson." He intended to buy time, preparing to elaborate on the trivialities, as he had yet to fully devise what to teach Ji Xuanwu. But in the next moment, he found himself in disbelief as Ji Xuanwu indeed produced a small notebook. Clutching it in her right hand and a pen in her left, she focused intently on Jiang Hao. It seemed Miss Ji was a left-handed individual. "No, my friend. I was merely jesting to lighten the mood. Why have you actually taken out a notebook?" Jiang Hao scratched his head in confusion. "I can remember everything you say, but one must adopt a serious attitude towards learning. Although it is true that knowledge gained from books is superficial, practical experience is essential for true understanding. Yet, without a solid theoretical foundation, how can one discuss practice?" Ji Xuanwu stated calmly. Jiang Hao stood, stunned, his mouth agape for a long while before awkwardly raising his thumb in admiration. "Impressive, truly impressive. Now what should I do?" Ji Xuanwu poised her pen above the notebook. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke earnestly. "First, when pursuing a girl, one must present gifts, ultimately offering 9 at once, symbolizing eternity." "Indeed." Ji Xuanwu wrote swiftly, then looked up to inquire, "What kind of gifts? What kind of gifts?" "Just a moment." Jiang Hao pulled out his phone and sequentially opened 3 applications. The items in question are Dog East, A Certain Treasure, and Pin Dao Dao. He meticulously perused his shopping cart, gazing at those items he had long desired but hesitated to purchase. After a considerable pause, Jiang Hao earnestly suggested, for the first gift, I propose this exquisite Philips razor, a collaboration with Maserati. Yurong is a girl. She has no beard. What would she need a razor for? Ji Xuanwu furrowed her brow, narrowing her eyes in confusion. You don't understand, do you? While Yurong may lack facial hair, there are indeed other areas. Jiang Hao remarked with a mischievous smile. All right, I must confess, I have been less than truthful. Through my diligent observations, I have already discerned the truth. Speak plainly. Ji Xuanwu's azure eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Clearly, the naive Ji Xuanwu had not grasped Jiang Hao's intentions when faced with his seasoned demeanor. Speak plainly? Is this how you address a teacher? Is this your attitude towards learning? Ji Xuanwu admonished. Reminding him of Confucius' teachings, the diligent and eager learner does not disdain to ask questions. Among three people, there must be a teacher. I teach you. And you learn. That is the essence. Do not ask so many questions. Jiang Hao rose and strolled to the balcony, first observing the animal friends in the pasture, then tapping the railing, hands clasped behind his back. No one understands the intent of ascension. A gentle breeze caressed him as he closed his eyes, embodying the demeanor of an ethereal sage. It seemed he had reached the pinnacle of mastery and winning over the fairer sex. Authoress note. The original phrase refers to viewing the Wu hook, tapping the railing, and the meaning of ascension. Do not emulate Jiang Hao's misinterpretation. Ji Xuanwu regarded his solitary figure, her expression impassive as she noted down. The first gift, a Maserati-branded Philips razor. After a brief contemplation, she continued writing. Jiang Hao appears to exhibit signs of intellectual impairment. Subsequent dialogues must proceed accordingly. What other gifts should we consider? Shortly, I will send someone to procure them, and they will arrive within the hour. Tianhai's economy surpasses that of the imperial capital. Everything is attainable, Ji Xuanwu inquired. Let me take a look. Jiang Hao glanced at the shopping cart and sighed. To win over Yurong, there are far too many items to consider. Never mind, I shall cease my teachings. As he turned to depart, Ji Xuanwu interjected. Speak. I can afford it. With an air of nonchalance, Ji Xuanwu lifted her head. Very well, listen carefully. The gifts to be presented include an Asus ROG 4090, a physical collector's edition of Elden Ring, and a customized Night Demon cashew flower keyboard. Jiang Hao recited each item, while Ji Xuanwu meticulously noted them down. After a considerable time, Jiang Hao suddenly turned back, alarmed. Oh no! I forgot the most crucial item. Without it, Yurong shall not be pleased. He gritted his teeth and feigned contemplation as he gazed intently at Ji Xuanwu. You tell me, Ji Xuanwu responded, now fully attentive. Come, allow me to share with you. Jiang Hao let out a long sigh as he approached Xiao Yousheng. Chapter 57. Durex. An hour later, Xiao Yousheng swung gently in the garden, occasionally glancing at the terrace on the third floor. Although she was unaware of the conversation between Ji Xuanwu and her beloved husband, it seemed from her husband's demeanor that there was neither danger nor discontent. At that moment, a maid hurried over. Miss, a delivery truck has arrived with many items. The driver mentioned that. They are gifts from Miss Ji for you. The maid announced with a smile. I do not wish to accept any of her items. Send them back, Xiao Yousheng replied, closing her eyes and idly placing a jasmine flower to her nose. However, the young master instructed that you must accept the gifts. The maid hesitated to say. Did my husband really ask me to accept them? Xiao Yousheng opened her eyes, perplexed, as she slowly crushed the jasmine in her hand. Very well, I shall accept them. Let me have a look. She rose and strolled towards the front courtyard of the estate. At that moment, a delivery truck was quietly parked at the center. Jiang Hao also emerged, rubbing his hands together in excitement. How thrilling. Let us see what we have here. He turned briefly to ensure Ji Xuanwu was still on the terrace enjoying her tea before eagerly approaching the truck. My dear, why have you asked me to accept her gifts? Xiao Yousheng inquired of Jiang Hao, her confusion evident. It's a secret. Of course, I will tell you in due time. Jiang Hao replied with a grin as he directed the driver to unload the cargo. Before long, various gifts, all elegantly wrapped in boxes, were laid out before them. Now, let us unwrap everything. Jiang Hao called out to the truck driver. Sir, that might not be appropriate. My master said these are for Miss Xiao Yousheng. The driver's voice trailed off as he noticed Xiao Yousheng's frosty gaze. What my husband says goes. If he instructs you to unwrap them, you shall do so. Xiao Yousheng retorted coldly. Reluctantly, the driver began to open the gift boxes one by one. Graphics card, keyboard, and eraser? What is Ji Xuanwu thinking? Xiao Yousheng exclaimed in bewilderment. My dear, These items will be of no use to you. I will take them away shortly, Jiang Hao whispered discreetly to her. That is acceptable. However, Xiao Yousheng's expression suddenly turned icy. She gently stepped on Jiang Hao's foot and, raising her finger to tilt his chin, spoke in a chilling tone. You truly need some guidance, my foolish husband. Jiang Hao's heart sank. He wondered if Xiao Yousheng was upset over him taking Ji Xuanwu's gifts. Why didn't you tell me about the things you wanted before? Don't mention these trifles. If you desired a luxury car or a villa, I would procure it for you the very next day. Do you still not trust me? I am your wife. Though her voice was cold, there was a hint of grievance in her tone. Jiang Hao paused, then smiled as he affectionately ruffled Xiao Yousheng's hair. My dear, rest assured. From now on, whatever I wish for, I will tell you immediately, so you can make the purchase. That is more like it. Xiao Yousheng nodded in satisfaction, finding Jiang Hao's words quite agreeable. Jiang Hao burst into hearty laughter, his gaze fixated on the gifts presented by Ji Xuanwu. These items had not been beyond his financial reach, but rather a matter of reluctance to spend. He truly owed Ji Xuanwu his gratitude. Darling, are you happy? Xiao Yousheng inquired, puzzled. To her, these items appeared to be mere trinkets. Of course I am. The joy of boys is something you cannot comprehend, Jiang Hao replied, rubbing his hands together, eagerly anticipating the keyboard from the night demon. Xiao Yousheng nodded and smiled as she took Jiang Hao's hand. Yousheng, it seems you are quite pleased as well. Did you not express disdain for these items? Jiang Hao observed the smile playing at the corners of Xiao Yousheng's lips, bewildered. Silly husband. Because. Xiao Yousheng lifted her chin and smiled brightly. Your happiness brings me joy. On the terrace, Ji Xuanwu gazed at Xiao Yousheng's radiant smile, nodding in approval. Jiang Hao is indeed capable. Yousheng has genuinely found joy in the gifts I bestowed upon her, she mused to herself before departing the terrace. Shortly thereafter, Ji Xuanwu arrived at the front yard, approaching the delivery truck. Yousheng, there is one more gift, she stated casually, with a gentle clap of her hands. The driver soon emerged from the truck, breathless, as he carried a large box. It's here, the gift. Jiang Hao's expression turned serious, his eyes fixed intently on the box. What is it? Xiao Yousheng asked, perplexed. You shall find out shortly, Ji Xuanwu replied, her eyes sparkling with confidence as she mimicked Jiang Hao's stance. Hands clasped behind her back. Indeed, this box contained what Jiang Hao referred to as the final gift, rumored to possess immense allure, capable of making Xiao Yousheng instantly enamored. Initially skeptical, Ji Xuanwu had just witnessed Xiao Yousheng's joy upon receiving gifts. She had to admit that Jiang Hao was a man of considerable talent. The strategies he imparted were formidable. Miss, shall we open it now? The driver, still panting, gestured towards the large box. Ji Xuanwu nodded. Very well. Moments later, amidst Xiao Yousheng's curious gaze, Ji Xuanwu's confident demeanor, and Jiang Hao's mischievous grin, the box was slowly unveiled. Inside lay numerous smaller boxes, each adorned with the emblem of Durex. Indeed, it was the renowned brand of condoms. Chapter 58. She Likes Me. Xiao Yousheng gazed in disbelief at the countless baby burp cloths. Yousheng, do you like them? Ji Xuanwu's azure eyes rippled with a rare tenderness. You. Xiao Yousheng bit her crimson lip, her cheeks flushing a deep scarlet. Without a backward glance, she turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, she returned with a cold demeanor and instructed her ever-attentive maid, have a few people carry this box to my bedroom. Subsequently, she cast a significant glance at Jiang Hao, her phoenix eyes brimming with unspoken possessiveness as she lightly licked her lips. Jiang Hao felt his legs weaken, a shiver running down his spine. This was troublesome. He had anticipated that Xiao Yousheng would accept the box of Durex, and he had also foreseen her initial reaction of blushing. However, he had neglected the most critical aspect, how Xiao Yousheng would utilize these items after accepting them. All his calculations ultimately pointed back at him. This simply would not do. He had to find a place to stay tonight. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Hao's expression was one of sheer terror, his face turning as dark as liver. His legs trembled, even feeling the onset of cramps. Meanwhile, Ji Xuanwu observed his expression closely. Regret and fear. Splendid. He regretted teaching me the art of seduction. And he feared losing Yousheng. Indeed, the techniques of seduction proved effective. Ji Xuanwu felt quite pleased, casting a calm glance at Xiao Yousheng's flushed face. Her rosy cheeks signified shyness. She indeed harbored feelings for me. Her current state of bewilderment was further amplified by her apprehension of encountering me. Jiang Hao was correct. When one likes another, they often lack the courage to meet their gaze. Since the arrival of the gift, Yousheng had not once looked me in the eye. Ji Xuanwu mused. You are truly impressive, Ji Xuanwu remarked to Jiang Hao. No. Jiang Hao feigned regret, stepping back and coldly fixing his gaze on Ji Xuanwu. I cannot continue teaching you how to win over Yousheng like this. Otherwise, she will surely abandon me and come to your side. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Ji Xuanwu's deep azure eyes. Indeed, Jiang Hao was frightened. Yousheng would eventually be hers. If you do not adhere to our agreement and continue teaching me, I will reveal your identity to Su Ruoyan today, Ji Xuanwu stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao exaggeratedly stepped back in mock horror, while inwardly he reveled in laughter. The esteemed eldest daughter of the Ji family, utterly disciplined and perfect, seemed oblivious when it came to matters of the heart, a complete romantic novice. However, he certainly could not voice this sentiment in front of Ji Xuanwu. Instead, he cleared his throat and feigned sorrow. Very well, I shall continue to assist you in winning over Yousheng. But remember, if you divulge even a whisper about Lin Hao to Su Ruoyan, I shall cease my assistance. Understood. I shall honor our agreement, she replied. Ji Xuanwu spoke softly. Jiang Hao smiled, following closely behind her as they strolled toward the villa. Presenting gifts proved remarkably effective. Now, what should be the next step? It must be done promptly. I have matters to attend to in the afternoon and must depart. Ji Xuanwu produced a check and handed it to Jiang Hao. As he gazed at the figures on the check, he inhaled sharply. A multitude of zeros trailed behind the numeral 1, leaving him momentarily stunned. I am indeed issuing a threat, yet I am also a person of reason. Assist me, and you shall reap the rewards, Ji Xuanwu said gently. Jiang Hao's spirits lifted instantly. He had not anticipated that gifting himself would yield such a delightful surprise. Without a second thought, he tucked the check into his pocket and stroked his chin. What should be the next step? Let me ponder. After a long moment of contemplation, he smiled slightly. Naturally, it is to create a surprise and seize the opportunity for hand-holding. First and foremost, you must find someone to practice hand-holding with. Chapter 59, The Practice of Holding Hands. Ji Xuanwu immediately knitted her brows. Must one practice holding hands in a romantic relationship? How troublesome. If one is to hold hands, is it not simply a matter of grasping the other's hand directly? Indeed, it is holding hands. Let me enlighten you. The act of holding hands between couples is far from a mere gesture. Both the posture and the pressure must be meticulously controlled. Posture? Pressure? Ji Xuanwu's gaze fell in perplexity. Precisely, isn't it profound? Jiang Hao grinned mischievously. Now, whatever is inconsequential, he shall teach. Whatever is a waste of time, he shall instruct. Enough of my rambling. Go find someone to practice with. I shall take my leave first. Jiang Hao waved his hand and strolled down another path. He still needed to meet with Hang Junchuang today, not merely to fulfill Xiao Yousheng's request, but to ascertain Hang Junchuang's current state. One could imagine that she must believe he was dispatched by a killing machine yesterday. As he pondered, Ji Xuanwu called out expressionlessly, "Stop." Jiang Hao halted, his heart skipping a beat. Oh no, Ji Xuanwu wouldn't he have realized that he was cornering her, would she? The next moment, Ji Xuanwu approached him slowly. Her graceful steps and pale, delicate legs, combined with her platinum hair dancing in the wind, rendered her as enchanting as a character from a comic book. With her long fingers, she gently extracted a napkin from her bag and placed it in her palm. Ji Xuanwu commanded nonchalantly, "What is this for?" Though puzzled, Jiang Hao turned his palm upwards and placed the napkin upon it. Ji Xuanwu remained silent. Just as Jiang Hao was about to inquire further, his eyes widened in surprise. Ji Xuanwu slowly extended her hand and, in an instant, grasped his. Even with a thin napkin between them, he could feel the delicate warmth of Ji Xuanwu's hand. Though cool to the touch, there was an unexpectedly gentle softness amidst the chill. "What on earth are you doing?" Jiang Hao snapped back to reality, exclaiming. He intended to withdraw his hand, but Ji Xuanwu resolutely held it aloft. "Practicing holding hands. Is there a problem?" Her voice was chillingly cold as she averted her gaze, refusing to meet Jiang Hao's eyes. Evidently, someone felt a twinge of awkwardness, even with a napkin in between, at the prospect of holding hands for the first time. "Can't you practice with someone else? If Yousheng sees us." Jiang Hao's heart raced in horror, cold sweat breaking out. What a joke. In the territory of the Xiao family, within the line of sight of Xiao Yousheng, holding hands with another woman. Jiang Hao was certain that if he were discovered by Xiao Yousheng, he would perish without ever understanding how. Seen by Yousheng? Ji Xuanwu momentarily paused. Then a glint of cunning flickered in her deep emerald eyes. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? To conquer Xiao Yousheng, one requires not only proactive tactics but also a touch of insidious stratagems, commonly referred to as cheating. At this moment, as she grasped Jiang Hao's hand, It felt as though she was operating under a fortunate spell. Suddenly, I yearned to see Yousheng. Ji Xuanwu, with an indifferent demeanor, insisted on holding Jiang Hao's hand as they made their way toward the villa. No, this cannot be. If we are to meet, let it be so. But do not drag my hand along to meet her. The thought of her seeing me, unbeknownst to him. A vivid image flashed through Jiang Hao's mind, a box full of Durex resting in Xiao Yousheng's bedroom. If she were to catch sight of that, it would surely be deemed infidelity. Yousheng would undoubtedly cast him aside if she discovered it. Ji Xuanwu confidently tilted her alabaster chin upward, placing a napkin between her hand and Jiang Hao's as a makeshift barrier. Goodness, is this how you wish to play? Jiang Hao scoffed. I shall reiterate. Release me. This was his final warning to Ji Xuanwu. Yet, she paid him no heed, barely sparing him a glance. Jiang Hao clenched his teeth in frustration. Very well. You leave me no choice. He then boldly extended his other arm, encircling Ji Xuanwu's arm. What are you doing? A glint of murderous intent flickered in Ji Xuanwu's eyes. You wish to perform for Yousheng, do you not? Then allow me to join in the act. Let us appear closer than ever. If you refuse to let go, then I shall not relinquish my grasp either. Jiang Hao declared coldly. Ji Xuanwu, unceremoniously, pushed Jiang Hao away with her free hand. Yet, she momentarily forgot that she still held on to Jiang Hao's hand. Consequently, her push sent Jiang Hao tumbling backward onto the grass, and in the process, she too was pulled down alongside him. In an instant, Ji Xuanwu landed atop Jiang Hao. Before either could fully comprehend the situation, a voice, filled with frenzied hostility, echoed from nearby. What are you doing? Xiao Yousheng shouted sharply from a distance. Chapter 60. What on earth am I explaining? The ratings are out today. I am grateful to my brothers for their scores. Due to over 20 reviews added from last night until noon today, I shall continue to update today. However, today's update is minor, with only 4 chapters. I will make it up tomorrow. Today has been rather hectic, and I haven't even managed to update my previous work. I hope for your understanding. The event continues, as usual, if by noon tomorrow there are over 20 more ratings. I will update again. At this moment, Jiang Hao, lying on the ground, and Ji Xuanwu, who had fallen onto him, were oblivious to what Xiao Yousheng had said. Consequently, both were in a state of bewilderment. There was no need to elaborate on Ji Xuanwu's confusion, having unexpectedly tumbled down and landed on Jiang Hao. As for Jiang Hao, he gazed blankly at the enchanting Ji Xuanwu nestled in his embrace. The subtle chill of her soft warmth and the indescribable fragrance that wafted from her sent him into a reverie. For reasons unknown, he was reminded of the flower fields he often visited as a child after a rain, where a refreshing breeze mingled with the scents of various blossoms. It was undeniably cool, yet the sunlight released after the rain caressed the petals with such tender warmth. Just like the exquisite warmth of the woman in his arms at this very moment. Ji Xuanwu, regaining her senses, for the first time revealed a flicker of anger in her cerulean eyes. Clearly, even the usually noble and composed Miss Ji was now filled with rage. To her astonishment, her first experience of such intimacy was with a man, and it was Jiang Hao no less. Was it not he who had pushed her, only to have her land upon him? How could she be blamed for this? Jiang Hao huffed coldly, attempting to push Ji Xuanwu away. However, as he did so, his hand inadvertently pressed against her chest. Both Ji Xuanwu and Jiang Hao fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, even Xiao Yousheng, who had just approached, failed to grasp the situation, when suddenly Jiang Hao let out a horrified scream. Ji Xuanwu seized his hand with such force that it seemed she might break it. I shall kill you. I must kill you. Ji Xuanwu whispered with a chilling tone, a faint blush spreading across her otherwise pale face. Her heart bled at the thought that her body had been touched by a man, especially in such a manner. Jiang Hao was utterly speechless. He had not intended for any of this to happen. Was it truly necessary to react so dramatically? Though both were in a state of conflict to Xiao Yousheng, the scene appeared entirely different. From her perspective, it was evident that the two were embracing on the grass. Jiang Hao was touching Ji Xuanwu, while she playfully grasped his hand. Let go of me. The murderous intent in Xiao Yousheng's phoenix eyes was both frenzied and terrifying, as she inexplicably produced a glinting knife and charged towards them. It was only then that Jiang Hao and Ji Xuanwu realized her presence. In a state of panic, Jiang Hao struggled to rise, eager to explain, only to notice the glimmering knife in Xiao Yousheng's hand. Moreover, the murderous intent in Xiao Yousheng's eyes was unmistakably genuine. They were doomed, utterly doomed. How could he even begin to explain? The atmosphere left him no chance for clarification. Without a second thought, Jiang Hao turned and fled. Any attempt at explanation would have to wait until Xiao Yousheng regained her composure. The aura emanating from President Xiao was unmistakably that of a vengeful spirit, poised to exact revenge on the unfaithful and the traitorous. In other words, they had entered the second phase, blood boiling, sanity diminished, with an overwhelming desire to attack. It was likely that before Jiang Hao could utter a single word of explanation, Xiao Yousheng would strike him down with a single blow. He could already envision the aftermath of his demise. President Xiao would first feel regret, then sorrow, and ultimately, she would transform into a lovesick specter, submerging his remains in formaldehyde for 3 days, only to fashion them into a doll, proclaiming, "Now we can be together forever." With such a grim realization, Jiang Hao fled, his back resolute as if he were heading to a revolutionary cause. To run away? How cowardly! Lacking the courage to confront the one he loved, yet professing his affection for Yousheng. He would not flee. This was his chance to confess to Yousheng. Ji Xuanwu mused calmly. She then turned to face the approaching Xiao Yousheng, who brandished a knife with a gaze as penetrating as one fixated on a corpse, her crimson lips curling into a cruel, maniacal smile. The blade shimmered ominously, as if ready to slice Ji Xuanwu's throat at any moment. Ji Xuanwu assessed her with a serene demeanor. Then, she hastily matched Jiang Hao's pace, taking 2 steps for every one, not daring to glance back. What was happening? This was not the Yousheng she knew. It was as though she had become a different person. Ji Xuanwu bit her cherry lips, quickening her escape. Just moments ago, she had turned with unwavering confidence, intending to declare her feelings to Xiao Yousheng. But upon witnessing the look in her eyes, that notion was promptly extinguished. That gaze was one that truly sought blood. The last time she encountered such a stare, the individual had met their demise before her very eyes. Adulteress and lecher. Stop! Xiao Yousheng cried out with a haunting wail, akin to a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. However, she was ultimately no match for the speed of Ji Xuanwu and Jiang Hao, soon losing sight of their figures. There was no choice, after all. The unfortunate Jiang Hao and the esteemed Miss Ji were propelled by a surge of adrenaline, racing for their lives. If they did not flee, they would surely meet their end. Who would dare to slow their pace? Chapter 61. By Qingji's hesitation as Jiang Hao and Ji Xuanwu found themselves relentlessly pursued by Xiao Yousheng on the opposite side of Tianhai City. Su Ruoyan was embroiled in a frantic escape. Her face, a portrait of terror, was fixed upon the steering wheel of a Ferrari as it roared down the road. Hot on her heels was an AMG GT50, its mountain gray exterior slowly revealing a lowered window. Bai Qingji poked her head out, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Sister Su, you can't run away, she chirped. If you keep running, I might just have to torture you. Should I flay you alive while you're still breathing? Or should I sever your limbs first and extract your beating heart? Bai Qingji nibbled on her finger, before breaking into a radiant smile. Oh well, never mind. Once I catch you, we'll go for some adrenaline first. Without it, watching you suffer before your demise would be rather dull. Due to the proximity of Bai Qingji's vehicle, Su Ruan distinctly heard her words. A lunatic. That machine is a lunatic. Su Ruoyan gritted her teeth and pressed the accelerator, her speed surging. She had never anticipated that after hiring a killing machine to eliminate Jiang Hao, she would now find herself the target of one. No, I must devise a way to survive. This is merely the first opportunity for the assassin, and I already find myself at the brink of despair. At this rate, I will surely. In her moment of hopelessness, the image of Jiang Hao suddenly flashed in her mind. Yes, Jiang Hao had endured 6 assassination attempts within 2 days and lived to tell the tale. Jiang Hao must have a way to survive, right? I should call Jiang Hao and ask how he managed it. A spark of hope ignited in her eyes as one hand gripped the steering wheel while the other fumbled for her phone. She dialed Jiang Hao repeatedly, but he did not answer. Just as despair began to overtake her, Jiang Hao finally picked up the call. Ecstatic, Su Ruoyan was about to inquire about the means of escaping the assassin's pursuit when Jiang Hao, breathless, exclaimed, "What the hell, Su Ruoyan? Are you out of your mind? I just hid in the bushes, and your incessant calls have given away my position. I swear if I get killed this time, I'll haunt you as a ghost." Su Ruoyan. Oh no, she is coming. Ji Xuanwu, if you don't want to die, stick close to me. I've thought of a place where Yousheng would never venture. If we can hide there, we will surely be safe. Once Yousheng calms down, we can explain everything. Honestly, it's all just a misunderstanding. As Jiang Hao lamented and the call ended, Su Ruoyan cursed under her breath and tossed her phone onto the passenger seat. To her astonishment, she noticed that the GT50 following her had gradually reduced its speed. In an instant, She vanished without a trace, no longer pursuing her. Although Su Ruoyan could not fathom why Bai Qingji had ceased her relentless chase, she did not dwell on it. Instead, she quickened her pace, seizing this extraordinary opportunity for escape. Meanwhile, in the AMG GT50, Bai Qingji sat motionless, removing the eavesdropping device from her ear. How could this be happening? Was her older brother being pursued? Someone intended to take his life. No, this simply could not be allowed. Her brother's life belonged to her alone. No one could usurp it. A disturbing expression, one difficult to articulate, emerged on Bai Qingji's youthful visage. She retrieved her tablet, pinpointing Jiang Hao's location. The tracker she had installed on his watch still emitted a signal. The Xiao family estate. Bai Qingji's small face tightened as she prepared to drive towards the estate, but hesitation gripped her. Mother had insisted that Su Ruoyan must be eliminated today. I have already squandered one opportunity for error. Should I squander a second? A profound terror welled in Bai Qingji's enchanting eyes. She understood that another mistake would lead to dire consequences. The assassin machine was programmed with 3 chances for error. Each failure incurred a different punishment. The first failure, where she spared Jiang Hao, had subjected her to a torment worse than death, and the ramifications of a second error. Bai Qingji inhaled deeply, a glimmer of moisture forming in her eyes. After a prolonged moment, she tilted her head, tears mingling with a smile. But if my brother were to perish, I would be inconsolable. After all, he is the only one who has ever shown me kindness. Therefore, even if I were to fail a second time, and face, I must, without fail, rescue my brother. Bai Qingji helplessly rubbed her eyes, her delicate legs trembling beneath the layers of white silk. As a killing machine, she harbored no fear of death. Yet, the consequences of a second failure were far more terrifying than death itself. Nevertheless, resolute, Bai Qingji pressed down on the accelerator, driving unflinchingly towards the Xiao family estate. Chapter 62. Human Nature in the Expansive Grounds of the Xiao family estate. Jiang Hao and Ji Xuanwu finally managed to escape the relentless pursuit of Xiao Yousheng, collapsing onto the grass in exhaustion. Jiang Hao lay back, gasping for breath, unable to suppress his admiration for Xiao Yousheng's stamina. They had run at least 2 kilometers, a feat necessitated by the vastness of the estate, which he had yet to fully navigate, leaving him to flounder aimlessly like a fly. Lowering his gaze, a sense of discomfort washed over him. He could perceive that, beyond the murderous intent, there was an unspeakable sorrow in Xiao Yousheng's eyes. President Xiao was indeed profoundly heartbroken, all due to the presence of the one named Ji. With this thought, Jiang Hao cast a cold glance at Ji Xuanwu, questioning her satisfaction with how events had unfolded. Ji Xuanwu knelt silently, eyes closed in meditation. At this moment, her feet throbbed with pain from the exertion, and her emotions were equally tumultuous, clouded by confusion. Was the Xiao Yousheng she knew truly the same as the one before her? In her heart, Xiao Yousheng had always been a paragon of beauty, courage, independence, and grace, a perfect woman. Thus, Ji Xuanwu had always aspired to perfection, which is why she admired Xiao Yousheng. Ji Xuanwu was a person of extreme self-discipline and rigor. She shunned all electronic devices and refrained from indulging in any vices, striving solely to become an impeccable individual. From a young age, she diligently absorbed various forms of knowledge, acquiring countless skills. However, due to her family's conservative upbringing, she was exceedingly traditional. For instance, while she had mastered Java and C in the realm of computer science, she refrained from utilizing these skills, avoiding computers altogether. Unlike her peers who reveled in laughter and carefree moments, she had never participated in such frivolities. Nor did she desire to. To her, 99% of the world's populace were mere fools leading mundane lives, while girls her age frolicked and indulged in romantic escapades. She remained confined to her room, diligently adhering to her parents' wishes by studying ancient philosophies, immersed in a vast yet rigid pool of knowledge. She had always believed that seeing was believing, that reality was tangible. She even held a degree in psychology, convinced of her ability to discern the hypocrisy and authenticity in others. Yet now, her convictions wavered. Was it truly so? At least in the case of Xiao Yousheng. She had entirely misjudged. The Xiao Yousheng of earlier was a far cry from the one she had envisioned. Clenching the hem of her skirt, Ji Xuanwu opened her eyes, trembling as she met Jiang Hao's cold, mocking smile. What? Do you not label me a coward? He scoffed. Why did you run alongside me then? Ji Xuanwu paid no heed to his derision, instead lowering her gaze and softly inquired, what kind of person do you perceive Yousheng to be? Why do you ask? Jiang Hao responded, puzzled. I'm merely curious, Ji Xuanwu replied nonchalantly, plucking a blade of grass from the ground and slowly placing it before her eyes. A leaf obscured her vision. The sun was thoroughly obscured by the grass. In my eyes, Yousheng. Jiang Hao stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. I can guess your answer. A neurotic woman, an irrational lunatic, a murderous female CEO? Ji Xuanwu said lightly, pressing the grass back into the soil. Jiang Hao chuckled upon hearing this. Is that what you think? No. I merely speculated that you might think this way. Of course, at this moment. My thoughts do align with yours to some extent. A gentle breeze arose, causing Ji Xuanwu to lightly toss her platinum hair in the wind. The wind stirred not only her hair, but also the unease that inexplicably stirred within her heart. Indeed, the ever-calm Miss Ji felt a twinge of anxiety at this moment. She sensed that the convictions she had steadfastly upheld were beginning to waver. However, it appeared she was not entirely mistaken. Jiang Hao shared a similar perspective. Just as Ji Xuanwu was deep in thought, Jiang Hao's next words caused her pupils to constrict. What are you saying? How could Yousheng possibly be a madwoman or neurotic? In my eyes. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. She is merely a helpless, unloved crybaby, a child who has yet to grow up. Ji Xuanwu was taken aback and after a considerable pause, hesitantly inquired, Why do you think so? Jiang Hao grinned, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and slowly stood up. It's difficult to explain, but I can assure you, Yousheng is precisely that. He stretched luxuriously, feeling as if the weather had improved after a brief rest. Then you are merely speaking nonsense. Explanation requires necessary logic and evidence. Lacking these, your so-called explanation is nothing more than empty words. Ji Xuanwu stated coldly. You speak truthfully, Miss Ji. Indeed, explaining phenomena requires the logic and evidence you mentioned. Jiang Hao non-committally nodded, then swiftly shifted his tone. However, when it comes to human nature, the so-called logic and evidence are utterly fragile. In other words, there is almost nothing that can adequately explain human nature. Nonsense. Ji Xuanwu coldly extended her index finger. 1. In psychology and social humanities, my understanding is profound. The so-called personalities of individuals can all be explained through the subjective agency of animals. 2. Before she could finish, Jiang Hao impatiently waved his hand. You speak of personality, but I speak of human nature. Human nature pertains to the soul of a person. If you do not comprehend this, then let me ask you, what kind of person do you think I am? Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Ji Xuanwu contemplated briefly and confidently raised her chin. Docile, harmless. Merely accommodating, never resisting. Before she could complete her thought, she was suddenly struck dumb. Jiang Hao, unbeknownst to her, had darkened his expression and was slowly tightening his grip around her neck. Chapter 63. Thank you. You. Let go. Ji Xuanwu's fair, jade-like face flushed instantly. Yet, Jiang Hao did not relent in his grip. Instead, he tightened it further. In an instant, a suffocating sense of impending death quietly rose within Ji Xuanwu's heart. There was no doubt about it. Jiang Hao truly intended to kill her, without holding back. In that moment, Ji Xuanwu felt neither resentment nor even fear. She could only mockingly scorn her previous self in her mind. She had thought Jiang Hao to be gentle, harmless, and unresisting. But now, he was poised to take her life. Just as Ji Xuanwu was on the verge of losing consciousness, Jiang Hao released her in time, gazing at her with a smile. She collapsed onto the grass, coughing loudly. All semblance of grace was forgotten as she breathed in the fresh air with abandon. How do you feel now? Do you still believe that humanity can be explained by some so-called psychology? Just a moment ago, I was sharing laughter with you, but now, I find myself wanting to kill you. Human nature, after all, pertains to the soul and is unfathomably complex. You might achieve a perfect score on a psychological examination. Yet you cannot explain the essence of Yousheng, nor can you truly comprehend the soul of Yousheng. To use psychology to elucidate human nature is as absurd as those who recently attempt to define character through the supposed MBTI. Jiang Hao's voice resonated powerfully in Ji Xuanwu's mind. She clutched the grass tightly, her emerald eyes wide with shock and disbelief. After a long moment, Ji Xuanwu's nails slowly embedded into her palm, yet she lacked the strength to release her grip. Thank you, Jiang Hao. She uttered no further words, but a hint of melancholy appeared in her gaze. A belief she had once held steadfastly crumbled entirely. You're welcome, Jiang Hao replied, pleased to see Ji Xuanwu humbled. However, a question lingered in his mind. Ji Xuanwu stood up and solemnly asked Jiang Hao, since my methods proved ineffective, how did you come to understand Yousheng? Jiang Hao paused, then chuckled. Do you truly wish to know? Ji Xuanwu nodded expressionlessly. One word. Love. Figure it out for yourself. Jiang Hao patted Ji Xuanwu's shoulder with a nonchalance that soon met her murderous glare, prompting him to quickly wave his hands. It's a habit, I didn't mean to. Ignoring him, Ji Xuanwu lowered her head, lost in thought. Love? After a brief respite, the two rose and began walking in a particular direction. Fear not. In 2 or 3 hours, once Yousheng has calmed down, all will be well. The place I am taking you to is the one I mentioned before. A location Yousheng would never venture to. It can be deemed exceptionally safe. Jiang Hao strode forward confidently, brimming with pride. The destination was the little garden of Hang Junxuang. Ji Xuanwu remained silent, her mind still occupied with Jiang Hao's notion of love. Is love merely the result of the mating instincts of male and female creatures, a mere illusion brought forth by the surging dopamine in our bodies? How can one possibly elucidate the essence of humanity? She previously believed she was in love with Xiao Yousheng, yet upon deeper contemplation, she found herself uncertain whether that so-called love was truly love. In her moment of confusion, Jiang Hao, with a sense of relief, remarked, "It's just that we have arrived. If we stay here for a couple of hours, Yousheng will likely have calmed down." Ji Xuanwu raised her head in a daze. And what met her gaze was a charming little garden filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant scent of blossoms. The predominant flowers in the garden were roses, and on a stone table lay a grand bouquet of them. It seemed that Sister Hang was indeed at that villa. Jiang Hao, observing the empty garden and lost in thought, said to Ji Xuanwu, "You should sit there for a while. I will be back shortly." Ji Xuanwu nodded indifferently and limped towards the stone table. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. "Did you twist your ankle? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" He had been completely oblivious as Ji Xuanwu had followed closely behind him. "It's nothing," she replied, leaning in to gently inhale the fragrance of a rose. "Just wait a moment. I'll fetch you a bottle of red flower oil." With that, Jiang Hao headed towards the villa at the center of the garden. At that moment, the garden was eerily silent. Jiang Hao squinted towards the villa, instantly gripped by an ominous premonition. The villa's doors stood wide open. Could it be that Hang Junxuang had encountered some misfortune? Next episode preview. Bai Qingji storms the Xiao residence. What sparks will ignite between Xiao Yousheng and Bai Qingji? The inexplicable confrontation between Hang Junxuang and Ji Xuanwu. Will it stem from moral decay or the distortion of human nature? Stay tuned for tomorrow's update. Chapter 64. So adorable as Jiang Hao stepped into the villa of Hang Junxuang, he was taken aback. The once immaculate and orderly abode now lay in disarray. All the curtains were drawn, casting the interior into a gloomy shadow. Faint rays of sunlight filtered through, illuminating specks of dust that danced in the air. Jiang Hao, astonished, made his way to the living room, his brows furrowed in concern. Clothes were haphazardly strewn across the sofa, and the coffee table was askew. Even the television hung at an odd angle on the wall, its screen shattered. Nearby, the chairs in the dining area were tilted askew, and the fridge door stood ajar. Water dripped incessantly from the faucet, while several opaque empty bottles adorned the dining table. This was Roosevelt No. 10. Though it was beer, it packed quite a punch. Had Sister Hang been drinking? Jiang Hao wondered aloud. "Sister Hang, are you there?" After calling out for a while with no response, he had no choice but to rely on his memory and head toward Hang Junxuang's bedroom on the first floor. He knocked gently on the door. "Sister Hang, are you inside?" Silence greeted him once more. Damn it! Could it be that something truly dire had occurred? Clenching his teeth, he decided to push open the bedroom door without further ado. Inside, the room was shrouded in darkness. The curtains were drawn tightly, and a heavy scent of alcohol mingled with a subtle fragrance assaulted his senses, prompting him to cover his nose. He switched on the flashlight he held and focused his gaze. There lay Hang Junxuang, adorned in a pale blue nightgown, lying straight on the bed. In her left hand, she clutched an unfinished bottle of Roosevelt No. 10. Jiang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He had envisioned the worst possible scenarios. To his surprise, Hang Junxuang was merely intoxicated. Goodness, what a fright! I thought something terrible had happened. With a resigned sigh, he drew back the curtains to let sunlight flood the room before approaching her bedside. At that moment, Hang Junxuang lay with her eyes slightly closed, her complexion pale. A mixture of alcohol and saliva trickled from her lips. Sister Hang, please wake up." Jiang Hao gently extended his hand, just as he was about to pat her awake when his face flushed red. His hand had inadvertently found its way to an inappropriate place. At that moment, Hang Junxuang sensed the disturbance and slowly opened her eyes. She gazed at Jiang Hao with confusion, and the next instant, tears began to fall silently. "Jiaming, is it you?" Returning as a ghost with lingering attachments to see your sister? Hang Junshuang suddenly broke down in tears, and before Jiang Hao could comprehend the situation, she pulled him onto the bed and pinned him beneath her. Wait, Sister Hang, you. Jiang Hao's mouth gaped in bewilderment. Just as he was about to inquire what was happening when Hang Junshuang wrapped her arms around his neck, weeping uncontrollably. Jia Ming, how could such a small child have died? What grudge have you incurred that would compel an adversary to employ a lethal machine to take your life? You must confide in your sister about the identity of this foe, the one who has orchestrated your demise. Once she departs, I shall ensure that you are avenged. In a state of helplessness, Hang Junshuang wept, cradling Jiang Hao's face in her hands and kissing his cheeks with reckless abandon. Jiang Hao, regaining his composure, offered a wry smile. It seemed that Hang Junshuang believed him to be deceased, and under the influence of alcohol, her mind was somewhat clouded, mistaking him for a ghost. Jiang Hao felt the weight of her emotions, a poignant sorrow enveloping him. Is this the allure of a mature woman? It was an entirely different sensation compared to what Xiao Yousheng had evoked in him. Sister Hang, please listen to me. I am not dead. I am very much alive. He implored. If you don't believe me, listen to my heartbeat. Hang Junshuang paused, then immediately leaned against his chest, closing her eyes. After a moment, a flicker of surprise illuminated her elongated, captivating eyes. Little one, you are alive? You escaped the clutches of that killing machine? She exclaimed, her voice a mixture of astonishment and joy. Jiang Hao nodded. Of course, it was merely a killing machine. Hang Junshuang was momentarily speechless, then burst into laughter. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Tears mingled with her laughter as she repeatedly kissed Jiang Hao's forehead. All right, Sister Hang, you must release me now. If you do not let go. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, his heart racing as he observed her, clad only in a sheer nightgown. Hang Junshuang, momentarily taken aback, then smirked with an alluring curve to her lips. Little one, your face has turned quite red from shyness. She traced her slender finger along his cheek, smiling even more. How adorable. Jiang Hao cleared his throat. Sister Hang, may I rise now? This situation. With a swift motion, Hang Junshuang placed her finger over his lips, silencing him. Do you not enjoy being close to your sister like this? Her nose brushed against Jiang Hao's, their breaths mingling in the intimate space between them. Clearly, Hang Junshuang, under the influence of alcohol, had become somewhat unrestrained, with the feelings she had long concealed now magnified. After all, she had confirmed that her affection for this younger brother was genuine, a sentiment that transcended mere friendship. Chapter 65. Is this your girlfriend? Hang Junshuang is no longer the kind of girl who shyly flutters and blushes when it comes to love. Once her affections are firmly established, she takes the initiative. Moreover, just a few days prior, her dear daughter, Xiao Yousheng, had imparted to her the secret to dealing with younger suitors like Jia Ming. Be proactive. Or perhaps, one might say, be enticing. In any case, taking the initiative is the first step. However, there are certain excesses that are certainly off limits for now. Even though Hang Junshuang is an assertive woman, she understands that such matters should only be explored when the feelings between both parties are profoundly deep. Thus, her current demeanor towards her younger companion, Jia Ming, should be regarded as playful teasing or perhaps a hint of sweetness, regardless of whether it is a hint or not at this moment. The young man in her embrace, Jiang Hao, is more bewildered than Hang Junshuang, faced with a sophisticated woman considerably older than himself. He finds himself at a loss for how to respond and can only endure her playful banter. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Hao forced a bitter smile and remarked, Sister Hang, you can't possibly have such thoughts about me, can you? It is evident to even the most oblivious observer that Hang Junshuang harbors affection for him. He feels utterly speechless. Their previous interactions had been perfectly ordinary. Why would Hang Junshuang have feelings for him? A child with a penchant for nonsense is hardly a model companion. What could his sister possibly think of him? What ulterior motives could she have? All she desires now is to see him. Leaning close to Jiang Hao's ear, Hang Junshuang murmured each word with deliberate softness. A more bashful sighed. Her warm breath tickled his ear, prompting him to grind his teeth in response. I shall not be shy any longer, Sister Hang. Could we maintain a bit of distance, please? Not shy any longer? Are you certain, little one? The corners of Hang Junshuang's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and then, forgive the lack of further description. Jiang Hao's face flushed a deeper crimson, his defenses crumbling. He gently pushed Hang Junshuang away and swiftly leaped off the bed, leaning against the headboard. Hang Junshuang watched him with a knowing smile. Cough, cough. Sister, Do you have any safflower oil? A friend of mine has sprained his ankle and is in need of it. Jiang Hao attempted to divert the conversation, awkwardly scratching his head. Safflower oil, you say? I do have some. I shall fetch it for you. Hang Junshuang stepped down from the bed, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she addressed Jiang Hao. How could there be such an adorable little boy who naively changes the subject? She gently lifted his chin with her finger and continued, You know, little one, the more you evade and try to maintain distance from me. She paused, lightly kissing his earlobe. The more excited I become, the more I like you. After a long moment, Jiang Hao let out a startled cry and fled the bedroom in haste. As Hang Junshuang chuckled, she remarked, What a child who cannot withstand teasing. 10 minutes later, she walked side by side with Jiang Hao, holding a bottle of medicinal oil. Sister, my friend is a bit peculiar. If she happens to say something unpleasant, please don't take it to heart, Jiang Hao advised with a friendly tone. She is still just a little kid. Worry not, dear sister, for I possess infinite patience when it comes to children, Hang Junshuang replied with a significant undertone. Jiang Hao chose to ignore her words and hurriedly led Hang Junshuang toward the garden. At that moment, Ji Xuanwu had just taken out a pair of loafers from her bag, discarding her boots with disdain. Indeed, as a remarkably rational person, she had just analyzed the reason for her sprained ankle. It was that wretched boot. Ji Xuanwu ambled across the grass, limping slightly, her previously calm face occasionally furrowed in discomfort. Still in pain, she lifted her head and glanced at Jiang Hao approaching her, accompanied by a woman. Ji Xuanwu paused, and a fleeting chill crossed her eyes. It seemed she recognized this woman from her childhood when the woman had appeared much younger. Upon seeing Ji Xuanwu, Hang Junshuang couldn't help but squint her eyes. The girl was extraordinarily beautiful and youthful. Moreover, she sensed that this girl was likely the daughter of a wealthy family from another world. Even though Ji Xuanwu remained silent and indifferent, her natural aura revealed far more than words could express. Hang Junshuang glanced at Jiang Hao and then back at Ji Xuanwu, instantly feeling an overwhelming sense of vigilance. Could this be Jia Ming's romantic interest? Or perhaps his girlfriend? No, that couldn't be. This girl was undoubtedly of high status. How could she possibly be interested in a servant like Jia Ming? Just as Hang Junshuang exhaled in relief, she noticed the subtle hint of hostility in Ji Xuanwu's eyes. To an ordinary person, Ji Xuanwu's fleeting animosity might have appeared as nothing more than a common expression. However, Hang Junshuang, with her keen perception, immediately recognized it. Having never encountered such hostility before, why was there animosity? After pondering for a moment, she glanced at her own hand, which was clasped around Jiang Hao's arm, and then let out a cold laugh. She understood the source of that hostility. Who would have thought that this girl truly held affection for her little friend? Oh dear brother, you certainly attract a plethora of admirers. Who is this girl? Your girlfriend? Hang Junshuang remarked with a hint of jealousy. Chapter 66. The master upon hearing Hang Junshuang's words, Jiang Hao's face turned a shade of green. Sister Hang, are you jesting? With a sense of disbelief, he accepted the bottle of safflower oil from Hang Junshuang and approached Ji Xuanwu. Here, the safflower oil is for you. Apply it yourself. He extended the oil towards Ji Xuanwu, who remained silent, her gaze cast downward. Indeed, it was that woman, the one who had committed such shameless acts. Did she harbor animosity towards me? If I were to eliminate her here. Ji Xuanwu gently caressed the jade bracelet on her wrist, her eyes lifting with indifference. Just as she was preparing to take action, she inadvertently caught sight of Hang Junshuang's gaze, fixed on Jiang Hao, as if it could weave threads. Does she have feelings for him? How delightful. Perhaps the torment of the mind would prove to be far more intriguing. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Ji Xuanwu's emerald eyes. Hey, hurry up. What are you pondering? Do you still want the safflower oil? My arm is getting sore. Jiang Hao pointed to his hand, suspended in the air. Ji Xuanwu shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, Yes. Then you hold it, Jiang Hao retorted impatiently, pouting. I want to hold it. You help me apply it. Ji Xuanwu settled down on the grass, calmly fixating her gaze on Hang Junshuang. Initially taken aback, Hang Junshuang soon burst into laughter, amused by the situation. She understood all too well the implications of the girl's actions. This was a declaration of sovereignty. After all, who would apply safflower oil for another unless there were romantic feelings or lingering ambiguity involved? Little bean sprout, trying to play this game with me? Hang Junshuang chuckled silently to herself, confident in her experience. This girl was asserting her claim, even attempting to steal away her little friend. Impossible. As Hang Junshuang schemed in her mind on how to deal with Ji Xuanwu, Jiang Hao frowned at the sight of Ji Xuanwu, who sat quietly awaiting his assistance. No. My friend, have you no hands? Can't you apply the oil yourself? Clearly, Jiang Hao had no intention of helping Ji Xuanwu. Come here, Ji Xuanwu beckoned with a finger. Without much thought, Jiang Hao, puzzled, sat beside her. This woman likes you. Do you not wish for her to give up? Ji Xuanwu fixed her gaze intently on the woman, who was smiling slyly at her. You mean? Jiang Hao's eyes widened in realization. Assisting Ji Xuanwu with the safflower oil could effectively diminish Hang Junshuang's interest in him. After all, a boy applying safflower oil to a girl is a rather intimate gesture. Of course, there were deeper motives at play. Ji Xuanwu's expression remained impassive, her eyes cold and calculating, as if she were concocting some grand scheme. Jiang Hao could not help but admire Ji Xuanwu. This woman certainly had her own strategies. Applying safflower oil to her would not only provoke Hang Junshuang, but also serve other purposes that Jiang Hao could not yet fathom. Thus, he solemnly inquired, "Is there any other reason?" He braced himself for her response. Ji Xuanwu confidently raised her chin and calmly said to him, "I will not apply it." Jiang Hao, after a prolonged silence, eventually raised his thumb in a gesture of admiration, muttering, "Impressive. Aren't you supposed to be capable of everything? Aren't you the epitome of perfection? You can't even apply the medicinal oil." He chuckled derisively. Ji Xuanwu ignored him, casually extending her slender leg. Clad in black knee-high socks and resting daintily in her small leather shoes, placing her delicate foot before him. At that moment, Hang Junshuang suddenly approached them. "Jiaming's younger brother, allow me to assist you. You surely lack the meticulousness of your sister, and your technique pales in comparison. After all, whenever you engage in fascinating activities with her, it's evident you're somewhat clumsy." Hang Junshuang smiled sweetly, emphasizing the phrase fascinating activities. Ji Xuanwu remained unperturbed. Casting a casual glance at Jiang Hao, whose understanding of her gaze was unmistakable, it conveyed the message, "Brother, are you really using Jiaming as a pseudonym?" However, Hang Junshuang, upon seeing Ji Xuanwu's serene demeanor, was inwardly astonished. There is something to her, even in such a stimulating situation. She remains as tranquil as water. Truly impressive, Hang Junshuang silently acknowledged. At that moment, Ji Xuanwu spoke again, "No need. I prefer him to apply the medicinal oil. I do not require your assistance, aunt." Upon hearing Ji Xuanwu refer to her as aunt, Jiang Hao nearly choked on his breakfast from laughter. Yet, when he met Hang Junshuang's icy glare, he promptly covered his mouth, caught in a moment of indecision. After a brief silence, Hang Junshuang smiled warmly, "Little brother, since this young lady is unwilling, you should assist her." Jiang Hao agreed with a nod, taking a deep breath as he lifted Ji Xuanwu's injured foot. Initially, he intended to simply roll down her sock to apply some oil to her ankle, but he was dismayed to discover that Ji Xuanwu wore long socks. Tentatively, he asked her, "Should I take off your shoes?" Ji Xuanwu nodded calmly. Chapter 67. A bottle of red flower oil sparks chaos. Jiang Hao gently removed the small leather shoes of Ji Xuanwu, cradling her injured little foot, adorned with a black ankle sock, in his hands. Such a petite foot, it appeared to be no larger than a size 37. How curious, considering your height is 175. Jiang Hao mused. "Hurry up and apply it." Ji Xuanwu averted her gaze, her voice carrying an unusual chill. "Very well." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao carefully peeled off the ankle sock. Instantly, Ji Xuanwu's soft, pale, and delicate bare foot lay quietly in his grasp. Her toes were long, her arch elegantly perfect, and the soles a subtle shade of pink, strikingly beautiful and exquisitely refined. Jiang Hao couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Even if he wasn't particularly fond of feet, he had to concede that Ji Xuanwu's were exceptionally lovely. Additionally, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Before Jiang Hao could uncork the red flower oil, Ji Xuanwu coldly urged, "Hurry with the oil. Why are you in such a rush? Are you preparing to run 3 kilometers? Whether I apply it sooner or later, your sprained foot won't heal in just a few days," Jiang Hao retorted, exasperated. Ji Xuanwu fell silent, maintaining her calm demeanor. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she tightly grasped the grass beneath her, her calves trembling slightly, just as Jiang Hao's fingers were about to apply a bit of the red flower oil to Ji Xuanwu. Hang Junshuang suddenly exclaimed in pain, collapsing onto the ground. "Oh no, that hurts. What's happening? How did I sprain my foot too?" She lamented while sitting on the grass beside Jiang Hao, massaging her aching foot. "Huh, is today some kind of sprained ankle day? Why is everyone twisting their feet?" Jiang Hao looked at Hang Junshuang in bewilderment. "I have no idea. It really hurts," she replied, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. Then, she innocently extended her injured foot toward Jiang Hao, imploring, "Little friend, my foot is sprained too. Could you help me as well?" Sighing, Jiang Hao was about to lift Hang Junchuang's foot with his other hand when Ji Xuanwu casually remarked, "You sprained it yourself. You can tend to it." She then turned to Hang Junchuang, indifferently addressing her, and a shadow of gloom darkened Hang Junchuang's eyes as she prepared to launch her next move against Jiang Hao. Curiously, he leaned closer to Ji Xuanwu's small face. "What is this? Why is your face flushed?" Jiang Hao observed, astonished by the subtle blush that now adorned Ji Xuanwu's previously fair cheeks. "The sun is harsh. I'm getting sunburned," Ji Xuanwu replied, turning her face away once more. "Oh, I see. So it's the fierce sunlight today." Jiang Hao coughed, gesturing toward the now overcast sky. "Indeed, the sun is quite fierce, almost as if it's about to rain." Remained unresponsive, merely inclining her entire body away, presenting only the back of her head to Jiang Hao. Shaking his head, he was about to apply the red flower oil to her when Hang Junchuang interjected with a hint of bitterness. "Oh, it truly hurts. What a pity. Dear sister's little friend is preoccupied with another woman, refusing even to apply the oil for sister. Alas, it is to be expected. Given that sister is no longer in her prime, it is only natural to be disregarded by the younger ones." Jiang Hao sighed. "Sister Hang, please refrain from your teasing. Shall I not apply it?" With that, he removed Hang Junchuang's slipper and cradled her soft foot in his other hand. However, there was a stark contrast between Hang Junchuang's foot and that of Ji Xuanwu. The most notable difference was the deep wine-red nail polish adorning Hang Junchuang's toes, which seemed to enhance their fairness and add an alluring charm. Yet, Jiang Hao remained indifferent, for he was not one to be captivated by feet, and he proceeded to apply the red flower oil without a second thought. At that moment, the previously silent Miss Ji spoke. "Order matters. Consider well whom to attend to first." With a cool demeanor, she stated her preference. Jiang Hao, feeling helpless, released Hang Junchuang's foot and gently grasped Ji Xuanwu's soul. The moment he touched her, she flinched violently, nearly shaking off his hand. "Ah, indeed, sister's little friend seems to disdain her," he mused. "Order matters? After all, I was the first to know this little friend. How ungrateful some young girls can be," Hang Junchuang scoffed. Jiang Hao, in utter despair, set both women's feet down and nearly wished to find a tofu to crash into. Was it truly such a big deal to apply some red flower oil? Just then, both Ji Xuanwu and Hang Junchuang turned their gazes towards him simultaneously. "Apply it to me first." "No, mine first." Their voices overlapped, driving Jiang Hao to the brink of madness as he clutched his hair in frustration. Amidst this chaotic dispute over the red flower oil, Bai Qingji had already arrived at the Xiao family estate. "Big brother, Qingji has come to rescue you," she announced, slowly drawing the Tang Dao from behind her. Chapter 68. Coconut Chicken Soup at Noon. The time when the sun is at its zenith and warmth envelopes the world. An eerie chill hung over the Xiao family estate. In the shadows, several maids lay scattered on the ground, their consciousness inexplicably lost. Fortunately, none had succumbed to death. Among them, one maid had even been stripped of her uniform, lying unconscious upon the grass in a state of undress. From the thicket, a faint rustling sound emerged. In the next moment, a young girl adorned with leaves and grass upon her head, dressed in a maid's outfit, stepped forth. Her bright peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight as she admired her new attire by the riverside. What exquisite clothing! It was her first time infiltrating and donning such a splendid outfit. She reined in her gaze, casting a regretful glance at the unconscious maids, her lips forming a sulky pout. "What a pity! They are the employer's subordinates. I cannot kill them during the employment period. Otherwise, it would have been quite entertaining to slay so many beautiful older sisters." Subsequently, Bai Qingji brushed off the dust from her clothes and strode directly towards Xiao Yousheng's villa. As a highly skilled assassin devoid of emotions, she had naturally familiarized herself with both her target and employer's information beforehand. After all, in many missions, it is often a case of mutual assassination between the employer and the target. For instance, should Bai Qingji eliminate her target, the target's friends or family might subsequently hire her to eliminate the employer. Thus, it was not merely the Xiao family estate she was aware of. Even the slightest changes, such as Xiao Yousheng developing a pimple, would not escape her notice. Bai Qingji approached the villa with a buoyant stride. Passing through the kitchen, she caught a whiff of the tantalizing soup being prepared by the bearded chef, her eyes lighting up. "Uncle Chef, what delectable dish are you preparing for the young lady today? It smells divine," Bai Qingji inquired curiously, addressing the bustling chef. The bearded chef cast a surprised glance at her, clearly taken aback by the sight of such a stunning young maid, presumably a newcomer. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, The housekeeper instructed me to prepare something light yet delicious for the young lady, so I have made a pot of coconut chicken soup. Wow, that's impressive. It truly smells amazing. Bai Qingji nodded in innocent admiration, then extended her hand toward the chef. Uncle Chef, may I get a little closer? Little girl. What is the matter? Oh, it's nothing. I was simply asking if I could bring my hand a bit closer to yours. All right then. The bearded chef chuckled as he leaned closer to her small hand. In the next moment, with a swift motion of her palm, he collapsed to the ground. Filled with joy, Bai Qingji picked up the pot of coconut chicken soup, ready to depart, but then found herself swallowing hard. She patted her growling stomach and furtively glanced around. Oh dear, Uncle Chef's chicken soup has inadvertently found its way into my hands. Just a tiny taste should be unopposed, right? With a sweet smile, Bai Qingji picked up a spoon and gently took a sip. Suddenly, a delightful expression reminiscent of a kitten savoring its treat appeared on the little one's face, lost in bliss. Just one more taste, surely no one would object. Right? Oh, how delicious. Then, just one more sip, the final sip. The earlier one doesn't count. This must be the last. 10 minutes later, the housekeeper, Xiao Yousheng, stood at the staircase on the first floor, anxiously glancing up towards the second. How perplexing. Why has Yousheng been crying for so long? In all these years, it was the first time witnessing her in such sorrow. Could it be? That scoundrel Jiang Hao again. Xiao Yousheng clenched her teeth in irritation. At that moment, Bai Qingji approached her, carrying a bowl of coconut chicken soup. Sister Yousheng, where's the young lady now? Chef Huzi asked me to deliver this to her. Bai Qingji beamed. Xiao Yousheng gazed at Bai Qingji in astonishment. When did such a beautiful little maid arrive? However, she dismissed the thought, as there were simply too many maids in the Xiao family manor. What did Chef Li prepare today? Let me see, Xiao Yousheng said with a smile. She then lifted the lid of the bowl with gentle hands. Xiao Yousheng narrowed her eyes, curiously examining the contents. After a long pause, she slowly inquired, Did Chef Li make chicken carcass today? She pointed at the bowl, which was devoid of any chicken meat, only bones remaining. Bai Qingji shook her head earnestly. It's delicious coconut chicken soup. Xiao Yousheng's expression darkened immediately. Coconut chicken soup. Is it? Well, tell me, where is the coconut? The coconut must have been consumed by the little chicken in the soup, right? Hee hee. Such a mischievous little chicken. You do know it's in the soup, don't you? But where did the soup go? Perhaps, after the little chicken ate the coconut, it became thirsty and drank the soup? That naughty little chicken is quite the rascal. No, are you playing tricks on me? Where's the chicken? Where did it go? This is here, isn't it? This is just a chicken bone. Oh dear, fine. Qingji thinks that perhaps the coconut, harboring resentment after being consumed by the little chicken, retaliated and devoured the little chicken from within. The little chicken is naughty, but the coconut is good. Bai Qingji laughed foolishly. At this point, Xiao Yousheng realized something was amiss. She asked, Who are you? Who sent you? As she spoke, she discreetly reached for the alarm device tucked in her pocket. However, in the next moment, Bai Qingji swiftly approached her, snatching the alarm from her grasp. Qingji is a good child. How could she press the alarm? Never mind. After all, Qingji has grown weary of these formalities. With a swift punch, Bai Qingji knocked Xiao Yousheng unconscious and, humming a tune, ascended the stairs, clutching the bowl of chicken bones. Chapter 69. A Kiss. At this moment, Xiao Yousheng was huddled beneath her blankets, softly weeping. She clutched the pillow that Jiang Hao had rested upon, tears streaming down and dampening it. How could I love you so deeply, yet you choose to be with other women? I asked for so little. Even a mere fragment of your affection would bring me immeasurable joy. Yet, why must you betray me, especially with that Jishuan will? A frigid glimmer flickered in Xiao Yousheng's phoenix eyes as she gripped the pillow tightly. The once dormant desire for vengeance surged within her anew. Yes, only by imprisoning you. If I confine you, you shall not converse with other women, nor engage in flirtation, and certainly not stray. Ha ha. Indeed, this way, we can remain together forever. A hint of manic laughter curled at the corners of Xiao Yousheng's lips. Just then, a tang knife had quietly been placed against her throat, unbeknownst to her. Xiao Yousheng was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, shouting, There's a killer. Before she could utter the last word, Bai Qingji swiftly covered her mouth with her small hand. Although she was the employer, how could she harm the gentle Jiang Hao, her elder brother? He was the only one who treated her kindly, the one who would smile and stroke her head, and offer her strawberry ice cream. His life was clearly Qingji's to cherish. Thus, even if she were the employer, if she wished to eliminate her elder brother, it could be done. Even if Qingji faced a punishment worse than death, even if she were to be dismembered and preserved in formaldehyde, nonetheless, Bai Qingji pressed the knife's hilt against her chin, a sickly smile adorning her face. I cannot allow my elder brother to vanish from my world. Just as she prepared to drive the blade through Xiao Yousheng's skull, Xiao Yousheng coldly stated, "Who wishes to kill Jiang Hao?" Bai Qingji froze, bewildered, and stammered, "Isn't Sister Yousheng pursuing my elder brother?" Xiao Yousheng narrowed her eyes and sat up on the bed. "He is a family member who will accompany me for a lifetime. Why would I wish to harm him?" Upon hearing the word family, Bai Qingji's eyes brightened. Could it be that this employer is a sister or sibling of her elder brother? Observing the dazed Bai Qingji, Xiao Yousheng felt a weight in her heart. This assassin did not seek to eliminate Su Ruoyan, but instead came to rescue a mere distraction of a husband. She pondered quietly. Could it be that this assassin was swayed by Su Ruoyan in some way? After all, Xiao Yousheng scrutinized Bai Qingji's youthful visage and the somewhat vacant innocence in her eyes. Indeed, this assassin did not appear particularly astute. "I will not harm Jiang Hao. What information have you received?" Xiao Yousheng inquired coolly. Bai Qingji handed her the phone and began to play the conversation she had overheard in the car between Su Ruoyan and Jiang Hao. "Ji Xuanwu, if you wish to live, keep close to me. I have thought of a place where Yousheng would never venture. As long as we hide there, we will surely be safe. Once the tempestuous Xiao Yousheng calms down, we shall proceed to clarify the misunderstanding. It is truly vexing. It was merely a misapprehension." As the recording concluded, Xiao Yousheng closed her eyes in bewilderment, the term misunderstanding reverberating in her mind. This is evidently not a case of subterfuge, for there is no need for such cunning. At that moment, aside from Ji Xuanwu and Jiang Hao, only Su Ruoyan was privy to this conversation. Moreover, she had indeed harbored murderous intent, albeit directed towards Ji Xuanwu. Jiang Hao had clearly misconstrued her murderous intent, believing it was aimed at him. This dialogue occurred in a state of sheer urgency, suggesting that I truly misjudged him. I even frightened him. Xiao Yousheng resembled a child who had erred, biting her thumb and trembling in humility. It was merely a misunderstanding, yet she had contemplated imprisoning him. Such a malevolent disposition renders her utterly unfit for the role of a wife. What if? What if he is saddened and chooses to ignore me henceforth? What if he loathes me for this incident and no longer wishes to be by my side? My dear husband, it is all my fault. How can I atone for this? Xiao Yousheng broke down in tears, forgetting the presence of Bai Qingji, who gazed at her in confusion. After a moment, she tentatively spoke. "Sister Xiao Yousheng, why are you crying? If you truly wish to weep, perhaps you should kill a couple of people. My mother taught me that when one feels like crying, taking a life can bring joy." It was then that Xiao Yousheng realized she stood beside a veritable machine of death. Wiping her tears, she coldly remarked, "Misunderstanding resolved. You may continue your pursuit of Su Ruoyan." Bai Qingji nodded, then hesitantly inquired, "Sister Xiao Yousheng, are you a relative of the elder brother?" "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yousheng felt a surge of warmth. A lifelong companion is, by nature, akin to family. "Oh, splendid. Sister Xiao Yousheng, the elder brother promised me that he would marry me in the future and adorn me in a wedding gown. When the time comes, can you help him choose a handsome suit as well? I am quite clueless about these matters." Bai Qingji chuckled innocently. Yet, upon hearing her words, Xiao Yusheng's expression darkened instantaneously. "Marriage? Yes, the elder brother professed his affection for me and even kissed my lips. How gentle he is." "Affection? A kiss? Indeed." After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yusheng's face contorted into a manic grin. She cruelly curled her lips. "My insignificant husband. Splendid, splendid." It was apparent that when Jiang Hao had previously elucidated the escape from the machine of death, he had deliberately omitted certain details. After all, he had deemed it essential that Xiao Yousheng and Bai Qingji should never cross paths. Even the kiss given to Bai Qingji was described by Jiang Hao as a mere peck on the forehead, akin to the fairy tale of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, where she falls into a deep slumber. Chapter 70, Laxative Deserted Chew. In the garden of Hang Zhenshuang, Jiang Hao sneezed and grumbled, "Who cursed me? Truly unfortunate. If I catch you, I shall pilfer your instant noodle seasoning packets and ensure to partake in your offerings during ancestral rites." Sitting beside him, Ji Xuanwu merely replied in a flat tone, "Noisy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao retorted sarcastically, "Oh, what is this? Has Miss Ji lost her composure? Are her feet itching?" Ji Xuanwu tightened her grip on the teacup momentarily before releasing it, revealing that her calm exterior belied a turbulent inner state. Ankles are sensitive and prone to itchiness. "It's a normal human reaction," she stated impassively. "Ah, indeed, indeed. But why the blush? Miss Ji, could it be that you're feeling shy? Surely not. For you are the aloof and indifferent daughter of a noble family. How could you blush merely because a man applied red flower oil on you? Jiang Hao laughed in vindication. Ji Xuanwu remained silent, sipping her tea in small sips. After a moment, she spoke slowly. You wouldn't tea want. What that woman feels for you to reach Yousheng, would you? Ji Xuanwu's gaze drifted toward Jiang Hao's face. Instantly, he felt deflated, a bitter smile escaping him. He had nearly forgotten that today's incident with Hang Junshuang could easily be used as leverage against him. If the news of his reaction to the red flower oil were to spread, Yousheng would immediately be aware of Hang Junshuang's affections for him. Having made her point, Ji Xuanwu turned her gaze away from Jiang Hao. He waved his hand in irritation. Do as you wish. As the two fell into silence, Hang Junshuang stood at a distance, coldly observing Ji Xuanwu. Earlier, she had been forced to halt her confrontation with Ji Xuanwu due to the need to relieve herself, allowing Jiang Hao to apply the red flower oil on Ji Xuanwu. What method could she devise to distance her younger brother, Jia Ming, from this yellow-haired girl? However, first and foremost, she needed to drive her away. As for how to accomplish that, Hang Junshuang pondered quietly. Suddenly, an ethically questionable notion arose within her. No, I must not act in such a manner. What has come over me to harbor such dreadful thoughts toward a junior? Yet, Hang Junshuang bit her silver teeth and took a deep breath. If I do not employ some small tricks, shall I merely watch as Jia Ming is taken from me? Exactly. It is all for my dear Jia Ming. Therefore, I must apologize. After a struggle within her heart, Hang Junshuang retrieved a platter of desserts from the villa, proceeding toward the stone table with the treats. One piece of dessert had been sprinkled with an almost imperceptible white powder. That powder was a laxative. Jia Ming, dear brother, I have little to offer you. Only these sweet confections, all made by your sister's own hands, Hang Junshuang said, approaching with a cheerful smile. Then I must thank you. Sister, Jiang Hao replied with a grin. Ji Xuanwu, with nary a glance at the confections, delicately sipped her fragrant tea. In her eyes, such unhealthy indulgences were befitting only of fools. As an epitome of self-discipline, the last time Miss Ji tasted sweets was during her childhood, when curiosity led her to sample a lollipop. Observing Ji Xuanwu's indifferent demeanor, Hang Junshuang forced a smile, saying, Sister, do indulge a little. Do not spurn my kind intentions. She then presented a piece of pastry, slathered in various sauces and sugars, directly before Ji Xuanwu. This particular pastry was laced with a laxative. Clearing her throat to mask her own unease, she added, This is a token of affection from your sister. You simply must partake, or else sister will be heartbroken. As Ji Xuanwu gazed at the pastry, her instinct was to discard it immediately. Yet, in an instant, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered within her emerald eyes. Well-versed in pharmacology, she quickly detected an unusual scent emanating from the treat. Ji Xuanwu picked up the confection and scrutinized it closely, soon discerning the white powder atop it, a certain laxative. Her expression remained as serene as still water. Just as she was about to confront Hang Junshuang, Jiang Hao interjected with a mischievous grin. Miss Ji, I see you've made the discovery as well. Ji Xuanwu cast a look of commendation towards Jiang Hao, surprised that he too possessed knowledge of pharmacology. The pressing dilemma now was how to refuse the morally coercive confection presented by Hang Junshuang. As she pondered this predicament, Jiang Hao swiftly snatched the pastry from her hands. Since you've uncovered the truth, it would be unwise for you to consume it. I shall partake. In the astonished gazes of both women, Jiang Hao boldly devoured the pastry. His implication was clear. Miss Ji, you too must recognize that this pastry appears to be the most delectable of all. Hence it is only right for me to seize it. How could it be just to allow the best treat to go to someone with the surname Ji? Chapter 71. Two individuals completely out of sync. After a brief silence, Hang Junshuang was the first to emerge from her dazed state. Anxiously, she grasped Jiang Hao's hand and exclaimed, Jia Ming, did you consume what the little sister prepared? You must expel it immediately. Hang Junshuang was on the verge of a breakdown, desperately wanting Jiang Hao to regurgitate the dessert. Otherwise, once the laxative took effect, Jiang Hao would find the entire day unbearable. She was utterly speechless. Her intention was to use it against Ji Xuanwu. Yet somehow Jiang Hao had snatched it away and consumed it. Meanwhile, Ji Xuanwu gazed at Jiang Hao in astonishment. She had never anticipated that he would willingly intercept the drugged dessert on her behalf. I am clearly your rival in love. Why would you assist me? Ji Xuanwu mused silently. Just moments ago, Jiang Hao had clearly not wished for her to consume the laxative-laden pastry, yet fearing to embarrass Hang Junshuang, he resorted to this desperate measure of snatching it away. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Jiang Hao, perplexed, turned to Hang Junshuang and asked, "Expel it? Why? I have already swallowed it." Upon hearing this, Hang Junshuang sank despondently into a seat, massaging her temples in frustration. After a moment, she sighed, "Jia Ming, please remain seated. I shall fetch something." Hang Junshuang intended to find some antidiarrheal medication. Jiang Hao regarded Hang Junshuang's retreating figure with confusion, unable to discern the underlying reasons. He then shifted his gaze to the somewhat bewildered Miss Ji, a satisfied smirk curling his lips, much like a crafty dragon. "You dared to snatch my food? Are you even capable of processing this? I consume. It is all mine." Just as he prepared to mock Ji Xuanwu's reaction time, she calmly inquired, "What do you desire in return?" Jiang Hao was taken aback, his eyes darting as he let out a sardonic laugh. "So you wish to play games, do you? A return, is it not merely a form of revenge? You little brat, I seize a piece of dessert, and you already contemplate revenge?" He glared coldly at Ji Xuanwu. "What do you take me for? Do I need your repayment? Let me make this clear, Ji Xuanwu. Do not presume that your wealth and status grant you any superiority. My actions were solely directed at you. I sought no external influences. In other words, my intentions were uncomplicated. This was solely for you, Ji Xuanwu. Do you understand?" Jiang Hao snorted dismissively, holding back even harsher words. His ire towards Ji Xuanwu was palpable. Were it not for her, he would not have been pursued by Xiao Yousheng, nor would he have found himself inexplicably entangled in Hang Junshuang's unilateral chaos. Listening to his words, Ji Xuanwu's long still heart stirred with a ripple of intrigue. His words suggested he merely wished to assist her? Yet why was his tone so brusque? After a prolonged contemplation, she narrowed her emerald eyes. She understood. At this moment, Jiang Hao's sudden anger must surely stem from her earlier remark. What do you want in return? Indeed, Jiang Hao was merely offering assistance, yet she, who has always prided herself on being virtuous, had misjudged his intentions with a petty mindset. However, Ji Xuanwu's eyelashes fluttered as a certain conviction began to waver within her. In her perception, assisting others often came with ulterior motives, seeking to gain something in return. Yet, why would Jiang Hao? Ji Xuanwu inhaled deeply, her gaze falling upon the striking profile of the young man beside her. "Thank you. I have never had friends, nor do I require them. However, you may become my friend," Ji Xuanwu stated earnestly. "You're welcome," Jiang Hao replied with a smile, inwardly thinking, "Goodness, here we go with the cryptic remarks again. Is it really such a big deal to share a dessert? Why so stingy?" Just as he silently criticized, his stomach let out a sudden growl. Jiang Hao scratched his head in bewilderment. Soon after, the butterflies in the garden ceased their fluttering, and the bees abandoned their nectar gathering, all eyes turning towards the restroom in the corner of the garden. Bang! Clatter! Crash! Boom! Jiang Hao's cries mingled with a cacophony of sounds that erupted. The onlooking pink butterflies excitedly conversed in their butterfly language. Misai misai, wabulaki, waby bab, dinosaur against the waves. A warm translation from the author. Wow, did you hear that? This must be the launch of Butterfly number 3's manned rocket. Our butterfly technology has made a great leap. Due to the 20 additional comments received yesterday, there will be a significant increase in updates today. However, I must confess that by the time I finished this chapter, it was already 11:40 p.m., and there simply wasn't enough time, so there will be one less update today. The missing chapter will be provided to my readers tomorrow. Additionally, the review bonus event continues. Chapter 72. He never complimented me on my cuteness. As Jiang Hao soared to new heights, Xiao Yousheng wore a brooding expression while leading by Qingji toward Hang Junshuang's back garden. She knew Jiang Hao all too well. Without needing to ponder, it was evident that he had escaped to Hang Junshuang's abode along with Ji Xuanwu. The only place within the Xiao family estate that she could not access at present was indeed Hang Junshuang's residence. However, this time, her intention was not to intrude upon the garden to drag Jiang Hao out. She simply needed to extend a sincere apology, and he would likely emerge on his own. Xiao Yousheng cast a sidelong glance at Bai Qingji, who was joyfully chasing butterflies, her eyes darkening further. It was time to settle the score between Jiang Hao and Bai Qingji. "Sister Yousheng, what are you thinking about? Are you contemplating the future? Perhaps hosting a wedding for me and Big Brother?" Bai Qingji asked with a naive smile. "Ah, what a wedding it would be." Xiao Yousheng clenched her fists tightly, a murderous intent surging within her eyes once more. "Hey, why are you angry, sister? Could it be? Oh, Qingji knows. Big Brother has been unkind to Sister Yousheng, has he? What a bad brother. Sister Yousheng, let me tell you, Big Brother praises me for being cute, gently ruffles my hair, and even feeds me strawberry ice cream. Sister, Has Big Brother ever treated you like that? Has he? Bai Qingji inquired curiously. Well. He has hardly ever called me cute. Xiao Yousheng's eyes widened in fury, her nails digging into her palms until they bled. Oh, he hasn't. How unfortunate. Then, he must not have taken you to the amusement park either, right? And surely, he hasn't shared that blush-inducing red tea with you, has he? The red tea he gave me is so delightful that I can't help but want to nestle into his embrace and feel his heartbeat, Bai Qingji declared, tilting her chin upward with a radiant smile. Jiang Hao, if I do not make you lean against the wall in pain tomorrow, I shall not bear the surname Xiao. Xiao Yousheng's lips curled into a ghastly smile as she quickened her pace toward Hang Junshuang's garden. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yousheng and Bai Qingji approached, or rather, descended upon their destination, Jiang Hao leaned against the wall, utterly fatigued and gasping for breath. Hang Junshuang, filled with concern and guilt, gently stroked his head. Little one, it is all my fault. The dessert I prepared may have gone bad. She then handed him a few pills. Little brother, these are anti-diarrheal tablets. Taking a few should do the trick. Jiang Hao shook his head. There is no need. I have a better solution. Shortly thereafter, a maid entered the garden and handed him a takeaway order before bowing and departing. Ji Xuanwu approached leisurely, glancing at the food in Jiang Hao's hands, and remarked coolly, "You have an upset stomach. Why indulge in junk food? Do you not comprehend?" Jiang Hao let out a cold chuckle, unwrapped the chicken roll from Wall, and took a hearty bite. This is a case of fighting poison with poison. Do you understand? He devoured the food ravenously, intermittently washing it down with Wall's cola. Indeed, consuming merely the chicken roll was insufficient. One required a potent remedy. Thus he indulged in Wall's exclusive laxative. Ah, perfect. Jiang Hao finished his meal and drink in a whirlwind, his eyes widening with a glimmer of excitement. Does it truly work? Hang Junshuang inquired, astonished. Jiang Hao glanced at her, then at the expressionless Ji Xuanwu, before swiftly dashing to the restroom again at a blistering pace. Soon, the sound reminiscent of a rocket launch echoed once more in Hang Junshuang's garden. She lowered her head in guilt, remaining silent. Ji Xuanwu maintained her stoic expression, though the corners of her lips curled into a barely perceptible arc-ante. Your laxative is remarkably effective, she softly remarked to Hang Junshuang. Hang Junshuang furrowed her brow, astonished at Ji Xuanwu's insight into her adding laxatives to that dessert. You harbor feelings for him, do you not? I will not allow you to have your way. Ji Xuanwu stated indifferently. Hang Junshuang squinted, letting out a light laugh. Little sister, do you believe you can outmatch me? Compete with you? That is not my intention. I merely assure you, you will not succeed. Ji Xuanwu turned and departed. Hang Junshuang bit her silver teeth, watching Ji Xuanwu's retreating figure with wariness. No intention? That was nothing short of extreme confidence. Darn it, she unexpectedly gained a rival. Hang Junshuang sighed. However, she felt fortunate that her sole competitor seemed to be this emotionless, aloof individual. She had some understanding of Jia Ming's temperament. Her brother would undoubtedly never fall for such a woman. Jia Ming had once told her, I adore sweet. Youthful girls, sweet girls reign supreme. Thankfully, there were no overly proactive sweet girls around Jia Ming. Otherwise, he might. Just as Hang Junshuang was lost in thought, a sweet voice suddenly called from outside the garden. Big brother, I've come to see you. Upon hearing that voice, Hang Junshuang's heart sank. How could there truly be a sweet girl? Clearly, she did not recognize Bai Qingji's voice. Chapter 73. Good news and bad news 10 minutes later. Ji Xuanwu and the pale-faced Jiang Hao departed from Hang Junshuang's garden. He stared in horror at the sweetly smiling Bai Qingji. Why had this killing machine sought him out? This is bad. Could it be that after failing to complete the last task, she has returned to eliminate me? Jiang Hao furrowed his brows, stepping back to hide behind Ji Xuanwu. Ji Xuanwu, however, displayed little reaction to Bai Qingji's presence, merely casting an indifferent glance in a certain direction. Xiao Yousheng was lurking behind a large tree for some unknown purpose. Nonetheless, she could sense that the nearly palpable murderous intent emanating from Xiao Yousheng had dissipated. Big brother. Don't worry. Qingji has decided not to kill you. Bai Qingji chuckled foolishly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief and stepped out from behind Ji Xuanwu. Not going to kill me? Then who are you here to kill? Could it be? Jiang Hao glanced at Ji Xuanwu, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He then pointed at Ji Xuanwu and asked, Qingji, is it her you intend to kill? No worries. She's quite expendable. Once you're done, just let me know, and I'll help you hide her body in the shade to prevent any foul odor. Ji Xuanwu remained unfazed by Jiang Hao's banter, her expression still inscrutable as she gazed at a particular spot. Although she was still uncertain about whether Xiao Yousheng still harbored intentions to kill her, she found herself indifferent to the outcome. Ultimately, she felt no fear towards Xiao Yousheng, for the latter's identity, status, and supposed martial prowess were all inferior to her own. Xiao Yousheng was merely a child wielding a knife without knowing how to use it effectively. The so-called pursuit by Xiao Yousheng had merely been a consequence of Ji Xuanwu's reluctance to harm her, forcing her to flee, motivated solely by her fondness for Xiao Yousheng. However, at this moment, Ji Xuanwu lowered her gaze, her heart a swirl of emotions. She could ascertain that her feelings for Xiao Yousheng remained. Yet after witnessing the latter's frenzied side, perhaps her affection had diminished. As Ji Xuanwu pondered, Bai Qingji erupted into laughter. "Oh dear, big brother, you've misunderstood. I came here today with no intention of killing anyone. I simply wanted to see you." With a cheerful shout, Bai Qingji dashed toward Jiang Hao and dove into his embrace, clinging to him greedily. "Just to see me? That seems unnecessary," Jiang Hao chuckled wryly, instinctively ruffling Bai Qingji's hair. At that moment, the cicada's incessant chirping quieted significantly, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. From behind a nearby tree, a faint cold laugh echoed. At this juncture, Ji Xuanwu spoke calmly. "I have two pieces of news, one good, one bad. Which would you prefer to hear?" Jiang Hao paused, hesitating before asking, "What do you mean? What news could there be?" "Well, since you mentioned it, let us hear the good news first." "The good news is," Ji Xuanwu replied with indifference, "you've misunderstood Yousheng. She intends to kill me, not you." "Is it true? How do you know? Are you questioning my abilities?" "Well, if you say so, I suppose I shall believe you. However, it is fortunate. Shortly, I shall return and provide a thorough explanation to Yousheng." Jiang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. "Are you certain you wish to avoid hearing ill tidings?" Ji Xuanwu inquired. "I have no desire to listen. Good news suffices. Bad news is simply too ominous. Even dogs would turn away." Jiang Hao chuckled lightly. Ji Xuanwu fell silent, merely retreating a step to hide behind Jiang Hao. "Big brother, when will you take me to the amusement park again? Qingji still yearns for strawberry ice cream. The last time, the shopkeeper gifted me an adorable badge." Bai Qingji excitedly produced the two-dimensional badge, smiling brightly. "Big brother, look, isn't it delightful?" Jiang Hao gave it a cursory glance, half-heartedly responding, "Quite cute." He felt utterly drained, lacking the energy to engage in idle chatter with Bai Qingji. "Well then, big brother, tell me, between the badge and me, which is cuter?" Bai Qingji asked with an innocent smile. Jiang Hao sighed and patted her little head. "Without a doubt, you are the cuter one." As these words left his lips, the previously serene surroundings fell into an eerie silence. The cicada's chorus abruptly silenced. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, sending chills down Jiang Hao's spine. He raised his gaze in confusion, sensing an odd sound in the air. It resembled the sharp clanging sound of a blade being sharpened, reminiscent of his childhood when he roamed the courtyard, calling out to the vendor sharpening scissors and knives. Just as he pondered this, Ji Xuanwu, who had been hiding behind him, stepped back once more, positioning herself beside the sole exit nearby. "What troubles you?" Jiang Hao asked, puzzled. "It's nothing." Ji Xuanwu replied coolly. "Ah, I see. You, with the surname Ji, are not frightened by that insignificant character, Xiao, approaching us with a knife, are you?" "Fear not. It is impossible, absolutely impossible." Jiang Hao laughed heartily, gesturing towards a large tree where Ji Xuanwu's gaze was fixed. "You cannot be worried that Yousheng is hiding behind it, can you? Rest assured. I find Xiao Yousheng lacking in cunning. Should he indeed lie in wait behind that tree, he could strike unexpectedly." Ji Xuanwu nodded indifferently. "Your reasoning is entirely valid." At that moment, Bai Qingji nestled in Jiang Hao's arms chimed in. "Big brother, what strange things are you saying? May I sleep beside you tonight? It feels so warm to share a bed with you, big brother." Bai Qingji looked at Jiang Hao with eager anticipation. "Of course." Jiang Hao's words faltered, the smile fading abruptly. He turned to see Xiao Yousheng emerging from behind the tree, brandishing a knife with a maniacal laugh, rushing towards him. Chapter 74, Raisins Alas. Jiang Hao was utterly terrified. How could it be that Xiao Yousheng truly emerged from behind the tree? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he whirled around, gritting his teeth at Ji Xuanwu. "Did you already know that Yousheng was hiding behind us?" Ji Xuanwu nodded indifferently. "Then why didn't you say anything?" Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, only to realize something alarming. "The bad news? Could it be Yousheng?" Jiang Hao asked, on the verge of tears. "The bad news is not that." Ji Xuanwu shook his head. "Then what is it?" "Never mind, it doesn't matter. Jiang Hao snorted coldly and dashed toward the only escape route that Ji Xianwu indicated. I mocked Xiao Yousheng for her lack of wit. If she were to ambush me along this narrow path, my life would surely be forfeit. Jiang Hao laughed triumphantly. Yet just as he was about to step onto that narrow path, Ji Xianwu suddenly reached out, grasping his arm firmly. The bad news is, I will obstruct your escape, sealing your fate, Ji Xianwu remarked blandly, before forcefully shoving Jiang Hao back towards Xiao Yousheng, who was now mere steps away. Despair washed over Jiang Hao as he gazed at Ji Xianwu, trembling as he turned to face the now approaching Xiao Yousheng. Bai Qingji looked at the knife in Xiao Yusheng's hand, her little face instantly growing cold. Just as she was about to spring into action to stop Xiao Yousheng, she tilted her head in confusion. Although Xiao Yousheng wielded a blade, she did not sense any murderous intent. Indeed, as a heartless assassin, she was acutely aware of such malice. However, despite the absence of a threatening aura, Bai Qingji could still perceive a certain quality emanating from Xiao Yousheng. It was an indescribable essence, as if Jiang Hao were merely a delectable dessert, consumed with insatiable greed. In a flash, Xiao Yousheng lunged at Jiang Hao, pinning him to the grass. Her gaze was frenzied, her crimson lips curling into a cruel smile. Yousheng, let me explain. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, but before he could finish, Xiao Yousheng captured his lips in a kiss. Darling, it is I who should be explaining. Baby, were you frightened earlier? I truly should not have treated you that way. It was just that when I saw you with Ji Xianwu, I was so enraged. I misjudged you unintentionally. Please forgive me. I'll grant any compensation you desire. Just don't ignore me in the future. I promise I won't frighten you again. Xiao Yousheng sobbed softly, tears cascading onto Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned, then elated. So, this little minx had schemed against him for so long merely to apologize? He relaxed instantly. Although Xiao Yusheng's mood shifted rapidly, thankfully, the crisis had been averted. Yousheng, I forgive you, rest assured, Jiang Hao declared with a triumphant smile. Yet, just as the words left his lips, he suddenly realized that the humility and helplessness Xiao Yousheng had displayed moments prior had vanished entirely. One matter must be distinguished from another. I apologize. And your forgiveness implies that you have chosen to overlook my past transgressions. However, might it be time for me to reckon with your recent indiscretions? My dear husband, you truly have surprised me. Right before my eyes, you extol the virtues of other young ladies, even desiring their company. Xiao Yousheng let out a chilling laugh, forcefully gripping Jiang Hao's chin. Do you comprehend the consequences of a wayward husband? Jiang Hao stared blankly at Xiao Yousheng, bewildered, and inquired, what consequences? Chapter 75. The turmoil of three women. Jiang Hao's previously pallid complexion now turned ashen, his calves trembling with trepidation. This was no mere matter that could be resolved with goji berries. In despair, Jiang Hao pondered whether he should visit a male urologist for a kidney transplant. The abruptness of the situation was staggering. He had scarcely had time to register what was happening. Just moments ago, he had been humbly apologizing, and now he found himself amidst chaos once more. Yet, in this state of acute anxiety, he finally grasped the reason for Xiao Yousheng's ire. He cast an indignant glance at Bai Qingji, who stood nearby in a daze, his frustration nearly causing his head to explode. Wasn't Bai Qingji merely a bait employed by Xiao Yousheng to ensnare him? Xiao Yousheng, undoubtedly, was jealous of his seemingly reluctant tenderness towards Bai Qingji. Fishy husband. Come with me. To the bedroom, Xiao Yousheng purred, sensuously licking her crimson lips as she rose gracefully. Just as she prepared to summon a nearby maid to bind Jiang Hao to her bed, the usually reticent Ji Xuanwu narrowed her jade-green eyes. This was unacceptable. Ji Xuanwu had harbored hopes that Xiao Yousheng would enact some form of retribution upon Jiang Hao, perhaps imprisoning or punishing him. At that moment, she envisioned herself seizing the opportunity to express her affections to Xiao Yousheng. But now, why was she suddenly heading to the bedroom? Was Jiang Hao to be forgiven? Darkness clouded Ji Xuanwu's gaze. She was all too aware of what going to the bedroom entailed. Indeed, Xiao Yousheng must have absolved Jiang Hao, intending for him to join her in reading. It was indeed Xiao Yousheng's designated reading time. Ji Xuanwu had never had the chance to read alongside her. How could she allow this? A cold gleam flickered in her eyes. The esteemed Miss Ji, who had always been oblivious to matters of intimacy and had never cared to understand them, possessed little concept of what such an invitation implied. While others often ascribed ulterior motives to the noble, she naively measured the intentions of the base with the standards of the virtuous. In her worldview, a bedroom served solely for rest and reading, devoid of any other purpose. Just as she contemplated her next move, the previously silent Bai Qingji suddenly spoke. Sister Yousheng isn't related to Big Brother, is she? Husband, that means he is married, right? If he has a wife, then surely he won't marry Qingji or dress her in a wedding gown in the future. Bai Qingji's laughter grew increasingly maniacal as she spoke, her smile widening with each word. Slowly, she rose and retrieved a tang knife from a wooden box, approaching Jiang Hao and Xiao Yousheng with deliberate steps. Xiao Yousheng furrowed her brows in concern. This lethal machine was far too unpredictable. However, she remained unfazed. As Bai Qingji's employer, she possessed a means to command her, albeit restricted to the duration of their contractual relationship. Thus, she felt no fear that this deadly entity would act against her interests. In that moment, under the sunlight, Bai Qingji wore a vacant smile, directing the tang knife at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao inhaled sharply, forcing a smile as he spoke. Qingji, did you not promise me? You would not kill me. However, the elder brother lied. If he had a wife, he could not marry Qingji in the future. Liar, liar. Elder brother is a great deceiver. Bai Qingji's radiant smile became increasingly frenzied. Her originally exquisite and lively peach blossom eyes were now veined with blood, resembling a possessed soul. Qingji, please calm down, Jiang Hao said with a bitter smile. That is fine. But elder brother, marriage can also lead to divorce, right? Qingji inquired. Bai Qingji forcefully plunged the tang knife into the lawn before Jiang Hao, a sickly smile adorning her face. Elder brother, will you choose to continue living with Sister Yousheng? Or will you choose to divorce Sister Yousheng and then marry Qingji? Jiang Hao was at a loss for words, rubbing his forehead, just as he was about to utter some perfunctory words to placate Bai Qingji. Xiao Yousheng let out a cold laugh. Husband of little worth, you must choose your words carefully. She tightly embraced Jiang Hao's waist, her voice icy. You know, if you say something wrong, there will be dire consequences. Jiang Hao felt tears welling up. What was happening? Why was everyone pressuring him? He now found that Ji Xuanwu, who had remained silent, appeared to be the most agreeable. Jiang Hao, just now you helped me with a massage and applied the safflower oil. Was it soft? Ji Xuanwu suddenly spoke, her expression devoid of emotion as she approached Jiang Hao. She believed that she must ensure Xiao Yousheng perceives Jiang Hao as unfaithful and becomes disillusioned, thus creating an opportunity for herself. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingji and Xiao Yousheng simultaneously turned their gazes toward Ji Xuanwu, their eyes coldly fixated on Jiang Hao. Chapter 76. The Infernal Arena. Have you ever experienced the sensation of despair? It is akin to facing an impending calamity. A profound sense of futility that renders all efforts to alter the outcome utterly meaningless. At this moment, Jiang Hao is engulfed by such feelings. He gazes at Xiao Yousheng, Bai Qingji, in the frigid glare of Ji Xuanwu, his breath hitching in his throat. Clenching his fists, Jiang Hao grits his teeth at Ji Xuanwu, exclaiming, You were the one who begged me to apply the safflower oil for you. Yet here you are, playing the victim. As if I had some ulterior motive in aiding you. Ji Xuanwu remains impassive, uttering not a word. Meanwhile, Xiao Yousheng emits a chilling laugh, her eyes alight with madness. It seems I can no longer refer to you as my feeble husband. She steps closer, cradling Jiang Hao's face in her hands, her smile darkening as she taunts. You are but a mere plaything. A plaything of a husband. She instructs you to apply the oil, and you oblige? Whatever she desires, you acquiesce. What if one day she claims she has bedded someone? Will you rush to her side? Answer me. Xiao Yousheng erupts, her jealousy reaching a fever pitch. The madness in her gaze transforming into a veil of tears. Tell me, what does she possess that I lack? Do you truly need to flirt with her when you already have me? Am I not as fair as she? Are my legs not as long? Is her thunder more potent than mine? What is it about me that fails to satisfy you? Speak. Xiao Yousheng's once soft and supple lips are now bloodied from her biting, as tears of grievance trailed down her cheeks, leaving crimson streaks upon the grass below. Jiang Hao remains silent, a sense of unease settling within him. Although he has not crossed any boundaries with Ji Xuanwu, Xiao Yousheng's words evoke a pang of guilt. Nevertheless, he finds himself in disagreement with one of her assertions. Indeed, Xiao Yousheng's allure may not rival Ji Xuanwu's. At that moment, the ever-smiling Bai Qingji approaches Jiang Hao. Brother, I could almost fantasize about ending your existence, she declares, her eyes bloodshot. Not only do you have a wife, but you also entertain other girlfriends. Bai Qingji, with her captivating eyes now rimmed with crimson, seizes Jiang Hao's arm, mimicking Xiao Yousheng's tone. Dear brother, enlighten me. Am I not as fair as my two elder sisters? Do my legs not measure up to theirs? Or is it that? Jiang Hao rolls his eyes, gesturing for her to cease. This is simply something for Yousheng to jest about. You may indeed lack the fairness of either sister, and your legs fall short as well. As for thunder, I must refrain from commenting. At this moment, I could have sworn you were turned away from me. With disdain. Jiang Hao cast a glance at Bai Qingji's figure, which seemed as flat as cardboard. Upon hearing his remark, Bai Qingji first inspects her own form, then glances at Ji Xuanwu and Xiao Yousheng, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, she bursts into tears. The older brother of the miscellaneous fish bullied me, sob sob. It's not Qingshi's fault for lacking a chest. Bai Qingshi rubbed her eyes with her small hands, crying heartbrokenly. Jiang Hao snorted coldly, feeling an immense sense of pride within. Bai Qingshi's combat prowess was exceedingly low, characterized by high offense and low defense. All he needed to do was to appease Xiao Yousheng. Meanwhile, Ji Xuanwu narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling the need to make her stance known in this situation, while also stoking the flames a bit. Yes, that is precisely what she would say. She took a deep breath, then fell silent. Well, matters of love were not her forte. Jiang Hao, don't change the subject. And about Bai Qingshi, if you hadn't mentioned her, I would have almost forgotten about her. Why? Why does she get to be casually patted on the head by you? Why is it that she can be naturally praised for her cuteness? Why is it that she only needs to act a little spoiled? And you can embrace her to sleep at night? Xiao Yousheng's eyes brimmed with tears, the former chill and madness morphing into a sense of grievance. She trembled as she pointed at herself. What about me? What do you think I am? Every time I act spoiled, you never call me cute. We are clearly a couple, yet you insist on sleeping apart. She broke down completely, tightly clutching Jiang Hao, crying, what of the Tycoon, the CEO, the young lady of the Xiao family? In your embrace, I am just an ordinary girl, who will have nightmares at night, who is afraid, who desires a hug. But what about you? I don't expect you to love me completely. Even a little love would make me happy. But you even reserve that little bit of love for these two women. Her cries grew louder, tears dampening Jiang Hao's collar. Jiang Hao sighed, about to offer comfort, when Ji Xuanwu coolly interjected, Jiang Hao, am I less appealing than these two women? Or is it that I lack their long legs? Or, shut up, Jiang Hao shouted, pointing at Ji Xuanwu in anger. He then quickly embraced Xiao Yousheng. Wife, I was wrong. I will definitely spend more time with you from now on. But please, let me explain. I truly have nothing going on with these two women. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Qingshi grasped the tang knife embedded in the grass. Haha, liar. Everything that Big Brother said earlier was a deception to Qingshi. He promised to love Qingshi and marry her. But now, Bai Qingshi's cherry lips curled into a wild grin as she aimed the tang knife at Jiang Hao. Big Brother, for now. I want to kill you. But, will you choose these two women? Or will you choose Qingshi? She positioned the tang knife against Jiang Hao's neck, beaming brightly. Chapter 77. The revelation of your identity upon catching sight of the Tang Dao. Jiang Hao's demeanor shifted dramatically. He was on the verge of offering a lackluster response to Bai Qingji, when Xiao Yousheng raised her chin and coldly remarked, what a splendid question. Will you choose me, or them? I choose you. I choose you. Jiang Hao declared fervently, extending his finger. In that instant, a chill crept across his neck as the Tang Dao grazed his skin, leaving a faint mark. Big Brother, don't you wish to choose Qingji? Then, you simply cannot be allowed to live, Bai Qingji said with a sickly smile. Wait, Before Jiang Hao could utter the words I choose you, Xiao Yousheng opened her eyes thoughtfully. With a disdainful huff, she produced a remote control and addressed Bai Qingji. I am beginning to understand why my husband felt compelled to confess to you. This killing machine, if my husband does not choose you, do you intend to take his life? Clearly, as an employer, she wielded some power over Bai Qingji with that remote. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xiao Yousheng, in this critical moment, exhibited a rationality that was commendable. She was neither a lovesick fool nor deranged. And she finally grasped that her previous treatment of Bai Qingji had been overly accommodating. I'll tell you this, you killing machine, lacking any semblance of human emotion. Even if my husband does not choose me, I would never resort to murder. Xiao Yousheng scoffed. Instantly, Jiang Hao felt a swell of pride, discreetly giving Xiao Yousheng a thumbs up. Exactly. This is the normalcy I was looking for. It seemed he had previously misjudged Xiao Yousheng. She possessed merely a hint of the Yandere trait, not a true psychopath. If my husband does not choose me, I would merely render him a vegetable. Locking him away in a basement for eternity, the only female he would ever see would be me. That is love, not like your threats of murder. Xiao Yousheng's lips curled into a hint of a maniacal smile. Jiang Hao, well, I suppose it's me who has been foolish. To him, Xiao Yousheng remained the most disturbingly affectionate individual he had encountered. As soon as Bai Qingji laid eyes on the remote, her spirit faltered, and she fearfully lowered the Tang Dao. After a prolonged silence, the little one reluctantly shook her tiny fists. Sister Yousheng, are you brave enough to face me in a duel? Huh, what would I duel you for? Xiao Yousheng replied with a cold laugh, gently grasping Jiang Hao's hand. Darling, she can no longer threaten you. Now, tell me, whom do you choose? Should I hear a satisfactory answer? Half of the Xiao family's fortune shall be yours. Jiang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Bringing up money is rather sentimental, but of course, I choose. Before he could finish, Bai Qingji edged closer, seizing his other hand. Big brother, Qingji no longer poses a threat to you. Now tell me, will you choose her or choose me? Although I have no wealth, but... Bai Qingji lowered her head shyly, speaking softly, as long as big brother chooses me. Whatever you desire of me in the future, I shall comply. I have always been a good child, ready to be your obedient companion. Jiang Hao sighed. Just as he was about to reason with Bai Qingji, Xiao Yousheng's anger flared. With one hand clutching the remote and the other grasping Bai Qingji, she strode away. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, reminiscent of a knock on a skull, followed by the pitiful cries of a small child who had just been struck. Jiang Hao sank to the ground, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders. At last, the crisis had temporarily abated. However, he suddenly remembered someone. Ji Xuanwu, that fool who always stirs the pot. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened today. With a darkened expression, Jiang Hao turned to confront Ji Xuanwu, only to find that she had already vanished. After a while, Ji Xuanwu sauntered over from a distance. A pineapple-shaped phone in her hand, something she had just requested from the housekeeper, Zhao Shuer. Aren't you supposed to be phoneless? Jiang Hao scoffed. I needed it to contact you. She replied. From now on, continue to instruct me on how to win over Yousheng. As she spoke, she furrowed her brow, fiddling with the phone. Jiang Hao's interest piqued at the thought of this ethereal, top-tier young lady using a mobile device. What essential applications would she require? Ji Xuanwu casually scrolled through the screen. Ah, I can help with this. Come, let me download the necessary apps, Jiang Hao said with a grin, taking her phone. Before long, Ji Xuanwu was staring at several applications on the screen, her brow slightly knitted. This is a video app. How is it a necessary communication tool? She pointed to an icon labeled Silk Gourd Video. Jiang Hao nodded vigorously. You just don't understand, do you? This is a video chat software. Ji Xuanwu, not thinking too deeply, then pointed to another app named 91. This one is even more impressive. It's the hottest short video app right now. It can also be used for chatting. Jiang Hao nodded seriously in agreement. And this one, Ji Xuanwu indicated a software called Forbidden Comic Paradise. This app is simply extraordinary, filled with countless illustrations from the second dimension, perfect for use as emoticons. You wouldn't want to chat without any emoticons in the future, would you? Jiang Hao chuckled. Emoticons? Ji Xuanwu squinted her eyes, looking slightly puzzled. Do you not know what emoticons are? No worries. You'll find out when you chat with me later. He added, just wait until we return. Don't open these apps just yet. I've saved my contact details in them. So there's no need to add me again. Rest assured, I will chat with you daily and teach you how to win over Yousheng. Jiang Hao smirked, as he had no desire to engage in conversation with the rigid Ji Xuanwu. Without much thought, she placed her phone into her bag. Just before departing, she remarked coolly, You are quite useful to me, so I shall share a piece of news with you. What news? Jiang Hao asked, puzzled. You're not the only one aware of your connection to Lin Hao. Su Ruoyan will inevitably discover your identity. After Ji Xuanwu finished speaking, she departed without a backward glance. Jiang Hao gazed at her receding figure, a chill coursing through him. Would she eventually uncover his true identity? After a prolonged silence, he muttered to himself, This won't do. I must devise a way to dissuade Su Ruoyan from seeking me. By the way, I wonder where she is at this moment. Chapter 78. The search for Lin Hao's brother in the capital city. The Su residence stands modestly, an unassuming courtyard meticulously arranged. The walls surrounding the courtyard are marred and peeling, the once vibrant vermilion gate now faded and dull. Swallows have made their nests in every nook, while the cicadas serenade the air, mingling with the subtle fragrance of flowers within the courtyard. Towering cypress trees, reaching 2 to 3 stories high, stretch their branches toward the sky, lending an antiquated charm to the prison-like courtyard. Although the courtyard appears somewhat dilapidated and is sparsely populated, passers-by regard the weathered vermilion gate with reverence. Even the soldier stationed at the entrance wears a solemn expression. A place worthy of round-the-clock guard by soldiers undoubtedly signifies the significance of those dwelling within. The value of this courtyard is beyond measure, not merely in terms of land but also due to the esteemed individuals associated with it. At that moment, a red flag H9, adorned with the national emblem, came to a gentle stop at the entrance of the courtyard. Su Ruoyan alighted from the vehicle, her eyes darting nervously as she confirmed that the relentless pursuer, by Qingxi, was not in tow, allowing her to exhale in relief. Having just disembarked from the plane, she had hurried back to the Su residence seeking refuge. However, to her astonishment, she had traversed this distance unscathed, as the assassin seemingly ceased her pursuit for reasons unknown. "Miss, it has been quite some time since you've returned home. Why are you so anxious?" the driver inquired, peering curiously at her. "Nothing. Are my parents home?" Su Ruoyan replied, fatigue evident in her voice. "Your father is not here. However, miss, you should hurry inside. Our elder." A flicker of sorrow crossed the driver's eyes as he sighed. Could it be? Su Ruoyan's heart sank at the thought. She stumbled into the courtyard, inadvertently dropping her phone in the process. A glance at the screen sent a chill through her. Numerous calls had come through while she was on the plane, unanswered. Just then, a middle-aged woman approached, urgency etched on her face. "Ruoyan, you have finally returned. Quickly, go see your grandmother. She is not well." The woman fell silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm going right now," Su Ruoyan responded hurriedly, dashing toward one of the rooms in the courtyard. Inside, the room was filled with people gathered around an elderly matron lying on the bed, weeping intermittently. Su Ruoyan pushed the door open and rushed inside. "It's Ruoyan. Ruoyan has come back." The voices of several burly men, kneeling beside the old woman's bed, echoed as they cried out. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman, confused and weak, slowly opened her dim eyes. She appeared frail, seemingly nearing a century in age. Yet, despite her withered skin and lackluster gaze, one could discern the remnants of her youthful beauty from her once elegant features. "All of you, please leave. Let Ruoyan stay." The moment the old woman beheld Su Ruoyan, her eyes sparkled with delight, and her complexion instantly flushed with warmth. However, the several burly men present were plunged deeper into sorrow upon witnessing this scene. They understood that this was merely a fleeting moment of clarity at the brink of death. Once everyone else had departed, Su Ruoyan knelt before the elderly woman in tears. "Grandmother, I truly do not wish. I do not wish for you to leave." She choked back sobs as she grasped the old woman's hand, her heart heavy with desolation. In this household, the only person who had ever shown her genuine affection was this elderly lady. Yet, despite her seniority, the old woman held little authority in the family. Hence, neither her grandfather nor even her parents had come to bid farewell to her in her final moments. "Foolish child, do not weep. When the time comes, this old body must depart," the grandmother said gently. "Ruoyan, listen closely. I called for you today, not merely out of longing. I wish to share some truths with you, truths that I could not speak of while alive." Leaning against the headboard, the old woman's face bore an uncanny flush. Invigorated by a final surge of adrenaline, her bodily functions, in their last throes, momentarily revived her spirit. What is it?" Su Ruoyan inquired through her tears. "I know you harbor resentment in your heart. You must still be troubled by the destruction of the Lin family by your grandfather, especially regarding that little boy with whom you were once so close." The old woman continued, "But I must tell you, that little boy is not dead. I shall reveal to you his whereabouts. My own love life has been a dismal failure. I married the wrong man. Yet, I cannot allow my granddaughter to live with regrets." The old woman coughed softly, but the spirited glimmer in her eyes began to fade once more. The moment of clarity was gradually waning. Su Ruoyan was momentarily stunned, then tremulously asked, "Grandmother, do you know where Lin Hao is?" The old woman nodded, then reclined back onto the bed, her breath growing faint. "Lin Hao. He escaped to the orphanage in Tianhai City. And then," the old woman's voice dwindled. "Grandmother, then what happened?" Su Ruoyan pressed anxiously. "Then, the one surnamed Zhao protected him." The old woman's breath ceased, and her eyes slowly closed. "Grandmother, if you must go, please do not resort to such old tropes." Su Ruoyan embraced the elderly woman, weeping inconsolably. After a long while, she wiped her tears and murmured to herself, "An orphanage, is it? It matters not which one. I shall search each one with my time and energy." The grandmother was right. I must seize love and not allow myself to be haunted by regrets. Therefore, Su Ruoyan feverishly licked her parched lips and declared, "Lin Hao, dear brother, your sister will surely find you." Chapter 79. The Youth and the Maiden. Due to the lack of motivation to divide the chapters, I have combined 2 chapters into one. Today, I have produced an extensive update, nearly 8,000 words in total, while yesterday was just over 6,000 words. In the Xia family manor, within the pavilion, Xiao Yousheng ended a phone call and tossed her mobile device aside. Moments earlier, after Xiao Yousheng had dismissed Bai Qingji, Jiang Hao had elaborated on the previous encounters with her. Having witnessed Bai Qingji's madness firsthand, Xiao Yousheng felt a sense of relief. Now, had Bai Qingji's relentless pursuit of Su Ruoyan come to an end? Jiang Hao exhaled, relieved. Yes, but you have yet to explain why you did not eliminate Su Ruoyan. Xiao Yousheng replied coldly. Please allow me to explain. Jiang Hao sighed, preparing to articulate the complexities of the situation. But Xiao Yousheng interrupted him with a disdainful snort. Is this the manner in which you choose to explain? She fixed a frosty gaze upon Jiang Hao. Huh. Does explaining require a specific demeanor? Then tell me, what attitude should I adopt? Jiang Hao responded, feeling helpless. What are hands for? Xiao Yousheng retorted, gritting her teeth as she took his hand and placed it upon her waist. After all this, is it merely a desire for a hug? Jiang Hao chuckled, drawing Xiao Yousheng into his embrace. Who asked you to hug me? Xiao Yousheng huffed lightly, turning her flushed cheek away. All right, I shall not hug you. Jiang Hao teased with a mischievous grin, preparing to release her. However, just as he was about to let go of her waist, Xiao Yousheng nestled into his arms, resting her head against his shoulder. You naughty husband, Xiao Yousheng murmured softly, closing her eyes in contentment. Are you no longer angry? Jiang Hao inquired with a smile. After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Yousheng shook her head. I am still angry. Just the thought of you flirting with other women makes me. She clenched her small fist tightly, then gently pushed Jiang Hao down. After a moment, a greedy yet aggrieved kiss landed on Jiang Hao's lips, leaving him somewhat dazed. The passionate and fervent kiss lingered for quite some time before Xiao Yousheng reluctantly released his lips. Angry yet you still kiss me? Jiang Hao smiled. I am angry. However, Xiao Yousheng softly leaned against Jiang Hao's chest, murmuring, but when my husband holds me in his arms, it feels so warm and blissful. I become less angry. Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then tenderly stroked her hair. Husband, in truth, I am not adorable at all. Is that so? Jiang Hao responded, surprised. I am quite aware of myself. I do not know how to act cute. I smile coldly, and I am far from sweet. I am always jealous. The moment I see you speaking with another woman, I become immensely envious, and when I feel jealousy, I grow angry, and when I am angry, I threaten you. But, Xiao Yousheng suddenly began to sob softly. But what? Jiang Hao gently pinched her small face. Yet, I do not harbor anger or threats against you. I fear that you might leave me, just like in high school. I wish to instill a sense of fear in you, so that you would not dare to abandon me. However, every time I press you, witnessing your trepidation towards me fills my heart with sorrow. The harshness and indifference accumulated over the years vanish entirely in your presence. To outsiders, I am a merciless femme fatale. Yet with you, I will always be that girl from high school who adored your fried rice and cried when bullied. Please do not fear me, I implore you. Xiao Yousheng wiped away her tears, stubbornly lifting her face to seek a kiss from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao silently savored the soft, tear-streaked kiss, then turned the tables, pinning Xiao Yousheng beneath him. You dare to resist me? Despite her cold demeanor, Xiao Yousheng resembled a distressed tabby cat, her makeup smudged from tears. Do you not like it? Jiang Hao chuckled. Silly husband, you ask such obvious questions. Xiao Yousheng let out a soft laugh. Husband, in the future, I promise I won't threaten you like that. However, you must agree to one condition. Xiao Yousheng wore a serious expression as she spoke. Jiang Hao nodded in response. I fear this condition may be quite challenging, he mused internally, preparing for negotiations. Imprisonment? House arrest? No, freedom must always come first. I cannot allow Xiao Yousheng to confine her own freedom. But then, Xiao Yusheng's next words left him speechless. Husband, from now on, you must not leave me. Is that condition acceptable? I am truly frightened. I fear that one morning I will wake up and find you suddenly absent. I dread the thought of you leaving without a word, abandoning me alone. I cannot endure life without you. I have waited for you for so long. I truly do not wish to be lonely any longer. I promise. I will learn how to be adorable, how to act spoiled. I will no longer be cold and distant. Husband, look, I can smile sweetly like this. Tears streamed down Xiao Yusheng's face as she struggled to force a stiff smile, but feeling it inadequate, she used her fingers to lift the corners of her lips, creating a rounded curve. The once indomitable president of the Xiao Corporation, capable of shaking the heavens with a stomp, now resembled a homeless kitten, humbly pleading with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's gaze trembled as he embraced Xiao Yousheng tightly, his eyes unwittingly moistening. Is my condition truly too harsh? Husband, I do not require you to stay by my side every hour of the day, as long as I can speak with you daily and share meals. That would suffice. Husband, I can offer you a great deal of money and abundance. Is that not enough? In the future, I shall offer you the entirety of the Xiao family. However, please do not leave me again, will you? Xiao Yousheng cautiously observed Jiang Hao's expression. It was reminiscent of years past in the warm, intoxicating classroom at dusk, where a bashful girl would secretly admire the boy beside her while he shyly smiled, listening to the teacher. At that time, the girl felt like a defeated hound, abandoned by her family. Now, she had become the mistress of this city. Back then, the boy struggled to survive, sharing his burnt fried rice with her each day. Presently, he no longer often indulged in fried rice, yet that same girl would still insist on having him prepare that bland, tasteless dish for her. Both the boy and the girl had undergone profound changes. But had they truly changed? Jiang Hao was uncertain. He simply fervently kissed the girl's lips. I promise you, I will never leave you. He took a deep breath, confirming to himself that he had genuinely fallen in love with Xiao Yousheng. On the other side of Tianhai City, Ji Xuanwu took out her phone, intrigued as she prepared to open the chat application Jiang Hao had given her. Silk gourd video. A video chat, perhaps? Ji Xuanwu nodded, expressionless, as she opened the app. And then, to know what happens next, please stay tuned for the next installment. Chapter 80. The unyielding Ji Xuanwu. As Ji Xuanwu was about to open the video application, a young girl knocked on the door and, with an air of familiarity, entered her room. The girl, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, was clad in a charming pink dress, exuding a delightful innocence. Despite Ji Xuanwu's impassive demeanor, there was a flicker of surprise in her gaze. She turned off the screen and spoke coolly. What brings you here? Miss, the master is quite concerned and has sent me to serve you here in Tianhai. The girl said with a playful giggle, executing a little bow. Her name was Li Xiaoxiao, Ji Xuanwu's devoted maid since childhood. Ji Xuanwu nodded slightly, offering no further words. Li Xiaoxiao approached Ji Xuanwu and was about to massage her shoulders when her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the phone in Ji Xuanwu's hand. Is this a dream? She exclaimed excitedly, pulling a chair to sit beside Ji Xuanwu, her eyes glued to the device. What is it? Ji Xuanwu asked, casually brushing a strand of hair aside. Mississippi, are you feeling unwell? You've never used electronic devices before, Li Xiaoxiao said, trembling as she touched Ji Xuanwu's forehead. Upon finding her temperature normal, she continued to scrutinize Ji Xuanwu in disbelief. I was merely experimenting, Ji Xuanwu replied indifferently. Li Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she wrapped her arms around Ji Xuanwu's. Clearing her throat, she playfully mimicked. Oh, how could I, Ji Xuanwu, ever resort to a mobile phone? Those inept fools are entertained to death by their devices, while I, Ji Xuanwu. Before Li Xiaoxiao could finish her imitation, Ji Xuanwu cast her a sidelong glance, her expression unamused. I'm only using it for study. A mobile phone may indeed transform the way one reads. Li Xiaoxiao wisely fell silent. She recognized Ji Xuanwu's formidable dedication and fervor for learning. Surely, Miss Ji had downloaded a plethora of educational materials onto her phone. With her hands clasped together and a mischievous grin revealing her little teeth, Li Xiaoxiao said, Miss, since you are now using a phone, I would be overjoyed if you could add me as a friend. Add a friend? Ji Xuanwu mused, momentarily taken aback. Yes, indeed, add a friend. Miss, you haven't used a phone before, have you? You don't know how to add friends? Li Xiaoxiao chuckled. Ji Xuanwu shot her a cold glance, prompting Li Xiaoxiao to obediently close her mouth. Very well, miss, allow me to add you. Just open the app, and I'll scan your code. I have accounts on both WeChat and QQ. Li Xiaoxiao excitedly took out her phone. The thought of adding her family's young lady's contact information was enough to make her smile, even in her dreams. Ji Xuanwu nodded, casually opened the video app, and handed her phone over. Li Xiaoxiao happily accepted it, only to be left utterly bewildered. Staring at the dazzling interface, she gaped in shock, at a loss for words. At that moment, Ji Xuanwu calmly urged, quickly add her. I need to use my phone to study shortly. Li Xiaoxiao glanced at her, and then back at the app's interface, frozen for a long while before swallowing hard. Miss, this indeed seems to be an effective method of learning. Her cheeks flushed crimson, unsure of what to say. Well, I plan to study some biological knowledge, Ji Xuanwu remarked, suddenly recalling how Jiang Hao had applied ointment to her earlier that day. If only her biological knowledge were sufficient, she would have known how to do it herself, thus sparing her the assistance of Jiang Hao. thinking of the hand that had grasped her ankle. Ji Xuanwu instinctively clenched her fist. How absurd it was to have her foot touched by a man. Li Xiaoxiao, still in a daze, found herself at a loss for words. She instinctively glanced at the video interface and then quickly raised her head, nodding in agreement. In a certain sense, this truly is biological knowledge. I studied it every day for a while. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. Ji Xuanwu praised her. Xiao. I never imagined you were so eager for knowledge, even delving into your studies. What aspect of biology are you focusing on lately? Li Xiaoxiao, stunned, had an unfocused gaze. I mostly self-study, researching knowledge on my own. I haven't learned much, so I don't know what you miss are studying. Not yet. Ji Xuanwu replied, but I am currently very interested in pets. In the future, should I become proficient, I believe I could handle any issues that arise with them. When Ji Xuanwu spoke about her studies, her enthusiasm was markedly heightened. Pets? So that means, Li Xiaoxiao stammered, Miss, do you need to purchase life insurance? She desperately covered her mouth. What was the need for insurance? I am confident I can manage all types of pets. Ji Xuanwu stated calmly. All types of pets? So that means, many at once? Li Xiaoxiao hesitated, biting her lip, unsure of how to proceed. She abruptly exited the app, her face flushed as she quietly said, Miss, I accidentally closed your app. Perhaps you could look for something else. She felt that voicing her thoughts might lead to a reprimand from her young lady. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Ji Xuanwu reclaimed her phone. It's merely adding a friend. Why are you blushing so fiercely? Could it be? Ji Xuanwu's gaze was icy, suspecting that Jiang Hao had tampered with the chat application on her device. Indeed, it must be so. Thus, under Li Xiaoxiao's watchful eyes, she calmly prepared to open that particular chat application. Miss, please don't. Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed in horror, blocking her path. What is it? Ji Xuanwu inquired nonchalantly. Miss, this application is troublesome. It contains many terrifying things. You will surely be frightened out of your wits. After much hesitation, Li Xiaoxiao could only resort to such a clumsy excuse to deter Ji Xuanwu. It was evident to her that Ji Xuanwu had likely unwittingly installed this app. Ignorance, Ji Xuanwu retorted. I have served in the military, taken lives with my own hands, and could sleep amidst the dead. What could possibly frighten me? With an air of indifference, she raised her eyes and unhesitatingly entered the application. Instantly, the dazzling interface rendered her momentarily speechless. Domestic, foreign, and so on. After a considerable time, the sound of a phone crashing onto the floor echoed in the room. For the first time, Ji Xuanwu displayed a look of anxiety, one arm shielding her eyes while the other clutched the bedsheets tightly. Overwhelmed, she collapsed onto the bed, her fair complexion flushed with crimson. Jiang Hao, I will not kill you. I swear I will not become a mere mortal. She cried out in a desperate whisper, a glimmer of uncontainable murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Li Xiaoxiao, attempting to comfort her from the side, was abruptly pushed away. Now, gather all of Jiang Hao's information and present it to me. Include his interests, hobbies, everything. I intend to personally lure him into my trap. Then, before Yousheng, I shall expose this pervert's true nature and utterly destroy him. Ji Xuanwu's eyes were filled with an icy indifference. Chapter 81. A dose of punishment. As the eldest daughter of the Ji family succumbed to a fit of madness, Jiang Hao stood blissfully on the terrace, basking in the moonlight and savoring a drink. Not long ago, Xiao Yousheng had cried so fervently that she fell asleep in his embrace. Once he confirmed that she was truly asleep, he gently placed her back in the bedroom and indulged in the fleeting joys of his single life. This evening, being KFC's Crazy Thursday, he had ordered a feast of fried chicken, eagerly anticipating a delightful indulgence of junk food. At that moment, Jiang Hao's phone rang. Frowning slightly, he glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Su Ruoyan. Without a second thought, he abruptly ended the call and blocked her number. He had no desire to entangle himself with that lunatic, as it was simply a waste of time. However, not long after hanging up, another call came through. Irritated, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand and answered, prepared to confront Su Ruoyan. After all, she had his number, and it was entirely possible she might be calling from another line. Su Ruoyan, for heaven's sake, stop calling me. If you persist, I swear I'll make you regret it. You'll learn what it means to face the dark hand of fate. Jiang Hao vented his frustration, but the voice on the other end left him momentarily stunned. Sir, we at KFC Delivery are just trying to do our job. There's no need to be rude. The delivery rider said with a wry smile. Oh dear, brother, I've mistaken you for someone else. My apologies, please bear with me, Jiang Hao replied sheepishly. Not a problem at all. Your KFC has arrived. Please come and collect it. The rider coughed lightly. Why don't you just leave the bucket at the security desk? I'll send someone to fetch it, Jiang Hao suggested with a weary smile. That is not possible, brother. KFC requires that we hand the order directly to the recipient. If you do not agree, I cannot deliver the food, the rider insisted firmly. Very well, I'll be right there, Jiang Hao replied, exasperated as he hung up. Was it really necessary to collect a mere bucket of chicken in person? After some time, he leisurely parked his bicycle at the entrance. Riding had been unavoidable, as the Xiao family estate was vast. From a distance, he spotted the delivery rider outside, donned in a mask and cap, shaking a large bag in his hand. As Jiang Hao approached and took the KFC bag, he was suddenly seized by the wrist. Stunned. He had yet to process the situation when the rider pulled down the mask. Before him, illuminated by the moonlight, was Su Ruoyan, her red lips curling into a wicked smile. It's you. What happened to the original rider? Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and pushed her away. I had him knocked out. There is no way. You've even blocked my number. How could we converse face to face? Su Ruoyan scoffed. What do you wish to discuss? Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes involuntarily, a hint of tension welling within him. For he had been informed by Ji Xuanwu that he was not the only one aware of his true identity. You have always found my persistence bothersome, haven't you? Now, I shall make it unequivocally clear to you in person. Jiang Hao, to me, you are nothing more than a discarded puppet, utterly devoid of any value. So you refuse to disclose Lin Hao's whereabouts. No matter. I have already ascertained his precise location, and with diligent investigation, I shall find him. Jiang Hao, I assure you, the moment I locate my brother Lin Hao, I will exhaust every means at my disposal to eliminate you. Su Ruoyan laughed maniacally, her excitement palpable as she licked her lips. Jiang Hao gazed at her with indifference, yet a foreboding sense of dread gnawed at his heart. Uncertain whether Su Ruoyan was merely bluffing or genuinely possessed of some intelligence, he recognized that the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for him. Su Ruoyan had truly lost her sanity, and her intentions to kill him were unmistakable. In the presence of such madness, even with Xiao Yousheng's protection, there would inevitably come a day when he would be alone and vulnerable to her grasp. He could not remain in the Xiao family estate for eternity, could he? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao coldly snorted toward the door where Su Ruoyan lingered. Then, await that day. With that, he turned away without a backward glance. Though he appeared remarkably composed, turmoil raged within him. This would not do. Allowing Su Ruoyan to continue her investigation would surely lead to revelations. It seemed he must devise some strategies to thwart her. Jiang Hao sighed softly. Meanwhile, lying on her bed, Xiao Yousheng stirred awake from a phone call, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Surveying her surroundings, her expression turned icy upon realizing Jiang Hao was absent. Once again, I am left all alone. Xiao Yousheng bit her lip and answered the phone. Hello? Yousheng, are you still awake? Came the gentle and melodious voice of Hang Junchuang from the other end. Upon recognizing the caller, Xiao Yousheng's lips instinctively curved into a smile. Mother, not yet. What is it? Oh, it's nothing much. I simply have a rather special topic that I would like to discuss with you, my dear. A special topic? Do you remember the servant named Jiaming? Yes, I do. I've been giving Jiaming special attention these past few days. That's good to hear. So, I shall speak plainly. It seems I have developed a certain aversion towards Jiaming, but recently, I have noticed that he has someone who harbors feelings for him. And he remains utterly unaffected by my subtle hints. Mother has not been in a romantic relationship for quite some time, and she finds it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of the younger generation. Thus, she wishes to inquire, if you were in Xiao Sheng's position, what would you do? If I were Jiaming, how would I act? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yousheng couldn't help but smile with a hint of mischief. Mother, I have a method. It's just a matter of whether you wish to employ it. Xiao Sheng, do share your method. It has been many years since I have felt such affection for someone. I must act swiftly. Act swiftly? Mother, then you are quite suited for my approach. Xiao Yousheng retrieved a small vial of an unknown white powder from the drawer, smiling coyly. Mother, I possess a potion that, regardless of gender or race, will render anyone who comes into contact with it utterly enamored. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Sheng, you cannot be referring to that kind of potion, can you? Indeed. Mother, if you genuinely cherish Jiaming, then it is time to take action and turn the raw rice into cooked rice. But, is that truly appropriate? Do not fret. Mother, simply place young Jiaming on the bed, and she will have no choice but to comply with you. I have employed such tactics with my fiancé. Very well, shall I give it a try? Yes, Mother, I will arrange for the potion to be delivered to you tomorrow. Alas, it appears I have no other choice. By the way, Xiao Yousheng, your fiancé has not been entangled with any temptresses, has he? Rest assured. I have trained him to be a devoted husband. That is reassuring. Xiao Yousheng, those temptresses can be quite formidable, especially the older ones. Your fiancé must keep his distance. At nearly 40, I have gained clarity on such matters and understand those women all too well. Do not worry, mother. You must also keep an eye on young Jiang. I have observed her delicate demeanor, and such a personality may easily attract some wicked and overbearing women. I assure you, I am well aware of that. After this intimate conversation, Xiao Yousheng concluded the call, feeling satisfied. Her relationship with her stepmother was gradually mending. In a week's time, when she could meet Hang Junquang, she would surely be delighted. They would sit together, Hang Junquang with her beloved, and herself with her own rather ordinary husband, sharing a meal and engaging in conversation. The thought of it was heartwarming. With Hang Junquang's gentle nature, her commonplace husband would undoubtedly hold her in high regard. However, regarding her ordinary husband, Xiao Yousheng lifted her gaze, casting a cold glance at the empty space beside her, letting out a disdainful snort. The night was still long, and she felt a need for some retribution. Her eyes lingered on the box of Durex that Ji Xuanwu had sent earlier that day, a wicked glint creeping into her expression. Chapter 82. Emoticons. Jiang Hao sat on the rooftop terrace, gazing at the moon while savoring his golden crispy chicken. As he indulged, a frown crossed his face. What a peculiar sensation. Was it that KFC was unclean? Yet, if that were the case, it should be his stomach that ached. Why did it feel as though his kidneys were subtly throbbing? Could it be an ominous premonition? Jiang Hao shook his head, tossing the bone aside. Bored, he scrolled through his phone when suddenly, a friend request from WeChat caught his attention. The applicant's avatar was primitive, lacking any added imagery, and the name read Ji Xuanwu. With a smirk, Jiang Hao felt a surge of interest and promptly accepted the request. Miss Ji, how do you find the software I sent you today? If you find the features lacking, I have plenty more to share shortly. After sending the message, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, laughing heartily. To have Ji Xuanwu at a disadvantage was undoubtedly the most exhilarating experience he had encountered in the past 2 years. After what felt like an eternity, Ji Xuanwu finally replied, You like gaming consoles from Neon Country, don't you? Jiang Hao blinked in surprise, puzzled by her message. He had been quite direct. Yet Ji Xuanwu did not retaliate, but instead asked him earnestly if he liked consoles. Of course. I own both a PS5 and a Switch. Recently, I've been playing the remaster of The Last of Us Part 2 and the DLC for Elden Ring, preparing to dive into White Myth, Sun Wukong. Who asked you? Ji Xuanwu retorted. Then what do you want? I know the young lady from the Cool Palace family in Tokyo. I could arrange for you to receive a PS5 signed by the Sony CEO. Wait, a signed version? But, why would you give me something for free? Jiang Hao exclaimed. There must be a catch. Let me tell you, I, Jiang Hao, do not accept unsolicited gifts. I am a true man of integrity, then I shan't send it, Ji Xuanwu replied. No, I want it. I truly desire it. Oh. Jiang Hao stared at the simple "oh" from Ji Xuanwu, frowning deeply. She truly lacked conversational skills. If he hadn't known she had just used her phone, the simplicity of that response could have infuriated him. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why Ji Xuanwu suddenly wished to gift him something. Sister, can't you send some emoticons? A mural-like that may lead to misunderstandings. What are emoticons? Just watch. I'll send you a fun one. Jiang Hao sent an image, sweating yellow bean, max edition. Isn't the yellow bean adorable? Why are you silent? Where are you? I don't know how. Jiang Hao. It's quite simple. I can teach you. If you prefer not to search for expressions yourself, you can create your own, for instance, by sending your own picture and then editing it. Jiang Hao, you understand what editing means, right? Ji Xuanwu, can WeChat be used for editing? Jiang Hao, it should be possible. On the other side of the city. Ji Xuanwu, just out of the shower with her long hair still damp, stared at Jiang Hao's message in confusion. My own picture. Does that mean a photo of myself? Editing. Editing. Is it similar to an instruction? Ji Xuanwu's emerald eyes glimmered slightly as she contemplated. And after a while, she lifted her chin. She first posed in front of the mirror and took a photo of herself. Before long, Jiang Hao received another message from Ji Xuanwu. He glanced at it casually, and then, he nearly had a nosebleed. Ji Xuanwu. Image, a selfie of the young lady in a bathrobe. Ji Xuanwu. Edit. Clearly, this was her interpretation of the editing instruction. Is Ji Xuanwu unwell? How could she completely misunderstand my meaning? However, her figure is simply too stunning, akin to a computer model. Jiang Hao murmured to himself when suddenly, His phone was pinched between two delicate fingers. Is this the reason you sneaked up to the rooftop? Xiao Yousheng's gaze was icy as she coldly pointed at the selfie Ji Xuanwu had sent. Chapter 83. Who is sweeter? Jiang Hao stared at Xiao Yousheng, who was pointing at the photo of Ji Xuanwu, and was instantly struck with fear. My dear, how did you wake up? He slumped back in his chair, gasping for breath. What's the matter? Am I a disappointment now that I am awake? So much so that you were indulging in fantasies about Ji Xuanwu's photo? Xiao Yousheng replied coldly, biting her silver teeth as she gestured towards the image of Ji Xuanwu. Is my leg not as long or as fair as hers? If you want to see legs, must you look at hers? Do you think all those black stockings from Balenciaga in my wardrobe are for my own amusement? They are meant for you to see. That's unfair. Jiang Hao exclaimed. She misunderstood and sent me her selfie. Why would I care about her legs? Yousheng, just look at the chat history. I am just as bewildered. He shook his head in disbelief. Xiao Yousheng huffed. Brows furrowed as she scrolled through Jiang Hao's chat records with Ji Xuanwu. After a long while, she fell silent, lowering her head in apparent guilt. It became clear that President Xiao recognized that the photo Ji Xuanwu sent was simply due to her being technologically challenged and had nothing to do with Jiang Hao. Yousheng, do you believe me now? Here, have some ice cream to cool off. Jiang Hao chuckled, presenting a strawberry sundae from KFC to Xiao Yousheng. Xiao Yousheng scoffed. I have no interest in such things. Then what are you interested in? Jiang Hao asked helplessly, with a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Xiao Yousheng scooped out a spoonful of ice cream and smeared it across Jiang Hao's mouth. He blinked in surprise and slowly closed his eyes. Under the moonlight, Xiao Yousheng whispered coldly in his ear, which is sweeter, the ice cream or me? Jiang Hao, feeling frustrated, kept his eyes shut. Was there even a need to respond? The answer was undeniably clear. You are sweeter. Yousheng, you are far sweeter than ice cream. Jiang Hao declared, holding up 3 fingers in affirmation. That will suffice. Xiao Yousheng nodded in satisfaction. However, just then, the ringtone of a WeChat call jolted the two of them back to reality. Jiang Hao picked up his phone and frowned upon seeing the caller ID. Ji Xuanwu. What does she want? He muttered irritably. Answer it. I want to hear what this woman has to say, Xiao Yousheng said with a cold huff. On the other end of the line, Ji Xuanwu glared at the photo she had sent, her eyes icy with frustration. She bit her lower lip, her usually serene emerald eyes clouded with discontent. Her selfie had been so easily deceived by Jiang Hao. Thankfully, although she was only in a bathrobe, it was securely wrapped around her. Jiang Hao. I truly underestimated your moral boundaries, Ji Xuanwu coldly addressed him. And what boundaries do I lack? You were the one who sent your selfie, after all. As Jiang Hao finished speaking, Xiao Yousheng snatched the phone, addressing Ji Xuanwu on the other end with an icy tone. Miss Ji, do you truly believe that seducing another's husband aligns with your moral integrity? Yousheng, he is unworthy of your affection. Moreover, he harbors no feelings for you. We are of the same world, and it is only natural for us to be together. Ji Xuanwu's typically indifferent voice now carried a hint of tension. Chapter 84. Domestic Violence? Ji Xuanwu, I have revealed everything to you. Jiang Hao was so incensed by Ji Xuanwu that he abruptly slammed his hand on the table, producing a sharp, resonant sound that echoed through the phone. Ji Xuanwu's gaze turned icy, clearly misunderstanding the situation. Jiang Hao had actually struck Yousheng, a man guilty of domestic violence. Unforgivable. Remain calm. Even if I were to arrive promptly, there would be little I could do. Yousheng has already been victimized by this scoundrel. However, this presents an opportune moment for sowing discord. Ji Xuanwu mused internally, then spoke indifferently into the phone. Do you find the selfie I sent you appealing? I could send even more captivating ones. At this, Jiang Hao's phone slipped from his grasp in fright. Ji Xuanwu was utterly clueless when it came to matters of romance. Xiao Yousheng let out a cold snort, retrieving the phone and disconnecting the call. There was no need for speculation. Ji Xuanwu was clearly attempting to create rifts. Yousheng, you aren't even a bit jealous. Jiang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Yousheng smiled slightly. So, does my husband wish for me to feel jealousy? Perhaps it's best if I don't. Jiang Hao chuckled awkwardly. Darling, you should address the matter concerning Su Ruoyan. Xiao Yousheng sat beside Jiang Hao, both gazing up at the starry sky. Su Ruoyan, you say? The reason I urged you to cease the order to eliminate her is not out of sympathy for that woman. On one hand, should you kill her, the Su family would undoubtedly seek vengeance against you. Jiang Hao gently brushed Xiao Yousheng's delicate nose, speaking tenderly. I certainly do not want you to be embroiled in trouble. I fear them not. For my husband, I would face 100 Su families without a second thought. Xiao Yousheng's eyes glinted coldly as she murmured. Very well, I am aware that you are unafraid. Yet, the primary reason for sparing Su Ruoyan's life is not this. Jiang Hao hesitated, a hint of tension knitting his brow. What terrifies me the most is that little fiend, Bai Qingji. Consider this. Should she fail in her mission, she would undoubtedly face consequences. The last attempt on my life was a failure. This time, targeting Su Ruoyan. Yet again it failed. After all, when she pursued Su Ruoyan, she returned to rescue me, thinking I was in danger, thus missing the opportunity to eliminate Su Ruoyan on the first day. If you do not revoke the contract, I'm afraid her return to the Bai family will not be pleasant. Jiang Hao's expression was exceedingly complex. Truth be told, he wished to steer clear of that little girl, Bai Qingji, yet he felt a profound sympathy for her. A girl who had been confined in darkness since childhood, subjected to inhumane training that stripped her of her basic humanity. Jiang Hao found it difficult to harbor any resentment towards her. For Bai Qingji's current actions, she could hardly be blamed. While other girls played with dolls for amusement, Bai Qingji was engaged in murder, and more murder. Each day, apart from eating and sleeping, she is consumed by the act of killing. The most heart-wrenching aspect is that she perceives herself not as a human, but as a machine, a device designed solely for destruction and the taking of lives. Yet, despite her inability to grasp the majority of human emotions, such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, Bai Qingji possesses a remarkably vibrant and cheerful disposition. To be fair, had it been Jiang Hao in her place, he would likely have morphed into a dark and twisted individual by now. Had Bai Qingji not faced such harrowing experiences, she would probably be a naive and romantic young woman, just stepping into university, embodying kindness and gentleness towards the world around her. Yousheng, let me tell you. Jiang Hao began to elaborate, only to find that Xiao Yousheng had already slipped into a deep slumber in his arms. Her small mouth occasionally drooled, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she clung to him in a childlike manner. Jiang Hao smiled gently, carefully lifting her to carry her to the bedroom. He wondered what that little rascal Bai Qingji was up to at that moment. The contract had been cancelled, and the mission was not deemed a failure. Surely, there would be no repercussions? Jiang Hao gazed up at the brilliant and vast night sky, letting out a sigh. Chapter 85. Happiness beneath the resplendent and vast expanse of the starry sky. Beams of starlight fervently converged, yet feebly squeezed through a diminutive aperture. The scant, pitiful light glimmered in the girl's fluttering eyes, reflecting a sense of near despair. Bai Qingji gazed longingly at the minuscule sky, a foolish grin spreading across her pale face. As beads of cold sweat trickled down, a testament to her pain. A woman clad in coarse linen, with pupils as dark as ink, maliciously grinned as she struck Bai Qingji's frail body with an electric baton. You useless machine, you ought to be grateful that your employer rescinded your contract. Otherwise, today could very well have marked your second blunder. Do you realize the punishment that awaits for a second mistake? The woman cackled maniacally, discarding the now exhausted baton and forcefully seizing Bai Qingji by her hair, lifting her entirely off the ground. Reluctantly, Bai Qingji shifted her gaze from the celestial heavens, whispering, "Mother, look, the stars are so beautiful." The woman scoffed coldly and hurled Bai Qingji to the ground. A group of masked maids slowly entered the cage. Bai Qingji's eyes were vacant as she instinctively cradled her head, curling into a ball, much like a tiny mouse that had just been crushed by a heavy cart, instinctively seeking to preserve its life. Soon after, vicious blows rained down upon the girl. Bai Qingji remained silent, fixated on the piece of strawberry hard candy clutched in her hand, a vacant smile gracing her lips. The candy, now reduced to shards, was still held tightly in her grasp. It was a gift from Jiang Hao the very first time they met. Now, only this fragment remained. The maids intensified their assault. Yet Bai Qingji merely gazed blankly at the now crumbled candy. The candy was pink. It must have been sweet, delightful, she mused silently. At that moment, the woman noticed the peculiar expression and coldly laughed at the sight of the candy in Bai Qingji's hand. Without hesitation, she rudely snatched it away. In an instant, the once vacant gaze of Bai Qingji flickered with murderous intent, but it dissipated into panic almost as quickly. She broke free from the maid's onslaught, desperately kneeling before the woman. "Mother, please, can you return that piece of candy to me?" Bai Qingji implored, bowing her head repeatedly until blood streamed from her forehead. "Return it to you?" The woman scoffed, kicking Bai Qingji over. She then tossed the strawberry candy onto the ground. Bai Qingji's heart leaped at the sight of the candy, and she hastily crawled towards it. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the woman's foot crushed the candy into a fine pulp, scattering the remnants across the cold floor. This is a lesson for you. Next time, if you continue to be so tedious, I will ensure you wish for death. Furthermore, the woman grasped Bai Qingji's hair tightly, coldly declaring, "You are well aware of the punishment that follows a second mistake, are you not?" Bai Qingji numbly nodded in response. Soon after, the woman, accompanied by her maid, stepped out of the diminutive cage that measured scarcely 20 square meters. As the sound of the cage locking echoed from outside, Bai Qingji stumbled hastily towards the crushed remnants of candy scattered on the ground. In the faint glow of the moonlight, the sugary shards sparkled, radiating a light of bliss. Bai Qingji delicately gathered the dusty fragments into her palm. Under the warmth of her hand, the candy began to melt, becoming sticky and viscous. After much hesitation, she reluctantly licked the remnants clean, savoring each morsel. "Big brother, the candy is so sweet." Bai Qingji closed her eyes, a Navi smile gracing her lips. Beneath the desolate confines of her prison, an ominous darkness enveloped her. Yet, in that moment, Bai Qingji felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. In her dreams, Jiang Hao stood before a mirror, adorning her with a stunning white wedding gown. The sequins on the lace sparkled, akin to the shimmering candy shards. It was said that the banquet would be filled with copious amounts of strawberry ice cream and strawberry hard candy. A sweet smile of contentment graced the lips of the slumbering Bai Qingji. When the time came, she resolved to ensure that the guests indulged sparingly, so that her big brother would reserve all the strawberry hard candy for her. Chapter 86. The White Powder to One's Astonishment. From Chapter 52 to Chapter 85. All the events unfolded within the span of a single day. In the early morning, Jiang Hao abruptly awoke. Though he had not set an alarm, his biological clock stirred him from slumber. He hastily prepared to don his attire for work, but a glance at his phone deflated his spirits. Today was Sunday, and he had risen unnecessarily early. Tomorrow, he must swiftly attend to the acquisition process of the Xiao Corporation. Additionally, Jiang Qingyao was soon to return to the Jiang family. He needed to deal with that troublesome woman promptly. With great care, Jiang Hao lifted the covers, cautious not to rouse the esteemed President Xiao beside him. His concern was not born from meticulousness, but rather from the potential chaos that would ensue should Xiao Yousheng awaken while he lay in bed, unadorned in clothing. Gazing upon Xiao Yusheng's stunning visage in slumber, he noticed the Durex placed within the bedroom, swallowing hard. He was certain that the outcome would be disastrous. 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao found himself alone, traversing the garden path, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He leaned against the wall, exhaling with difficulty. "Oh, my kidneys." At that moment, a maid passed by, respectfully addressing him as young master, while carrying a tray towards an unknown destination. "Wait." Jiang Hao called to the maid, his curiosity piqued. "Are you heading towards Miss Hang Junchuang's garden?" The maid bowed respectfully, replying, "Yes, young master. My name is Jiaming. I am responsible for delivering various items and meals to Miss Hang Junchuang every day." "Jiaming, what a coincidence," Jiang Hao grinned mischievously. The maid's name bore a striking resemblance to the alias he had adopted, Jiaming. It was indeed a curious twist of fate. "Very well. I shall assist you with that. I happen to be en route to her as well. Since you are acquainted with me, you must know I have free access to the garden where Miss Hang is confined." Jiang Hao smiled as he took the tray from her. Per Xiao Yusheng's instructions, he was to check on Hang Junchuang daily. Having visited her earlier in the morning, he would be free to indulge in leisure for the rest of the day. Of course, this freedom was relative. Heaven knows when Xiao Yusheng's mind might whimsically change, leading him into unforeseen circumstances. "Thank you, young master," Jia Ming exclaimed with excitement. Before hastily departing, "Time for a break, how delightful." Once Jia Ming was out of sight, Jiang Hao eagerly opened the tray, inspecting Hang Junchuang's breakfast. What a lavish spread, and so abundant, how could one possibly consume it all? Moreover, Jiang Hao squinted as he picked up a small vial containing an unknown white powder resting on the tray. "What is this? Salt. It feels strangely familiar." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao gently returned the bottle to its place, not dwelling on it further. He held a tray and strolled into Hang Junchuang's garden. At that moment, Hang Junchuang was amidst a multitude of blossoms, patiently trimming the branches with scissors. Bathed in the morning light, the woman donned a pale moon-white dress, revealing only a hint of her delicate feet, yet exuding an undeniable allure. Her mature and voluptuous figure resembled that of a character who had stepped out from a whimsical comic of the Neon Nation. It was all too easy to evoke thoughts of certain beloved anime wives. "Good morning, Sister Hang," Jiang Hao waved, placing the tray upon the stone table. The instant she saw her younger brother, Hang Zhenshuang's face brightened with an inexplicable smile. Good morning, little one. Have you had breakfast yet? She inquired, ruffling Jiang Hao's hair while licking her crimson lips. Not yet, but Sister Hang, I brought breakfast for you. Jiang Hao gestured towards the tray. For reasons unknown. Hang Zhenshuang immediately tensed. She lifted the lid of the tray, her gaze landing on a small vial of white powder. Upon confirming its contents, she released a sigh of relief. Little one, I'm not really hungry this morning. Perhaps we can skip it for now, she said, her eyes lingering on Jiang Hao with a gaze that seemed to weave a silken thread of affection. Besides, I have a feeling that today, something even more delicious awaits me. Chapter 87. A Dash of Salt. Last night, I only uploaded one chapter because the subsequent 3 chapters did not pass review. It was only after I made substantial revisions this morning that I released them. I truly admire Xinhe. Additionally, it has been quite some time since I requested gifts. Considering my diligent efforts, I would appreciate a few small tokens of appreciation, whether free or paid. Hehe. Something more delectable? Sister Hang. You should indulge, lest this delightful breakfast go to waste. How regrettable that would be. Jiang Haoyun gazed at Hang Zhenshuang in a daze, not pondering much, and comfortably took a seat, savoring a cup of fine tea. However, dear sister, I truly lack an appetite. Unless, if you were to share this meal with me, perhaps I might find my appetite rekindled. Hang Zhenshuang smiled enigmatically, gently picking up a fork. All right then. Just as I was feeling hungry, Jiang Hao chuckled. He had initially intended to nibble on some of Hang Zhenshuang's breakfast. After all, there was plenty to spare, and she could hardly consume it all alone. As he reached for a cherry tomato, Hang Zhenshuang lightly pressed his hand down. Then, she pinched the cherry tomato, gazing at Jiang Hao with a playful smile. Do you wish to taste the cherry tomato? Then, Hang Zhenshuang brought the cherry tomato to her lips, gently closing her eyes as she leaned toward Jiang Hao. Sister Hang, surely you jest? Jiang Hao murmured softly. Just as he intended to ignore Hang Zhenshuang and grasp another cherry tomato, she let out a soft hum and pushed the plate away. Little brother, this is your sister's breakfast. If you wish for a cherry tomato, then you shall have this one. Be obedient. Your sister adores well-behaved children. Hang Zhenshuang resumed holding the cherry tomato to her lips and suddenly wrapped her arms around Jiang Hao's neck. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and pushed Hang Zhenshuang away, quickly standing up. Sister Hang, I have made it clear that I regard you as an older sister and harbor no such thoughts. I kindly ask you to maintain decorum. Jiang Hao spoke in a low voice. Hang Zhenshuang's eyes sparkled, and she promptly consumed the cherry tomato. It appears that younger brother Jiaming is quite the disobedient child. Disobedient children must face some form of punishment. Hang Zhenshuang's gaze lingered on the bottle of white powder, and then she smiled sweetly. Jiang Hao could not help but inwardly scoff. No wonder she raised President Xiao. She always has the word punishment on her lips, much like someone playing with a lettered circle. While he contemplated how to maintain distance from Hang Zhenshuang, she enthusiastically seized his arm, urging him to sit once more. Oh dear, I was merely jesting with you earlier. Such an adorable little one. I could not possibly punish you. Hang Zhenshuang once again held a cherry tomato to Jiang Hao's mouth, smiling as she encouraged him. Come, be a good little baby, and open wide. Jiang Hao found it difficult to refuse and reluctantly consumed the cherry tomato. Afterward, he hastily stood up. Sister Hang, I must take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. He initially thought he might share a breakfast with Hang Zhenshuang. However, upon witnessing her longing gaze, which seemed to convey a desire to consume him whole, he realized that lingering any longer might lead to something far beyond breakfast. Hang Zhenshuang was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her head in desolation. She picked up a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely, lamenting, alas, it seems that as one ages, even charming younger brothers grow weary of one's company, refusing to share a meal with their elder sister. She shook her head. Very well, dear brother. You may depart without worry. I assure you, sister will not be saddened by this. Following this, Hang Zhenshuang began to exhibit her Oscar-worthy acting skills, donning an expression of feigned sorrow. Jiang Hao felt overwhelmed. It was merely breakfast, yet it felt as if they were parting forever. Resigned, he took a seat again, managing a smile. All right then, I shall accompany Sister Hang until breakfast is finished before I take my leave. Hang Zhenshuang's lips curled into a smile, and she feigned surprise. Grasping Jiang Hao's hand, oh my, I knew it. As the most obedient little one, you would surely be reluctant to leave your sister and would want to dine with her. Jiang Hao grinned and swiftly picked up his knife and fork, devouring his meal in silence. However, as he ate, he found himself halted by Hang Zhenshuang's fervent and alluring gaze. Clearing his throat, he asked, Sister Hang. Aren't you eating? Sister isn't hungry. Watching such a delightful little brother eat earnestly is satisfying enough. Hang Zhenshuang smiled, affectionately ruffling Jiang Hao's hair. Then feigned astonishment. You're doing wonderfully. Eating so much. What a good appetite you have. Leaning closer, she smiled gently. Sister must reward you for this. Before Jiang Hao could react, Hang Zhenshuang lightly kissed him. His face flushed crimson, and he quickly resumed his meal without a word. Observing his aloofness, Hang Zhenshuang huffed softly. Then, with a mischievous smile, she picked up a mysterious bottle of white powder from the plate. Here, let sister sprinkle a little salt for you. It will taste even better. Chapter 88. The Pursuit of Su Ruoyan. Huang Zhenshuang meticulously sprinkled the white powder evenly over the breakfast. Jiang Hao, initially unperturbed, soon raised his head in despair. Sister Huang, while it's acceptable to sprinkle salt, must you douse the cherry tomatoes in it as well? Jiang Hao pointed in dismay at the cherry tomatoes that were now coated in the white substance. Huang Zhenshuang paused, slightly embarrassed, and replied with utmost seriousness. Young ones who are growing must consume plenty of salt to become robust. Jiang Hao shook his head. Sister Huang, that's unnecessary. I am quite full already. What? Full already? Huang Zhenshuang was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting like the weather as she bit her lip. Indeed, I have already had 5 slices of bacon, 3 fried eggs, and 2 pieces of bread. Alas, it is merely that my appetite is somewhat unappeased. My favorite is tofu pudding paired with steamed buns or sweet fried dough. Jiang Hao patted his belly contentedly. Little brother, do indulge a bit more. Just a single bite. That's all I ask. Huang Zhenshuang hastily doused the already salted bread roll with an excessive amount of salt. Jiang Hao was initially inclined to comply, but upon seeing the abundance of salt, he recoiled. By the heavens, this is a lethal dose of salt. He covered his face, exclaiming with despair, Sister Huang, with this much salt, one could perish. I must take my leave, for as a servant, I have many tasks to attend to. With that, Jiang Hao hastily departed, taking quick strides. Huang Zhenshuang cast a dark gaze at his retreating figure. Once he was gone, a peculiar smile graced her lips. It seemed he was a little mischief maker who did not heed her words. To deal with such playful youngsters, Huang Zhenshuang pinched a bit of the white powder, gently placing it in her palm. With a subtle press of her lips, she mused, to manage a mischievous child, one must employ some intriguing methods. Meanwhile, as Jiang Hao relished his solitary weekend, Su Ruoyan was frantically traversing various orphanages in Tianhai City. Yukong Orphanage, Tianhai City Orphanage, Happiness Orphanage. Su Ruoyan glanced at the list before her and coldly addressed her assistant. Among these orphanages, which director or senior staff bears the surname Zhao? The assistant pondered for a moment before responding. Miss, the director of Tianhai City Orphanage has the surname Zhao, as do some senior staff at the other 2 orphanages. Su Ruoyan folded the list with a sardonic chuckle. Then we shall first pay a visit to Tianhai City Orphanage. The assistant nodded and set the navigation towards their destination. After approximately half an hour's drive, the duo arrived at the secluded orphanage situated in the outskirts of Tianhai, near the coastline. Before the assistant could open the car door for her, Su Ruoyan eagerly alighted and strode towards the entrance of the orphanage. By the gate, the guard looked at the 2-tone Maybach with surprise and hurriedly approached them. Miss, are you looking to adopt a child? Or? Before the courteous words from outside could finish, Su Ruoyan let out a cold snort. Take me to see your director, she commanded with a frosty tone. Upon hearing the mention of a donation, the guard's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly bowed while gesturing for her to enter. Under the guard's guidance, Su Ruoyan and her female assistant swiftly entered the gates of the orphanage. The Tianhai City Orphanage was a well-established charitable organization, adorned with vibrant green ivy climbing its walls. Although the play equipment in the yard appeared worn, numerous children were joyfully chasing and playing nearby. Several drooping willows hung by the pond, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a lively vitality. Miss, please wait a moment while I call our director Zhao. The guard began to take out his phone. Su Ruoyan, however, impatiently waved her hand. What a waste of time. Directly take me to the director's office. Can you bear the responsibility if this delays the donation? Indeed. That was a valid point. The guard nodded in acknowledgement and promptly led them to the office door of the director. He knocked gently, and soon a voice, aged yet robust, resonated from within. Please, come in. Before the guard could open the door, Su Ruoyan pushed it open herself. What greeted her was a modest yet tidy office, with an elderly man sitting at the desk, his hair grayed at the temples, exuding a kind demeanor. May I ask why you 2 young ladies have come? The director gestured for them to sit and personally poured Su Ruoyan a cup of tea. Seated before him, Su Ruoyan smiled. You must be Director Xiao, correct? I am considering making a donation to your esteemed institution. She then handed him her business card. A donation? What a wonderful gesture. You truly possess a heart of gold, Mississippi. On behalf of all the children at the Tianhai City Orphanage, I thank you. Director Xiao said with a warm smile, stroking his beard as he accepted her card. However, as he noticed the name printed in bold black letters, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. After a brief moment, he casually tucked the card into his pocket and smiled at Su Ruoyan. So, when would you like to make the donation? Su Ruoyan clasped her hands firmly on the table, her expression serious. Director, there is no need for you to rush regarding the donation. I seek no return. Rather, she took a deep breath and placed a photo of a boy, around 10 years old, before the director. I simply hope you can assist me in locating someone within your records. This young boy's name is Lin Hao. Su Ruoyan stated earnestly, placing a check for 10 million on the table. Director Zhao glanced at the check, his smile widening as he nodded in agreement. Since Miss Su is seeking someone, I shall have my staff search through the records today. His eyes glinted with greed as he tucked the check into his pocket. Then, I kindly request a prompt response from you in the next few days. My phone number is on the card, she stated. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With a nod, Su Ruoyan departed the office with alacrity. In the corridor, the assistant whispered, Miss, do you think Lin Hao truly lived here in his childhood? Even if he did, what if the director is intentionally covering it up? Su Ruoyan waved her hand dismissively. He is an old miser. As long as there is money involved, he will undoubtedly assist me. Once their footsteps had completely faded away, a grave expression emerged on Zhao Guodong's aged face. He first cast aside the check, then immediately rose to inspect the spot where Su Ruoyan had been seated, searching for any hidden listening devices. After confirming that everything was in order, Zhao Guodong let out a slight sigh of relief and proceeded to place a call to someone. When the call connected, he spoke to the person on the other end. However, a member of the Su family named Su Ruoyan has traced our steps to the Tianhai City Orphanage. Chapter 89. Jiang Hao's plan beneath the shade of the parasol. Jiang Hao listened intently to the voice of Zhao Guodong on the other end of the line. His brow furrowed in concentration. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, Director, I understand. For the next few days, you should merely placate that Su Ruoyan. During this time, I will create a smokescreen for her, muddling her judgment and diverting her attention to another orphanage. Yes, I comprehend. However, you must exercise caution. Although Su Ruoyan appeared quite composed just now, there is something unsettling. It seems as though she is determined to uncover your whereabouts at any cost. I understand, Director. I truly appreciate your unwavering support in keeping the secret all these years. However, rest assured, your father has bestowed great kindness upon me, and I shall carry the secret to my grave. As the call ended, Jiang Hao tossed his phone aside, a cloud of gloom shadowing his expression. Damn it. What information has Su Ruoyan obtained that has led her to discover my childhood orphanage? Jiang Hao clenched his fists, anxiously contemplating his next move. Previously, Ji Xuanwu had hinted to Su Ruoyan that he was aware of Lin Hao's whereabouts. This indicated that Jiang Hao still held some value in her eyes. Currently, Su Ruoyan's frantic searches were merely a consequence of her reliance on Xiao Yousheng's protection. Otherwise, she would have apprehended him long ago and subjected him to rigorous interrogation. What if I were to obscure her perception under the guise of assisting her? No, while this approach is feasible, it would appear too contrived. I am currently quite secure and have no justification to voluntarily aid Su Ruoyan. Thus, I must fabricate a reason that would convince her of my sincerity. A motive, what motive could suffice? As Jiang Hao pondered deeply, a faint smile gradually graced his lips. In truth, the situation need not be as convoluted as he initially believed. He could simply state that he was in need of money, which Xiao Yousheng refused to provide. By offering to help Su Ruoyan locate Lin Hao, she would be compelled to compensate him, thus establishing a perfect motive. Moreover, Ji Xuanwu had mentioned to Su Ruoyan that he possessed knowledge of Lin Hao's whereabouts. The term whereabouts is inherently vague and does not imply that he was fully aware of Lin Hao's current situation or identity. Hence, by leading Su Ruoyan on a wild goose chase and occasionally providing misleading clues, he could effectively disrupt her investigation. Having made up his mind, Jiang Hao promptly retrieved Su Ruoyan's phone number from his blacklist and dialed her. Moments later, a cold, menacing voice resonated through the receiver. It's you. Why are you calling? Are you begging for mercy? Jiang Hao, let me make myself clear. You are doomed. The day I find my brother Lin Hao, even with Xiao Yousheng's protection, I will personally ensure your demise, you worthless puppet. Su Ruoyan's voice was frenzied and unhinged. Jiang Hao merely smiled faintly. For him, this was a promising start to their dialogue. Feigning terror, he trembled as he implored, "Miss Su, I beg you, spare my life, will you? You visited me last night, and your words haunted me throughout the night. I have finally realized my mistakes. Could you grant me another chance?" "Ah, a chance? You cannot possibly divulge any information about Lin Hao to me. What chance could I possibly offer you? You are as good as dead. Even if you were to present me with so-called clues now, do you truly believe I would place my trust in you, this worthless puppet? When I sought your assistance previously, where were you? Miss Su, I was truly bewitched at that time. How about this? If you provide me with 20 million, along with a guarantee that I will not be killed, I will undoubtedly assist you in locating Lin Hao. Miss Su, you must realize that if you search alone, it will consume a great deal of your time. With my help, it can be accomplished within a week. Oh, you desire money? Su Ruoyan's voice turned triumphant and disdainful. Indeed, just 20 million will suffice. Miss Su, you are well aware of what Xiao Yousheng is like. I am genuinely terrified of her. My plan is to help you find Lin Hao, and once I receive the money, I shall flee abroad and never return. 10 million. That is insufficient. Miss Su, I truly cannot settle for 10 million. How about this? I will concede to 15 million. Stop with the nonsense. It is 2 million. If you do not agree, then leave. Very well, it is settled then. I will assist you in finding Lin Hao for 2 million, and in return, please spare my life. I cannot endure Xiao Yousheng any longer. Very well, let us meet at 4 p.m. at the Ritz-Carlton in Pudong for further discussion. With that, Su Ruoyan hung up the phone. Jiang Hao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could lead Su Ruoyan astray, she would never discover that he was Lin Hao. At that moment, a cold inquiry startled Jiang Hao. I won't give you money. Am I truly that fearsome? Xiao Yousheng appeared seemingly out of nowhere, sneering as she forcefully grasped Jiang Hao's chin. Chapter 90. Please grant me more opportunities, a misunderstanding. Truly, it is a misunderstanding. My dear wife, please listen to me. Jiang Hao felt utterly helpless. How was it that every time he attempted to discuss something of great importance, Xiao Yousheng would suddenly appear? An explanation? Xiao Yousheng scoffed, her eyes glinting with an icy coldness. Yet, after a moment, she furrowed her brow in surprise. Jiang Hao's expression had turned exceedingly grave. My dear wife, I have harbored a secret from you, Jiang Hao declared earnestly. At this juncture, there were certain matters he felt compelled to share with Xiao Yousheng. The experiences of the past few days had convinced him that Xiao Yousheng was someone he could undoubtedly trust. What is it? Xiao Yousheng inquired as she settled before him. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and succinctly revealed his identity and the intricacies of his relationship with Su Ruoyan. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously added, My dear wife, I have concealed this from you for so long. You aren't angry, are you? At that moment, Xiao Yousheng's demeanor was frigidly severe. She let out a cold laugh. Angry? Jiang Hao's heart sank. He shook his head, resigned. Indeed, she was angry. Yet, it was understandable, for he had kept such secrets from her for an extended period. Just as he prepared to offer a sincere apology, Xiao Yousheng unexpectedly leaped into his embrace. I am indeed angry. Do you know why? She said, wrapping her arms around his neck. Why? Jiang Hao asked, perplexed. Xiao Yousheng took a deep breath, gazing intently into his eyes, her teeth biting down lightly. Why did you not speak of it sooner? Why must you bear it alone? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she trembled, clutching Jiang Hao's shoulders. Jiang Hao sighed, meeting her silence with his own. My foolish husband, orphaned at such a young age, how much suffering have you truly endured? Tears streamed down Xiao Yousheng's cheeks, soaking into Jiang Hao's shoulder, bitter and poignant. As Jiang Hao prepared to console her and urge her not to weep, he found himself stunned. Xiao Yousheng raised 3 fingers, crying out, I, Xiao Yousheng, swear. Swear to what? Jiang Hao asked in astonishment. That in this lifetime, I will not allow my foolish husband to endure any suffering. I will ensure that he experiences happiness for eternity. The solemnity of Xiao Yousheng's vow appeared somewhat silly, yet endearing. Jiang Hao felt a warmth bloom within his heart as he chuckled, gently releasing her hand. It's all in the past. I can scarcely remember how I felt back then. Besides, such a vow is rather absurd. Not at all absurd, Xiao Yousheng retorted, rubbing her eyes as she nestled further into his embrace. With a smile, Jiang Hao affectionately patted her head. So, are you no longer angry? I wasn't truly angry to begin with. Moreover, I feel so joyous, so blissful. The corners of Xiao Yousheng's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Joyful? I merely shared a secret with you. What is there to be joyful about? Jiang Hao replied, bemused. Because my husband trusts me. Otherwise, Such a secret would not have been revealed to me. In other words, Xiao Yousheng smiled gently, tilting her chin as she softly embraced Jiang Hao's neck. You are gradually falling in love with me. Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless, and after a brief pause, he chuckled. Surely, there is no need to be this blissful? Xiao Yousheng shook her head. What do you perceive as happiness? Is it a grand villa, driving luxurious cars, or possessing immense wealth? Jiang Hao shrugged. Humph. What merit is there in those things for happiness? For me. Xiao Yousheng gazed intently at Jiang Hao, earnestly stating, every time, my dear husband gives me even a minuscule amount of love, no matter how trivial, I feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. Her cheeks flushed, she shyly lowered her head. Tonight, I might wake up laughing in my dreams. Mischievous husband. A warm sensation enveloped Jiang Hao's heart, and he jokingly remarked, I am not that wonderful. I have many flaws that you are unaware of. But at that moment, Xiao Yousheng pressed her lips against his. After a lengthy pause, she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, even your imperfections seem endearing and delightful to me. I cherish every part of you, my husband. If there is much more to discover, then please grant me more opportunities to understand you better. Chapter 91. Awaiting the return, today's writing time was too rushed, and I was too lazy to divide it into 4 chapters, so I condensed it into 3. However, rest assured, the word count remains the same as before, totaling 6,000 words. As Jiang Hao gazed at the earnest Xiao Yousheng before him, a peculiar feeling stirred within him. Xiao Yousheng had always sought to understand him. Yet, did he ever contemplate advancing their relationship? It appeared not. From the very beginning, he had been dismissive, attempting to diminish the significance of his connection with Xiao Yousheng. Yet, rather than fading, the woman in his arms loved him more desperately than ever. He had never paid attention to Xiao Yusheng's daily life, taking her kindness towards him for granted. Reflecting on this, he embraced Xiao Yusheng's waist and lowered his head in remorse. Xiao Yu, I have something to say. What is it? Xiao Yousheng, her eyes closed, peacefully accepted Jiang Hao's caresses. Well, many of the things I said before were merely superficial. Much of my affectionate behavior was forced, an attempt to please you out of obligation. At last, I have spoken the truth. If you wish to be angry, then be angry. The fault lies with me. Jiang Hao's gaze wavered. Xiao Yousheng paused in surprise, then rose indifferently, wrapping her arms around Jiang Hao's neck. Jiang Hao closed his eyes with a bitter smile, though uncertain of the consequences he might face. He acknowledged his previous missteps. Suddenly, Jiang Hao opened his eyes wide. The soft woman in his embrace was kissing him with focused intensity. After a long moment, her reluctant lips pulled away from Jiang Hao's. Silly husband, I've known for ages. I'm too happy to be angry. Xiao Yousheng lightly huffed, playfully pressing Jiang Hao's hand tighter around her slender waist. What? You noticed long ago? And how can you be happy about this? Jiang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely because I am happy, Xiao Yousheng replied, her lips curving into an enigmatic smile. However, every time I dismissed your gestures as mere emotional value. Every flirtatious line I scoffed at was insincere. Even so, you are not angry? Jiang Hao murmured to himself. In your eyes, it may be dismissive, something to scoff at. Yet in my eyes, Xiao Yousheng gazed at Jiang Hao with a smile. It is a treasure. As Jiang Hao stood in shock, Xiao Yousheng recalled fondly, her eyes narrowing. In high school, the fried rice you made for me was always cold. It was either exceedingly bland or overly salted, quite unpalatable. From a culinary standpoint, it was hardly enjoyable. But, Xiao Yousheng lifted her chin, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Your fried rice was, to me, the most delicious dish in the world. It was then, and it remains so now. Thus, what I wish to convey is that if you perceive what you have given me as inconsequential trifles. Xiao Yousheng leaned closely to Jiang Hao, whispering softly, then, the more, the better. For me, those are treasures, manifestations of love. If being a receptacle for such things brings me joy, then I would indeed be exceedingly happy. Jiang Hao was rendered speechless, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiao Yousheng let out a gentle hum. Has my foolish husband transformed into a guilt-ridden spouse? I was merely contemplating how to make amends to you. Jiang Hao said, his voice thick with emotion. Do not cry, do not cry. I do not wish to witness my husband in tears. Xiao Yousheng murmured, tenderly tracing the tear-streaked contours of Jiang Hao's cheek. Moreover, if you truly wish to compensate me, the recompense I desire is quite substantial. She caressed Jiang Hao's face with tenderness. You need only say, whatever compensation you seek, I shall provide. Jiang Hao nodded earnestly. A substantial recompense, you say? I accept that. No matter how great the compensation, it matters not. At worst, I would be confined eternally at her side, and yet I willingly embraced that fate. Jiang Hao inhaled deeply, resolutely affirming his feelings. He had genuinely fallen in love with Xiao Yousheng. Are you truly willing to provide recompense? Xiao Yousheng's eyes sparkled with indescribable joy upon hearing this. After a moment of hesitation, her gaze dimmed as she lowered her eyes. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. Such a compensation seems overly demanding. What is the matter? Rest assured, as long as you request compensation, I shall surely oblige, no matter how exacting it may be. Jiang Hao asserted with unwavering conviction. Xiao Yousheng fell silent, contemplating for a long while before extending a finger. As for compensation, just a little, a tiny bit. Please, grant me a touch of love each day. A little each day. Thus, day after day, year after year. Eventually, Xiao Yousheng closed her eyes in bliss, softly stating, "You will come to love me completely." Jiang Hao stood frozen, his fingers trembling slightly. Xiao Yousheng, appearing somewhat anxious, grasped the hem of her dress, and after a moment of contemplation, gently lowered her finger. Then, with a feeble resolve, she raised her pinky. If a little bit is insufficient, then even the tiniest morsel of love shall suffice. If that too proves inadequate. Xiao Yousheng bowed her head in despondency, but in the next instant, Jiang Hao embraced her tightly. "Sheng-o, I promise you. Rest assured, I will love you with an unrelenting fervor, just as you love me, forever by your side. In this lifetime, you are my one and only." Jiang Hao's voice was hoarse, tears streaming down his face. "Do not mention it. Silly husband." Xiao Yousheng, though her starry eyes brimmed with tears, glinted with a hint of affectionate greed as she captured Jiang Hao's lips once more. Their kisses deepened, until Jiang Hao felt the fabric of his shirt tear, forcing him to reluctantly open his eyes. He gazed at the tearful, possessive Xiao Yousheng before him, swallowing hard. "But it's daytime," Jiang Hao murmured. "And what of daytime? I desire you. You are my husband." Despite her evident tears, they sparkled with a radiant happiness. "Then, allow me to carry you to the bedroom," Jiang Hao chuckled, lifting her into a princess carry. Xiao Yousheng closed her eyes in bliss. It had been far too long. She had truly waited an eternity. The young man before her had been the object of her affection since high school. Over the years, countless dignitaries and affluent individuals had sought her out, enduring great lengths and sacrifices merely for a glimpse of her. Yet they were met only with her indifferent and haughty gaze. In most instances, she would not even deign to look at them. Thus, many concluded that she was proud and aloof, often labeled with insinuations of homosexuality in the news. Only she understood that she had been patiently awaiting the young man in front of her. The perceived pride and indifference were not for wealth, nor power, nor any worldly accolades, but merely a facade, a mask to endure the ebb and flow of time. Waiting quietly amidst the chaos of the world for the young man's return. Chapter 92. I shall take matters into my own hands once again. There ensued an intimate exchange between the young couple. After their tender moments, Jiang Hao sat contentedly on the balcony, indulging in a cigarette while occasionally stealing glances at the stunning woman sprawled on the bed, deep in slumber. It was amusing how, following their escapades, she would fall into a sleep as deep as that of a newborn kitten. Jiang Hao chuckled softly to himself as he gazed upon the opulent, yet graceful Xiao family estate, his thoughts drifting to the meeting he was to have with Su Ruoyan that afternoon. Earlier, Xiao Yousheng had implored him for quite some time, wishing to assist him in dealing with Su Ruoyan, but he had steadfastly declined. The rationale was straightforward. Jiang Hao had witnessed the formidable nature of the Su family. Despite the perceived distance of the imperial throne, it did not imply that the Su family, like a ferocious dragon, would hesitate to unleash their wrath and seek retribution from Xiao Yousheng over certain matters. He had no desire for his actions to bring even the slightest consequence upon her. Moreover, at this juncture, Jiang Hao felt an unwavering confidence in his own safety. Although Su Ruoyan harbored intentions to end his life, he possessed knowledge of the whereabouts of Lin Hao. As long as he retained his value, Su Ruoyan would be unlikely to make a move against him. This thought brought an odd sensation to Jiang Hao's heart. How ironic it was that he, being Lin Hao himself, found it necessary to ponder such matters. He smirked at the notion of one day ceasing the charade and boldly confronting the madwoman Su Ruoyan, confessing, "I am Lin Hao." However, that was merely a fleeting fancy. Such an action was utterly implausible, for, were he to reveal himself, he would face two potential outcomes. The first scenario, Su Ruoyan, struck by a pang of conscience, would weep and lament, achieving a profound realization, and then confine him in a dark room for eternity, professing her undying love as Lin Hao's sister. The second scenario, she would similarly experience a change of heart, yet instead of confinement, she would inform her elderly patriarch of his survival and demand the continuation of their marriage. The ensuing chaos was all too predictable. The elder of the Su family would surely be driven to madness, regretting the day he had not eradicated the remnants of the Lin family. As for revenge, Jiang Hao dared not even entertain the thought. Who would dare challenge the Su family? Perhaps only the Ji family, under Ji Xuanwu, possessed the audacity to do so. For according to Xiao Yousheng's account, the Ji family was the foremost lineage in the Xia kingdom, having produced numerous prominent figures. Enough of these ponderings. First, he must address the situation with Su Ruoyan. Jiang Hao nodded to himself and stealthily exited Xiao Yousheng's bedroom, careful not to disturb her. He made his way briskly to the garage, where he entered a stately Porsche 911 and departed from the Xiao estate. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he was to meet Su Ruoyan at the Ritz-Carlton in Pudong. As he drove, humming a cheerful tune, he remained blissfully unaware of the understated black Volkswagen Phaeton that trailed silently behind him. In the rear of a Volkswagen Phaeton, the driver remained silent, cautious not to disturb the exquisite woman seated behind. There, Ji Xuanwu gazed expressionlessly out the window, not uttering a word. Her attire for the day was strikingly understated. She donned an oversized black sweatshirt devoid of any patterns or letters, paired simply with sweatpants. Beside her, the Xiao was adorned in a remarkably delicate fashion. The pristine white Lolita dress, edged with blue lace, rendered her more akin to a princess than a maid. However, her identity was equally remarkable. While she served as Ji Xuanwu's maid, she was in truth a young lady from a minor aristocratic family. Li Xiao's naturally sweet countenance, with a fair complexion and a hint of baby fat, combined with the Lolita dress and her slender legs clad in white stockings, made her truly enchanting. If one were to judge solely by her appearance, they might easily mistake her for the mistress, with Ji Xuanwu assuming the role of the maid. At that moment, Li Xiao curiously leaned out of the car window, fixated on a Porsche ahead. "Miss, is that the Jiang Hao? Even if he has entangled himself with President Xiao, he remains just a commoner. Why are you so invested in him?" With a mischievous grin, she teased Ji Xuanwu. "Could it be that you're upset over the study materials Jiang Hao provided you yesterday?" Ji Xuanwu shot her a sharp glance, prompting Li Xiao to lower her head in silence. "I have a plan. Let us see if you are willing to make a small sacrifice," Ji Xuanwu said calmly. "Sacrifice? Miss, surely not. I'm still young. I don't wish to die." Li Xiao's face fell in dismay. "I do not mean for you to perish," Ji Xuanwu replied coldly. "You will seduce Jiang Hao, and then capture evidence of his infidelity. I shall present this evidence to Yousheng." Ji Xuanwu intertwined her fingers, continuing nonchalantly. "Yousheng will undoubtedly sever ties with him." "Oh, so that is the plan. Miss, why did you not say so earlier? Enticing a commoner is far too simple. Rest assured, if I do not ensnare Jiang Hao today, I shall feast on 3 kilograms of food, one for each meal, growing more formidable with every bite." Before Li Xiao could complete her spirited declaration, Ji Xuanwu cast her a chilling glance. "I have already stated, I despise coarse language in my presence." An icy resolve began to crystallize within Ji Xuanwu's emerald eyes. "I understand. Miss, I see my error. I will ensure the task is completed." Li Xiao saluted with utmost sincerity. Approximately 5 minutes later, Jiang Hao parked at a gas station. "Go ahead. You need not be instructed on what to say. If you find yourself in a precarious situation, simply declare that you belong to me, and Jiang Hao will not dare to harm you." Ji Xuanwu waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, miss. In just 5 minutes, I shall have dealt with Jiang Hao," Li Xiao proclaimed with a confident smile as she swiftly exited the vehicle. Ji Xuanwu leisurely savored the hot tea from her thermos, occasionally exhaling gently upon it. Indeed, as a paragon of self-discipline and perfection, Miss Ji only indulged in the tea she had brought, abstaining from all other beverages. At this moment, her heart was as tranquil as a still lake. Fully assured of her impending success, Li Xiao, a strikingly beautiful young woman, would surely conquer Jiang Hao in less than 10 minutes, perhaps even 5. Indeed. Within less than 5 minutes, Li Xiao returned to the car. "Excellent. Did you acquire the evidence of Jiang Hao's infidelity?" Ji Xuanwu nodded in satisfaction. "Yes," Li Xiao confirmed, her expression shifting to one of distress as she pointed to her cheek. "That Jiang Hao slapped me. I nearly lost my false eyelashes from the force of it." "What?" Ji Xuanwu's gaze instantly darkened with an intense fury. She closed her thermos and coldly stated, "Anyone who dares to strike me, Jiang Hao very well." As she spoke, she reached for the dagger in her pocket, preparing to exit the vehicle. Yet, just as she was about to step out, She paused and closed the door once more. Why did he strike you? Ji Xuanwu inquired with an air of indifference. Well, miss, you did instruct me to ensnare him. Didn't you? Li Xiaoxiao sobbed as she retrieved a clothing hanger from her bag. I intended to use the hook on this to catch his collar. But he simply retaliated with a slap, wailing. Ji Xuanwu's expression darkened, her usual calm shattered in an instant. Are you foolish, or just plain dim? Is this what I meant by seduction? Furthermore, did I not instruct you? In the event of danger, you are to invoke my name. Ji Xuanwu's voice was frigid. I did invoke it, Mississippi. That is why I returned, sobbing. Li Xiaoxiao wiped her tears in a pitiful manner. Ji Xuanwu's murderous intent softened somewhat. Jiang Hao evidently possessed a modicum of discernment, knowing whom not to provoke. Since you invoked my name, and he permitted your return, I shall let this matter rest. This time, it is entirely your folly. Had I been in his position, I would have struck you as well. Ji Xuanwu regarded the now weeping Li Xiaoxiao with an impassive expression, slightly furrowing her brow. Still crying? Wah, miss, that is not the point. Initially, after he struck me, upon discovering I was a girl, he apologized and even offered to compensate me. However, once I mentioned being associated with you, he laughed, refused to pay, and dismissed his apology, saying he would not tolerate a servant of Ji Xuanwu and urged me to leave immediately. If I did not, he threatened to impale my hanger on a tree and use me as a spinning top with his copper belt. Li Xiaoxiao sobbed even harder, on the verge of a breakdown. Very well, Jiang Hao, you have now thoroughly captured my attention. Ji Xuanwu's eyes brimmed with a dark fury. She then instructed the female driver in the front seat. Follow that Porsche that just fueled up. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. I will personally entice him. Yousheng will inevitably belong to me. Chapter 93. The proactive assault of Ji Xuanwu. Jiang Hao grumbled as he drove, intermittently flicking ash from his cigarette out of the window. Damn it, Ji Xuanwu and her lackeys are utterly foolish. Last night, during my most vulnerable moment, Ji Xuanwu had the audacity to call me with her ambiguous nonsense. Today, she sent her orphan maid to ensnare me with a clothes hanger. As if that weren't enough, the hanger nearly snagged my trousers. From now on, each time I encounter Ji Xuanwu's lackey, I shall be compelled to strike. Extinguishing his cigarette, Jiang Hao parked in the underground garage, still with 2 hours to spare before meeting Su Ruoyan. He decided to stroll nearby. The Ritz-Carlton in Pudong boasts an excellent location, close to the Huangpu River and the Tianhai Pearl. Perhaps I shall visit the mall I frequented during university to play some video games? Indeed, that shall be my plan. Jiang Hao contentedly left the garage, intending to walk to the ferry that would take him across the Huangpu River to Nanjing Road pedestrian street. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Xuanwu, with her hood pulled low, silently trailed behind him. Miss, don't leave me behind, Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, eagerly catching up. Ji Xuanwu turned her back in disdain, muttering that she needed to reflect on her past. Nevertheless, she continued to follow Jiang Hao. Li Xiaoxiao stood there, fuming, for quite some time before stamping her foot in frustration. No way could she allow the miss to think her a fool. However, if she could redeem herself by successfully captivating Jiang Hao, excitement surged within Li Xiaoxiao as she clenched her small fists, convinced of her impending success. As Li Xiaoxiao contemplated her strategy to allure Jiang Hao, he had already boarded the ferry across the Huangpu River. In this area, one could not cross without a vehicle. Even deliverymen were obliged to ride their electric scooters to the ferry. The 2 yuan fare for the boat ticket attracted a considerable crowd, yet the pace was rather sluggish. Although Jiang Hao secured a spot near the railing, he found himself uncomfortably squeezed among the throng. It had been so long since he last visited that he had forgotten the necessity of taking the ferry. Had he known, he would have driven a longer route. At that moment, a sense of unease washed over Jiang Hao as he surveyed his surroundings. Since boarding the vessel, he felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched. How strange. He dismissed the thought and continued to daydream as he awaited the boat's arrival at the dock. Under such circumstances, even checking his phone was a challenge amidst the crowd. While he was lost in thought, the ferry suddenly jolted violently. Jiang Hao cursed, nearly losing his footing. In fact, many others aboard had been thrown about, the individuals who had been in front of him now displaced. Yet, Jiang Hao froze in surprise. With that sudden lurch, he found himself, more precisely, in his embrace, suddenly accompanied by a woman. Although he did not embrace the woman, her proximity rendered it necessary to describe her as being nestled within his arms. This characterization, however, is somewhat misleading, as the woman had evidently been thrust into his embrace moments prior. She was clad in an oversized black hoodie, adorned with sunglasses and a mask. exuding an indescribable fragrance that captivated the senses. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity tinged with unease surrounding the scent that enveloped her. It was an aroma both elegant and refined, imbued with an air of aloofness and subtlety, far removed from the commonplace essence of commercial perfumes. The woman remained silent, her emerald eyes concealed behind dark lenses, deep and detached. Ji Xuanwu bit her lip with indifference, her resolve crystallizing. Jiang Hao must be eliminated. This was a matter of principle, not personal vendetta. This encounter marked the second instance of intimate proximity between her and Jiang Hao, igniting a tempest of anger within her once unwavering heart. Jiang Hao cast a fleeting glance at Ji Xuanwu, dismissing any deeper contemplation, despite the familiarity of her fragrance. It was merely a fleeting thought. Just as he fervently wished for the vessel to reach the shore, a violent jolt sent the boat careening once more. Jiang Hao was momentarily paralyzed, perhaps even astonished. His eyes widened in bewilderment as, due to the tumultuous movement, the woman before him had inadvertently pressed her lips against his. Even through the mask, he could faintly perceive the alluring softness and sweetness of her lips beneath the fabric. Chapter 94. A gift for Lin Hao. Jiang Hao gazed at the woman before him, seemingly in a daze, and hurriedly exerted himself to carve a path through the throng. "My apologies, miss. The crowd is rather congested, and you inadvertently pressed against me," he hastily explained. Beneath her dark sunglasses, Ji Xuanwu's emerald eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Even her usually calm and fair visage, concealed beneath a mask, flushed a deep crimson. Though the encounter hardly constituted a genuine kiss, it was the first instance of such shameful intimacy in her life, nearly driving her to madness. "You." Ji Xuanwu clenched her fists tightly, struggling to suppress her burgeoning wrath. Yet, she understood that this situation was entirely not Jiang Hao's fault. She could only blame the throngs of people and her own decision to follow him. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xuanwu endeavored to regain her composure. She refrained from engaging Jiang Hao further, retreating a step to distance herself from him. Noticing her lack of reaction, Jiang Hao secretly exhaled in relief. He genuinely feared that she might, in a fit of anger, whip out her phone to snap a picture of him, posting it on social media with a caption he had already concocted. "Hey, everyone, who understands? I encountered a calamity while cruising on the Huangpu River. I truly feel like a total fool. Here's a picture of the man responsible. Beware if you're ever on this boat." Before long, the vessel docked. Jiang Hao quickly turned his back to the woman, hastening to escape among the crowd. He had no desire to become the subject of her unsolicited photography. Meanwhile, Ji Xuanwu stood frozen on the boat, her gaze indifferent as she watched him depart. Clearly, her heart was shattered, leaving her devoid of any desire to pursue Jiang Hao further. Disembarking, she removed her mask and stared coolly at the spot where Jiang Hao's lips had brushed against her skin. With determination, she flung the mask into the river. Calmness was essential. She needed to entice Jiang Hao and win over Yousheng's heart. Everything was for the greater good. Ji Xuanwu's breath quickened. Yet the flush on her cheeks deepened. Taking a deep breath, she slowly exhaled. However, when her gaze fell upon the mask drifting on the water, all semblance of calm dissipated. No more of this tiresome prelude. Ji Xuanwu's eyes sparkled with intensity as she pulled out her phone and sent Jiang Hao a message. The content read, "I like you." Indeed, the young lady of the Ji family held a profound confidence in her appearance. She believed that with her beauty and charm, a mere false confession would compel Jiang Hao to seek her out eagerly. At that moment, while Jiang Hao was engrossed in a video game on the opposite bank of the Huangpu River, Su Ruoyan was preparing to head out to the Ritz-Carlton in Pudong. Reclining languidly on a deck chair in the villa's front yard, she occasionally directed the servants with a gaze filled with longing and aspiration. "Be careful, everyone. That black Ferrari LaFerrari was procured through numerous connections. My brother Lin Hao despises dirt. If anything unclean enters that car, you can expect dire consequences. Moreover, those gift boxes lack aesthetic appeal. Let us replace them with more exquisite designs. They are intended for my dear Lin Hao, whose birthday gifts I have cherished since he turned 10. As Su Ruan directed the arrangements, she delicately retrieved a photograph of a young boy from her bag, pressing it affectionately against her heart. "Lin Hao's sister will soon be reunited with you," she murmured. "As compensation, I shall present you with the finest treasures in the world. Are you delighted? When we meet, you must promise to fulfill your word." In their childhood, he had trailed closely behind her, declaring his desire to marry her and to remain together eternally. With a faint, melancholic smile, Su Ruoyan pressed a gentle kiss upon the photograph. Before her lay an array of elegantly wrapped gift boxes adorned with ornate bows, evidently prepared for Lin Hao. At that moment, her assistant rushed breathlessly to her side and unveiled an opulent gift box brimming with renowned timepieces such as Rolex and Audemars Piguet. Upon counting, there were no fewer than 20. "Miss, do these watches suffice?" the assistant inquired, carefully gauging Su Ruoyan's expression. "Almost," she replied, a shadow flickering in her eyes. "But have you completed the other task I assigned?" "It is done." The assistant promptly set the gift box aside, bowing respectfully and gesturing for Su Run to follow her. Before long, they arrived at the wardrobe in the upstairs bedroom. The assistant diligently opened various cabinets, revealing an array of indescribable garments that tantalized the senses. A mere glance was enough to leave one entranced. Su Ruoyan gazed at the clothing, biting her finger playfully, a seductive smile gracing her lips. "When Lin Hao sees me, I shall don these," she mused, licking her crimson lips before wickedly inquiring of her assistant. "Do you believe I can find him within a week?" The assistant quickly affirmed. "Miss, fortune favors the deserving. You shall undoubtedly succeed." Su Ruoyan nodded in satisfaction, her gaze openly betraying a greedy desire for possession. Chapter 95. Does she like me? In her childhood, she was too innocent to comprehend much. There was that occasion when her sister fell ill, confined to her bedroom, yet she, in her obliviousness, insisted on watching the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Alas, it was a pity, but soon enough, an opportunity would arise again. "Once I find you." The corners of Su Ruoyan's lips curled into a somewhat manic smile. "At that time, you will undoubtedly adore your sister with an unwavering devotion." At that moment, the female assistant softly interjected, "Miss, it is almost 4 o'clock. It's time to meet Jiang Hao." Upon hearing the name Jiang Hao, Su Ruoyan's gaze instantly turned icy. "Very well, let us proceed to meet him. I am eagerly awaiting his information regarding Lin Hao's whereabouts." Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had just finished playing video games, standing at the roadside with a sore back and waist. "Sigh, after spending these past few days with Yousheng, my stamina has significantly depleted. Just a bit of gaming, and here I am, aching all over." Jiang Hao lamented to himself. He casually glanced at his phone, only to be taken aback. He had been neglecting his messages and missed a particular person's correspondence. The message from Ji Xuanwu read, "I like you." Jiang Hao stared blankly at the message, turned off his screen, and rubbed his eyes. Upon rereading it, "What the hell? She likes me? No way. Isn't she a lesbian? Moreover, even if a sow were to take a liking to me, I would rather not have such a woman harbor any affection." Jiang Hao was utterly dismayed. After a considerable time, he regained his composure. "No, something is amiss. How could she possibly like me? Could it be?" Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and then smirked slightly. "Ji Xuanwu, in her attempts to oust me and snatch Yousheng, has truly gone to great lengths. A mere guess revealed her intentions. This is nothing short of a trap." With that thought, Jiang Hao sent Ji Xuanwu a message. "Dear user, your phone balance is insufficient, and messages cannot be delivered. Please recharge your account." As soon as he sent the message, Ji Xuanwu replied, "Ji Xuanwu, Jiang Hao, dear user, your phone balance is insufficient, and messages cannot be delivered. Please recharge your account." Ji Xuanwu, "I like you." Jiang Hao, dear user, your phone balance is insufficient, and messages cannot be delivered. Please recharge your account. Ji Xuanwu, how do I recharge? Jiang Hao, please transfer 100 yuan immediately. Ji Xuanwu, 100 yuan transfer. The transfer was accepted. Ji Xuanwu, is this sufficient? Ji Xuanwu, I like you. Jiang Hao, yes, that will do. And by the way, I like your mother. Jiang Hao, 666. Ji Xuanwu, you're a character. He tucked his phone away, disregarding the impending flood of notifications akin to an explosion, and promptly set Ji Xuanwu to do not disturb, laughing heartily. He then stepped directly into the taxi that had just arrived. In less than 20 minutes, he found himself at the entrance of the Ritz-Carlton. As he alighted from the vehicle, almost simultaneously, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the hotel's entrance. The driver respectfully opened the car door, and Su Ruoyan lazily extended a fair leg before emerging from the vehicle. Today, she donned a simple black English-style dress, her red-soled high heels drawing particular attention. Su Ruoyan swept her cascading waves of hair to one side, removed her sunglasses, and cast a disdainful gaze at Jiang Hao. With a grin, Jiang Hao approached her. "Miss Su, it is a pleasure to see you again. Let us converse about Lin Hao." He gestured invitingly. "You better provide something of value," Su Ruoyan retorted coldly, striding toward the hotel entrance without a backward glance. Her female assistant shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Hao before following closely behind her. Jiang Hao trailed them nonchalantly, deep in thought about his forthcoming strategy. While he had already devised a concrete plan, he needed to remain attentive to the nuances of the conversation with Su Ruoyan. Inside the Ritz-Carlton, though opulent, there lingered a sense of age. The black orchid decorative motifs in the lobby had dulled somewhat, and even the scent of black orchid had become somewhat pungent. Despite its resplendent grandeur, the marks of time were undeniable. Even on this weekend, the crowd was sparse. Nevertheless, affluent ladies occasionally strolled in, accompanied by servants bearing various luxury goods, making their way from the first floor through the corridor connecting to the Tianhai International Financial Center. This was the norm for such an ultra-luxurious hotel, as the wealthy often had ample leisure time. Jiang Hao had stayed at the Ritz-Carlton a few times, yet he did not harbor a particularly favorable impression of the establishment. After all, the Ritz-Carlton in Pudong had seen better days, its amenities not quite matching those of newer hotels. Even the Sky Bar, which offered nearly touchable views of the Tianhai Pearl, could only boast a beautiful vista of the Bund at night. The only aspect he genuinely appreciated was the uniquely styled bathtub at the Ritz-Carlton. In comparison, he preferred hotels like the Langham or Bulgari. As Jiang Hao entered the elevator with Su Ruoyan, he was taken aback to discover that she had pressed the button for the suite level. A sense of foreboding washed over him, for Su Ruoyan had previously mentioned that their discussion would take place in the restaurant. Chapter 96. Dare to speak with women other than me. Wasn't it said that we would discuss this in the restaurant? Jiang Hao inquired gravely. In his view, public spaces were decidedly more suitable. In such an intimate setting, he feared that Su Ruoyan might concoct some sort of mischief. Oh, a restaurant? Too many people. I have changed my mind. Su Ruoyan cast a cold glance at Jiang Hao. Where I wish to converse is none of your concern, you worthless puppet. Your only value in this moment is to assist me in locating my brother Lin Hao. Do you understand? Jiang Hao shrugged, too disinterested to engage further with this woman. Soon, they entered a riverside executive suite. Jiang Hao retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the minibar, savoring every sip, while Su Ruoyan continued to regard him with icy scrutiny. Have you finished drinking? Once you have, you will tell me where Lin Hao is. Su Ruoyan scoffed, settling herself on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Jiang Hao took a seat opposite her and cleared his throat. Where's Lin Hao? I don't know, he replied. As soon as the words left his lips, Su Ruoyan's brow furrowed in displeasure. Don't be hasty. After all, my relationship with Lin Hao is not particularly close. We don't even have WeChat or anything of the sort. Lin Hao is merely a classmate from my junior high days. However, I do know some details about him. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Hao placed his phone in front of Su Ruoyan, displaying a photograph. In the image, a boy of perhaps 10 years stood beside a wooden horse, his expression sorrowful. This photograph was taken when Jiang Hao had first arrived at the Tianhai City Orphanage. At that time, having lost his family and being thrust into unfamiliar surroundings, his countenance was understandably bleak. Since Su Ruoyan had already discovered the Tianhai City Orphanage, diverting her attention to another orphanage would be futile. Thus, it was more prudent to make her believe that he possessed some knowledge. After all, in the coming days, the records regarding him at the orphanage would be destroyed. At that point, he could instruct the director to fabricate a narrative, leading Su Ruoyan to believe that he had perished shortly after leaving the orphanage. While Jiang Hao was lost in his thoughts, Su Ruoyan had already tremulously grasped his phone, staring blankly at the photograph. It could not be mistaken. It was indeed him, just as he appeared before departing from the capital, exactly the same. Tears began to cascade down Su Ruoyan's cheeks involuntarily, a mixture of laughter and cries revealing a hint of madness. Brother Lin Hao, wait for your sister. She will find you soon. You must be well compensated. You are mine. Su Ruoyan sobbed uncontrollably, covering her face in distress. I am yours? Jiang Hao scoffed internally, suddenly struck by a wicked thought. He cleared his throat and remarked casually, this Lin Hao, during our junior high years, was quite the charmer, with no fewer than 5 girlfriends. And it is said he even slept with 2 of them. TSK. What a fortunate fellow. With that, Jiang Hao lowered his head in smug satisfaction. Is there a possibility of such a scenario? He could attempt to incite Su Ruoyan's direct disdain for Lin Hao, thereby leading her to feel disillusioned with him and cease her pursuit. As Jiang Hao finished speaking, Su Ruoyan momentarily froze, her face contorting into an expression of chilling fury. What did you just say? My younger brother Lin Hao has had 5 girlfriends? Su Ruoyan seized Jiang Hao by the collar, a manic smile curling her lips. Jiang Hao, inwardly rejoicing, thought to himself that this was indeed promising. As anticipated, Su Ruoyan was enraged. Miss Su, we are on the same boat here. I still await your financial support. Why would I deceive you? Lin Hao is exceptionally handsome and notoriously fickle. The heartthrob of our school. It was rumored that he once had an affair with a girl who subsequently became pregnant. Truly a scoundrel. Yet, when the girl's parents initially sought to confront Lin Hao, they were swayed by his charm and eloquence, ultimately grooming him to be their future son-in-law. At this moment, one might imagine that Lin Hao has secured a gentle wife and a delightful child. Miss Su, I am speaking to you. Are you listening? Jiang Hao observed the despair etched on Su Ruoyan's face, amusement lurking in his gaze. Indeed, Su Ruoyan began to harbor disappointment toward Lin Hao, who was, in essence, a reflection of her past self. If her disappointment took root, it was highly probable she would cease her pursuit. Thus, he would be entirely safe. While Jiang Hao pondered this, Su Ruoyan suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter. My younger brother Lin Hao is quite the rascal, daring to associate with women other than myself. Clenching her fists tightly, she forcefully shattered the teacups on the coffee table into a myriad of pieces. Chapter 97. Let's go now? Su Ruoyan's eyes were red-rimmed, filled with bloodshot veins, as she grinned maniacally. It's all right. Lin Hao, dear brother, once I find you, you shall never be harmed by those wicked women again. First, I will eliminate all those who have wronged you. As for your child, haha. Lin Hao, that child is not yours at all. I might as well end that child's life. Only when I carry your child, the baby born of my womb, will it truly be yours. Indeed, I shall confine you in the basement, where we will marry and bear children. And the only souls you will see for eternity will be myself and our offspring. I desire to bear 10 children. The more she spoke, the more sinister and grotesque her expression became, her enchanting beauty transforming into that of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Jiang Hao gazed at her in horror, a chill running down his spine, feeling utterly despondent. He had initially hoped that Su Ruoyan would grow disillusioned with him and cease her pursuit. Yet, here he was, faced with the prospect of being imprisoned instead. This plan was unfeasible. It was better to create a smokescreen, leading her to believe that Lin Hao had perished. Jiang Hao pondered quietly. At that moment, Su Ruoyan regained some composure. She pulled out a tissue to wipe away her tears and sneered. Very well. It seems you do possess clues regarding Lin Hao's whereabouts. She pointed to the large door behind the little boy in the photograph. This door is the entrance to the Tianhai City orphanage that I have been investigating. However, Su Ruoyan leaned closer to Jiang Hao, her voice cold. Do not tell me that your clues end here. If that is the case, you would be of no use to me whatsoever. Jiang Hao shook his head with a smile. How could that be? He picked up his phone and strolled slowly to the floor-to-ceiling window. Miss Su, you must understand that if you rely solely on your efforts to sift through the orphanage's archives, you will come away empty-handed. Lin Hao's identity is special, and he has always had someone watching over him. Such records would have long since been destroyed. However, it is merely a facade of destruction. Rather than saying they have been obliterated, it would be more accurate to say they have been concealed. After all, in this information age, no one can truly vanish without a trace. Such records must be hidden within the orphanage's secret archives. Jiang Hao turned to Su Ruoyan, a faint smile on his lips. And I have a method to access those archives and locate Lin Hao's file. Within that file, there will undoubtedly be information such as Lin Hao's phone number. Jiang Hao fell silent, awaiting Su Ruoyan's response. She snorted coldly. Very well, then tell me how to find Lin Hao's file. That would not do, he replied. What if I disclose the method, and you concoct a scheme to eliminate me? After all, you are quite intent on my demise. Hence, it would be wiser for us to extend a measure of trust to one another. I will assist you in locating Lin Hao's file, and once the task is accomplished, I shall leave the file at a designated location, and you will transfer my payment. How does that sound? Jiang Hao smiled with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He planned to visit the orphanage in the next few days to consult the director and forge a document. Su Ruoyan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Jiang Hao was elated. This would render his scheme flawless, as long as he could successfully fabricate the documents within the next few days. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Su Ruoyan approached him directly, her lips curling into a cold smile. But why do you know such intricate details? Aren't you unfamiliar with Lin Hao? Jiang Hao was momentarily speechless. He cleared his throat, stammering, Indeed, we are not well acquainted. I simply possess a fair amount of knowledge in this area. A fair amount of knowledge? Yet, why do I feel as if you are intimately familiar with Lin Hao's every secret? Su Ruoyan fixed her gaze on him, her expression icy. Speak. Who are you? Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Hao's back. Had he been discovered? Just as his anxiety peaked, Su Ruoyan added, "Tell me, what is your connection to Lin Hao?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao managed to regain his composure. "Miss Su, it matters not who I am. As long as I can assist you in locating Lin Hao. I can be a good person, a useful one. Can I?" Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly. Su Ruoyan lowered her head in contemplation, sitting in silence for a considerable time before finally responding. "Very well, I shall trust you this once. I am not concerned with what you may be concealing. My only interest lies in finding Lin Hao, so do as you wish." Jiang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. If he were to be exposed at this moment, it would indeed be troublesome. Nevertheless, he needed to expedite the document forgery process. It was a meticulous task that could not be completed in just a couple of days. At that moment, Jiang Hao's eyes widened in shock. He noticed that, at some point, Su Ruoyan had firmly grasped his arm. "You wish to find the documents? Let us go now." Su Ruoyan licked her red lips, her voice brimming with excitement. "I can hardly wait to see my dear brother Lin Hao."